The Blast TV CSGO Major in Paris kicks off in 2023 with a new and improved format. Teams from all over the world will battle for the lion's share of $1,250,000 in prize money. The Major has 3 phases: the qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMR qualifiers is the only stage at which competition is played online. For the RMR qualifiers only, the 3 regions of the CSGO competitive ecosystem are subdivided. This means that for Asia, China, Oceania, and the Middle East, including Africa, have qualifiers alongside a general Asian qualifier. In the Americas, North America and South America have separate qualifiers. It is only in Europe that competition remains continental with no regional subdivision. Teams that reached the Legend stage at the Rio Major are invited to their region's RMR. All other teams will enter either the open or closed qualifiers for their region's RMR, based on their position in the Valve regional rankings on the 12th of February 2023. For the RMR European qualifiers, the team ranked 1 to 16 advanced directly to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers. 8 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifier, which is played as 2 16-team tournaments with 18 teams advancing to the RMR. For the Americas, the teams ranked 1 to 8 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers in each subregion. 4 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifiers, with 7 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. In Asia, the teams ranked 1 to 4 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering an open qualifier in each subregion. From the open qualifiers, 4 teams advance to the closed qualifiers, with 2 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. The RMRs take place in April and are played offline in each respective region. The European and Americas RMRs are a Swiss format, with the Asian RMR played in a double elimination format. Initial matches are best of 1, while all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. The Asian RMR is an 8-team tournament with 2 teams advancing to challengers. The American RMR is a 16-team tournament with 4 teams advancing to challengers and 1 team advancing to legends. The European RMR is split into 2 16-team tournaments, European RMR A and European RMR B. From A, 4 teams advance to challengers and 4 teams advance to legends. From B, 5 teams advance to challengers and 3 teams advance to legends. 1 further team advances to the challenger stage from a last chance playoff. Find schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
A new day, a new group, and 16 new teams enter the fray, all vying for a spot in Paris for the Blast TV Major coming up in not too long now. We're getting ready to go into Group B of the RMR, and my God, things are getting spicy, boys. They call it the Group of Death, and lives will be lost over the next few days. Let's check out our teams. Let's check out some of the rosters we have. Some Tier 1 boys in the mix with some upcomers as well. This is going to be a fantastic week. I can feel it already.
Yes, hearts will be broken and challenges and legends made here in the run-up to the major, the EU RMR Group B. Looking to begin, and some pretty interesting ones here. We'll go ahead and take a look at the bracket and start to talk through this.
Yeah, some things stay the same, some things change, new rosters, but the same system here as we enter Swiss, and more madness here to begin our BO1s, Jack. They're always spicy in these opening games.
Yeah, especially here as well. Like the Scoville scale is off the charts in terms of some of the draw that we got, right? Like Astralis, Vitality, Eternal Fire, Nip, G29, like those games towards the bottom are all quite tantalizing. And there's some names we haven't really seen on LAN in a while, so it's cool to have that developing as well, Hugo.
Yeah, absolutely. Even though we have like more Tier 1 teams, right, coming into this side, and a lot more proven rosters. Obviously, some scary seeds given G2's last run of the previous RMR going into Rio. But of course, we have to look at where we begin and where we end with the BO1s starting the day. Bottom to top, take it away, Harry.
Yeah, right. Gonna have that 9G2 game to close out this first round. That's kind of exciting, especially touching upon what you said, right? G2's last run through the RMRs being one that I think it's better we all forget, and G2 coming into this in great form. Vitality Astralis. Oh Lord, that's a cool one. We have all the legendary Astralis names in the server there from back in the day, back during the Astralis era, only on separate sides of the coin, both vying for that spot in Paris. And a little bit of, it's that big iNation game that it's all anyone's been talking about, right? The big iNation game. And we're going to be opening with Cloud9 taking on FORZE. And this is a pretty hot one. Both these teams back at the Pro League having a good run. We could start things off, start centering this conversation, though, around the FORZE boys, who I got to say, you know, we've already seen in Group A some of the kind of non-partner / Tier 2 squads upsetting and making runs happen. These guys kind of forged in the fires of Tier 2 Counter-Strike, right, and have been a consistent presence throughout, coming off the back of a deep run back at Pro League to the surprise of many. I think they're actually a very, very threatening team to encounter. You've got Jerry at the helm, someone who loves to do his research, someone who loves to read up on his opponent, and he's had a good deal of time to get ready for this opening matchup as a result.
Yeah, I'd say as well, even in terms of his body language, I had a quick chat to him today when he was coming into the studio. I opened the door for him. He was quite smiley. He looked really happy, had good energy. So that always bodes well, of course. And I agree, man. That FORZE roster right now is looking tantalizing. Resort, super impressive back at Pro League for me.
Yeah, it's not just FORZE. We got the favorites on our side. We got one of the big dogs for the entire group. In my eyes, a team that really is hoping to go 3-0 in the Legend stage straight through. If Buster can at least get his teammates out of the back
Legend
of the van.
actually says the reason for the delay today was actually this situation that we're seeing unfold on our screen.
Many hours.
Did take, in total, I think it was 58 minutes to free them.
We actually didn't slow-mo this. This is the regular speed the Buster was trying to figure it out.
Someone else is getting involved now.
It was difficult. The first couple of days, it took me a minute to figure out how these work, but once you get the trick, I'm sure Buster will get us in time tomorrow. And we got a little pillow for Shiro as well as we get into the games today. And everyone looks in good spirits. So that's a good sign. Cloud9, it's an interesting matchup because on one hand, I go Cloud9. If you put them against almost any team in this opening game, I think they're in such a great place. But we always talk about these regional matchups being very difficult to close out, and especially against the likes of a team like FORZE, who have just proven themselves back at Pro League and taken down some serious teams, right? The likes of Na'Vi, Spirit, taking FaZe to 3 maps, and honestly, FORZE looked like they could have 2-0'd that series as well. So I think Cloud9 are going to have their work cut out for them today.
Yeah, man, especially like with you mentioning the Pro League results there, right? Both of these two teams had incredible runs, looked in great form, were able to post good numbers. It's actually kind of the dream scenario. This is the game we got off the back of the draw for me. I think this is really going to be a tight affair.
Yeah, we actually had these two teams take each other on a week ago from today. It was in the Bet Boom finals, right? That was like an online cup that these guys played in. And it ended up being a pretty dominant victory for Cloud9. If I'm honest, that gives me a good deal of faith here, because you think about it, when you kind of put them on LAN, you know, they should have the edge there. So, you know, that I think bodes well for Cloud9.
They've rewritten their own story, right? Because this was a team that were online for a long time during the online era. They came up as the Gambit youngsters. They made their own story, and then now we know them to be a LAN-proven team who, yes, okay, have had trouble in playoffs, but at least on LAN in these studio environments have looked incredible.
Yeah, I think crowds is still something that this team has to work on, but I think in terms of a studio environment, that's actually where this team does their best work. I think it's better than online. They have that kind of comfortability of not as much pressure of, you know, to the tune of thousands of spectators, but you know, they still have the kind of LAN camaraderie and what comes with that. I actually had a little chat with Hobbit earlier, though, so why don't we throw over to that and see what he had to say. We're joined by Hobbit from Cloud9. Firstly, you guys had a good performance back at EPL, obviously reaching the grand finals. Coming into this, you know, we saw what happened with FaZe over in that Group A. What's your kind of take on, you know, some of the favorite teams having struggled, and do you guys feel worried for the same thing?
I'm not worried about that. It's normal, you know. I mean, nowadays everything can happen, and the competitive is very strong. You can lose to everyone, you can win against everyone. So yeah. And
you know, in this matchup in particular, you guys actually played recently online in the Bet Boom finals. You beat them pretty dominantly. Now that you're coming into this on LAN, do you think that gives you even more of an edge?
You know what? That wasn't like an easy game. It was really hard to play against them. They were leading us, and you know, I felt that they adapted to us. They tried to counter. They create something new, and you know, everything can happen today, but as a team, I hope we're gonna shine.
I like that. I like that. And I can imagine you guys are feeling pretty confident after, you know, making the grand finals back at EPL. Your online results looking good. Would you say the vibe within the team is that of a very confident Cloud9 right now?
I mean, yes, we're very confident, to be honest. We were practicing, and we create some new stuff. You know, we have a very experienced new player who adapted very well with us, and you know, we'll see. All
right, sweet. Thank you very much, Hobbit. Good luck today.
Yeah, I mean, the form for Buster has, without a doubt, looked better every single time as well. Hobbit mentioned that, so I think we can sit comfortably on Cloud9 at the moment. Obviously, their Katowice debut was a disappointment. We weren't happy. There were questions for Buster, but the results are picking up for Cloud9 at least. And on their flip side, we got FORZE. Now, tell me about this interview quickly, Harry.
I have my mic off. Sorry about that. The FORZE squad is super sick, man. Because the thing is you know, Jerry's actually been around for a very long time, and he's gone through a couple of rosters now, always within FORZE. But we've had people come and go, and every single time he builds his squad up, they always are ready to do damage. And this one is no exception, right? You've got some very young players here, folks like Resalt, even plucked out of the Academy League, and he's been able to pump out some exceptional results with this FORZE team.
Did I just see Heku?
Yeah, we did just see Heku.
What's she doing?
Interesting.
We'll have to figure that out. But yeah, that's really put me off.
That did throw me through a loop. Sorry.
But Jerry's great. Jerry's great always to talk to, always has a great eye for the game. I mean, he's played with, you know, even major winners, man. He had Flit in this team for the longest time, and when FORZE were on the come up, players like FaceCrack, Almeida, so a lot of home CIS names that we know and love today. So yeah, it's I think this is the best roster FORZE have fielded in a long time.
Yeah, you know, I mean, so that was what was always impressive about Jerry, was like he would kind of take these players that up until they came under his leadership, it had always been either like middle of the pack or they were known about, but hadn't like realized the potential yet. And I think he was fantastic at kind of bringing the best out of whoever you give him. And as you said, I did actually get to catch up with Jerry. We had a very good chat, very long interview. So maybe we bring that in right about now and get it started. All right, now we're joined with Jerry, the captain of FORZE. Jerry, I just want to kind of touch upon coming into this event. You guys obviously had a great run back at EPL, turned a lot of heads there. You're also part of a pretty young team overall, so wins like that are pretty important for building confidence. Would you say that you've noticed, you know, the guys maybe riding that high from the EPL performance a little bit?
No, actually, we didn't know that we could be that high as we did in our EPL run, but I think it's all about, as you mentioned, confidence. So now we have some kind of half confidence, half preparation thing, and if we put it all together in this RMR event, let's not say Cloud9 match only, that would give us, I think, the result we wanted, because we were preparing hard for this.
Yeah, you know, kind of talking then on like the prep front, obviously this is a matchup you've known about for a while now. On top of that, you guys played recently online in the BetBoom final. You're someone who likes to do your research, so do you think that's maybe given you a bit to go back on and reflect upon heading into this BO1 matchup v Cloud9?
I think, yeah, we kind of, it was a shaky final from us because we struggled to do what we usually do in pracs against Cloud9, because those guys are really fast, experienced, and they know this game really well. For example, Shiro, he's 2 or 3 steps ahead all the time, and Konstantin Pikinyor, their coach, is the guy who is maybe 5 steps ahead. So I think that kind of final gave us some information we could use in this matchup, and we already knew the Vito, and it's going to be Inferno. Yeah, so, and we lost Inferno against them, and we actually picked that as our map pick. So in this best of 1 particular, I think it's going to be 50 on 50 actually, because best of 1 is always a roulette. It's my rule inside my head. I don't know how the Konstantin think or Cloud9, but we as a team think it's a little bit roulette. It's all about pistols and eco, and of course force by round. So it's on Inferno. On Inferno, actually, pistols are pretty good. Yeah, so it might be really hard to win against anti-eco, you know? Some kind of deagle headshots on something. But it's going to be a really interesting matchup.
We had to cut him off, but there is more. Don't worry. We'll have Jerry chatting through your ears in a minute as well.
Yeah, there's a lot more out of Jerry. He's fantastic to talk to. You can tell when you talk to him why he's the leadership figure, right? He has a very, very good head on his shoulders, a great head for the game, I think. He's good as well because he is very experienced, very knowledgeable, but also he likes to talk about Counter-Strike and explain his theory and his way of, you know, perceiving the game. And I think he's actually very eloquent at that. I've always like made the joke that, oh, you know, if playing ever, you know, stops and runs dry for this guy, he'd make like a fantastic analyst. You know, and I think the reason, you know, I actually think that like, it can be hard sometimes, you know, if you're like trying to lead to properly explain and accentuate your head and the way that you think and process the game, right? But he has no issue with that, and I think you see that with his teams. He's very, very good at bringing guys on side and having them play how he likes to play.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think there's great upset potential in this matchup as well. But we've got our predictions for the day broken down. Let's go over these boys. Any FORZE pickers, Harry? You seem to like it. I can't blame you. I find it hard to pick against Cloud9, especially in an opening matchup.
Yeah, you know, I just tried to be ballsy, if I'm honest with you. And I'm hoping that because he's had a week to get everyone on side and everyone ready, maybe there's a chance for FORZE here. Because I think, you know, the moment you give Jerry a bit of time to prep, the team gets 10 times deadlier, you know? Like, he will be shockingly aware, especially with them having played this map recently at that other event, as I say, in the final, on Inferno as well. Yeah, they got kind of steamrolled. Yeah, they got kind of wrecked. But that's going to give you a lot to learn.
Jackie, you're on your recovery arc. I see
also,
they've reset the
I'm
point.
the only Astralis picker here.
That is mad.
That is mad, isn't it? Mad. That is like really mad.
Honestly,
that is peak madness, you could say.
Hard to vote against ZywOo, but I do think that game is closer than we want to admit. You know, it's like, because we're on the day 1 of the group, I'm just going for the safe picks today.
Yeah,
I want to get the vibe check.
I've gone ballsy because I'm hoping it's like day 1 weirdness plays in.
Yeah, but hey, day 1 weirdness is coming down the pipeline, coming down the barrel, and luckily we've got more Jerry to talk our ears off.
And I should mention that all RMR events I've been on, they're always weird and odd because everyone wants to win, everyone wants to get to the major. I mean, ESL Pro League, it's really good tournament. But for example, major, it's a well-sponsored event, and each team wants to be here. Each team wants to take a legacy inside the game history. Yes, sticker, it's all about legacy, yeah, right? Like, you played Counter-Strike and you have some kind of item that shows that you played your autograph, sign. And this is in heart of each player. And I think that's why this is causes some odds and weird results in RMR. So I think in our group as well, I think it's a little bit more scary about rankings because we have more top 30 teams, yeah, except iNation. I think they are out of top 30, and Aurora maybe now, but whatever. It's going to be really interesting and unexpected. Let's say that RMR B will be unexpected, as the A was unexpected. Into the breach are legends, yeah? And B will be more unexpected, I think, because more firepower here and more some insane clutches or some 2v4 situations, ridiculous thing will happen.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, and that's actually the abridged version of that interview.
Is there
It was
more?
a lot. Yeah, there was more. I'm not
goodness.
joking. You can see the Unicorn odds painting a good light for Cloud9. I think, as they should. Cloud9 are the favorites coming into this. FORZE are the underdogs, if you wanted to pinpoint it. But these dogs got some teeth, man. I'll tell you that. On top of this, that interview with Jerry, I like kind of touching upon this idea of why the RMRs are so special and why the results are sometimes a bit up in the air, right? And it does, one of the things he spoke about that was actually kind of missing from that clip was he was saying how everyone just gives 20% more. And he said, some players it's a little over that. And he said like that 20% edge, the idea that you're going to be immortalized in the game, there's going to be a piece of you in the game, it shows the level you played at, it showed the dedication. It feels like a prize for almost your life's work in a way, right? And that's something that everyone wants. So let's get into this opener BO1 between Cloud9 and FORZE for Group B. It's Inferno, FORZE with the CT side start.
Right then, let's see if they can get themselves going early, or if this is going to be Cloud9 with the old classic on the pistol. Making their move up second mid early, and there could be a bit of commotion in the apartments. Resort already moved into the bedroom, Hugo.
Yeah, ahead of where they're ready for. Shalfie's going to get a spot, but he's dropped very quick. And Resort, they have no idea. This could still be the fly in the ointment. A late backstab. Zorti's going to have to hold off on his own from afar, but Resort sneaking in behind. He knows they're going. He doesn't want to take the shot. He wants more than one. He wants the whole enchilada.
This is crazy. This is big, but Resort, he's been checked. Still strikes quickly. Axal out of the round. One man up on the apartments with him. Shiro, not the guy to mess with, but the first shot misses. Resort paranoid about a wrap round. Goes hunting. That's a confident display from Resort, but he's dead in the pit. Hobbit offers up a double,
Where'd he go?
leaving it on Jerry, and he can't track the Hobbit down. Hobbit from his little hole in the pit finds a big hat trick to keep that pistol looking good for Cloud9.
And plays like that just show you what Jerry sees in this guy in Resort, right? Like the ability to not just take that early shot when he had it, but to stall after taking down the graveyard player and wait for his team to come in on the retake. This is a great display of restraint from Resort, but it's still not enough. Hobbit positions perfectly to hide from Jerry and closes the round with 3 kills.
Let's talk Hobbit then. Let's kind of home in on him a little bit, because I think he was a huge reason as to why that EPL run happened, right?
Yes.
Don't get me wrong, we had Shiro looking incredible all tournament long, like genuinely out of this world, but that's what we've come to expect from this guy. And then you had Axal as that second man, as this incredible rifling presence within the team. But I do think we've had events where Shiro, hang on a moment. This could get weird. The 5-7 up close, never willing to ride it off.
They're popping. Oh, great grenade.
Great damage from the nade as well. Yeah, this one's going to get a little more interesting before all is said and done. That
Cloud9 throw it right back.
Onto Resort, will deal with him. Zorti's still alive in the site, but not for long. And so there we go. Now we can start to talk big picture again about Cloud9. Yeah, I think Hobbit was so important because it's not unusual for Shiro and Axal to have insane performances, right? And that's why the kind of questions around Cloud9 have always been there, because there's this idea that you have, 2 top 5 players in the world. A lot of people feeling like Shiro is even reaching above the realm that he's at right now, that he still hasn't even hit that ceiling. And yet, in spite of these guys often delivering great performances, the kind of playoff runs, the final appearances have felt a little flat for this Cloud9 team, and they haven't often had those results. And even if they do get there, normally it's been kind of lackluster. And I think that Hobbit, he's the experienced voice. He's the guy with the tenure. He's the guy with a major title. It's so relieving to see him performing the fact that he's come into this in good form, he can be that third man, that third piece of the puzzle, that third player in this terrible triangle that Cloud9 have.
Yeah, and you want me to make it a square? I can do that for you because, you know, not only is Buster improved, hey, maybe we're making it a pentagon, right? We've had Nafany with some incredible maps for Pro League. He put up some really high-rated games that we hadn't seen before out of this guy, or at least in a long time, especially, you know, as he's been under a lot of criticism. So, you know, obviously I'm not sitting here saying Nafany's going to be the guy to look to or he's the star of the show, but if he can be a more consistent element individually, I think Cloud9, they are for me, and I'm going to say this 2 rounds into the BO1, they are for me the 3-0 team. They are for me a top 8, top 4 team for the Paris Major. I have extremely high expectations for Cloud9 at Paris.
I'm on that same bus as you, man. I think this team's been looking better and better, and like you were saying, Harry, that extra 20% boost that has to come out at an event like this when you know you're so close to making it to the major and it being the final one, they should be in great form. They kind of deal with that pressure, and it does seem to lift them up most of the time. Here, though, they are just going to be attempting to walk their way into B, get through this round quite cleanly, not go down to the pistols in close angles. That's what Crad was hoping for, but they don't walk in through the smoke together.
I like that he tried, right? Often players will get bypassed in that smoke if you play right in front of it, but Cloud9, they don't need to waste this opportunity. Nafany walking in with a Julie, he's looking to get traded by a rifle. Crad, that was meant to be the free kill, and Nafany destroys him. So Cloud9 have the round. FORZE probably looking to save on Jerry and get exits elsewhere. Cloud9, 3-0 up. Fantastic start to this game.
Yeah, we're about to have that rifle round coming down the pipeline, though. This was meant to be a round that FORZE lose, and Cloud9 take it nice and cleanly. I think, you know, I'm glad that you touched on Nafany and how he's actually given us some good games back at the Pro League, because, you know, he's not, you know, he wasn't really like a fragging IGL per se. He did kind of drop off individual, like his form, and you know, he was a player who's subject to a fair deal of criticism at the helm of this team. I think it's even more impressive that he played well at Pro League, considering the circumstances, with Buster still being a relatively new addition there, right? It's not uncommon when IGLs have someone new coming in, or they're having to adjust things, that their performance takes a bit of a hit because the micromanaging kind of kicks up a notch, right? Even looking at the likes of someone like Electronic in Na'Vi, you know, the various times that they've had players come in, most recently obviously being MPL, felt like early on maybe he took a bit of a hit, as obviously he's having to like focus more attention onto the youngster. But then you kind of hit like this golden time period where suddenly things start to click into place, everyone kind of finds their footing within the team, and IGLs get to reflect inward a little bit more and focus on themselves.
FORZE always have some style, man. I feel like 2 of these players have painted nails and drip, and they got the chains on them. This guy's showing up looking cool.
Yeah, I like the painted nails. I used to do it, but then I bite my nails, so they look just look scuffed beyond belief.
Yeah.
You know, and I gotta say, I kind of hope that painting them would make me not want to chew them so much, because it tastes
with like
bad.
a really disgusting paint.
Because you know, nail polish doesn't have the nicest flavor to begin with. But that didn't stop me. Nothing can stop me.
You will chew through anything.
I'm like a rat, you know?
Like a dog that sees homework.
Exactly.
Just chewing it up.
Right, that little tech pause called to a close. We're right back in. FORZE, they're in with the guns now, and even that AWP making an appearance.
Yeah, obviously Shiro's the talk of the town, but you want to talk big AWP players. Zorti has potential to be one of them, and he had some phenomenal games at Pro League. Individually, very flicky player, very fast. As we know, CIS AWPers, I mean, always are and kind of have to be. Axel, this is cheeky. Ahead of the smoke. They're going to flash in. They have no idea. That's beautiful for Axel, and that's the star power that we rely on in Cloud9. Is that their smoke that he put down? I feel like he knew exactly what he was doing with that one. Treacle. Cheeky little trick from old Treacle, mate. He will die. Shalfie needs to do everything here. That Molly's going to burn him out. Forced to swing. Nafany blind takes the kill. And Result, hopping around in middle, might get punished, attempting to save. Buster hears him go back to alt mid. Oh, it's going to have to be a door swing. Sorty's found an exit, but that should be all it is. And Buster's on the hunt. He'll wait for that bridge cross. Oh, trying to hold it really off angle, but it will work as Result re-peeks back. And Zorti, it's not going to be an easy save here.
No, and it's one that he needs as well. Because I completely agree. I feel like he is one of those fantastic AWPers that we're seeing kind of, you know, get into his mindset where he is really confident to take a lot of fights. The one thing I will add to that, though, is at times it feels like on a map-by-map basis, there can be a bit of inconsistency, where if he doesn't start the game off to a good level, he kind of struggles to find him, you know, a way to inject himself back into the action. Here, though, of course, you go 1 for 1 on the frag. As long as he at least holds on to the AWP, it won't be that bad. He's going to get cleared in boiler. Is he? Whoa.
This is not... Oh, God, he scoped. Not the typical AWP save position, but he gets it, and that's everything, right? You can win rounds with 1 AWP on CT Inferno. It's not common, especially not with Cloud9 playing very tight right now, but you just want that opportunity. Didn't even really get to use his AWP. Found 1 exit, and that will be that. Cloud9 already coming in with a statement. And while I pick Cloud9, I like the FORZE pick. I think there is great upset potential. I just think Cloud9, they're not here to fornicate with spiders.
No, I mean, look, man. The reason for the FORZE pick was this.
Yeah.
Sorry, I think about your spider line. That was a good kind of a more PG-13 way of putting that infamous saying. But yeah, man, you know, the FORZE pick kind of relied on like 2 things. I think it was FORZE coming into this in very good form and getting off to a good start, which, don't get me wrong, you know, 4-0 down, maybe not the best sell for that. But, you know, there's this idea that, firstly, still early days, couple of rifle rounds and you're all well and good. I just think they need to feel a bit of control over the game more than actually have it, right? I think for someone like Jerry, he plays his best once he's made a couple of reads, a couple of, you know, gambles or info plays, like aggro starts to rounds that just work, and then that builds confidence up for the entire team.
When we talk game plan, when a team has a game plan, what we mean by that is, you know, what they've found in the demos, what they think they can exploit, what they think they're good at, or most importantly, the opponent is weak at. But what definitely consists of a game plan is those opening 5 rounds, knowing your pistol, knowing your force buy or your anti-eco, and knowing your first buy round. But when that all goes out the window, what do you do? We're having to see the result of that now. FORZE playing from the back foot, but they've got a 5v3 right now on this eco round. Hobbit trying to redeem it. Shalty runs out of apartment. Zorti gets caught as Nafany was wide on the angle. And Crad, this might be another kill offered up here. This is starting to crumble.
Yeah, they're trying to bring in a second man to help him out, but Nafany, just slips past. They've taken long back, but Nafany holds the line. Backstabbed by Crad, so it leaves this 2v2 open. They've spotted a man over towards long. The apps drop leaves them nice and safe. Moving into the A site, they should be able to get this bomb down with no one falling. So it will be a retake here for FORZE, but they've done well to get it this close.
No kit. Great grenade. They're going to wrap short side. I like this. The issue is the apartment's player is coming all the way around, and he hears the footsteps. Hobbit can backstab this play. They've cleared boiler, but he's coming out a little bit late to the party, blows out their birthday candles, and retreats back into safety. Jerry hunts him down, but Hobbit will be having none of it. Another 3K for old Hobbit as Cloud9 run away with the start of this game. That's a 3-on-5.
Yeah, great turnaround from Cloud9. And I think, you know, this is what makes the team scary, because something that Jerry's great at is knowing how rounds should be played. Something that Cloud9 are great at is putting faith in the individuals to carry you through, right? Like Hobbit making this play, wrapping back through the apartments. It's not without its fair share of risks, right? Like if he falls over in boiler, leaves a 2v1 with your site player trapped. But, you know, instead of that, we have Hobbit hitting this perfect timing, and I mean, he's got full faith in himself to find that gap.
He didn't even run away. You know, I thought he would just escape after a kill. No, he just chases back the second. He knows he's got it.
Banana poised to be a lot more aggressive into this round as well. They wanted to go for the early phase with Zorte. Ooh, Jerry.
Yeah.
Just taking so much damage off the HE on the close broken wall as well. He's very supple now. It'll be easy to take him down, especially as there's still more utility in play for them. Hobbit has another HE. They're not committing off the back of it. So early chip damage and just holding the round. Still only a minute on the clock as well, so early work.
And Cloud9 have held a lot of this util. That's because they've just allowed Shiro to hold the angle with his AWP as they don't aggressively take Banana. Now FORZE use a lot of grenades. Ooh, that's a missed smoke over the top. And Crad's got to call it off. He's got to go back. Jerry has a re-smoke that he can drop over, and Crad can throw it in. But Cloud9, They don't have to commit with the first volley. Out goes the flash. They're sending it through this smoke. Krad's still blind, but he takes the fight unwillingly. And honestly, you could argue for the save in this position alone, but that will tempt you in. Lurker removed by the AWP. Jerry, the only one close, and he might even die on the exit. In-game leaders clash, and Cloud9 bash FORZE again.
Oh, this is a very, very rough way for it to open. Just because with how these rounds have gone, you don't even really feel like you've had a proper go at it if you're FORZE, right? The closest round we've seen out of them so far was that kind of, you know, quasi-buy around the couple of saved up rifles. So, you know, it doesn't do wonders for the confidence here that every time you're coming in with a rifle round, you're just kind of having the one kill that has to happen come through for Cloud9, and then they go on to steamroll the round. But for FORZE, yeah, that's a bit of an awkward one, right? Krab was left alone soloing over towards B. Jerry, kind of the next nearest man, but the rest of FORZE was so far removed, it almost looked like FORZE were trying to save in the 4v4. Maybe isn't, you know, the most conventional look, but it's how far away they were from that side of the map. It kind of forces their hand, and they don't even get Jerry out of there just to kind of rub salt in the wound. This is a very convincing start for Cloud9. And I got to say, I think if you're one of these Group B teams who were coming into this as favorites, I think you're glad that you got to go second, just to have the rather somber reminder that you're not invincible, right? You get to look at like that, the Group A results and how some of them panned out. Some of the teams that ended up getting eliminated or sent down to the last chance qualify. You think, you know, the VPs, the faces of the world, and kind of how for a lot of people they were such safe bets to make it through, but then really pushed to their limits by some of these up-and-coming squads.
Shocking.
I mean, hell, even Na'Vi were taken to double overtime by Into the Breach.
Well, yeah, that one makes more sense. I mean, you know, that's a legend.
I mean, Into the Breach are
a Legends team.
Legend.
Come on.
Literally one of the best in the game.
You were talking about the idea of FORZE going to Legends, and then we'd have the Tom v Jerry matchup.
Yeah, another good one that someone tweeted me is, oh, that's a nice open, is if Astralis make it and Fluxer were there, then we have Woody v Buzz, the Toy Story matchup.
Wow, that's sick.
There's a couple of good ones, isn't there?
That's so cool. So
you could get Tom and Jerry and potentially Toy Story matchups at the last Global Offensive Major.
Incredible scenes. And they're aggressive. They're retaking Banana. Both orbs find blind shots in this round. That's the meta game of, you know, pushing off your flash, but also firing off your flash. And sometimes why players delay it. No flash lands there. Zorti just hits his dry shot. Buster does get dinked, but he responds. And now they're going to have to pop A while Zorti's on his own. Buster's getting caught with nades out. Oh, missed shot. Zorti back for more. He can't finish the job. 3 on 2, jumping through the smoke. It's desperate for Krad. And Shalfie is left saving face. But he might die pushing mid into the bomb. Shiro won't hang around. Cloud9, this is a 7th.
Oh, man. If you're Zorte as well, it's so unfortunate. Like, the spawn of rounds he's had in the past 3, he's always had the AWP. You get that one pick, you feel like you're iced out of the round. Here, he's finally on a position where it feels like he's creating momentum, getting the back into it. The repeat, dude, surely that's a shot he hits.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good repeat. You know, you should go for that. You saw him with nades out, but you missed 2 shots. That's what you get, the pressure. Something that Cloud9 have learned how to deal with more and more. But FORZE, and this is my fear for some of these CIS teams. I think for Spirit as well, who's ironically their results haven't actually been that good despite being a previous top 4 major team. Free kill here. Oh no, yeah, free kill. In that, I think, you know, especially for FORZE, I'm not sure about that one. Are they ready for the pressure that the RMR and the major stage brings? Jerry talked about it, right? The amount of upsets and how some teams do struggle. I mean, FORZE haven't been in these positions. This will be Jerry's 3rd major, but every time we've seen him at a major, boys, it's been with FORZE, and he's gone out in essentially last place. So, oof. That one hurts. That whole round, really.
Oh, that's...
And you can see the stress already getting to the captain. So yeah, I think for younger players, for less experienced players, I think that pressure is paramount here for FORZE.
And you know, I think this is worst case scenario for how this could have opened. Jerry being a guy who really loves to prep, this, you know, we always push this storyline, but it's because he really loves it. Like, you know, feeling like he's got a great game plan for the game. And the issue isn't the game plan right now for FORZE. The individuals look a little cold, if I'm honest, right? Some of the deaths that we've had just look ugly, and you can normally, you know, get a vibe for how a team's playing, like based on the swing kills in the round. There's been a couple of moments here, you know, where you're dying in just sort of awkward manners, you know, and a few of them are off of not having the info, where you're like rotating into an area that you've lost, so you're getting caught like knife out in rotation. That's what happened to Crad in that round there. Things like that, you know, it's a death that in the situation you were in was unavoidable. You're knife out, running down long, but it's like, you think about the context, how you even got to that position where you don't know what's happening at long. They've somehow found this gap. They've got this man advantage. They're turning around that you kick-started with your AWP. You know, it just looks awkward right now for FORZE, and that's not really what I associate with this team. And I think that gets more frustrating when you know that they do the prep and you know that they have a game plan coming in. You're not even really getting to realize the game plan, because I can assure you some element of the game plan very much hinged on actually winning some of these head-to-heads, and they've not really been able to do that now. It's a slow start to the game for Jerry, slow start to the game for Crad. And considering Crab plays a very important role here, you know, frequently getting left in these sort of solo B holds, FORZE are one of the teams that do quite like to go for these grouped gambles over towards A, lean over towards that side of the map, or at least that's what we kind of seen from the early stages of this one so far. Crad really has to deliver in those moments. You know, at least going 1-for-1 is very much a requirement.
Oh,
pressure, down banana, full blind, and it's things like this. Like, once again, you've had the idea in this round. You know what you wanted to do. You know where you wanted to try and take the opener. Your flash even landed. You've kind of nailed everything you had to do to try and take that banana control. But Shiro, full blind, and really in his element.
You think Shiro needs to see? This guy's got more blind kills than anything else in this game already. Zorti continues to put up the goods, though. He's found another opener down middle. Result playing the apartments. With a lot of pressure here. Got that third rotation, as you said. Crad being left as a solo B. He has the util. Result with an important kill. He doesn't drop off. He wants more. There he goes, out into the pit. Buster hears it. Minute on the clock, and still with mid control. An anti-flash setup with Shalfie.
Oh, but smoked off. Shalfie now left fighting alone. They're not going to clear for him initially, but that AWP in the boiler tries its hand at the trade. However, Shalfie gets out with his life intact. FORZE tucking in. Good show of restraint here in the 4v3, turn 4v2. They lose one man to Buster coming out of the apartments, but he's whittled down super low, and so shouldn't be able to find a way back in here. FORZE looking to find their first round. Oh, hang on a moment. One out of it. But Buster, one shot away from certain death, and he's dealt with the AWP. It's the two M4s that will finish the job. Shalfie from the short side, and he even had a man nearby to swing and play that trade game, just in case Buster was feeling like making that any more competitive.
Finally, some fist bumps going around for FORZE as well. They have something to celebrate. A nice hold out of Zorti with some big impact on that AWP. It's exactly what you needed. And I like that mid setup as well. They collapse on Cloud9, who have often had mid control for free, with very limited util to push back that AW. Can they get away with much more? Dude, look at these shots for Shiro. Every round, they're just the same thing. He got dinked for 10 health, like for 10 damage. He's just firing as soon as he can't see it, he's hitting it.
Hey, there we go.
Compare that to the previous round. What a flip-flop. But hey, suddenly they know they can pull this back. It's within reach.
It's early doors. That's the difference as well, right? 7-1 is 7-1 still. You can compartmentalize that and kind of reset as long as you play out the rest of the half to the best of your ability. Making the best of the money they have here, and again, going for the aggressive play to try and command control of Banana. Axel gets the first and pushes back up for even more as well. He's got behind the car, so should kill Crad, and that is a car crash of an opener. This is now a 3 versus 5, with the response being send Resort out through bedroom.
He does know right below him. The shadow shows. Buster knows what's up. Result falls in. Silent drop. Got to give it to Result. He almost made that work. The silent drop into the turnaround, and Buster knew it was coming. But still, it's his kill. And now FORZE have to gamble. Pick a site, play together, hope for the best. There's a world where you're hoping they don't even come towards you.
Yeah, and really Cloud9 aren't feeling a pressure to commit. Like, if they go B right now and they see Shalfie here, they might even just go, oh, it's probably a gamble, it's probably a stack, we won't bother committing. They have a man over in top mid for exactly this, so... You know, the hope is right now of like some big spray down moment from FORZE. They spot one player, but they know the utils displaced them here. And so FORZE might have been gambled over towards B with both players, and yet still they've been pushed out by the util, just having a save. And you can see Cloud9 don't want to let them get away with it. This is even a pretty slow bomb plant, but what that's meant is that these players over in alt mid are now grouped, right? You've got them playing together in this hunt of the weapons, and it's a big hunt at that. You know, if you knock these out, forcing a full reinvestment out of the FORZE squad.
I'm surprised now that Krad's still getting caught by these top banana plays. Axel is playing these smokes very well, going through either side of them. You're spamming banana smoke when you know Krad has banana, also when you know Cloud9 have banana. Oh, don't re-peek, yeah. Hold off. Oh, he's gonna go for it. Zorti feeling it, but that's too feisty. We've had a lot of those on the saves, a lot of re-peeks, a lot of hunts for kills.
And you know, so when I interviewed both of these teams, I asked them about, you know, their most recent online matchup and the sort of feelings that they had about it. As mentioned, they played in a final online literally a week ago. Cloud9 won it dominantly, and Inferno was one of the maps played. It ended up being a 16-7, but all the rounds that FORZE got were T-side rounds. They got 7-0'd in the second half with Cloud9 on the T-side. And so I think it was kind of essential to feel like you had a chance in this game to offer something up in this CT half. And the fact that Cloud9 got off to the exact same 7-0 start that we saw in that matchup last time they played probably hasn't done wonders for the confidence and the belief in the game plan here in this BO1.
Even that, FORZE try and build a boost in middle behind the G2 smoke, and Cloud9 just spam it. They were between two minds. Orti wanted to leave, Shalfie wanted to commit, but hey, at least he lives with his gun, barely. Might have to swap it out, to be honest. Gives it over to Krad instead. And FORZE are 4 on B, but of course Cloud9 have dealt with these gambles every single time.
Cloud9 with a free bomb site. Can clear it out, get the bomb planted, tidy up this round, put it in a bin bag, and move on to the next, with 9 already being the buffer they've been able to achieve here on their T side in the opening best of 1. Keep in mind that's what it is, of course, as well. So FORZE, in terms of the reset, it's got to come in quite quickly. You've got to get back into the groove of this game. We need a little bit more out of them on the CT side here.
Yeah, and I don't even just think it's a result of the seeding, but I also think it's the amount of talent and some of the upcoming teams, obviously FORZE being one of them, inside of this group. But I think, yeah, okay, sure, it's not going well here, but how close some of these BO1 openers are bound to be is incredible. Right now on the other stream, we have 500 against Heroic, and they're 5-6 down, so they are competitive. But even looking at Spirit Aurora, I think you can make the argument, especially with Spirit's recent form, having trouble, more so against tier 1 teams, but also online. That could be a close game. Vitality Astralis is no guarantee with the grudge match. Nip Eternal Fire, good luck predicting that one. So I think there's a lot of close opening games considering, you know, these are BO1s. There will be some upsets today, surely. I mean, what even are favorites anymore, as we're learning in the RMR, as we do every time. And G2 do as well. They've got 9 as their last match. That's a scary one.
Yeah, well, speaking of having 9, Cloud9 are sat there right now looking to reach double digits.
You could even say 9 in the name, 9 in the game, Harry.
Exactly, you could say that. You certainly could.
I think I will. I possibly may.
Well, Resol, he's got a 3 in the name, hoping for 3.5 maybe. That's a wild world, but that's where we are. Cloud9 have been lights out, and this is giving a lot of faith in the squad.
AWP on B is nice. Change up for FORZE. They've got a double setup. They've got Jerry playing aggressive. As soon as Zorti fires, the flash goes over and Jerry re-aggros. Is that a miss smoke? I don't know where it's like. It sounds like it's on the roof. Oh, no, it's a wall smoke down. Jerry's still playing ahead of it, though. Get ready for this to come crumbling down.
Yeah, he wants to push. Here they are. Top banana, anti-flash on 2. And now Zorti's in a bit of a weird place. You don't want to recommit here. You don't want to try that trade. There's too many bodies around the corner. He's just going to play a close angle and then looks to swing, but Shiro's got his number. Shiro, as a counter-AWP presence, has been terrifying in this game. Krad tucked in, but they know about a third man. He got that flash assist earlier on, and you know that he's the often B player. You know, he's the B anchor, so they should be ready for him. Will they be able to get past him? That's a different story. First kill goes his way. Krad looking for even more. Plucks Nafany out of the round before Shiro trades him. Shalfie on the other side of this smoke, and Unknown Entity, this second presence, fourth in line to the B site defense. Shalfie comes through, and he whips the opportunity. Shiro misses that shot, but Buster makes up for it.
You can't even blame Shalfie there. He wants to kill the cover. He knows with the plant noise that that player is sticking the bomb, and why go for the planter when you've got a guy with his gun out? Realizes Shiro's not facing, read his position perfectly, flicks to the planter, and then Shiro peeks. Shiro, I've never seen a T-side AWP have as much impact as him, hitting these blind shots, but more importantly, just positioning into every repeat Xorti's given us on this CT side. It's been unbelievable. Another 3K for Shiro. And Cloud9, this is a statement now. 10-1. Is there any retribution?
I mean, it's in these environments. It's when you're on land, but you're in a studio. I think Cloud9 is so dangerous. They just feel and look so comfortable here.
Oh, the legs. Throws Molly, doesn't play it. He knows something's up. Maybe he heard the jump, but wrong position at least. They try and hunt down. Result getting eager.
I like the move from Result, right? He hears them spamming and he thinks like, screw it. Right now, you know, they're just shooting into a wall in the apartments. I'll give it a little look in. Takes that risk, not immune to having to take risks in round like this.
Cloud9 is just playing so patient on this T side. It's a minute and they're holding all their util and they have great map control. Axel's flirting with the B site, but maybe he's not getting the signs back. So Cloud9 walk out middle, contact without a flash and get ready to execute.
Talking of executing, Resort up close with a 5-7. Man wants you to peek into him, wants to send you to heaven. Krad, though, on the Deagle, flicks up, blows the head of Buster clean off. Shiro comes back in. Resort actually making this round look lively as well. He's gone on to find free. Shalfie getting involved with the action. It's all on Axel. Bomb dropped in front of him. Shalfie just swings. And that's how FORZE finally get themselves a second.
Yeah, some nice shooting from the Deagles there, from Shalfie and Krad especially. I can't believe Shiro wallbangs out the Grave player after getting communicated by his apps man, but that's a very important round for FORZE. They're looking for anything near the end of the half. Getting desperate now, but making the most of a bad situation. Result. He's looked on, right, just by looking at his aim and the moves he's willing to make in this game, some of the apps aggression, but Cloud9 have just been punishing every play. So finally, FORZE, they're getting hyped when they do win rounds. It's just not that frequent.
Oh, the boost. Oh, and Axel delivers a double.
Sickening.
Empty B site now, and Cloud9, this should be the immediate reply. They've already won this round. They just need to go through the motions of finishing it off.
Caring for a third, because that kind of setup does look like it could be warranted by a flash, playing coffins or something. Yeah, Resol learned his lesson. Screw the silent drop. I'm falling in on Buster's head. There's no one there.
Dude, I mean, the thing that's been so impressive to me, because, you know, we're talking about how this is like a statement victory for Cloud9, how it's looking really clean, really concise. Shiro has been such a huge part of it, and that's really impressive because he's T-side AWPing and finding this much impact. Like, he's been a source of opening kills in some of these rounds. These are more the ones where, like, FORZE try and pressure him, right? But it's just... You know, one of the things we always used to say about someone like James is, even though he's not an aggressive AWPer, the impact that he carries on the game is aggressive, or at least it's oppressive in how you play, right? You're more restricted on a lot of the lines, a lot of the angles that you can take, because you're so paranoid about him being posted up and just holding for you, and so in doing so, it makes the life of your AWPer harder. And I think that's something that Shiro has nailed down tenfold in this game already. It feels like whenever Xorti tries to make a play, he's already being held on a line by Shiro's AWP. And so that's been really nice, you know. It's meant that we often say CT side Inferno, this is where AWPers find all their impact. It's actually made life very miserable for Xorti in a lot of these rounds.
Axel just beaming headshots in this half, though. Every entry he's given us towards B has been lights out. And I feel for FORZE, I wouldn't want to be playing a Cloud9 looking this fresh. This is, yeah, probably the best team in the group other than G2. Well, Heroic are there as well. It's hard to know. It's hard to know form. I think the BO1s are a good taste test, you know?
No, it is fun. I think especially the fact that we got this as a best of one as well kind of adds that extra, you know, layer to the 4D chess.
Yeah, we like some regional matchups for sure. I mean, hey, Heroic right now are split down the middle against 500. The Bulgarians taking them 8-7. So far more competitive over there.
Bulgarian CS has always been primed for an upset, though.
Yeah.
Anytime there's an opportunity, they love to full send it.
I feel like we just haven't had them on the big stages, or we haven't had, you know, these players have been milling around for a few years now, a few variations of these rosters, and they've never really been in the tier 1 lands, you know, qualifying to, I feel like I'm always seeing them every day on HLTV, but I'm never quite seeing them in the tier 1 events. So this is another great opportunity for them to do that, obviously in the harder group.
It did feel like there was an early point in Go where we had a lot of Bulgarian success, and then it kind of just disappeared for a bit. Now sort of always floating around, kind of commanding control of the tier 2 scene.
Yeah,
so
the gatekeepers, if you want to call them
but
that.
they do not let go of that gate.
Locked door. This B site, though, open for the taking if these last few rounds would be anything to go by. Cloud9 making a lot of noise. They still have 2 lurkers, but they're looking like they want to commit. Wall smoke is in. One way's dropped for Crad, and there's the swing with the flash, but it's still traded. This is a fake out right now. Look at the A site. Shalfie stopped it. And now they're left kind of in the middle of nowhere.
Oh dear, yeah, that bomb's going back over towards top mid, but Cloud9 don't even have this real estate anymore. Still, 2v4 doesn't sound great for Cloud9, but look who's still alive. It's Axal and Shiro, right? These guys, the 2 heavy hitters, the 2 big boys. However,
great position.
Result in a real good spot. Just going to dive in and grab the backstab out through the apartments. That's the 3rd. 3 in the name, now 3 in the game. FORZE trying to find a 4th before this first half is all said and done.
Yeah, it's not good, but it will do at this point.
No, I mean, but this just kind of speaks volumes for how good, you know, we were saying about Shiro being oppressive on the AWP. I mean, I think that falls for the entire Cloud9 squad right now. One thing you're going to note is that, like, FORZE are playing super reactive Counter-Strike, and that's not normally the way that you want to go about it, but a lot of these proactive moves have been punished. Every time we've seen aggression come through, it's normally led to an opener for Cloud9. So it's forcing you to play reserved. It's forcing you to play back in the bomb sites. And that leaves you a bit of a harder task in some of these site pushes, especially versus a team like Cloud9. I think if you're going to give them the room and respect to set up and run their executes and let them feel comfortable in that, then you are going to be in for a bad time. And it's like usually the solution is to try and come through with like calculated aggression. But whenever we've seen that for FORZE, it's often been to their detriment. This round, top mid's taken by Cloud9. They're working that banana control again. It's just a strong default right now with the potential to accelerate into something. With Axal getting a pick over towards B. We have a 5v4 right now for Cloud9. A full gamble from FORZE. They pulled everyone over towards this A site, but they're still losing players left and right.
Shalfie on the box, his teammates doing all of the work for him as well. Wow. Head blown off for Buster, and it's just down to Hobbit, who has been heavy-handed in the matchup so far. But in a 1 versus 3, with just 37 seconds, can he actually make some magic happen here? Got himself poised back on middle. Already you can see the debate. Jerry rotating, thinking he could have slipped off, and he is going to go for the mad rotation. Has no utility to work with. 50 HP, AK, and 20 seconds on the clock. And Jerry's rotated back, so it's clear for him. He can wander on in. He won't know this, so he's got to waste a bit of time.
Oh, there's the run for Jerry. Hobbit, if he gets his kill quickly, he can plant the bomb. Jerry swings it, and he will close. FORZE do find 4 at the end of the half. They have something to set their sights on here, moving into the CT side. It won't be easy, but when is it easy up against Cloud9? Cloud9 having a whale of a time as they dive deep into that T side, 11 rounds up against FORZE. And in this regional rundown in a BO1 opener, Cloud9 are looking to start strong. FORZE, a pistol would go a long way, I've heard people say, but we'll have to see if they can pick it up and put it down. Or this might be a very quick game.
Yeah, on I say on the upside, maybe this is overselling it, but this is at least consistent with the online head-to-head between these teams, right? In that Cloud9 had a great T-side versus FORZE when they played just a week ago. FORZE were able to offer up a bit more on their T-side, so let's see.
Minute and 30 on the clock. Poising themselves towards top banana. Having a quick look at the guns as well. Shiro will be armed with 2 big old dualies. The Berettas prepared to brap in the faces of FORZE if they are not ready for the bombardment. Smoke primed as well. Contact found. Drop the smoke over. Waste a bit of time. Blocked the CT smoke slightly as well. And he's got the flashbang primed for the commotion. Here comes the push. Shiro with the first. Actually takes down 2, and he's going for all of them. That's 4 in the end. Crab, the only one that can actually bounce back in the combat. He's trapped Hobbit in the corner. Clears it, but Buster through the smoke just finishes things off.
Dude, that's gnarly. That's absolutely sick. 4 kills for Shiro. That right-click flash sets him up perfectly, and it's not the easiest spot to clear, especially when you're coming through gray screen like that. Jumping through the smoke. No one's looking up. Why are you looking up? Why would you?
God, dude, literally, his character model did a full flip, and yeah, damn right, you would do a backflip if you just done that in the pistol. The second shot, the fact that he's been able to get his crosshair across so fast and actually just brutalize them is madness. Hell of a pistol round to bring the confidence up and keep FORZE down.
Oh, that's the one Galil, and it's been dinked. Krad's got to throw that over. Sorry, buddy. Can't play your weapon of choice now. Measly P2 Schmitty. My God, Cloud9. Oh, they tap out Krad. Yeah.
I don't think that's going to feel good for the mental.
No.
And I think there's been a lot of moments like that in this game where, you've had deaths where it feels like, great, didn't even see anyone, didn't even really feel like I got to play the round. For all we know, could have been some huge plan here. Krad maybe was going to get set up, lead the charge. Being that guy to open up and create space, might have had a whole strat to go with it, might have put a week's worth of prep into what you were going to do here, and it's stolen away through a smoke. You also lose Jerry, who's now leading from beyond the grave. Shalfi creates a bit of room with his deagle over on the long side, but as they wrap into the spawn, Hobbit already here, keeps him on a leash. Result will get that trade. Bit more room again. He's going to try and commit to the wrap over here towards B. The bomb over in mid. Would need to start to make a move to this side of the map.
It's a powerful position from Nafany, though, to off-angle. Result going to have to clear it if he wants to win this round, and he does. Ooh. The bomb was waiting for a reaction. Zorti will get exactly what he bargained for, and now the B side open for business with Buster from the pit side. Has to run around the world. There's a kit there in mid. Going to pick it up. He's got nades. And he's got a chance to take 2 1v1s. A smoke will be of high value here in this post plant. They smoke the banana. Whether or not they hold it, though, is another question.
If anything, I would have loved to have seen a slight longer delay on this smoke drop, because it is going to fade Buster here, and he's even seen a man cross back into the site. Other dude is at CT, ready to pincer in, and the timing on that. Buster was holding for it, but Result, there's the round, all right? Now you're cooking. Now you got something going. Result offers it up with a big hat trick, right? Opens with the trade on a Hobbit over at Speedway, and then goes on a tear.
Is that 3 in the name and 3 in the game,
That is
Harry?
a 3 in the name and a 3 in the game for the man.
What a great clear as well on Nafany. That's a crucial kill. To think that Zorti, the reason Zorti's holding mid there as well is because they don't know if that B player has pushed down Banana. He doesn't want to lose the bomb. He'd rather entrust Result with all the risk, and he can play out the 1vX after the fact. But Result clears Nafany, and they know B is empty from who's alive on the scoreboard. So dangerous, but hey, you gotta use a bit of danger sometimes. No reward without risk. And no salt without a re.
Well, no smoke without fire, unless you've got some dry ice. So who's going to be too cold to hold here in the 18th? 12-5 to the split. Buster with the turn. Couldn't swivel his way back around in time, so Axar on the 5-7 had to get the trade. At least you silenced Resort as well, as he is the hot-handed player for FORZE at the minute that's been making the difference in these key rounds. It's a mixed bag of weapons, though, and in terms of the positions, really, you're relying on one man to do most of the work, and then the UMP and CT probably just going to get trapped inside a library as the smoke's gone up. That's the flashbang pull to go for a pop play, runs through with the SMG, actually hits onto them, and takes down 2. This puts it into a bit more of an interesting spot. Control of the bomb. Oh, Nafony.
Nafony, not phony, Maui. That was unbelievable. He had that perfect flash that popped behind him, and Naf owns 3 in middle. Dude, what?
Yeah, that's insane. The final 2 bullets of the UMP as well to find that last kill on Shalfie coming back through the smoke. And so Cloud9, the response is immediate. It's the captain to do it for him as well. Nafany's loving these right-handed flashes, these right-click flashes where you just throw them as high as you can. The only sound cue you get is about a millisecond before it pops.
Yeah.
You literally hear it go ding, and then boom, you're blind. Both those players at long caught by it. He's brought that trick out a couple of times now, and it's serving him really well, just underhanding these flashbangs through smokes.
Just unreal. It doesn't blind him in the slightest. You've got to be picture.
Look at this. By the way, that was 2 bullets. Like, he just had to hit both of them in the head. He had one opportunity to nail that. And everyone's smiling after that round.
Yeah, what great form we're seeing Cloud9 in. Like, it doesn't even matter what FORZE are doing at this point. Just from how this game began, with FORZE coming in with a game plan, trying to play aggressive CT sides, take banana, take middle, even with a lot of opening kills, but those blind shots for Shiro. And everyone's doing their job here in the CT side for Cloud9. One little clutchy round for FORZE. And, you know, we talk about that form being great at Pro League. It wasn't even just Pro League as well. Remember in that tournament you just talked about where Cloud9 beat them in the final? FORZE's run, they beat BNE and VP and Mouse all 2-0
Yeah, it was basically like the RMR warm-up, right? Like, but
that's Mouse, man. That's VP. Like these, okay, yeah, VP not quite, you know, an RMR succeeding team, but a major champion. My goodness, this has been unbelievable from Cloud9 despite that history. FORZE now down a man. Axel takes that opener and peels back. FORZE will do the same in mid. They have a big gap here. They don't know it though. And Hobbit, Buster rather wants info. He's going to find out the hard way. Oh, can't kill Axel, of course. Nafany jumps around a corner and Zorti. Yeah, bro.
You can get a bomb plant.
Try and plant. Try and plant. You won't. No.
Nice. Love that. Love that check. Love that clear. He will. Plants in the open. Hobbit spams him.
It's just one of those games, eh, boys?
And so not even the bomb plant secured for FORZE there.
My, oh my.
A lot of smoke kills in this game. A lot of wild rounds. Axel offering up one of them here. Beautiful display from him over towards the library. And I mean, it's very calm right now for Cloud9. This is exactly how you want to begin your RMR, is just feeling like you're in full control the entire time. No reason to doubt yourself. No reason to think that, you know, what's been bestowed around some of the other big teams here. I mean, hell, even FaZe, who Cloud9 lost to in the grand finals of Pro League to give them the Grand Slam pickup. You know, even those guys down in the last chance qualifier, I think when you see that, maybe it gave you a bit of nerves, made you a little worried as to how your group was going to go. But this is how Cloud9 wanted to open. This is the form we want to see them in.
I respect the full eco here for FORZE. They're really trying to maximize their gun rounds. Axel somehow survives multiple tirades of T's as they get control of the arch side. Nafany doesn't care. He is not here to play games. He will run at them. Try and end this anti-eco with ease, and that's exactly how it will be. 1v3 for Crad. Cloud9. There was a point in this game where maybe FORZE could have pulled a couple back, but Cloud9 said a heavy-handed no. Leave FORZE with a heavier heart.
Heavy is the hand. And for Krad, can he get off a few last-minute backhanders to potentially give him a go at this round? No. Buster puts the foot down, closes his out, finishes that one off, and moves on to match point here in the opening best of ones of the RMR for Group B. So looking pretty damn good. And the man on your screens there, Resort as well. He was the difference maker for the FORZE side. Really looks strong. Even just watching his crosshair, you can see that he's on it today, man. Like how fast his flicks are, the adjustment, the fights he's willing to take. But in the end, you need the entire roster here. Right now, they're going to use this last timeout to see if there's any way they can physically come back into this game. It would need to be an unbelievable one, forcing it into OT before they can even think about the prospects of winning this.
What can you do?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think the other thing that we're seeing here is like the floor of Cloud9 is just so much higher. You know, like, dude, there's a 5-kill differential between like top to bottom of the Cloud9 scoreboard. And it feels kind of important to draw attention to that as well, because this is a team that would often be top heavy with Shiro and Axal on the squad, right? So having these kind of performances down the roster is a huge deal for FORZE. Meanwhile, from top to bottom, it's an 11-kill differential, so pretty big difference. And I think on a map like Inferno, that really matters. That's why I want some of these rounds have just felt like, you know, 2 kills come in, 1 kill comes in some of them, and then the round is over. You know, Inferno is a map that is very much based around saving, based around gambling, and it's so often been FORZE in those positions that they don't even really feel like they have a read on this game right now. How could you have had a read? You get smoke shot to open a round, you're 4v5 down, and then you're just forced to play Cloud9's game.
Look at this. He's
Nappany with a smoke walk, yeah. You're allowed to take a couple of ballsy rounds at this scoreline, right? That's the freedom of a 15-5. You can take a risk like that. And then his teammates are here to pick up the pieces. Buster and Hobbit all laying waste to FORZE. They might have got the opener, but Axal here to finish things off from down in the pit. Zorti with a trade, tap on the bomb, but won't stick it. Last time he attempted this, Hobbit spammed him out from library. This time he takes a safer plant spot, but he is getting wrapped up through the short side. Shiro on this flank, and Zorti having to consider these timings, now ready for a grouped push over towards short, perhaps. This is how FORZE would have played it. Hell, this is how FORZE did play these moments, was group and go together, out through short, but he misses the opener, and so Cloud9, they dominate FORZE to open up their run at the RMR.
Bloody good work for Cloud9. Day in the office starting strong. Obviously one more BO3 to play later once this Swiss rallies up and we know where things are going. But Cloud9 coming through looking like the team we need here. We need one consistency at least in the RMR, with Heroic already being taken all the way by 500. Cloud9, they make quick work of FORZE.
Yeah, very clean, very concise. Kind of exactly what we would expect, but we'll be back in just a moment to kind of talk about this a little more, so stick with us.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against Navi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Astralis just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day. When the French team stopped at some point and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Extase we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory though.
Cloud9 were sky high and lights out in the opening best of one. A really dominant performance on Inferno is the easiest way to sum it up. FORZE had a few key rounds, a few moments of madness from players like Resort, Zorte at times, but just not enough as an entire roster, Hugo. And I think that's the salient point, right? Is you look at Cloud9 as a team at the minute, everyone's eyes on them as a strong favorite to go for that 3-0 run, make it as legends, and deservedly so with what we've seen from them on the server today.
That's absolutely a reassuring start, right? Not just because they defeat FORZE, but in the way they do it and in the way that individuals look. And even as Harry said in those last couple of rounds, the 5-kill differential from top to bottom. And Nafany was no sleeper today either. He had some high-impact individual moments. Yeah, I feel for players like Zorti and Result. Zorti got a lot of opening kills on that CT side. He went 3-0 in those first fights in the first half, constantly getting FORZE picks when he had the orb, getting avoided by these B hits. And of course it's Inferno, so there are a couple of classic Cloud9 rounds where Axel would run up Banana, double kill them in such a quick, so quickly that there's physically no way to win the round in the way that Inferno is played right now. So yeah, it looks good for Cloud9, and it only reassures what I hoped for this team and the group.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it's also fun to see them kind of being proven as like the Lanimals we're building them up to be, right? You get back in LAN even far more dominant than the last time these two teams went head-to-head online just a little while ago. So that difference there really being shown off. And I think even in terms of the body language, you could see with FORZE, they looked fresh at the start of the day. Pre-game, the huddle looked nice.
Yeah.
A couple of rounds go by, the frustration was already starting to creep in for Jerry. And it's a bit of a shame to see that, but they brought the energy back when they needed it, just couldn't really get into the game. We do have an interview waiting on the wayside as well that we can slip into to get a little bit more insight about how these teams themselves actually felt about that matchup. So we'll head on over to that and they can speak for themselves.
Recently played online, you kind of replicated a fantastic T side versus them today. Was there much prep on this matchup specifically, or did you guys come into this kind of wanting to play the Cloud9 game?
We just played our game, and we even didn't really prepare for us because we played versus them this map before, so we kind of knew how to play versus them. And yeah, that's it. I mean, nothing special.
And, the form of the squad as individuals, you were all kind of performing very well. There was not much difference from top to bottom. Is this something we're going to expect to see? It feels like Buster's, really starting to slot into this team and find his footing, which has been great.
Yeah, I mean, Buster is a good player. He excellent, he could even call sometimes, so it's pretty nice to have him in the team. But we need to understand that we still didn't reach our best form, let's say. We still could do better. We have a lot of mistakes, and we're trying to figure out it as fast as we can.
And so, big picture for you guys, one of the things that's I've spoken about with Cloud9 is the pressure with playoffs and what that brings. But here in like a studio LAN environment, you must feel very comfortable, right?
I mean, even at let's say in front of crowd, we feel really confident. But sometimes we could like fucked up, but everyone could do it. So shit happens sometimes.
I like that. Shit happens sometimes. Thank you, Nafany. Thank you for the interview, and good luck in the rest of the event.
Actually, a lot to take away from
shit
that one,
happens
Harry.
sometimes.
Shit does happen.
That's a good Nafany quote.
Yes, and FORZE definitely found out today. I mean, even Nafany starting off by saying we didn't prep for FORZE. That's crazy. Not because like you can argue, oh yeah, they've already played them, they've already done some prep maybe before, they're ready, they won, they shouldn't be worried. But when you have what's on the line in an RMR, but also the fact that your opening matchup, this is the only matchup you can really prep for coming into an event. You have a few days of warning. Their next match, a BO1 later today, they're going to have they're going to have, an hour minimum and then a couple of hours max. So it's going to be a lot more difficult.
No, the thing that makes it even wilder in my eyes is from speaking of FORZE, from knowing about this team and their tendencies and the prep that they would have done, I think the fact that Cloud9 come into this playing, the same style that they played in that last matchup, it actually makes this victory feel even crazier, right? Just goes to show the kind of levels the individuals were at, because FORZE knew what was coming, right? Like Cloud9, by their own admission, just kind of played how they did last time, right? And still there was no stopping it. So I think that does just, exactly. I think that does just go to show, like, this kind of extra 20% that Jerry spoke about in his interview that comes out of these RMRs, that takes place in these really important build-ups to the major, feels like it was airing in favor of Cloud9 on this one. You know, they didn't even need that 20% extra to take the win last time they met up, and now with it, it is an even more dominant victory.
Save it for later, and then drop a 40%, you know, this afternoon. But one more point just on that Cloud9 interview as well. He mentioned how Buster would sometimes call, and I think that's an interesting point, right? Because we make the comparison with like Nico, the Danish Nico, you know, back in OG, having played under like Snappy, MSL, and Cadian. Well, you know, for Buster, he's someone who's played under, you know, James. So there's going to be a lot of things to take away there, and I think he can definitely bring some things to the table verbally as well. So that's interesting to hear Nafany, you know, shouting Buster out one time. Yeah, he can be, you know, helpful in the communication department too.
Yeah, and I can imagine that's very nice, right? Because Nafany is someone who I think we're still seeing flourish in terms of becoming an IGL. I think he still has more to do, right? I mean, hell, even when we interviewed him back at Pro League, he said, like, you know, who was like the best IGL at this age, right? So, you know, I think he knows that like with every game they play, the experience only grows, and I do like that we got the Buster shout out. But now we have that big iNation game that everyone's been talking about. The boys starting to arrive. Starting things off with the big boys.
The big boys indeed. And yeah, they've you know, this is a scary RMR for Big, right? Especially with some of the teams, you know, inside of the group. But I think this is definitely an opening game that Big should be looking to come out with a win. Jackie, you know, what are your expectations of Big in this tournament?
Yeah, the notorious BIG clan. I'm excited to watch it, man. I think actually this is a really good draw in terms of the first game as a benchmark for iNation, because I've been following this team for a while, so seeing them go head-to-head against Big gives me a way better picture of where they're actually standing once this first round is finished up. But I like Big. I think they're a quality roster. I think Hype's actually really exciting to watch. He's one of those players that I've had my eye on, and I think he is genuinely like talent that could go far, especially with obviously it's been last major, you move into kind of Source 2. I reckon he's got a long legacy ahead of him.
Yeah, and chance to make his first major, right? That would be a pretty big deal for Hype. They're not. And then, like on the other side of things, you look at the more tenured and experienced players here. I'm talking Tabson, really, as kind of one of the OGs of German Counter-Strike.
Are they locked in? Or iNation stuck as well? Let them out. Buster was trying to get them out earlier, but iNation locked in the van still. Luckily, we have some assistance to relieve them from their coil.
I do like the idea we've done this as a bit, like the entire time they planned there was one car with a kind of tricky seat.
They just knew it was coming.
Yeah.
It's been way worse in this group though. Maybe it's a day one thing, right? Like once you get used to the cars, you'll be okay.
I think over time we should make it more and more of a challenge.
Yeah.
Like maybe add like some swinging swords or something in front of the door, like maybe like projectiles. But anyway, here's iNation. Yeah, you know, I am excited kind of for the similar reasons to you, Jackie, right? This is actually a team that have been doing very, very well at like the kind of like tier 2 like level of competition, right? They've actually been kicking up a bit of a storm there. So this is going to be cool for benchmarking. You know, I think Big are a bit of a weird one in terms of where I view them in this group, because Big have this issue where like sometimes when everyone's in form and you're getting like Hype looking lights out with the AWP, Tabson really feeling himself, you have like a bunch of young players here as well, they can look incredible, but it's the consistency being struck with this team, and I think that comes with the territory of having so many, you know, young players within this Big squad.
Yeah, no, I think that's sort of the same sort of scenario that we're looking at really with iNation as well, in terms of like not really the age comparison, but the way they approach the game. It feels almost like they are a team that is very willing to constantly adapt in the style of CS they play. They play the sort of CS you expect to see your 18, 19-year-olds play, and they do it well. So I'm excited to see Vladen on the Big server.
Right, I'm here alongside Choi from iNation. I've got a few questions about the team. I first saw you guys compete back in June at the ROG Masters. Big fan of the roster. I feel like you've got a ton of talent individually. And in terms of the calling, it always seems like you're 1 to 2 steps ahead. Just wondered how the team feels coming into the RMRs.
I mean, we feel pretty good. We prepared really good. We had a long boot camp. We feel ready, comfortable, and yeah, we will give our best.
I wanted to know as well, in terms of support from the Serbian scene, really cool to see you guys here. Has that been? Has there been a lot of support from the community?
Yeah, of course, like even pro players like Nico Hunter gave us a lot of support. Kasad, Janko, everyone is cheering for us. We had talks with them, how to prepare and so on. So yeah, everyone is supporting us, yeah.
In terms of your first matchup, then obviously a best of one, a little bit of a tricky format. Going up against Big, are you feeling quite confident, or are you taking it as it goes in terms of the matchups?
I mean, our best of ones are not really good, but we prepared really good. We had a long time to prepare, so we kind of know what we're going to play and what to expect. So yeah, best of ones are tricky, as you said. 1 or 2 rounds can be really tough to like come back mentally and also as the scoreline. So we'll see.
And finally, any words for the Serbian fans watching at home?
I mean, just to thank all of them for the support and to keep supporting us. We will give our best to try to get legend and maybe even challenger stage.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Troy. Lovely to speak to you, man.
Thank you.
A huge opportunity indeed for the iNation boys. And actually really interesting, Jackie, to hear that, you know, we have people like Janko and Kasad and even Nico Hunter, more players from this region, you know, helping them and assisting them and getting them ready for what is a huge tournament for this young team.
Yeah, well, I think like even just brand-wise, right? iNation is kind of like a huge icon for the Serbian Counter-Strike scene, so you kind of got that name being represented, and some of the players now that are sort of passing the torch. It's cool. In terms of the unicorn odds, though, for this one, obviously Big being the favorites makes sense, but these are actually quite close odds. That's not that bad.
Yeah, I think, you know, I still have high expectations for Big. I'm less familiar with the iNation boys, and obviously with them, you know, this being the biggest event so far for this whole team. I think this is. You know, this is going to be a difficult game for sure. And on Anubis as well, we slipped over that, glossed over it. Second most played map for iNation, right behind Inferno, and obviously one that Big, the Grenade Masters of Tabson and God B have surely cooked up something cool. They've been, you know, making the meta in terms of utility. I talked back at Pro League as well. If you see, if you look at, you know, Tabson's Twitch clips, all the pros are in there clipping some of his smokes and lineups and setups. So I think that's going to be really exciting to see if iNation have maybe done their homework and can come in with a few cheeky ideas to take this map away from Big.
I think iNation have actually won the VO, which is wild in a VO1. Like, but you know, yeah, this is a map that iNation are very well versed on, have a lot of ideas on, and honestly, it's one of, you know, kind of somewhat shaky map historically for the Big squad, and you know, even fielding losses to some of these teams that we kind of see floating around that, you know, like tier 2 level. So they're not immune to getting taken down here, and they are going to be up against a team that feel very comfortable on this map. Maybe that could give iNation a little edge. They're going to start things off over on the CT side, so we're expecting big things here in the first half for the Germans.
Will it be large? Sizable even?
Gargantuan, perhaps.
Oof.
Creepy crawling in mid. No one with eyes on yet. B push, of course, punish, CT aggression, all the talk of the town on Anubis and how difficult it can be to get away with it. They have been spotted in middle, but just this fear alone is enough. They're going to leave hyped here for the late round. Can try and lurk out, maybe even with Quito as well. He's got the bomb. Both watching for aggression. They might get some.
Hyped with the Glock. Just has Kindo walk straight into his crosshair and give up another frag. So a lot of breathing room to work with for Big here, and tons of map control already established. And the pressure's on really for the CT side to clap back. Fladden, he really is a bit of a mean machine for this team. Out of ammunition, depression forced back by Hyped. And it's all on Fladden. 2 frags to his name. Can he rack up 2 more on the push?
Ooh, gets out dodge for a second. He runs out of ammo though. They don't punish him. The smoke comes down. He's going to try and rush the plant. Get Hyped right off the box. It's going to be an easy kill for Hype. Molly does push him forward somewhat, but Choi can't close. And Hype steps up with a big pistol round to win it out for Big. Just look at the patience of that pistol. Sure, it gets close, but Big just hold every extremity. They get 2 kills on a plate. iNation, bit of impatience goes a long way for Berlin International Gaming, and they will start strong on the T side.
A little bit of history to sprinkle in as well, obviously, with them saying that Yanko's watching at home, supporting. He played back under the iNation banner in 2013. You know, it's one of those memories where it's like kind of cool to see the brand have gone so far and make it here. So yeah, just a little tidbit in CS history.
Yeah, I also hope we have Prof watching from HLTV, because of course we do have a Croatian player in the server in Depression. So that's exciting. Nice little mix on the Balkan boys. Right now it's a full eco stack on B. But Big are not playing too curious in these couple of rounds. Got a man checking out A main. But they're waiting again for a reaction. They're going to get one. Walking down dark, 4 players. k1to ready to make some moolah. He's got a quick kill. They're going to run at him one by one, and Hype's just picking them apart from afar. It's easily done by Big, who get rid of that eco round.
Yeah, I'm really excited to get to watch Hyped in this series. I think he's probably the big draw for me right now, just because we saw him have some really lights out games back at Pro League, some times where he would just kind of step up and dominate. And I think it's very, very interesting as well, because he's more risk prone than an AWPer like Searson, who obviously was the man in for Big before. I think a lot of people are kind of looking at what Hyped has brought to the table and enjoying the kind of extra bit of oomph it's given to the Big squad, I guess you could say. We do love oomph.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think even, you know, Maui was talking about back at EPL about how, you know, Searson was still using the same openers and the same round paths from years ago, and so he was getting fairly easy to read and deal with, and we definitely didn't see, you know, great performances from Searson in the last couple of years. You know, peaked in the online era where Big were at, for one point, number one in the world.
Yeah.
Right? For a very...
Dude, there was like a point in time when all the teams were saying like, yeah, we want to play Big because they're like the best right now, so we want to try and take them down. And yeah, like we kind of witnessed a bit of a fall off in the return to LAN.
But bringing in, you know, a young AWPer, I mean, that's great for Big, because this is a team that has also frequented the academy players, right? Look at Crimbo. k1to even made a departure down there as well for a while, and he came back looking fresher than ever. So I think adding another flavor from your academy squad goes a long way. We'll hold this point, though, because Vladden's found a lovely timing, and the MAC-10 will not be able to stop him. Crimbo's caught in the corner. Vladden looks to finish him. It's not pretty, but it does get the job done.
Yeah, Choiv inside of the site, and he does have support moving in. They hold on a dark, and so they feed k1to. Oh, this one is flipped on its head. And k1to, insane round, 4 kills from the man. Patience is a virtue for k1to.
He was so cheap on Fantasy, I'm already regretting my decision. I almost did. I really almost did.
Yeah, you know, I mean, actually, even looking at k1to, I think Big are an example. You know, Mouse at XT transitioning into Mouse are always given a lot of credit for what they did there. Obviously, you know, the results have been fantastic. For Big, you know, the results have been, I would say, like more of a gradual thing to try and pick up as they've started to siphon like different players into the squad. But they are one of these teams that use their academy squad as something to try and spur on the main team players, right? This idea that, yeah, look, man, we will put you back on that academy team. And k1to went there himself, had some time in the leadership role, had some time where he had to try and you know, rise to that challenge. And I mean, he dominated in the season that he went and played. And I think it did wonders for him. I mean, we've interviewed him a couple of times, and he touched upon how it's kind of given him a fresh perspective, boosted the confidence a bit, you know, like brought his kind of fire back out in a way.
I guess that is the first example, unless I'm wrong, of any player being demoted to an academy team for any time. Yeah, it is. So that's a very interesting point, especially when you consider the brain power that Big have in their team, not just Gob behind and all the staff in Big, but considering that Crimbo was also the in-game leader of the era of the academy team that he was in at one point. So, you know, we have double in-game leaders. Then we have k1to, who has experience and has talked about how that raised his individual level and also helped him understand what it takes to be a leader a little bit more. So overall, I think it's just a great, you know, formation for Big right now.
No, I'm very much inclined to agree, and I think that's something that is cool about the academy system, is that, you know, or any player really transitioning over even for a brief period to try and learn a bit about IGLing, right? Even for someone like Nico and OG, I can imagine he's probably learned a lot from this stint. I think it helps make you a more complete player because you know how to relay information in a way that is helpful to your IGL because you've been in that position before. Vladden's going to get one here, but it should just be a big round. They should just be moving up onto a fourth. These pistols kind of separated by the smokes, locked out of the sight. You have depression, but Keto deals with depression. Vladden, another off this Deagle, but then brought to a close. Keto in great form coming into this, and you know when we saw him back at Pro League, he was also one of the kind of big performers for this squad. He was looking really good there. Did kind of quieten off at the next couple of events we saw them attend. Had a couple of hit and miss games, I would describe. But if he can kind of replicate the form he showed upon moving back into this big squad after that stint in the academy roster, it makes Big that much more threatening.
Yeah, I think we were just a little disappointed at Big because they had a good run, right? They defeated, you know, Saw, they took Heroic to 3 maps and some overtimes and 16-14 loss. They beat Cole twice inside of the group in BO3s, but then they fell to Movistar to not make it to the playoffs. So I think Big they wanted more from EPL, and maybe they can find more here at the RMR as well, because things have already started to look in ship shape. Smooth sailing, so to say. But it is T-side Anubis, boys. I mean, what can you expect? Still pretty hard to get through. And we're seeing iNation try and fight their demons and avoid aggression. In that previous round, 2 players tried to push middle, decided against it, but they didn't clear Faven, and he was able to backstab them with great timing. So they make it very quick to dark. Keto on a manhunt.
Even with these opening seconds as well, you can see how confident Big look individually. Commanding the map control, forcing iNation to play uncomfortably. Towards mid, it seems like they're actually setting up though with the bait setup. Teammate playing anti-flash, depression's faced off the angle, Kindo can go in. And that works well, drop the re-smoke, but the pressure again being applied. Keto on the stairs, wants to surprise. Drop the flash and the smoke in, and this buys them a bit more time, with Choi playing directly behind it.
This is a great position. Is Hyped going to look here? He does, but that's a fast shot for depression, and he gets out of there in a 5-on-3. iNation now no longer need the info, need the aggro, but they are still going for it. This could dig them a grave, and Faven spots it, so iNation will peel back. Big are so split right now. Someone needs to get an entry, or this round will be dead in the water. Vladden waits. There's no flash for him. He's got to take a dry fight.
Kind of interesting. iNation saw the bomb outside of B when they peaked. Faven had it there alone, and so that's kind of prompted a bit of a lean back towards this B side of the map. They're now clearing out long, so Dragon gets that info, but Crimbo with a saucy tap, and now he's looking to lead the troops in. Cut down by depression, strikes fast from the connector. Orp in hand, but low on health. Might want to wait for his teammates to move in. This kill on the pillar over towards Fountain is just too tantalizing for him to give up the angle. His teammates wrapping, and the gap in this smoke is kind of brutal, honestly. There's angles open that Big don't know about right now. Keto, while he was ready for one, hides in the smoke, goes looking for this second man. Dragon's got the read, and on the smoke fade, he's going to nail the shot. So iNation, they do well to find that one. Lovely round from Depression's AWP.
You can't really blame him there, close main as well. It looks like there's not that big of a gap for his teammate.
Yeah, but we saw it from the other POV. It's a bad gap to have left.
A big gap, so that's really awkward. Could have been a clutch up there. Well handled by Dragon and Depression to begin this tap. Pretty gnarly. And they're getting ready to go. They're getting rare and roaring as iNation find their first round.
Oh, mate.
Quick.
Yeah, that was a sickening flick.
Might just reset, go for an XX soon as well. Do still have that A control, but they can crawl up dark pretty quickly. It is smoked right now. Keto trying to sell something on A, give Crimbo some control. Life as an A player is never easy, never fun.
No, because essentially, what happens over on A is it's like, okay, I want to push for info, I want to try and turn the tide, but I can't, because if I die, we lose the round. Dragon over in mid, bested by Faven through the smoke. And so that early advantage that Big has now only grows 5v3, and they're poised for the B here. iNation leaning into the A side gamble. So this round is Big's. There's kind of no fighting for it. If you're iNation, you've just got to save. You know, getting off to a good start like this for Big, not surprising. Not because they're coming into this as favorites, but because they're starting over on the T side. They find the pistol, right? They just kind of have a good leg up from then on in. I mean, we've seen some incredibly one-sided T-sides on this map. You know, as time's gone on, I think some teams have kind of brought a fresh approach to the CT side. Still, you know, good CT sides are few and far between. And so for iNation, this was always going to be kind of the hardest part of this game. You knew at some point Big were going to have a round like this where, yeah, they get two openers and you're left saving, you're left just having a gamble stack. It was par for the course when you signed up for Anubis. So I don't think this is going to get to them too much yet. Oftentimes on this map, you just kind of celebrate when you can and save when you can't.
And even that save is not guaranteed. Look at Big right now. I don't know if they'll commit because they actually don't have any money yet, but they have trapped them in this box. Depression should hit this shot. Oh my goodness, that was... Did he blink? Did he blink when he got peeked? Should have employed the Coles era. One eye at a time. Never be caught sleeping. But he gets away with the AWP, and that's really all that matters here for iNation. Big, still in control of this game.
Confident as you like so far on the T side here of Anubis. But because of the save that we saw narrowly from iNation, holding on to that AWP on Depression, they've still got all the bells and whistles they would need going into the 7th. You've got to find the impact with it, as that's what the man on your screens has been doing. Hyped has been looking so good so far. If you can maintain this pace, you've got a lot of pressure on you. They actually went for the peak as well, a little
So
gap
scary.
on the smoke, but...
I walked it. He didn't think he was in any danger.
Oh, he's still holding this. They've slipped up on the left-hand side. Keto's covering to bait the crosshair, but it's a game of bobbling left and right, and he peeks back in to say goodnight to Hyped.
Yeah, it's kind of cool seeing Depression and Hyped go up against one another, because these two actually have a history from the Academy League.
Yeah.
Depression had a season where he played with Fnatic Rising, and obviously, as we talked about earlier, Hyped came from that big Academy squad. So these two, there is a degree of familiarity there.
And there is a... What's nice about this map is there's a very clear AWP fight. If you want to take it, it's similar to like Ancient, where you're on that B boost box, right? It's like, this is... There are a lot of places to play AWPs on Anubis. You know, you could play double, you could play triple AWP Fury, we've talked about it, but this is the best place to have that AWP fight. Darkest Stairs, great flash peek. Keto knew it was coming. He still can't contain Choiv. 3-on-5 right now, Big and hot water, but these rounds are so winnable. Oh, he picks up nades. They know there's more. He's ready. A reswing on this contact. He's going to go for it. Someone got the kill. Bomb dropped. 5-on-2. 20 seconds. Crimbo save the day or die. It will be the latter. Faven just saving his gun. He'll get that exit, but the AWP is here, and Depression don't miss. 2 rounds now to iNation. They build in.
So Depression in that round, sending them back to bed, not letting them get out of it. Good, clean shots on the AWP. Getting a bit of momentum building finally for the iNation side. And I mean, fair play to Choiv as well. Very uncomfortable angle he's fighting from. Still goes on to get 2 of the kills.
Yeah, it's Hyped jiggling there that gets him killed, right? The timing, although he doesn't know, it was really good if he just went for the straight up peek, but a bit of hesitation, wanted to bait a shot perhaps, get some info, and that just gave Depression the warning to scope up. Pistols again, but I've heard a thing or two about these Yemen Yeags.
Yeah, you can never count out a Yemen Yeag.
Yeah. German Deeg is fearful to any man. That Yeag, that damn Yeag.
Let's see, Tabson with his... Ooh, don't do that again. Don't give him another go at it. You just kind of go, yeah, fortunate to have lived through that one. And Dragon will deal with Tabson and that Deagle. They're going to try and assemble the boost by the looks of things on the right-hand side. Gives you a bit of an angle towards backside and dark.
Very tall man.
Oh, well, that was the best opportunity you're going to have. And Dragon right now is tearing through them.
Dragging them through hell, Harry.
Trying to think of some Dragon kind of puns.
Oh, they'll come to you.
Never watched Game of Thrones.
Nope.
And the moment everyone said it ends horribly, I thought, thank God I never watched Game of Thrones.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't want to like watch 3 or 4 seasons.
There was a dragon in Shrek. Maybe there's a possible link in there.
Donkey. Stop blowing my mind.
Is that your Shrek?
Yeah, I guess so.
Wow.
Does the dragon have a name? Do they even acknowledge the dragon?
It's just Mrs. Dragon.
I think it is just Dragon. I think the name is just...
It's Donkey's wife, really.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
This is Donkey. All right. Depression don't miss. Big running amok right now with a... Oh, it's a mess. It's a slaughter. iNation out of ammo, but they'll get it done. Under the rug, go big with 4 rounds.
This is honestly already a pretty damn good CT side, right? Like if you wanna really make a case for iNation here, it's like if they keep building, if they keep finding some rounds like this, keeping big on the back foot as much as they can, I think they'll be very, very happy with how this has panned out. Buy back in for the big boys. Hyped bringing that AWP into the fray, but over these last few, Depression has been willing to meet him in the middle. That is a ludicrous amount of damage from the nades. He doesn't have armor alongside the... Oh no, he does have armor. It disappeared into the jersey, but mate, okay. The nades reign over. They've done 93 damage to open up this round, and that AWP on Hyped, forced to be very respectful. He can't take any of these aggro peaks anymore. This is a nice start for iNation, but this push, slight gap in the smoke, and Crimbo is practically begging you to try your hand at a bit of A aggression here.
Oh no.
Missed shot from Depression's AWP. He was maybe needed to bail out Dragon, who thankfully has been able to cross over towards the dark side. Now making it out. He's done well to stay alive. Denies that opening pick. Smoke only just getting dropped here, and yeah. That looks very purposeful. Going to play the one way behind it.
It's a little early though. Big aren't grouped just yet. They're waiting for that A main split to get set up. The orb's been swapped out here to the low player. Keto, he's faking. If he gets a kill, that's really going to shuffle this defense right now, but he needs to use some util to make sure he's safe. The turn is there. Oh, Keto with a massive frag. Depression trades, but he won't get aggressive, and meanwhile, that's pulled a mid player out. Tabson's taking the space. He's got the timing. That player's moving back in with the AWP. Crimbo starts to run. Vladden's there. Needs a pre-fire. Oh, missed shot from the orb. Tabson can pounce. Hyped will do it instead. 10 seconds. They've got to stick it.
This is awkward. You know, Tabson crossed through mid, so he could be up close, and this retake gets off to a bad start. Depression dead. The man with HP leaves it on Dragon's AWP.
Wow.
Not the man meant to bear it. He's dropped out of the round. Big, they do find a way back into that one there. And honestly, you know, I think Big have to breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. That one was starting to get really sour, starting to get a little bit weird. This double setup in A, dealt nicely with the split.
Felt like Vladden did enough, right? Double kill, 10 seconds left, but he peeks back for more, and that's where Hyped finds him. He's probably dead to Tabson anyway, but Captain comes up with 2 massive kills to close the round, and all because they let him slip through mid. One missed shot went a long way. If Tabson died, never would have won that round, you'd like to think. That being said, Hyped is a clutcher. We've already seen that back at EPL, so I think this guy has more to show. Very close round. One that iNation can be proud of, but they need more. More rounds with Depression's AWP, the better. So we will be able to start with it yet again.
Ooh. The early nades have been so good from iNation. You're doing tons of chip damage every round. Of course, you've still got to build off the back of that and convert those tags into frags.
True, was that the A window nade? Because it's hit hyped in Quito outside of A.
Yeah, I think it's the same default nade they went for last time that literally left hyped on free HP.
Yeah, the one that did like 93 damage just sailing in over the top. Yeah, it is a great nade, especially for this fight. The Depression knows they've been offering up. Oh, that's really awkward. You're kind of lucky to still have an even odds bout here, but going back in, Hyped will deal with Depression.
Fringe Bow in the worst corner to clear, but he will force the fight.
That's gnarly.
Yeah.
He flicks down. He was already fighting a guy, someone else over towards the stairs. Quito, in the meantime, is out through dark, just kind of being annoying. You know, at this moment in time, he's got some serious real estate. He's got the whole site on lockdown, and he's called across to the rest of the gang, like, guys, come in with that bomb. I've locked them out. Last guy's over at long that was this player defending this side of the map, so they know they've got an open bomb plant. I do like how decisive this reposition was, but I don't think you ever group to give this round a go. If Dragon found something, you know, someone for whatever reason being around over here in mid, maybe, but you're just so far removed and so big. They do the legwork here. Quito, the man to open it all up.
I am liking Big's default a lot because Quito is in a really powerful position, and not only are they setting him up to take Dark in some of these rounds, but he's proving that he can do it when he's on his own, and that opens up Big's options to run fake rounds like the one we saw prior where Quito was taking Dark solo and Big was still going for that A contact hit. So yeah, I think Quito is doing a lot of work right now on this T side and in a very important area as well. AWP will be grabbed. It's a big save for iNation, but it's still going to be the Germans up in the lead for the time being. Seeing some A main aggression. It's been treating him nicely. It's a good trade out. God, Quito's just so quick. Guy's 6'6". Cracked and jacked.
And always clapping straight back into these rounds.
Whoa. Oh, it missed. Ooh. Oh, I didn't miss, but Big ran, the first ball ran past it, and the
then they're just waiting for it. I mean, the nade's been coming every round, right? So they know to wait for it. And the cool thing about that for iNation is that level of conditioning slightly slows down their play down towards canals, and that's what Depression was hoping he could play around. But Hyped with a very convincing shot to open this round up, and not one he was favored in either.
He's been changing his angles a lot towards that dark fight, right? Fighting from stairs, dropping one-way smokes, playing wide on the pillar. He's been keeping it fresh, right? Big trying to adapt and not be predictable.
Talk of being unpredictable. I mean, Faven pushing the entire way up on middle. Choiv's watching it. Tucked in behind the smoke, and there's a bit of a gap to work with here, but the two-player setup will spot him. They sound the alarm. Meanwhile, Dragon, he'll light up the first, slain by the Knight of Quito on entry.
Gotta go back for the bomb. Maybe his teammate can
that could be someone else's job. Quito wants to take space here, and so he will just commit to the push. Crimbo with the plant and a 3v3 now ensuing. iNation, they lose a man over towards the spawn. They do reclaim it. I was going to say it might just be a save if they are stuck in this 2v3, but Vlad, important kill to tip the scales. This molly is burning them out, forcing a peek, but Crimbo, in his dying breath, wins the 1v1 to take the round. Nice try from the iNation boys. They do well to get that one so close, but this is where I really want to just home in on the impact that Quito's been having in this game. Really nice start from him and Hyped. Hyped gets this opener to find the early 5v4. Quito delivers the kills to open up the B play again. You know, we keep seeing this out of him, and it's so frustrating to deal with. You know, these B plays, once you've given up Dark, once you're getting contested through there, are really hard to contain.
Farming him up. Faven has bloodlust.
Just like a little spooked by the shots he heard behind him. That's a very chaotic situation in mid.
And they've dressed his team. That's so funny. Killing Quito of all people, like, no, you've had enough kills. You will not farm my ecos, not today.
This could get weird now. I don't want to say it's going to.
Faven's trying extra hard because he killed his teammate.
He could get a 6K right now.
6K?
He could 6K. Please 6K. I've always wanted one. I've always wanted one. Go on, Faven. Just go. Ignore tabs and ignore God B. They're telling you to play safe right now, but go and get the 6K.
Molly. It's good, Molly. He's going to get it.
Oh, he knows he's in mid. Can he get all 6? Faber, come on. The last kill is always the hardest, but surely he's going to get it.
Oh, he's got it.
There it is. 6 kills for Faven in the round.
An ode to Nork. Finding all the glory. And then some team foolery as well, killing Keto.
Let's get all 6. This is how it started. Bit of a smoke.
It was so many shots.
It was so many shots. That's what makes it like gold.
Oh, dear.
That is brilliant.
But he didn't stop at any point. He didn't think, you know what?
Faven now joins a very exclusive club of 6Kers.
Yep. Are there only 2?
I know the Nork one.
Did it on Vertigo.
Yeah, that's the one from like short on Vertigo with the, was it pistol?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the one I remember. It's definitely happened before, but here we go. Choiv dead immediately. Keto in dark again. I mean, hell, it literally took a teammate nailing him in the last round with 3 or 4 shots to get rid of this guy. Kindo does it, but Faven immediately trades, and this guy's confidence has skyrocketed. Yeah. 2 to open up this, and even taking Spawn away. Finally, that depression hits. But the plant coming through for Big. Sat pretty in the 3v2. And iNation going to struggle to find a way back in.
Oh dear, this angle's weird, but Vladden's actually gone wide in the smoke. He's going to see hyped repeat with that AWP. It was very claustrophobic. 2 on 2 now. Talk of claustrophobic. They're locked down in dark. Someone's got to go through tabs and try to take one with him and put his teammate into a clutch. Time is low. They've got a kit, but they've got to get on it quick. Tabs and swings, they line up, and he takes both. No one even looking at that smoke. Dear, oh dear. 10 rounds now to Big. They are running away with this one.
Man, felt like Big came out so strong for the first few rounds of the game. iNation finally sort of got a chance to play a bit of counter. We're getting into their groove, making a few moves. The confidence was back as well with the aggressive peaks they were taking once again after being a little bit conditioned by Big. Now, though, you're facing potentially 11 rounds being on the board for Big unless you can bring it back here with the mixed bag buy, the Famises and the MP9. They go for the aggressive play, and Choiv actually does win out.
Big say see ya. They say, thanks. We know you're stacked B. We're going to take some space. They're probably not expecting an MTA bomb site, but free reward. And now we get a very interesting round. Ooh, Vladden getting picked out early by a very tight angle. This is a 4v4 retake now for iNation. Unless there's a kit on that body, I don't think they have one at all. And so this is going to be even harder now in a must-attempt round.
Depression. With the Famer seeing if he can do much at all here when the push comes in to back up the rest of the boys. Keto on a spam, supported by Crimbo, and all the kills are coming up K on the scoreboard today. Final frag secured there by Crimbo to round things out as they lock it down at the half. Big on top. Will they win? Or will they lose it out in the second half? Find out after the break.
So I just immediately like...
We saw some recruit.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And
Oh, no way. Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the Gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal! Ah!
Ah! No way, this is last place.
It went really badly.
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
It's now time for Dupree to show us how much grit he's got. Will he bring vitality to this challenge? Will his movement be good enough? Or will the new map take the spring right out of his step? It's time to start the gauntlet.
Ooh, interesting. All right, let's get this show on the road. Ah! So this is another long jump thing. Oh, I jumped too. No, that's very nice. Oh, surf. Oi, no. Oh, yeah, I made it. Oh. Easy Katka. Hello, it's bugged. Hello. I swear, you need to take at least 3 seconds off the time on that one. Oh my God, what did I just do? I'm literally too slow. Oh, that was close. No! Ah! Ah! I made it, don't worry about it. Oh! Oh! No! Yes! Woo! Can we call S-Attack and get him in here, please? Movement King, A-Core, maybe Alexi B, something like that. I'm pretty old, so movement is not my key thing, but I excelled in the shooting part, so I think that's fine. I think that was okay.
dupreeh, everyone. Well done. I was watching from the sidelines. Let me shake your hand again. First one, the bravest to set a time on the Gauntlet Challenge. How did you feel about your try?
Started out decent, turned into horrendous, ended up fairly fair.
Like any good career, right?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much, yes.
All right, let's make it official. Let's pull in the leaderboard. Assistant? Beautiful. Let's go ahead and reveal your time as the first official contestant of the Gauntlet. That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
It's the Keto Show right now as Big sit 11-4 up off their T side of Anubis and opening PO1 for the iNation boys. And while they were competitive out of the gate, Keto truly did get unleashed down in dark, finding entry after entry, 3-0 in opening duels, 4 multi-kill rounds, and overall a great time for the big boys.
Yeah. You know, it's an 11-4 half standout player being, you know, I would say like Keto and for my money, even though Favin's above him on the board, hyped, having a lot of influence in how these opening fights went, right? But I'm not sounding the alarm for iNation yet, right? The best side's still ahead of them here.
So you hope.
Oh, Favin, that's a lot of damage off the dual Berettas. Almost enough for 2 kills, but almost ain't gonna cut it here. Run down by iNation. Mid now taken fast in through the temple, making the temple run as they come in towards this B side. Keto, quick tap to find the first. Now getting pressured in through dark, but Keto answers the call. He does really well to get out with a double there, and now it's the 2 low health players left standing for iNation. Depression and Kindo moving up, gonna try and retake the temple, but Tabson's waiting, tapping away, playing it safe, doing the safety darts, and everyone look at Johans as he finds 2. Big, they grab the pistol.
How have you not used that one before, Harry?
Go, mate. Well,
that's fire.
Save the gold for the best games.
That is fire, wow. And it's from Tabson too. Headshots in that angle, in that fight. You know, Favin, he maybe created the dually meta. He was one of the OGs, this guy, but that damage capitalized upon. Dude, I do love the amount of energy that Big are bringing to this game already, especially Keto, even from winning the opening 2 rounds, who's screaming. This is a very scary team once they get hyped. And I mean that in more ways than one. 12-4 and a forced buy for iNation. It's not a bad decision given the bomb plant. Got an AK. But they're going to creepy crawl their way into a B fight. And oh my god, Keto's on the AUG. Go on, lad. Scope in though.
Go off, King. Here he is. Big AUG player. Literally.
Yeah, there it is.
Kindo with the trade.
Dead now, of course.
And the site lost, but Favin's still ready to play through this smoke, waiting for a flashback. He's going to stop the bomb plant. They will get the trade immediately, but even that throws a bit of weirdness into the round now.
Yeah.
Suddenly, someone's got to be a brave boy and go across, go grab that bomb, and look to plant it again with Big already making that move. You're scared, hyped, nails the shot on Akindo, knocks him out of the round. Tabson moving in, killing blow onto Vladen. And Joyve in a rough way, in a bad spot, gets one, but that's the end of the line. Smoke spammed out.
That's why you don't see a lot of teams use that smoke as well. They rather use it on Temple and maybe on the back lane for CT, but it's cheaper, right? You only need one piece of util to cover all those angles, but it allows Big to play behind the bomb site, behind the obelisk, as some call it. And look at how oppressive that pre-plant is. Big flash their way through 3 times before the bomb ever makes it in. And they just play so oppressively. The mad dash to stop the bomb in the first place just means iNation can never plant. They know that Big are set up close. That's a really nice round for Big to get rid of a force buy that had full control of B, seemingly. Putting this AK over the top again. Choiv dropped this one over, but he can't see. He can't see, and they walk below. You often see that. Hype's reading that. Playing crouched, avoiding the boost, and hoping they walk into his crosshair. He'll only get one, but Vladden's low. It's up to the Keto show again. I'm tuned in.
Yeah, I mean, who isn't? The ratings are through the roof. Everyone's talking about it. Boost for iNation, but not going to get given a fight here. Maybe from the back of the site, actually.
Again, only have one smoke.
Just disassembled it. Faven going on a bit of a jiggle. There's that smoke going out. They deal with Keto down and lower. He gets blocked out of the round. Unlucky for some, but great news for iNation. Bomb planted, iNation.
Here it is.
Is this flash through again for Faven? He's going to use it against them once more. Down in dark, Faven knocks them out. And one man left, but he knows about him. That shot sails on past, whistles by. They know where Kindo is. They've got him boxed in. Out with the swing, Tabson will find him, will punish. The double dark post plant gets lit up, and Faven keeps enjoying this smoke that iNation are throwing.
Yes.
He says, look, if you guys are going to give me this, I'm going to use it against you every single time. And the thing that's beautiful about it is Faven, you know, if after the last time they weren't worried about it, now they certainly are. Now they might even move away from throwing that. Now if they do throw it, they're all going to be looking at it. And so in a way, you know, it actually makes their position stronger for the times that Faven doesn't play like that. You know, these smokes are going to make a lot of eyeballs switch onto them. You're constantly paranoid about these flashes through it.
They've been throwing that, but they've also been just like behind Obelisk. They're bouncing like a flash off the left pillar and in plat and just swinging with it as well. So Big are just throwing lefts and rights at iNation, and right now no one can stop them. Depression with a huge kill. I will say the one highlight of this game has been Depression with the AWP. Sure, Hyped had his number at a few rounds, but we did have a lot of opening kills, you know, roundabout on the CT side. So Dragon's going to follow up. He gets flash pushed. Faven finishes the spray. Nice commitment there. In a 3-on-4, Big try and pull it back.
Vladden waltzing his way in, trying to command respect now towards the A site. Loses 40 HP for his troubles to even get a foot in the door. And Crimbo on the reposition. Polarizes the bleeding and cuts down one. And that's got to be the save round then for Big. Going back towards the A site where Kindo is lurking to fumble with the guns. He strikes against them. And it really is all on Faven to just hold on to what he's got.
The bomb's coming back over here towards B.
Go on.
They're about to follow through with the A play. Faven's still floating around, but now even he's getting a bit paranoid.
Or if you're in the right place, maybe you shouldn't say.
I mean, at that point, it almost feels like it's begging you to try the 1v3, right?
Too much restraint, I think.
Also, he doesn't know where anyone is in this whole time. They could be in Temple. They could be wrapping him. They could be through A. He's like, this is the only real estate he has, this little cave to hide in.
Combat save.
Even each step in towards the spawn is not like the warm embrace of safety that you want in this attempted save of the AWP. You're paranoid every step of the way, and with good reason. Right here, ready to meet him, was Choiv. And so iNation with a fifth. They're even really trying to hunt this AWP down, but they stopped dedicating resources to it with good reason. They need to start thinking about their own money here, more so than punishing that of Biggs.
Yeah, even though it's really nice to take that AWP out, at a certain level, you're not even going to get to play the rounds you want to play if you're not keeping enough guns up and having util. We've already seen what a lack of utility has done to these B hits for iNation, forcing them into one smoke attacks and how Big have been flashing through it. So, yeah, Big have had a game plan, man, that's for sure. They've got some answers to problems. And so they'll call a timeout, 14-5. Very respectful of what could happen if they get ahead of themselves. Gob coming in with some choice words, but I'm assured that Big should be ready to close this map.
Yeah, I spoke to Tabson before this game. We actually recorded it for a little interview, but I don't believe we had time to show it. And I asked him, one of the questions was just, with this being the last global offensive major, like last chance to really leave a mark, is this something that you and Gob B have thought about? Because, when you talk about the guys who've kind of been around the German scene forever, they're the two names that come up. And he said, no, genuinely, it's not something that we've really thought about. He said, there's always going to be more majors. There's always going to be more Counter-Strike, even if, the form changes, right? And it was an answer that very much kind of screamed that we're just going to treat this as though it's any other major, and it didn't sound like Tabson had any desire to want to step away come the release of CS2. So, good for the future at least. Here's iNation with this B pop key. Oh, just gets the smoke down in time, but was always going to be a dead man trapped in its confines. This is a round for iNation, served up on a platter. They get the two openers, and they run away with it. Big, left saving again. Only this time, I imagine iNation have a little more cause. Try to give this one a look in.
Poking those in.
Still might be worth building your own money, though.
That's a
for the longevity of the game.
That's a reassuring thing you say, though, Harry, because I would expect players like Tabson to be wanting to stick around, and I think that's a conversation to be worth having. Do people want to adopt a new CS? Are people, players near maybe the end of their careers? I think we might see some retirements going into CS2, or at least changing from active pro to other roles like coach, and maybe
something about bringing up a new breed of player, right? I do think that's a very interesting dialogue to have, because I think for a lot of people, there's no question in their mind that they want to keep playing professionally, but then there will be some, like you say, there's this idea of maybe going out on a high, maybe not wanting to adapt all over again to a brand new game.
Yeah, but I think Tabson, what do we always assign with this guy? Gob B as well, very nerdy on the smokes, like to figure out cool ideas, great game theory on these players. So I think CS2
I
is
think they're invaluable
for that.
come the transition to CS2.
Yes, definitely one of those minds in the game. So it's a great thing to hear. Little pop towards B. They've thrown a smoke, the T's have. Flash anyway, but blinded by it, not ideal. Back in with a double, and iNation look to sweep this save under the rug. Might just be a resave as well, as they shuffle back through spawn. iNation pop through their own smoke. It's a pretty swift execute, pretty clean. A double kill certainly helps, but the util looks a lot better this time around.
Yeah, what's kind of cool here is, you haven't really seen a great deal of depth just yet out of the iNation T side. And they play this map a lot. They've got a lot of ideas, but these last few rounds have just been these B hits. And I like what that's going to do in the long run. Now Big, you kind of have to give them the respect almost and start to consider it, because Big have been waiting for that one point that they finally don't exec B, and it just keeps happening. And it's only so long you can say to yourself, well, they can't do this forever. Thus far, they kind of have been doing this forever. So you are going to have to start to siphon some extra resources over there, and that's where, the kind of mind games come into play between these squads. iNation have conditioned them heavily to worry about the B site. Big even calling in a timeout as they can feel iNation picking up a bit of steam. You can't get too comfortable. 14 rounds is not a one game. There's still time to lose that in regulation. So, you don't start breathing sigh of relief. You don't start preemptively celebrating yet. Big trying to keep their heads screwed on. They don't want a comeback to happen against them now. Especially not on a map that is kind of so so associated with comebacks already in its relatively short time span of being played, right? Some of the most insane comebacks we've ever seen. Ludicrous scorelines have happened on this map. Cough, cough. I'm talking to you, Vitality and FaZe.
Now, how are the vital signs for iNation at the minute? They've gone from flatlining to getting themselves back into the flow of the game. 7 rounds away from potentially tying things up, but it has to basically be flawless, and Dragon has been the embodiment of that. The winged beast, again, skewers hypes on entry.
Those double nades go over the ENCE nades, but Quito gets relatively unperturbed by them. He's going to go through the smoke. Oh, the nades are out the other way, but he won't be able to get much done. Bit of damage onto Choiv and has to give it up. Did he just drop his weapon? Was he asking for the upgrade? You're not going to get it, buddy. You're low. Taps a blind. Dead man walking as he crumbles in middle. iNation ready for what could be an A split. The Monacy smoke. Is it the one way, though? No, it lands a bit short, in fact. It's not ideal. But at least gets them into Acon.
Okay. No accounting for that one kill, the big find through the smokes, but it should still be the end of the line here for Big. iNation with an 8th, really starting to close the net, starting to close the distance here. And I mean, this is what we say, right? There's actually a lot of depth for iNation on this map. They've got a lot of ideas. And they did a good job of kind of giving this illusion of, yeah, we're very B-focused. We've got like this nice little util rollout there. So be warned for that. And Big, you know, did try and compensate this side of the map in this round, giving iNation an easier path through middle. This T side is really building. And it's not just the fact that they've got a lot of rounds in a row, it's the fashion in which they're winning them, right? Usually just getting a couple of clean openers and the round being decided on the back of that. When you look at this Big, haven't really been in the majority of rounds that iNation have put in the board. It's not like you've looked at it and iNation have had to like squeak past in some, you know, post-plant where it's even odds, and so you need like your individuals to step up. You need to hold it down in the trades. No, normally by the time the bomb's planted, they've already won the round. And so these are very concise wins, and Big can feel that. I think that's why we're seeing so many timeouts used, in spite of this scoreline still being pretty far apart.
3 timeouts in the last 5 rounds for Big, or 4 rounds, so yeah, they must be feeling some sort of pressure, trying to deal with this before it becomes a real problem. But now God B is relegated back to the chair. He can no longer communicate.
Yeah, and it's a bit of an odd one, because it's like, how are you problem solving this? Well, you know, they did the same thing a bunch. They've done something different now, and in all of these rounds, nothing's really worked for us. So it's not even like you have a foundation to build upon here. This might be something fresh, cooked up, maybe looking for Big. I think while they still have the lead, I would love to see something in the way of aggression in the early round, right? Like just trying to get stuck in, and maybe we get that now. Crimbo hopping over some of this util, but won't commit to a push. 3 players over towards B. And so right now, they just kind of play this 3-1-1. Don't have the resources to get aggressive over at A or mid. So if there is going to be a push, it's either got to come from this B site, or we're going to have to siphon a resource away. And you have that happening right now. Hyped is going to go and reinforce this A side of the map. And so we are going to get that mid-round aggression. Big are looking to come in with a bit of a push over here, perhaps.
iNation grouping up now off the back of the utility and securing themselves potentially another round if they can actually make this play work out, but they have to bypass the defense of both Quito and Faven in close position with the rotate already coming over. The first head will roll as Vladen slain. Trade back, puts them in a 4-on-4, bomb being planted as well. The smoke's at least blocking off the angles for the CTs and at least buying a bit more time until Faven finds the head, puts a bullet in it. And this is when they're going to start the rev up for the retake. Dragon on the orb, wants to get involved. That's 2 quick frags back to back. The scoped assassin laying down the law now. And they're looking a lot more timid.
Yeah, that's awkward for Big. They wanted to force a fight earlier. Keto was going to get flashed over the wall, even though there was no smoke down by Fathom, but he missed his flash, and that was the final one they actually had in the bomb site. So Big kind of didn't get to do what they wanted to, and iNation run a far better execute. These B executes have looked prettier and prettier than the opening couple of rounds.
And, you know, even getting like
some bangers.
Even getting more varied with how they do it this time, leaving CT open. I think they realize, like, yeah, Big are actually using our smokes against us a little bit there, and they're willing to meet them in the gunfights. And honestly, you know, I thought Big were going to try their hand at the aggression. They grouped 3 players over on A, but then they ended up like splitting it into a more standard like 2-1-2. So at that moment, the aggression was never going to come through. I'm just getting a bit nervous because I think you're running out of time where these aggressive plays are going to be something you feel comfortable calling, right? And I think the later this gets, the more obvious that becomes to iNation that it's a possibility. I would love to see them you know, come through with a bit of an early fight, something forced, something like that from Crimbo. He tries to take the engagement over towards main. Problem is that was like a real solo venture. There was no support system there for him. He had to succeed in his 1v1. Not the way I envisioned Big going about it. Looked like he more so intended to just try and cross over towards main. He took like a very, very deep swing towards the left-hand side. And this is the problem with the solo A push. Once you get an A kill like that, you take the space 9 times out of 10. You just have so much reason to go and get stuck in. Yeah, that one's a little bit awkward. Back to the drawing board again. And it's like, as this scoreline gets closer, the amount that you want to take risks goes down, so you fall even more so into this realm of playing these passive site holds. And I think iNation are getting a lot of room right now. This is a map that suffers from CTs feeling like they have limited options anyway. And if you're just letting this iNation squad play their game, you know, launch their execs, never really disrupting it, you're going to be in for a bad time. And Big are learning that the hard way as this scoreline is really closing up. And if we're being real, outside of that previous round where they get it into like an even odds retake for a moment, these haven't even been close. This is another example of that, where iNation have got 5 players standing at the end. They're doing a really good job of pulling a comeback in this game. You know, you've got to tell yourself after a 4-round CT side that the best times are still ahead of you, and they very much are for iNation. They are getting hyped up right now. Their heads are in the game. They hunt down the guns to remove them from play. The water's getting hot, and Big can feel the heat, man. This is scary.
Yeah, they've not been dropped in the bucket of boiling. It's slowly raising in temperature, Harry. They don't even know it's happening. Dragon's getting very hyped as well with that final kill. He knows the impact of taking hype down with a second spare. iNation, they're believing, and that gets a lot scarier for Big. Broke again, half buying. Depression waiting. And this is a very good sign for the iNation boys with 6 rounds straight. It felt like Big were just ready to make him roll over. Now iNation have to dig deep, leaning back towards A with 3.
They've just juggled some extra util onto Keto. And once again, I was kind of hoping they were going to try and take a little info jiggle. I think they are over at B. Yeah, they're playing for the info at B right now. And they just peeked B long, so they know it's clear. And there's the A pick. But here's the response. Hyped up in the heavens, and tabseN rotating through middle. Everyone dies in the blink of an eye.
I think he made one step there that made a kind of turn around. tabseN had the timing. He had a really good position on that flank, but just swiveled on. And even hyped, you get a double kill, gets rid of the AWPer as well on the entry, immediately traded. And these splits have been really well timed for iNation. Might have to see more aggro out of Big, because again, even though, as you said, they had that info, they pushed B main, they cleared it out, they knew the A hit was coming. Knowing's only half the battle. 11 rounds. This would be a huge upset. Especially with the scoreline Big once had.
I think that's the crazy part, as it is just the tale of 2 halves. Where Big were doing this to them on their team side. Ooh, Vladon as well, even securing another one to round it out. And now you've got iNation looking like they're in charge, getting lively. It's one of the first times you've actually heard this roster starting to get a bit hyped up, not just in the server, but vocally as well. Here in the studio, you can hear the energy coming back for them. And the Serbian side keeping the game alive and potentially giving us a banger of a best of one to kick off the day here for RMRB.
Yeah, so just to say a quick reminder, this was 14-4 at one point, 7 in a row now for iNation. This comeback well and truly underway unless Big can offer up a round sooner rather than later. This round, here's the aggro. This is, if there was ever going to be a time, for Big to kind of lay our worries to rest, this should be the round. They had early info, they cleared out all the way over towards boat, they've dropped even a smoke over towards the T stairs, so this is almost letting iNation know that this aggression has come through.
Yeah.
And I like this from Big. They've actually up and left it. Once they didn't get any fights over towards A, they've gone a little more lax, and instead they've looked to pad out middle. They look to reinforce this. They're trying to gauge how iNation are going to respond to this new challenge of boat and main getting taken away by Big early in the round.
They've done it right, because iNation are going for that mid-control right now. So Big have the numbers here, but Tabson's caught on top of the box and kind of takes him down. Meanwhile, Hyped did find an opening kill for Big to keep things even at least. 40 seconds, and they don't have any control towards either bomb site. It's going to have to be a full mid-crunch. Hyped has to respect the Molotov, cannot, or the smoke, cannot go through with an AWP. Inside the Molly, Dragon's burning. He's going to still make it into this A site. 2 players here and only 20 seconds for iNation.
And they're trapped. Molly's on either side. They had to wait for it to dissipate before they could even attempt to mount their push. Kito's just letting them in before he wants to strike. On a bomb site, it's Crimbo attempting to send them off for a big old sleep. Depression strikes. You're hyped! Oh, and the flick down, the wrist breaker to break the confidence and leave it all on one man in a 1v2. Jiggling on the ankle, but the flank comes round the back. Hyped hears him, and that's how they mount a 15.
He got so stuck in that clutch. He was just jumping up brick by brick. He couldn't get on top of the boxes. Yeah. And he has to turn around.
But you could just tell from how this round started that this was going to be different for Big, right? Like, they finally had info. They finally had a round that they could retake where you're not like scrambling players around trying to fill holes that you should have been holding on to. You know, you have Hyped getting to play into a retake round, like getting to find impact with the AWP. It's no longer a case that, oh, they went towards one of the sites, they killed the 2 players with them. You know, even like getting 1 kill on a trade just isn't enough in those moments. They just had more to play with. They had more information. They had a better kind of influence across the map, and they forced iNation to take the bait of the mid play thanks to stripping them of the A control early on. That was really nice. I thought we would have seen it a little sooner, if I'm honest, but when they finally pull it out, when they finally come through with some info gathering efforts over towards A, they look all the better for it.
Despite that, iNation still have had fantastic trade work and spacing in this T side and made it a 2-on-2, but it's Hyped, man. The young gun, the clutch AWP do again close rounds for Big, and right now he's top of the entire server alongside Favon. Now Big just need to do right by this and close it. You saw that round timeline, average Anubis game with 70 rounds in a row, finally broken by Big. Oh, that's a wide swing by Quito, trading 1 for 1. Not the end of the world. Do we have a better smoke this time around for Kindo? Last time it fell a little short. And that one, I think it landed well. I think it's the one-way, yeah. So, Hyped cannot swing this smoke. It's so much more favorable for the T's. Depression has a B opener. There is no one here right now. Hyped has to go through. He tried to send it, but that Molotov is going to eat him alive. Big must be thinking about a save. iNation with a sight and a man advantage. Big cannot celebrate yet. iNation should be hunting at this point in the game, to be honest. If you look at their money, 11K, they're up against 15. There's no real reason to be keeping guns alive, and we've already seen them be very successful in some of these chases. But the nerves are there. Want to stay tight. Vladden's having a look right at the end, but it will be big getting away with all the guns.
I wish they did commit to the hunt a little bit more, honestly. I think you could have really sweetened the deal. You could have really set yourself up for success here if you strip some of these guns away.
Big still have a rebuy, so it's absolutely fine. They're going to have 2 proper rifle round attempts now to close this game out in regulation. But they come by quickly. Do Big make any more moves? They're not doing that A set piece again. Stack B to start. The AWP is in middle. That's a change up. Hype could be finding an opening kill here if they offer, but no one in mid this time for iNation. Choiv gets very far down the canal.
Yeah, the other AWP is over here on A. Now, usually I get nervous if I see the AWP alone. I like the AWP rifle combo in the A hole.
They just don't have the resources.
Exactly.
B hits. At least that AWP gives you the chance to potentially get a multi-kill. Like if you hit your first shot, you can reface from the pillar. But it all relies on that first shot. Hype knows it. He's going for it. And Molly might push him wide. He's burning or close to it. As the flash, the nade lands. They're throwing everything they've got towards Hype. But he's got this kill. Kindo walks right into the AWP. And that is a sigh of relief for Big.
Yeah, they finally have a man advantage here. 5v4. This is the round they really need to deliver on. And Quito only sweetens the deal. Big looking to finally do it to him. Tabson dealing with Dragon leaves it just to depression. Left alone, 1v5. The comeback stripped away. iNation was starting to believe. They were getting hyped up. They were believing that this could have been theirs, only for Big to snatch it away and finally close out Anubis.
That was an exciting game, though. You've got to give it to iNation for taking Big all the way with a 7-round streak off the back of a T side and an empty first half. iNation make that game interesting, but the big boys stand tall. They take their BO1 opener as the favorites, and they move through to another later today. Exciting game nonetheless, and yeah, iNation impressing so far.
Yeah, man, looking pretty damn good. You know, coming into this, as they said, they don't really feel too confident, the best of ones. There's sort of times it can go a bit wrong for them. There, a couple of key rounds could have made all the difference, because that second half was night and day compared to what we saw from them on CT. Dragon as well, you've got to give a shout out to him in terms of the damage he did. It was sick, man.
Yeah, we'll be back, of course, with more Vitality Astralis. That's the real meat and potatoes of this morning, so stick with us, and that's coming up next.
I remember more Monte clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it was weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that, like, MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But, you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had, like, a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was so weird. Where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
Yeah, it's against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. He had two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches. Yeah. Like even practice what he pulls off, it's, I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up Monte.
The game of the day, or at least what is potentially a matchup of the moment, it's of course Vitality versus Astralis, as the full Danes of Astralis dominance throughout all of 2018 are in the server together and against each other on either side, even with Zonic behind Vitality. This is a spicy matchup, boys, and of course Astralis wouldn't be here without their football. Love a game of footy.
Yeah, I mean, they play with balls, Hugo, so you got to be able to do that outside and inside of the server, I guess, man, because this team needs a lot of confidence, especially having Device back on the roster, Buzz as well, getting a lot of eyes on him for the fact that not only does he look good in terms of some of the clutch rounds, but also just in his general personality. It feels like he suits this team and kind of fits in as one of the five, you know?
Yeah, he's been building in fantastically, has Buzz, as the young player, but obviously all the talk of the town is the guy on your screen in Device coming back and having good form. I was going to say despite Astralis' difficulties, and while that has been the case, the recent results have certainly been there, even in defeating Cloud9 in a recent qualifier for Dallas as well. But their opponents, of course, the Frenchmen of Vitality mixed with the Danes of the previous Astralis era, and Spinks to throw in on top as a star rifler. My question is, can Astralis get out or Vitality get out of the van?
Done it once already. There you go. Yeah, kind of sick to just leave your teammates behind like that. Pretty cool.
But they didn't want to embarrass
Who was
themselves.
the last guy out the van? I think it was Zywoo.
I think, yeah, I thought it was Apex.
It might have been Apex, actually. I looked away for it 1 second.
That's
last guy I saw leave the van was Zywoo, but yeah, look, there you go. They let them.
Oh, leave Dupree alone, man.
Oh.
This is a violent beginning to the day for Vitality, and in this grudge matchup,
Astralis are winning.
It's only going to get
Astralis are winning. The synergy was off the charts for Astralis. Vitality, they left the dudes in the back of the car, and then they opened the door into Dupree. That's precious cargo. He's not only a dad right now, but he's also the man who could make history, could really cement himself in it. If he makes it to this major, the last major in Global Offensive, he will have been at every major.
Every single major.
The only one left in the running for it.
Yeah, exactly right. Zip obviously not having qualified last time around for Rio, and Shox as well off of the Apex squad also didn't make it. So yeah, Dupree's that only surviving player who's made every single major in Counter-Strike so far, or at least in Global Offensive, and why not top that off with a finisher? But that's why it's all the more frightening the Vitality are in the group of death, especially with the Titans of FaZe Clan waiting in that last chance qualifier. No one wants to go there anymore, not that they did anyway, but that just makes it even harder, even more difficult. So Vitality pressures on with, I wouldn't say a clean, easy opening matchup against an underdog with limited LAN experience. Certainly not the case.
No, I mean, dude, the thing that's so cool about this matchup, I mean, there's a lot to talk about, right? There's the idea that we have that like legendary Astralis squad all in the server, but on opposite sides, as we've already touched upon. But then you factor in for Vitality, this is kind of the be-all and end-all of this team. The goal, the moment it was announced, was to be at that major in Paris, right? Very important to the squad. It's kind of what they've been trying to gear up for. We saw them actually looking good at the ESL Pro League, right? They came through there, make it into the quarterfinals. They lose to ENCE 16-14 in the final map of Vertigo to have that stolen away from them and kind of taper off what was looking like a tournament run for the team. But throughout all of it, Zywoo was at least in fantastic form. It feels like he took a bit of time to adjust to the move to the international squad, but as we've given this team a lot longer, he's very much found his form back in. Even, you know, back in Rio for this guy, had a quiet performance versus the same ENCE squad with some Pius in, leading to their downfall there. So, yeah, you know, we're kind of starting to see a Vitality that are building, and I think Pro League was a real highlight for this team. It felt like Apex had gone over how he slots into the squad a little bit more. Spinks had the limelight put on him as like the guy needing to be the second star of this squad. And so it just felt like overall, this Vitality team, through trial and tribulation, have like started to come together and started to be something, you know, a sum greater than the sum of their parts. So yeah, you know, I think we are seeing a Vitality rise, and I'm hoping that they can fare well today. On the other side of things, it's an Astralis squad that have been through some fairly troublesome waters, I think it's fair to say. Finally, finding some respite from that with Buzz entering the roster as the fifth and Device making his return. It does feel like it's given them just so much more to work with, and Device has been good since he's come back.
Absolutely, I think there are positives for Astralis right now, and hopefully we can hear about them. Let's check in with an interview with Glaive.
Glaive, thank you very much for joining me, brother. Of course, back in the RMR in Group B. Group B is tough, right? You know that. The level of competition here is insane, and you're starting off with Vitality. Talk me through your thoughts.
Yeah, of course, we know that it's a tough group, and we are starting out with a tough game, but we also know it can be really long group, and there's going to be a lot of matches, so we take it one round at a time and hopefully go 1-0, but if we don't, let's just keep it from there.
And talk me about the preparation coming in towards the Vitality game. They're a familiar opponent. You know them, they know you. What's your thoughts and your preparation coming in towards this game?
Yeah, so we just take a look at them like we do with every other team. We treat them as every other team, and I think that's what you should do. Don't try to do too much or too little or overthink stuff. Just do what you're used to doing and play your own game, and hopefully it will work.
And of course, you know yourself, you're one of the legends of the game. What would it mean to you to make it to the final ever CSGO major in Paris? What would it mean for you personally?
It will mean a lot. I mean, definitely one of my goals for this year is to make it to this major. And also now that we know that it's the only one that's going to be and the last one in CSGO. So hopefully we're going to make it. But I'm also trying to not think too much about it because I don't want to put too much pressure on myself. But of course, it's a big dream of all of us.
And finally, any fighting words to Vitality?
Let's get a good fight.
Let's get a good fight indeed, and I certainly think Astralis, in their current form, are up for taking Vitality to the edge, hopefully today, and giving them a competitive game. Vertigo is our map for the BO1, and yeah, Glaive, of course, one of the GOAT in-game leaders that we have in Counter-Strike Go, coming in with the notes and the prep and the pre-game speech as well. Jackie, what are your expectations? Do you think Astralis have a chance to upset here today?
I think there is potential. Will we see it? It's a completely different story, right? It's one of those where it all just has to be decided on the server. I think individuals as well are definitely going to be under my radar. I want to see a good game coming out from Blame F. You need Device playing the sort of CS that we expect to see from him. Because it's interesting, this Astralis roster looked like they took that time after getting Device back in to just grind out online game after online game to get their heads back in it, gel the roster, let people build their confidence rather than having external factors to worry about. Then going into Pro League, having them back on LAN, outside of the server, it felt like the whole team meshed really well. They seemed to get on with one another. The general banter's great. Buzz seems to slip into the team well. But there were just issues, little issues you notice cropping up again and again throughout their time when they were actually playing at Pro League. And that can't happen again here, because obviously the stakes far higher in terms of what this means based off the back of just a best-of-1 result. So yeah, I do think there's a chance, Hugo, but they need to speak for themselves.
Absolutely do. And on a map like Vertigo as well, against ZywOo, this guy is extremely comfortable on this map, so I think it's going to be easier said than done. I like how Glaive at least came in and not saying, not acting too worried about the history rather between obviously these teams and these players inside of the rosters. But there has been a lot of recent history in terms of matches played anyway, right? Vitality beating them at the start of the year in the spring groups, Astralis winning in full showdown end of last year. So there's been some back and forth, and maybe Apex had some choice words about those games as well in his interview.
Coming in towards Group B, it's a hectic group, a lot of good teams here, and you're starting off with a big fight. You're against that of Astralis. Give me your thoughts.
Well, obviously, it's a really tough group, but I think we could see in the Group A that was a bit less tough, that it was a mess as well. I think RMR is a bit different than other tournaments. The team wanted so much to go to the major, so I just feel like whoever you are, it doesn't change. It's how much you want it.
And of course, you got Dupree back in the lineup. We've had a bit of time with Jax. How has Dupree been adjusting, getting back into the lineup and catching up with everything that's been going on the past kind of few weeks?
Well, actually, we didn't practice that much with Jax. We had like 3 days, and then we had the APL group. And since that, obviously, we play with Dupree. I think it's getting better and better for him. I think it was nice to have him. To have a break for him. It was nice to take care of his kid and having that kind of stuff. So I think now he's really happy in his life, and it's one of the conditions to be good at TS as well. So I just feel it's really good for him.
And for you as well, what's the preparation like coming in towards the Astralis game? They're a familiar foe, you know them very well, they know you very well. How have you been preparing coming in towards this opening game?
Well, once again, it's not like crazy mind games there. It's all about doing less mistakes and not being scared to play aggressive and just getting your balls in your hands and just playing good CS. That's all matters. I think that's why I'm focusing on with the team. Just we need to close out the close game as well, because we've been struggling about that for quite some time, and we've been losing a lot of close games. So we need to get better at that.
Final question as well. The final CSGO major, it's in your home country, France. What will that mean to you to be attending the final major in your home country?
Well, I'm not going to lie. Right now, I'm not thinking about Paris. I'm in Copenhagen to qualify for Paris. So it's not about Paris. Paris will be for the champion stage, which is a long road. So for now, it's just qualifying for a major. Whoever it is, I don't care. Just qualifying for the last CSGO major. So Paris is a bonus, but no, we're not in Paris.
Okay, well, man, love the mindset. Best of luck in tours today.
Thank you.
Apex taking it one step at a time, of course, living in the moment. And hey, a player himself that was never scared to get aggressive. So I hope he brings all of that into this matchup today. Unicorn odds favor Vitality, but I know, Harry, you think Astralis are going to upset.
Yeah, I do. I gotta say, you know, they've actually been in really good form coming into this. And on top of that, I think, you know, there's something about these matchups where it is, you know, to say there's history between these rosters is an understatement.
Sure.
There's like the most dominant patch of history, you know, with the Astralis era lasting years, multiple major titles secured. These guys know each other very, very well, and so I can imagine that plays into the server in some way. You know, on top of that, I've actually quite liked getting to see, you know, Device back in the server and delivering like really good performances, right? He's someone who like takes a bit of time away to focus on himself, and since coming back, you know, some players have to go through a bit of like a growing pain period where they're updating themselves with the meta, they're playing catch up, they are lagging behind, and so normally like these big returns aren't really all they're hyped up to be, and actually it takes a couple of months before you really find your footing. That's not been the case with Device, and I know for him and the rest of this Astralis squad, the idea of getting back to major form is something they're all hoping for. So to close this chapter on Global Offensive in style would be fantastic.
But we're not in Paris yet. Gotta get there first. Saiwu push down behind the smoke with Julie's. Astralis contact mid, and it's going to be a B split with Buzz below the site. Lots of util. Clave gets it out for a mid to B smoke. Magis may be cut off. He's going to flash as well for Fight, and they're going to run it wild. Spix needs to hit some of these shots because he falls with nothing, and Dupree's in hot water.
Dupree. Oh, mate! The sheer speed, the level of lethality already established, but the numbers dwindling, and it's just on Apex and a 1 versus 4 already getting battered as Astralis turn this opening round into an abattoir.
Silent shots, and that's it for Dupree. No one else able to hold strong, and yeah, Vitality, Astralis, very quick little B split there.
Yeah, you know, I want to say the interview with Apex gave me a good deal of faith, though. I like his approach to this whole thing. I like that he's saying, you know, Paris is a long way away. That's champion stage. He's not wrong. Like, that is far off in the distance for Vitality. And I think he knows with some of the problems this team's had, it is going to be a battle to get there. But that is their end goal. However, he's taking it a match at a time. And I think for someone who, you know, is very kind of, you know, wears his heart on his sleeve like Apex, I think it's good to try and put that distance in your mind between these events, not to feel like, you know, if you kind of let the nerves get to you now in the RMRs, then you were never going to make that run, right? So I like his attitude coming into this. I mean, obviously, with Falcons finding themselves down in the last chance qualifier, Vitality represent the best chance you have right now for a roster with French players in it to find themselves at Paris.
Yeah, you know, never want to count Falcons out, but you just think with FaZe already there at a bare minimum and more squads to enter, it feels like a pipe dream for the time being. Astralis for now, give Vitality the long pipe. They take 2-0. Nice and clean as well. Blame able to clean up those flanks.
Hey, you want to talk the map on this one while we wait for the save? I think it's kind of interesting that we've ended up on Vertigo. This has been a really solid map for Vitality. They would be undefeated. If you ask them, in their minds, they probably feel like they should be undefeated. The 1L they fielded was in that quarterfinal to ENCE 16-14 on this map. It went the distance, the full 30 rounds, in map number 3, and that was the first L in recent memory that Vitality have taken here. But I think it's interesting that this is the map that we've ended up on Astralis. No strangers to Vertigo either, even when you think about the individual pieces here. For guys like BlameF, this was always a bit of a consistent one for that old Complexity team.
Even in that World Final at the end of last year, it was the one map Vitality managed to take against G2 in the quarterfinal. The event, of course, G2 in incredible form and went on to win. Vitality won it in overtime, so they've certainly got the receipts. That and a win over Astralis.
Yeah, I think the fact that this is where we end up means Astralis have come in like very, very prepped for this matchup. That's the one thing, is like, you know that if Vertigo is left open at the end, Vitality will take you there.
Exactly as Apex, or sorry, Glaive was saying, in that, you know, just it's like any other game, like any other team. Do your prep and don't play scared. Astralis, will they look to fake this A site with Blame? He doesn't have much left in terms of utility, so it might be the old seesaw that Astralis can return to. Right now, it's a gamble for Vitality, and they've read it wrong. 4 players on A. Spinks does check middle, but here's the B util starting to get set up. Some good grenades landing, but Dupree not really got the gun for the job.
Molly to knock him off the angle as well. Space created, Vitality. French Killer Bees are on the swarm, and the MAC-10 is pulled out for Glaive to strike against the first, sending them teetering further back. Not really able to play the advantageous angles with these weapons they've got. At least focus set on middle, and BlameF gets his head blocked off by Zywoo on the Deeg.
Yeah, so the Zywoo Deagle is pretty nasty. I hope that isn't him starting to pick up pace in this round right now for Astralis' sake, because I've seen him do some gross things here on Vertigo with that Deagle. Astralis breathing a bit of a sigh of relief here as Vitality don't look incredibly committed, but they do want to try and keep bodies near that bomb. They want to try and do damage. Magic's going to get hand-delivered a kill. Device, old mate, walks into his crosshair. Astralis with the third, but they are going to lose.
Zip's dead, no?
Some players here. Zip just gets out, but a lot of damage done, all things considered. 3 kills, forcing a good bit of reinvestment out of Astralis, and that's exactly what Vitality wanted.
Yeah, chip away at them, capitalize later in the gun round, and that's where we find ourselves now. Zywoo can get the AWP, so why wouldn't he? The Zywoo V Device head-to-head, I'm thinking ramp peaks, and I'm hoping for that as well. Lots of different ways to approach taking the ramp as a T and angles you want to fight. So where does Device go? He looks for the gap through yellow. Zywoo is on short, so he's not far away indeed. And oh, Device.
The timing on that, and now Zywoo's looking through the gap. They've traded angles. Flash goes in, gets them both off the angle. And right now we end in a bit of a stalemate for the ramp duel.
Yeah, it is that like chess game of you know, similar to like Inferno Banana, trading the utility, dunking in some well-placed flashbangs. The wall bang. Don't like it. It's very close. Zywoo lucky to be alive right now. But he's still eager, still hungry for more. Device doesn't want to go back. He'll reset. Look for a pick elsewhere. Dupree on B without the rifle and without the head either. Buzz removes it quickly with a spam. That's a massive opening kill for Astralis to set up for an execute. Zywoo wants to show his ult, but again, he misses every single timing in this round. It's gone from bad to worse for Vitality. At least they've left Zywoo solo here. They can still fight for B.
Yeah, and it really wouldn't surprise me if this is the game plan out of Astralis, is just to abuse this B site. I mean, we can touch on exactly why in just a moment, because the exec's coming in. Spinks so low on health. That Molly has really done a number to him. Brings it down low. Magisk holds the line, and Spinks trying to help out. Peppers one through this smoke. Trades immediate.
Deep.
Glaive up close. Oh, the change of the guns, the reload. It's all super scary. That is a combat reload, and Magisk takes the space, in with the reply. BlameF cannot win this round. He is just saving.
Very surprising to even see him trade off the gun. You know, sure, he finds it, but it has 5 bullets. The reload in that position is crazy. He knows the opponents are right around the corner. His position was just so powerful. He could have set up and waited the smokes out. Mac 10 probably would have done the job in that spot. Instead, they hold strong.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think for this Astralis squad, the thing they're going to have to contend with is trying to keep someone like Buzz, for example, his nerves in check, right? Because while for the kind of core of this team, this is so par for the course. They've been here before, and I know that Astralis are a far cry from what they once were, but you at least have that experience. You know that, you know, you're not going to win every round. You're not going to get off to a hot start. Sometimes ZywOo will just win a round against you that he never should. You know, that's kind of the effect of having this guy. But they're going back to B again, and I like that this looks to be the game plan, just to abuse the B site, and with good reason. dupree's here. Not only do you have the idea of like the ex-teammate head-to-head trying to get in his head a little bit, but I think dupree's been the man who's kind of had the shakier performances out of these Astralis alumni that have come over to Vitality. I think this represents a pretty tantalizing prospect.
I don't know, Zonix had 0 kills in the last 3 months.
Yeah, that's a good point, but you know, when you look at like the other sides of this map, it's like if you go A and you're running into this whole ZywOo, you're terrified of it.
He was checking
I think
it.
Where the B site has its strengths is in the players that can come in to assist, right? So for dupreeh, you're kind of hoping for like a kill to try and slow them down, to try and buy time for Spinks and Magis to move over.
That was great space taking for Spinks there, because he's gone ahead of the flashbang that buzzed through to set Glaive up. And oh, it's ugly for Spinks, but he still survives. 25 on the clock, and his teammates are nowhere to be seen.
I don't really know what's happening here, because the bomb's in B, and like the rest of Astralis have A, and it's like that's pretty cool and all, but you can't win the round without the bomb. Even though Device is in the spawn and about to backstab, the round's already lost. So this is like the most terrifying combat save ever.
Well, they had Buzz get that kill onto dupreeh, and I guess they just wanted to move with it. But Spinks taking space and not playing for retake is what flipped that round on its head. Glaive was not expecting a guy to be already at quad. So it was a very decisive move from Spinks to beat the utility and drop that bomb. But yeah, for sure, Glaive having the bomb on that swing there with no support, not ideal at all.
Nice, boys.
Uncomfortable round, but good recovery in the end there. Straight back into things. Round 6, a 3-2 split. Limited cash to distribute amongst the Astralis Danes as they'll make it work, but the Tech-9's being invested into. BlameF eating the HE early on as well. So he's dropped onto 45 instantaneously.
So we're going for spam shots of the AWP, announcing his presence. And that might be enough to put the fear in Astralis. They have loved this B site. Buzz consistently getting entries on this site right now for Astralis. He's going to hold off, wait for that re-aggro. Spinks is nowhere to be seen. Apex dropping in. He's got a nade. Molly goes out, and that's a nice angle for Buzz, but Apex only needed 1 bullet. He'll connect it. Device found an entry. Meanwhile, they're going to run amok up on ramp.
ZywOo here, Magis holding the fort at the top of the ramp side as well, just out on an island, taking every fight. Will get run down. Apex with a clean tap to find BlameF. Now starting to lean away back in the middle, entrusting the site hold to ZywOo, and it's a very safe pair of hands to leave this in. Zip in the clutch. And spotted that AWP crossing, but it's another thing to win this fight. They're peeking together. Lovely bit of interplay between Apex and ZywOo.
They're harassing a lot on this CT side, right? They're constantly staying mobile. They're re-swinging. They're flashing for each other. It's looking like a very fluid Vitality right now. Even though Astralis are finding gaps, they're not left open for long. And we finally get to see ZywOo making that AWP sing as well. Love that energy from Magisk. And an eco called out for Astralis now. ZywOo going to be a lot freer to take these openers. Even he doesn't send it too far. Repositions for a deeper angle. Favor him far more. And, let's talk Buzz, because this guy's been considerably impressive if you take into account the players he's playing alongside of, the org he's in, and the expectations of an extra man getting slotted inside of this team, right? Obviously, for a long time, it was AWPers getting plugged in Device's place, and it always felt like they were doomed to fail, right? When you're firstly waiting for Device to come back, but also trying to live up to his expectations, or rather, what he's done. It was never going to happen, but Buzz, as a young rifler, has come through and looked very good in a short amount of time. Astralis' performance at Pro League was nothing to talk about, but Buzz individually held strong there. And so I think that could be a great sign for Astralis at this RMR.
Even if you factor in the added pressure he's under here, normally a lot of players, they can take that pressure and crumble. Instead, with him, it seems like almost as if he's turning into a bit of a diamond, right? He's finding those key frags. He's playing his style of CS. And Astralis, you're not meant to win this round, attempting to make the best out of a bad situation. The dink onto Dupree ends with him being slain. Magis really does have to lay down the law, and he wants even more. 3 frags found for Vitality to grab themselves 4 on the board.
Yeah, uncomfortable for a moment thanks to Device, but Disc will not let it get any further out of control, and 2 casualties is no worry for Vitality. Still a close affair. Still a buy round for Astralis. And it will feature the AWP.
BlameF really wanting to take a fight at ramp. Aggro starts out of the man. Posted for a short side swing. The nade brings him down just a tad. And looking through the gap on yellow is this AWP of ZywOo again. Only smoke dropped in, but ZywOo gonna pluck them out of the round through it. Device scratching his head, never even saw what hit him.
Look at this.
And down Glaive right behind the smoke, will reclaim 1. Dupree turns the tides, winning an important B fight onto Buzz. Glaive smoke spammed out. ZywOo gonna win that head-to-head versus Device.
That's all you want, really. You just want these fights. You just want the ramp fights between ZywOo and Device, constantly changing it up, and, applying different util and pressure, taking different spawns. These are the fights that you're here for. And ZywOo right now is winning them out. Zip. A lot of space in mid, but sadly no teammates to keep pressure on. So Vitality don't need to move, don't need to worry. Apex has this from the sandbags. I can't believe it took us this long to even find that one-way smoke under the ramp. It's such a powerful smoke with Glaive sitting in front of opponents and just crouched inside of it, and even ZywOo at top ramp can't see him. Powerful bit of util. Joining at just the right time, but this is a save. Zip with nothing to do and nowhere to go. Vitality will find 5.
And back on your point about the smoke as well, it is interesting, Max. I think that started cropping up September of last year. Saw a few sort of players from the UK scene playing it in pugs, then started to see it crop up with boys like Waro, stuff like that. It kind of spread out.
Very cheeky.
Yeah, because when I spoke to players about it, everyone was telling me, nah, you're not really ever going to see it in a pro game. It doesn't really work. It kind of is just like a puggy smoke. And I'm thinking, really? This seems mad OP to try and fight for control of ramp.
Yeah, it's like the counter to the deep CT smoke that was already thrown, right?
Yeah.
You see players wait for that to expire and then drop their own. And I think, especially near the start of it getting used, people were getting confused. Where's this coming? Where's this coming from? But yeah, it's very powerful. T's crouching in it. AWP playing above it. We know how smokes work in Go. They can be deceiving at the best of times. But right now, your eyes, they can be believed. Vitality 5-3 up. Pistols are plenty for Astralis around that they can throw some pace into.
Give it a bit of speed and put the pedal to the metal. We'll see how this will turn out for them. ZywOo again stationing himself with the aggressive cut angle to take the fight down ramp, but no joy as everyone is backing themselves off. and setting up for what could be a bit of a late round B split here.
Yeah, they've just loved this site, haven't they? Buzzer's consistently gotten entries, more so with AKs. This will be a lot harder, and dupreeh recognizes the threat, pulls back, starts throwing defensive utility. These are good flashes from middle, but it's a wall of smokes that dupreeh looks to play above. Ooh, Spinks spamming through, and now they can set up for retake. This is perfect for Vitality, even though Astralis get a bomb plant. Blade will not survive the Molotov. And Astralis holding on to this is a pipe dream.
Crispy glaives on sale at B, and it is a fire sale of a discount. Device knocked down to 21 as well, playing the aggressive angle, has to hit heads with a tech, and again they use the fire to try and force him out of position, barely not burning, holding his own until Magic will go in through the back door, hit the head and take him out of commission. Blame F, same could be said for him.
Oh,
that is gross.
Yeah, very smoothly done for Vitality. Not a single casualty. They use their util very well. dupreeh, noticing he was getting eco-rushed, doesn't risk dying at top ramp. And that's so important because you don't want to arm Astralis in a round like this. He gets out completely, drops util. I want to see Magist jump shotting with a USP. That's obscene. Insulting even. Bop.
Oh, man.
Doing it to his old boy Zip like that. Nice round for Vitality, 6-3. Oh, I like that from Magist. He's got a lineup for the deep yellow smoke. And did it miss? I think it missed. Oh, okay. I take it all back.
Could have been sick.
Yeah, because that's a hard smoke to throw. We see players miss that from time to time. That wasn't, because it looked like the lineup, right? You're just running with it. You throw deep ramp, but that's not it. And yeah, you've got to hit a very thin pipe to connect that smoke. But unfortunately, lineup doesn't really work, does it? They line up. That's a team flash, though. He peeks a second too soon. Everyone was blind, but somehow he gets out worse.
That's a real shame. He was not even half a second off of having both players full blind in mid right in front of him. No accounting for that one on Buzz.
Yeah, this is just
goes both ways for Astralis. They're really only left with the option to Group A here. Device holding, hoping he gets given a peek here down the line. Oh, that was the chance. That was the opportunity to get involved on the AWP. Sails right by him. The nades have done so much damage. Astralis are all low. And I mean, this looks pretty ugly right about now.
Oh, the jump up, though. Feeds himself to the beast. Device can re-smoke as well. Magist does trade him out on top of the sandbags. These smokes are making things very uncomfortable. ZywOo runs back. Oh, it's a headshot angle. He cannot find that kill. Zip and Blame keep this round alive. And suddenly, Astralis, who looked dead in the water, have swum up to the surface. dupreeh, this is a great timing on a flank, but they're watching for it. Can he find this easy kill? Now the second waiting for him. dupreeh doesn't know, and he's right below. Blame with a clutch, and the closer. 3 kills from Blame F. Put Astralis back on the board after a 6-round absence. I don't know how they gotten out of that one. That jump up for Spinks was the first domino that fell.
Yeah, lovely little round out of Blame F. Just a joy to see. Device and ZywOo locked in this eternal struggle over at ramp. The Orbs won't find each other, but Device will nail a shot through yellow onto Apex, bringing him down low to open up this round. You're very content with that. Device even waiting, see if anyone gives him a peek, and oh, double swung, it's about to come through. The trade found by Apex, the man he tagged earlier on. And now Astralis hit the go button. You've seen that ramp aggro coming in. You know there's got to be a gap somewhere. Gap is not in middle with Spinks holding on to the rotate up through CT and construction. And the play kind of slows down now for Astralis. They tried to go quickly. They tried to punish the info that they had, the 3 players on that lean over towards A. That info now dissipates. Vitality have a time to move around the map here. Still following through with the B play, but it's into a bit more of a lean here, a bit more of a stack. ZywOo even posted with that AWP.
Smoke is huge here, but Spinks is going ahead with a flashbang. 2 players lined up, and Spinks does well, but Blame, he's known for his clutching. However, up against the Frenchman, Vitality have a smoke in their repertoire as well. It's going to get thrown down on the bottom. ZywOo swaps off the orb. Blame feels the pressure as ZywOo taps him out of the round. Vitality with a retake and respond very quickly.
ZywOo even sniping with the AK. And hitting some very heavy-handed shots, and the whole team's looking quite lively as well. This has been a good half for them so far, with how it's been playing out. The odd round from Astralis, but some of them just haven't been sustainable. Madness from Spinks as well on the re-entry, dude. The fact he gets the second frag makes the world of difference.
Yeah, B's been looking a lot better. There were a couple of weak rounds early, right, with dupreeh getting caught off or wall banged, and you know, him and Spinks trying to trade out positions, but it's been looking a lot better these last couple for Vitality. Playing a lot more retake rounds on B, fighting for ramp. This time it's a lot harder. That gap smoke has constricted Apex, and so he won't be going aggressive. It looked like Vitality wanted to make a double move on short. They're going to rotate a 4th player to that A site. No fear of Zip lurking in mid right now, but it has been a factor of this T half that is yet to really matter. So we'll see whether Vitality want to retake this together. It does look like it. Everyone moving in right now. Device in an awkward angle, but he does find that headshot. Getting behind the sandbags late in the round. There is 1 molly left, and it's on the man at the back of the pack, so it may never see the light of A. If Astralis pull back to hit B, that'll be a lot safer right now. We can see on that mini-map just how surrounded they are. 5-on-4 up, but they're not out the woods. They still don't know. They still don't know. ZywOo and Device on the site clash. And Magisk, he can win this entire round.
Yeah, no one's even considering it. No one's even looking. Just out in the open. Magisk tears him down. Take a bow. Magical boy.
And that's after Device gets on default with the orb and kills ZywOo and rotate, right? Like, Magisk is hiding so hard that he can't call that. He can't even check it. He doesn't want to risk it, but it is so worth it. Patiently holds his shot, lines up a double spray down, and closes it. That's a fantastic round. Magisk is top of the server. And even before that round he was, but that's just going to keep him there for a little longer. My goodness. We love an A4 user.
No, you can hear it on the Astralis cams. When Apex gets hyped up like that, everyone in the building knows about it. Astralis just left to kind of stew in the results of this one. I mean, you know, it might have been this nice look out of the gate. They win the pistol, they stick the landing on the conversion. Since that point, only 1 rifle round has come down the pipeline. Magisk as the front man right now. ZywOo just behind him.
Glaive trying to take a bit of space here towards middle as well with the Tech 9 backed up by Blame F. If he can draw the crosshair away, Blame would be looking to at least find himself a trade. But Molotov dashed out from Magisk, buys a bit more time. HE could have a bit more impact. And this could be naughty. Device just lurking with the Deagle. Apex walks right on by. Trigger discipline, and then the frag to boot with Blame F also making moves on Magisk. So now this is a 4 versus 3 that actually favors Astralis. With still 60 seconds on the clock, you can take your time with this.
Yeah, they're going to group on B. This has been their best bet to actually getting bomb plants and getting themselves in winnable rounds. But of course, dupreeh is still here, hiding behind the quad. Astralis also don't have util to execute. It's 1 smoke on Device. They probably don't even want to announce it at this point. dupreeh has to be so patient. He swings out just out of nowhere. It does force a team kill. Blame F putting Zip in bed. Astralis will get entrenched though. Bomb plant can come through. There's that smoke, and that'll buy a few more seconds at least.
ZywOo lobbing in the util, trying to set up Spinks. This was the guy they said wanted to be more of a star, more of a limelight shone upon him, but he's not one for this stage, not in this one. Tag down low and out of the round now are Vitality. A man down in that retake. It very much hinged on Spinks finding success in that first look at the bomb site.
Shame to just see dupreeh wild swing out there with no flash, no support. He had no idea whether they were in or not, and that's part of the charm, right? You're hoping to just catch a lineup as they walk upstairs, but even calling for a flash or a rotation which was available, or waiting until you had some knowledge that Vitality or that Astralis were there, that could have been a massive multi-kill. Instead, the B site is certainly the way in for Astralis, and they know it too. Huge eco win.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense from blameF's POV as well. A little bit of banter about it. Content they took the round. Straight back into the 14th here with an 8-5 split. Aggression again. Being set up early towards ramp. ZywOo with the early flash. Wants to go for the peek in. Sees the leg. Flicks up. Blows away Glaive. Trade from Blame. He'll slay Magisk and do a bit of a trick of his own. Makes him disappear to put him back into a 4v4.
That is a massive trade, right? Even if you can't take down ZywOo, you've taken down the man who's been causing all these problems on A site. Astralis are suddenly in no hurry. They can level out in a 4v4, allow Vitality to feel the pressure and burn some util early. I like how Vitality are playing retake now. They can let ZywOo take that first contact. No better man for the job. Could even get curious and try and do a flank, something that Vitality haven't shown in this entire CT side. Apex is essentially floating now. If dupreeh wants a flash, he'll assist. If Spinks needs help, he'll trade. Pressure is on ZywOo, but also on Astralis, who have yet to make any moves. They start to move up ramp. Blame heard the flash coming. And so the fear is there. Astralis have to announce their presence by mollying sandbags. It's let them down already. They're going to be able to throw and execute here. ZywOo now back in CT with a far better angle, but there are the smokes that will contain Vitality to their own spawn and to a retake.
Yeah, util on the bomb is big though, right? With so little time left and still nades, you know, HEs and incendiaries in play. Like, Vitality could win this one at the time. If they end up dropping the bomb, nades come out way too soon, but another molly is nice, slows this down even more so, and the backstab still being given room. These smokes have now faded, the bomb is now dropped, and this is Vitality taking this round. Nothing but device to do. In the 1v3, the util is fantastic to keep displacing that bomb, and they keep it up long enough that those wall smokes drop. They get out of the round. Suddenly, it's open sight lines into the bomb site.
Is that 3 mollies or 2?
Three, yeah. 3 in a row.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, they'd held on to it the whole time, and I mean, that's kind of the problem with, you know, not having really pressured this this site, right? Being given the room, the retake set up out of Vitality. They didn't pressure anywhere else on the map, so they hold on to that util for the retake, and it never even makes it that far as a result.
Okay, ZywOo, hey, give it a go. Why not? This head-to-head between him and Device rages on, but it may be a rifle in this round. Device going over, looking for this pick. ZywOo getting curious instead. Right-click flash, ZywOo eats it alive. Device, oh, he sees him on the fade. That flash for Device gets him the frag. Could not have been better timed as Spinks is stuck behind the Molotov, or rather in front. He is forced to confront his opponents here in middle. Zib gets tucked in. Spinks seems aware. He needs this kill desperately, or they lose all control of middle, and Spinks will survive. One more man gone down as well, and Spinks start in middle. These are 4-on-2. The Vitality should have no issue sweeping up.
Big blameF though. Benjamin Bremer himself looking to see if there is physically anything he can piece together off the back of what he's been left with here. A 1 versus 4. Limited utility, a smoke and a Molotov, AK in his hands. Ooh, Apex with the timing on the jiggle as well. Gets the information he needs. The rotation call comes in. And not only are you now forced to try and win this clutch, you've got to win it against the stacked site of A.
Yeah, this should be undoable for blameF. Around the corner, and there's the death certificate signed. Apex's signature on it, and a 10-5 first half found for Vitality. It's lights out.
So I just immediately like,
We saw some raccoons.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet? No. It's the f***ing goal! No way, this is last place.
it went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
As Cadian prepares to take on his toughest challenge yet, let it be known it'll take more than a hero to beat this one. We know he can lead his team to victory, but can he go at it alone? It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
It's time. It's time. Let's beat Dupree's ass, yeah? Okay, so what does the Launder show have for me here? Rings off, you know. Step one. Let's go. Okay, let's go. This is the one, guys. Off to a good start. We go for the quick entry. No look. What? Buck. Everybody saw that. No. It's the f***ing goal! Okay, I think there might be some system to this is where the boxes will hit or what. I'm not sure. Oh no. No, I failed the bunny hop so bad. We need just a little bit of luck here. Little bit of luck. Let's go, quick. No! That's it. We're done. Dupree, he doesn't know what to do about this time. It's too strong. Yeah, I'm number one now.
All right, guys, let's give it up for Cadian. Come on in, Cadian. Well done. Take a bow.
Calm down. It was good, but calm down.
I'm going to ask for your signature in a second.
Yeah.
You were really burning calories on this map.
To be completely honest, I was just chilling. I knew that Dupree don't stand a chance.
Dupree don't stand a chance. You heard it here already. Well, why don't we make it official? Let's see if he lived out his dream of beating Dupree. To find out, we'll have the assistant, roll out the leaderboard assistant. Come on, let's keep it moving. Don't go out all night. Don't be alarmed by how long it takes me to write this number down. Just be happy it happened. The submission here from Cadian to the Gauntlet Challenge to see if he could beat Dupree. Did he do it, folks? That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
Right, we're back in. Vitality with a commanding lead over this map right now. 10-5 up at the end of that first half, but that's not the only surprise. Over on the other stream, right now we have Monte 13-3 up over ENCE. It's not even a contest. That's also a map that ENCE are undefeated on in recent memory, one of their best, and they have a 7-map win streak going strong there that looks like it's about to be broken here to open up their run at the RMR.
Absolute madness, man. Definitely didn't see that result coming. That's a
well, even if you did see it coming, I don't think there's any part of you that saw it that dominantly.
Like, yeah. No, it's weird. It's odd, but hey, bodes for an interesting start to RMRB following the footsteps of its younger brother, RMRA. But for right now, we're going to slide into the second half pistol. Vitality being the tease for this one. And big old Buzz, will he have a light year performance here?
It's not an easy sight to hold on your own, as we learned from that first half. His entire team stacked on A, and, well, Vitality stacked against him. Boosted up is Dupree. Flashes start to fly in. Now they know his position, and Dupree nails that headshot. That is essentially, possibly even the round. Glaive has kit double flash. They were prepared for this retake, but a man down with nothing done, and with deep position taken, plus the flank covered. Oh, this might be cleared. Oh, it might be everything for Magisk. He mauls them on the flank. 3 headshots. Magisk is having one hell of a day.
1 HP. And a hat trick of frags in a matter of seconds. The pistol prowess from Magisk has sent the emotion sky high for Vitality because they needed that one, they wanted it, and they did it in damn style.
That's a crazy spot to hide in, right? You don't see it very often because if someone does try and clear it, you will die every time. But that's the gamble, right? That's the risk. You're not expected to be checked. And Magisk goes absolute beast mode. He's had a phenomenal game of trigger discipline. Vitality with a pistol in their pocket. Assuming they deal with these ecos, this could be a very quick day in the office.
Providing they deal with the ecos, though. That was like step one to all of this. Now, Apex still floating around here. Will get the better of Blame, and ZywOo's found Glaive. So, they wrangle it back under control. And now it's just Zip, who's practically begging to get spammed here. They hear the molly tag him. They've even seen him cross onto Tetris, so they know where he is. They know they have A. They're still looking for the fight at B.
Why not?
But they have A.
Just kill him. USP. Let ZywOo make
a lot
money.
of respect. They're trying to let ZywOo get the kill with his Mac 10.
Shameless
money
stat
with
hunter.
the ore. Come on now. Zip, don't give it away to the Mac 10. Find a way to get the AKs to shoot yet, and Spinks will.
They were trying their best to let him live there just for ZywOo, but I think he realized he was being flanked. So yeah, it's a small difference, that $300, but you never know.
Yeah, I just think as well, like when that's how you're getting to play around out, when you're saying, hey, I know you're on the other side of the map, but come here, we'll make $300 more if you kill him. I think that speaks volumes as to how Vitality are feeling right now and where they sit in this game.
Dominant.
Attack timeout for Astralis. Chance to try and talk this one through. They've got to put up one hell of a defensive side here, or else it might be over before it even gets going.
Yeah, two of the legendary players of Astralis in Glaive and Zip down bottom of the board, 9 kills between them. Not exactly having a fantastic start. Does not bode well for Astralis, but a rifle round can change everything. It's this one or none of them really, though. 12-5. Astralis have 2 buy rounds in the way of the end of this match. Can they put their foot in the door? Even if they can, do they put their shoes on first? We'll have to see. Got that one-way on ramp. Vitality use it right back, spotting over the top. Glaive looking right through it, but Apex finds device on that fence line, and Glaive has to pull back. Blame's still looking for something ahead of the gap smoke, but just as how Astralis did when they found this A-pick, they chill out for a sec, they let the kills come to them, and ZywOo will find his. Sends Blame falling down. 1 by 1. They just let ZywOo feast right now, and Dupree can come in and offer out a helping hand. Vitality finds 3 A-picks, and then they walk B.
Yeah. That was, I don't know, man. That just looked gross, didn't it? Like,
it's desperate.
Like you get 3 1v1s into the pack of you from the top of ramp. Like, yeah, of course you're gonna hang around and take every one of those fights.
Buzz against the world, though. ZywOo's low. Might be getting told to save
I
right
don't have the heart to tell you it, Hugo, but Buzz trying his damnedest to make the play happen.
Oh.
Spammed out, of course. Smoke spam going the way of Spinks, and there's a reply from Zip. He gets it down to the 1v2 here, but dead. Spinks will not let them in, will not let these clutches happen. He puts both players who get a couple of kills on the board there for Astralis in body bags. And so Vitality win that first rifle round, step in the right direction. Now, really, really good chance to win this out. And dude, I don't know, I really hated this sequence of events over towards ramp. The first death on device, I think, is very forgivable. He's like trying to play over the top of there one way, up on top of the railing. It's like a bit of an off angle, so just sort of blindsided on the back of the spam. But then every peak past that point, you know, you understand not wanting to concede the 4v5 for nothing, right? There almost has to be a response, but normally you'll see teams try and pressure other avenues on the map, maybe look to regroup. Instead, you end up with like 3 really uncomplimentary, disjointed pushes, and it's like, yeah, no wonder Vitality are kind of taking fight after fight there. That is exactly how you want to be given those fights.
Peekaboo from Apex. Captain's Clash. Vitality. Oh, that was a good molly, but Apex wasn't ready for the swing off of the back of it. Thought he had them contained, and now they do. ZywOo with a tap. He is in fighting form. Was there ever any doubt? dupreeh, give it another go. Skydive to the boost. Gun out now, and they're going to meet up there. Buzz with a pre-aim, it's good, but it's not enough. Magisk finds the finisher to take 14 rounds to Vitality. Not even really a competition was this BO1, and I had higher expectations of Astralis in this game. Sad to see, sad to say.
Yeah, but reassuring for the Vitality squad,
Absolutely.
who I think are, you know, one of the teams, one of the main focal points heading into the Paris major, right? You wanted these guys to start off in good form. You didn't want any weirdness today.
Well, you won't get it. Good news all in all. Can they finish it clean? Will Astralis make a bit of a mess of it at the end? Device ahead of the smoke. Apex, oh, he wants to come through so badly. He might creep. Device re-smokes it though. Apex is fighting his inner demons, telling him to mash that W key, but now those demons look to take over. Device just dodges that flash.
Yeah, man, I think Apex is reformed. He knows he's just going to hide in this smoke till it fades. It's a good fight for him on the fade as well. Tries to push up the short side now that that smoke's gone, and then runs into the Device AWP. Tag followed up onto dupreeh, brings him down low. This is the best spot Astralis have been in yet in this second half. Yeah. Now Zip is on a real island here down towards the base ramp. He has a bit of support from Buzz.
It's a nice trade of contacts, right? Buzz will definitely get spotted first, and then Zip can try and multi-kill, but they're going to run boost along. It looks like that makes things very hard for Zipnix. He's going to spray away. He gets a kill, but Buzz got pre-fired by Spinks, and yes, they are low, very much so. Blame on a flank. There's another 1-for-1. You'll take these if you're Vitality, just given the low health, but the Molotov is available. However, gun out for Blame, and very good timing while he looks to close the round.
Oh, he's got the cross on the stairs. dupreeh has been dismantled, and Spinks, it's all up to him. He's already found 3 frags, but Device is creeping on in, trapped between a rock and a hard place, and Device will be the one to smash him in the face. So a tight, close round. Constantly looking scrappy, being traded back and forth and finishing in that fashion to at least give Astralis a little bit of a lifeline, but it's not going to make it that much easier. It's 14-6.
Yeah, some nice shooting from Spinks as well, right? Even clearing Buzz off that top rail.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think even the fact that that round's close and you're kind of envisioning a world where Spinks could even attempt a 1v2 in that situation is wild. He does so well at, like, he's sat there on, I think it was like 18 points of health the whole time, by the way. Like, as he's come up the B stairs and nailed that shot, makes the round feel winnable for a moment. He's doing all of that while he's on his last legs, so does a great job of even making that round expensive. Vitality, they keep the pressure applied, right? If they win this round, Astralis are broke, and that's kept up thanks to the extra damage peppered in at the end of that last round. For Astralis, they've got to start building. 8 rounds between them and Vitality, and it's got to start now or else it never will. Device holding down the ramp. Scope with this AWP. He's been the kind of shining star for Astralis. The one thing, the one positive worth looking to. So let's see if he can keep that up.
What's dupreeh lining up? Is it the smoke under the ramp? Or are they going to get on his head? Oh, it's a little flash instead. Repeat ready. That's a blistering shot and an even faster pace as ZywOo runs up the ramp with his entire team. They are beating the timing here. There's no one ready for this. Why would you be ready for this? Glaive will trade and keep this round intact for now. Can he reaggress? Off the back of that Molotov, it was all a ruse anyway. Magisk needs this entry kill. He's been spotted and played like a fiddle by Buzz, but the backstab's in. Spink should have this absolutely every time, and he'll take that trade, opening up a plant.
ZywOo arrives. Bomb on the scene, that can be planted, and it's all down to the 2v2. Whose individuality will shine through? ZywOo on the bait play as well. Tapped the bomb initially to see if he could get the face to come in, but Glaive is developing the flank on the back line. He's stepping his way up to success here. ZywOo's back, barely covered. The full frontal attack works out for Zip onto Spinks, and he's got to get the bomb planted, pushed in, as he'll just hold W and clean up another round back-to-back for Astralis.
Great realization for Zip, man, because those are scary rounds, right? You hear that tap, you don't know. There's still time for that to be a fake out, so yeah, he just runs him down, much as how Device did the previous B hit when Spinks was in the 1v2. Full faith every step of the way, and Astralis, they hold on to yet another round. Great shots from Glaive as well. I mentioned how him and Zip were the struggling two, but they've had a lot more impact in these couple of gun rounds that Astralis have been able to put together. It's still a monumental climb back. And that's what's in the back of your mind. But it has to start somewhere, doesn't it? Seeing some nice seesawing out of Vitality at least. Letting their lurkers on B do good work. Buzz was kind of only going for openers on B. He wasn't really late playing this bomb site on T-Half, but Magisk has been doing so. He's going to get caught, however, first. They walk through, and I think Buzz saw it. He's curious. Takes himself a second. Can he grab that gun before he has to reload? Throw his off the map. Zip getting sprayed, but he's got something to say. And a 5-on-2, this half buy for Vitality getting dealt with nicely.
Yeah, it could get weird depending on how this fight right here goes down. BlameF is the only guy even leaning towards A. Next nearest is Construction in middle, so this could look to give you a way into the A play. But Vitality will never discover this man. They're instead routing back over the bridge, up in the top of ladder. We're going to try his hand at a peek here, but that's the bomb gone. And Vitality, I think they decided to save this AK a long time ago. Spinks going mid at least gave him the option where, like, if ZywOo did the ZywOo thing over towards B and somehow got a bomb down, right, he could play another round a little bit later. But with that not happening, Astralis find an 8th, starting to close the gap here. Slowly but surely.
I'm not worried yet. I'll say that much.
I'm not worried yet either for Vitality, but where it does get a little more concerning, you know, I think, is that we've seen Vitality struggle closing out games before, right? It's like getting to 14, getting to 15 sometimes even doesn't seem to be the challenge. It's finding those last few elusive rounds. They even hunt Spinks down right at the end, but they don't manage to take that AK off of him. Even the fact they're going for the hunt, you know, they're trying to tee themselves up for as many rounds as they can. They're trying to be as punishing as they can. Maybe that's a bit of a mindset switch out of Astralis, right? They're feeling like this one's possible, and they're trying to do the legwork for it right now.
Got nothing to lose in trying, right? The wheels are off. Gloves unbuckled. And Buzz, man, somehow at times he looks like the most confident player on this team. Always willing to, you know, make risks or play risky, make moves. You know, he's being set up, he's being supported without a doubt by Astralis. But even on T side, it's very free to go for those entry kills on B. Even if the rounds don't end as strong as they start, it's a reassuring sign from a very young player.
I think it's good for the old roster. Ooh, hang on. Hello. Cheeky pop flash. You talk about some of the plays we've been seeing towards B here. This time it was Zip that wanted to force the issue. But yeah, the fact that sometimes it feels like you get a younger player into a team that's so established, they sort of feel like a severed finger on the hand. Here, they are the 5 fingers on one hand. They work in tandem. It's nice to see how quickly he's kind of gelled to the environment. For Vitality now, though, of course, it is just the 2 rifles they've got to contend with, one of them being the Galil, the other on Spinks, who loses a single digit of health to the HE that was dunked on them.
Can they get a boost up, perhaps, put Spinks in position? Oh, that's a clean shot. Zip was holding perfectly for it, and the spam as well.
The gun even flew off the map.
Unlucky.
In that kill. That was kind of the risk of boosting, right? Was that could happen. So it's irretrievable. You don't even get to kind of juggle the gun around and give everyone a turn with it. Welcome to the shooting gallery over at B.
Where did the glow come from?
How they had that? They bought that. How did ZywOo just nail that shot on a default?
Yeah, he double tapped Tech 9. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. ZywOo's pretty good, I heard.
Dead now, of course, as Zip swings out to find him. And so Astralis, they brush aside that one, right?
Yeah.
The little saved AK round, light purchase around it.
Let's take stock though, because it's been two very close 1v2s that Astralis closed out on the B site by hunting the planter and an eco. And now we're back in. So Vitality going to surely go back to this A site, let ZywOo work the AWP. Go for an early pick. There's the under smoke. Blame. Taking matters into his own hands. I love this position. You're often, if you're facing this, you're caught jumping up in that yellow, transitioning between ramp and short. Blame, though, will not wait for you to come to him. Device, meanwhile, has an angle down ramp. Looking for ZywOo specifically with this peak, but ZywOo's picked Blame on that full send. Re-smoke under the ramp, waiting for more, and this is how Astralis were looking early in the half as well, taking these dry fights and losing out more often than not. Device takes a safer angle, but they're walking up a close wall. Glaive's going to spot it, but maybe too late. Device has to hit that shot. Glaive turns around and helps out as they attempt to trade. Apex had to give that a go, but it doesn't work out. 4-on-3 now. Astralis regain control.
Yeah, the one way is even nice. It means the Vitality can't like look to peek the ramp and see what's happening here, right? You'd be paranoid about swinging out because you've heard that smoke go off. You know that they've employed the one way. And even though Astralis aren't playing it, this buys you a lot of time, right? Because if you'd elected to smoke anywhere else, Vitality might be a little deeper up ramp now. They're a little faster to launch this attack. Zip coming in with a backstab as well, starting to piece together exactly where this round is going. He has got all three on a platter right here in at the sandbags. There's even divisive. Zip can't accomplish it on the flank, but he's lived up to his side of the bargain. And even though they see this AWP, dealing with it is another matter entirely. 5 in a row now for Astralis.
Yeah.
They are building back into this.
I just saw Zonic's stressful face calling for the timeout there. He did not look happy with that round. And that, that was going fine for Vitality. The 3v4, sure, not ideal when Glaive and Device have that nice setup at top ramp, but they had so much util. They had full ramp control. They could have run an exec. There wasn't really util to stop a bomb plant, but it was that flank for Zip, perfectly timed. And now Vitality feeling the pressure. Harry, 5 rounds ago you said, oh, they've had trouble closing out games. I brushed it off. I ignored it. Was I wrong?
I mean, maybe. You should have heeded Harry's warning. Because Vitality, some of these rounds starting to slip, a few small mistakes, costing them gravely. And Astralis' energy levels are building back up.
Yeah, and I think it makes sense that we're seeing this happen on their CT side, right? I think when you look at the individuals here, you have a lot of like rock-type players where they will just hold a line and win these fights, right? I think where Astralis actually suffers is in having playmakers to open rounds. In terms of the numbers, it normally ends up kind of falling to the Device, as weird as that sounds, but I think that's just a consequence of the AWPer, right? Like wanting to try and make plays to open up rounds, just hold these lines and peaks come to them. But more often than not, Astralis are a pretty slow team. And I think it hurts them on T-Hearts, but I think on CT sides, these guys have a tremendous amount of stopping power. So seeing them embark upon this after such a one-sided first half, that was where the worry comes from. But now that they've built upon this and they're really starting to believe in the comeback and you're starting to see these pieces come together, even getting some aggro plays, but not in the early round. It more so comes in the mid-round from Astralis. Is this CT side taking a fairly beautiful shape? And, we've got everyone starting to come alive. Zip was one of their fraggers back at ESL Pro League, man, and that was someone who was struggling a lot in the kind of, I was going to say, I don't know, the post-major grouping of Astralis, right? Like the the post-champion Astralis. Zip felt like he was the guy having most of the struggles, but we've seen a bit of an uptick in his form. He's been playing better, and he's delivering that in the game right now. He's come in on some really, really nice timing plays on this CT side. And so for Vitality, the nature of this game has changed, right? They're playing versus a different team, it feels like. The opening moves that they once had aren't landing, even when they've had man advantages. Astralis have been able to claw their way back in. And so the pressure is getting applied now pretty liberally by the Danes.
Yeah, faces of confusion for Vitality. What is going on? How are we losing this? 6 in a row now for Astralis. Beckons the question. No AWP for ZywOo. Some boosts on B are always a safe option. Spinks will get that wood molly in first. Or he'll try at least. Needed to aim a little bit higher for that one though. Vitality grouping back through T-spawn. What's Dupree lining up? An A-side smoke, I think. Meanwhile, Device has, yeah. Oh, I think this might be elevator smoke. It goes through the windows and it allows him to take middle. ZywOo's causing commotion at A. That may not be the end goal here. In comes that util. Blame going to get blinded and pushed off. There's that early smoke. It's up to Glaive. He needs a kill. He falls off and survives. Blame is blind though and burning alive. Apex will take it and they change routing in the mid-round. He goes into the smoke. The rest of his team going B. This is splitting apart right now, and Astralis have a B stack. They are poised, so ready for this play. Device entrusted with everything right now, but he's good for the job. How the hell are they going to crack this site open?
Buzz, ready and raring to go. Up the ramp, Dupree gets ahead of him. Zip holds the line with a double. And there's Glaive. He has his teammates back every step of the way. It's Magis to try and tear this comeback dream away from Astralis in the 1v2. Time's not on his side, but he nearly could have done something in that swing. Device from the spawn finds the timing, and so Astralis keep this comeback coming through. Up to 12 now.
Unbelievable. What a read. What a stack.
10 rounds between these squads. Or 9 rounds, rather, between these teams. As they embarked upon the comeback, when you were looking at this, you felt like it was impossible, but Astralis are trying to make it happen. Broke our Vitality, nothing to their name, and a man down already. Blame F gets the opener.
I think that's something that Astralis have understood off of prep. That's why they have their B stack, right? When you see ZywOo bottom A alone with a rifle, selling a fake, throwing nades, it's often because Vitality are running packs, right? 2 on B, 2 on mid, or all together in either of those options. They realized that that was a B play from the get-go.
Oh, don't overface here, boys.
Yeah, this is not very low health, but Device is good for the shot, remains consistent. A team kill from Buzz. Not ideal, but it won't cost them much. Zip will end it with another audacious flank in the late round. And this is still happening. They laugh it off. No tilt here for Astralis. They have pulled this game back from the brink of defeat. And the weak players right now looking like the stars. Zip had 4 kills in the second half. He now has 21. Bottom to top.
Yeah, you know, I think for someone like Zip, this has been kind of his story as of late. Is a bit of a resurgence out of him as an individual. At least, you know, whenever you put him versus top tier opposition, he's actually been able to deliver. It's not super consistent, but he does just have games like this every now and again. And that's cool to see because, you know, for a while people were kind of calling for his head. He was subject to a lot of scrutiny within this team. So it's nice to see that he's bounced back in terms of his individual form. Vitality. This was 14-5.
8 rounds in a row. Apex up short. I like this. Sometimes the captain's got to take matters into his own hands. He is the solo cell right now. ZywOo is covering, but he doesn't have that all. Apex making noise before the flash comes in as well. Trying to catch Blame. Reacting off of that info. Spinks has a lot of room. And Zip, He's watching for it.
Oh, the drop down. That's info.
This is fantastic for Vitality. They need to capitalize on his position as it nails the headshot. You give the AK to the right guy right now, and he's keeping Astralis alive.
He shouldn't be winning that. They knew where he was. He had two guys bearing down upon him. Spinks, his bullets got soaked up by dupreeh chasing that kill. Spinks will still find one in the meantime. Buzz, he's someone we got to keep an eye on. As this game goes deep, can the youngster keep up this performance?
Nade
in a ramp, might find it. Instead, it's a good bit of damage spread between two players. Vitality are all wounded, with the exception of Spinks.
They still just want this B site for Magisk. If he gets an entry, they can pull back from where they're going. They're leaving right now. Barrel spotted. Magisk, with a swing off that flash. Buzz whiffs a shot. Magisk is going to sell this one. They want nothing to do with it. They've got all of Astralis' attention right now. Even Device is considering the rotation. But wait. Back they go.
Yeah,
25.
bombs grouping in mid right now.
Device
they want
is
to
a
try and
late-round
commit
player.
to this B hits. The Device with the backstab. Might have to offer something up as now this mid hit on the cards. Over construction, too strong here. Blame F could stop this if he can find the bomb crossing. Here's the chance, but Apex won't let it happen. One kill from Device in the right place. Could have hoped to win this, but Magisk has read the flank, and so finally Vitality get that elusive match point round.
Blame killed Zip, man. Blame completely killed Zip. He sold his position so hard. He had to win the round off of that bait. He was stuck back in CT. He pulls back 1 foot, 1 centimeter, and Zip gets backstabbed. And Blame only gets 2 from it, and it's not enough. They even plant perfect as well. Device was set up for that clutch, but that could have been so much more. Astralis knew exactly what was going on thanks to the Device's flank, and still they lose the round.
And my big worry was Buzz, man. Like, when you're on a comeback like this is where, like, the experience really matters. We talk about that, and this was the fight that decided so much. The flash was there to set him up, and you could tell that, like, because he'd been flashed for it, because he knew it was a good fight for him, he fully commits to that spray after missing the first few. And yeah, like, those are the deaths that are frustrating. Those are the deaths that can cost you. It's a high pressure moment when you're this deep into a comeback and Buzz crumbles under the pressure. Vitality onto 15. One away from closing this out. Buzz with the deep ramp play. They've mollied him out of the corner into this barrage of gunfire. Not allowed to hang around, but they are full on harassing this guy, Util. Sets of nades just to make life hard for Buzz. They've bullied him down low, and on this smoke fade, at this point, you're hoping he can go 1-for-1. They teed him up with a flash.
Nice try.
Gets away with a bit of damage. I do like that from Zip.
Yeah.
Just kind of saying, like, mate, you got to go through this. We're sending you through with a flashbang and a dream.
That was literally his only play. If he waits there's no way he takes a player with him. And he almost got dupreeh, but a little bit too much to ask for Astralis. 29 rounds, and Vitality might have concocted something just to end it. Device has to be, once again, the hero.
Device, a man that's twice as nice, but will he be able to pick himself up 2 frags on contact here? Instead, deviates away from the angle. The nade of Blame has to slow them down. He needs to find the kills. 1-for-1 trade isn't good enough. This puts them into peril now. This 29th round's got 30 seconds left, and Vitality, they're looking to cop the head clean off, secure it here. They rotate back to B as well. They've got the read on the round, but they slow this down. Zywo's coming back. Device has pushed in with a deagle.
No.
He hits the headshot. Bomb drop. Needs to find a follow-up, but he's left them with 15 seconds.
No time
Even with the time they've got, they're not going to make it.
They can't do it. They need the kills. 10 seconds. Living Glaive takes one with him. And even though he dies, I don't think there's a hope in hell. Apex had to hit that A site. He had to hit that plant. And there was no one there to save him.
Wow.
They split in a 4v3, 2-2. And they get diced apart by Device. That flank, that 1 kill down ramp, that was it.
Oh my goodness. And that is a tilter. That is a tilter of a round for Vitality. That was their chance to close. It was on a silver platter. They had all the advantages. They had everything going their way. But one player out of position, that player having the bomb, and Device having come in with aggro, looking to make a hero play. Might not have felt like it in the moment, right? Just 1 kill dropping the bomb, still with like 20 seconds left. but it goes on to win them the round. That rotate back to B costs Vitality dearly.
But here we
are, the full 30 rounds required. Can Astralis make this an overtime affair?
ZywOo's had enough. He went for a hard swing up ramp right there before the flash for some respect. Now, they've had a lot more control. They've not been able to get this for free. Device is relegated to a rifle. Not what you want right now. No AWPs in the 30th round. Vitality wait. Smokes set. There's a molly at least on Glaive. Buzz jiggling B, but it's Blame to re-aggress. Try and force that opening kill. Side by side with
they're
teammates
all in
as
the
well.
site,
This
please.
could get very wrong. They can block each other. They need to move. Re-aggress back to the short side. Glaive takes some control. He will, like a captain, die with his ship, go down into the murky waters. He's got to take a couple with him. Dives out behind the smokes. 4 players from Astralis here. Almost everyone. And of course it's ZywOo to find that kill through the smoke. He doubles up. This guy wants to go to Paris, and this is the first step in that direction.
Dupree now dead. Apex also tagged up, but set up in a post plant here with limited util for Astralis to work with. They're going to have to battle back in to this retake. No flanks. No util. That one smoke goes out now, so this one all relies on the duels for Astralis. They might just have to get on this bomb and pray. They might just have to find the bomb and pray. Glaive can't locate it. Finally gets his eyes on the prize, but Glaive, 2 quick kills. Here's the swing, and Apex seals the deal. Vitality in a full 30-round affair will lock in their opening game on that run to Paris.
That is a mind-blowing map, and to see Glaive and Apex clash it in the closer, to think he almost got that stick off as well. Apex calls the bluff. A risky swing will mean a win to Vitality, and it's all thanks to the Woo coming in with 2 massive entries to end that map. It is not clean, it is not pretty for Vitality, but it is certainly a step in the right direction. 16-14, Astralis nothing to be ashamed of after they claw back a game that felt done.
Yeah, no, man, lovely out of the Vitality boys to get that one over the line. Not so lovely in kind of most of that second half. It started to get very, very awkward, but it is relieving to see that ZywOo, when he kind of wills it into existence, can come in with some of those big performances. He was lights out in round 30 of this game. The big reason as to why they picked it up. You feel kind of bad for Astralis after launching a comeback like that, having Glaive get that final 1v3 down so close. But as they kind of, go and, they're giving each other little hugs, man.
It is great to see the camaraderie between these players as well, right? Like, legends in their own right.
Yeah, I mean, in a lot of these games, especially when they have such a history together, you're normally left with this feeling of like you're unhappy either way. Because for the longest time, we're brothers in arms on the same side of the coin. But Vitality get the dub. That's what matters here. Magisk, great performance all across the map. Spinks alongside him. That is very reassuring, right? I think that was always kind of the problem for Vitality, was finding a consistent voice alongside folks like ZywOo. When Spinks joined, he was meant to be that man. He was supposed to be that guy. And they put a lot more onus coming into Pro League on setting Spinks up to succeed. Magisk, I think he's always kind of been the right-hand man to this team, so having him looking good alongside Spinks and ZywOo, that is the firepower trio of Vitality. That is the 3 that are gonna put up big numbers, and so it's very reassuring to see that in the server today.
Yeah, and the comeback as well, to think that you have 4 or 5 kills at the end of half and you still go through and top frag for your team, I think that's a reassuring sign for Zip. And Astralis were not a team I really had a lot of hope on inside of this group, considering, yes, their very recent form has been great, but just historically and how hard this group is, I felt a little bit of worry for Astralis, but that's filled me with some more hope for the Danes, of course, but not in the opening game. 30 rounds, they fall, and Vitality, it's not the way we wanted, but it's the result we wanted, at least, to have these Frenchmen in Paris. But let's see what it means to them. We have an interview with Magisk on the side.
Well, that was a close one in the end. Looked comfortable for you guys. Just a relief to get through it.
Yeah, I mean, not gonna lie, it got really close in the end, but overall, I would say we played really well. We made it a little bit too complicated on the T side sometimes, where we had like the advantage situations, and the nerves started getting to us. Also because the last 2 tournaments we lost on comebacks. So yeah, I think it was still on our heads, like we got a little bit scared and making it a little bit too complicated. But other than that, they also played some good CS, and
And yeah, I'm just happy we managed to pull through.
You mentioned nerves. I think a lot of teams have said that when they've started the comebacks, started to come through so far. You know, it is the RMRs. You're trying to qualify for the major, but there's an extra pressure for Vitality to make it, right? Is that in the back of your heads a little bit?
I mean, I think you can't deny the fact that, I mean, we have a French team and, you know, a lot of French people around the team, so, and the organization is French. So, of course, this one means a lot for the organization, the players and everyone. But also, it's also something we've been working quite a lot on, like on the mental side and, you know, trying to focus on the things that we can actually do something about, and that's in-game. So, obviously, it's easier said than done because, of course, it's always going to be in the back of your head, but I think we're working in the right direction on the mental side, but also game-wise.
How's the preparation been leading up to the event? Obviously, you had to play Pro League with Jax for the first stage, and the second you got Dupree back. How's the prep been? Have you guys been together?
Obviously, we've been working hard from home. We wanted to make sure we also have really good energy for the MR, and in general, this is the most important tournament. So for us, it's important that we manage to work hard, but also have a lot of energy coming into this tournament. So there was no boot camp, but long days at home and, you know, stuff like that. So yeah, we've done everything we can to be having good energy, but also been grinding the game.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Good luck.
And that's Magiska just after his 30-round win. And Vitality, sure, they know the goal. This is the most important tournament. This is what it's all been leading up for. And let's see what we've led our day with as well, with results on the A and B stream. Break it down, boys. What's interesting?
Yeah, so for the most part, it's been pretty par for the course. But then we've had a couple of ones over on that main stream that maybe surprise you, right? Heroic 500, that one opened the day. Looked pretty close, and then Heroic went on to dominate. Aurora versus Spirit, that was at one point a crazy dominant lead. Spirit actually attempted a comeback and closed the gap there, but not enough to best Aurora. And Monte wrecked ENCE in their head-to-head. Once again, a miniature comeback getting denied, just giving false hope to any ENCE fans out there. Monte looked very, very good in their opener.
And we almost had a closing comeback as well on our stream as well, but we do have a couple more to finish off these opening rounds. Nip Eternal Fire on the other stream, and G2 versus 9 coming up next, so stay with us. More Counter-Strike coming down the coffer.
I remember more Monte clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it was weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that, like, MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But, you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had, like, a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right,
yeah, I thought that was so weird. Where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
Yeah, it was against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. Okay, he had two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches. Yeah. Like even practice what he pulls off, it's, I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up Monte.
G2 have arrived to the building. The #1 ranked team in the world are taking on the Polish side of 9 here at the RMRs. Disappointment at the previous RMRs. They did not qualify for the major, but this time they are looking ready. It was probably the best thing that could have happened to this team, bowing out so early in the qualification process, because they came back and looked strong to close out the previous year and are now the #1 challenger in the world. So I'm feeling pretty good about G2's chances coming into the RMRs, but the team they're playing against, Lucy, 9 are no team to just underestimate, rather.
Yeah, I think we saw that most recently at the most recent Blast event. I mean, they have just been really impressive, put their name on the map. They already were such a name within the Tier 2 space with huge victories. They've qualified, obviously, for this, coming in first. They qualified for Dallas in first. They came second at ASL Challenger, so they are just on an absolute tear.
Absolutely. Definitely a team to watch out for here. It is a tough opening matchup for them, but we kind of were saying that earlier with some of the teams who are able to make it look competitive. And I think for 9, the name most people will know is Hades in the middle there on the AWP, but they've got a lot of pretty experienced Polish players on this squad.
Yeah, the cool thing is, since adding Hades, I mean, they were on like an 80% win streak or something. It's been a massive swing of form for them since that addition.
Well, Hades has been incredible, and I'm looking forward to hearing from him ahead of this matchup.
Hades, a big tournament for you guys. How do you prepare for coming into an RMR?
I mean, we had a week boot camp where we tried to fix a lot of like the weak points we had during the online games, and yeah, we also had the Blast. Was it for Washington? I think it allowed us to play against better opponents, so we know more or less how to play against better teams now.
Gotcha. And coming into this event, I think there's some fans that might not know about you guys, but I think they're going to learn about you. So what would you say stands out about your team?
I mean, I think we have really good individuals. I think we play a pretty nice Counter-Strike. We have like a lot of strats. Yeah, we just have like I think a pretty unique approach to the game.
Awesome. And going up against G2, listen, not the easiest opening matchup, but you think you can do something here?
You can always do something, right? So as long as we like stay confident, don't like drop our heads, I think anything's possible.
Well, great to hear from Hades, who in 2021 decided not to re-sign with Wisła Krakow, and what a decision that proved to be as he went in to stand in for ENCE, has made a real career out of that move, and now he's back to a full Polish roster, looking to bring Poland back on the map at a major, Lucy.
Yeah, and it feels like they're in a good position to do. I think they come through as one of the favorites. Now, obviously, it's not the best matchup to kick things off if you are going to be one of those disrupting teams. G2, poor seeding coming into this based on their results last year, right?
Yeah, G2 having to struggle a little bit to get through this, but I don't think they'll be having too many issues against anyone in this competition, at least on paper. Their Pro League performance wasn't exactly convincing, but they've had some time between then and now to reset. Holka, coming into this, I mean, look at that star-studded roster. It's just incredible.
Yeah, it's wild. Especially someone like JKS, putting up those numbers from his roles is so impressive to me. Nico and Monte, obviously the 2 main men on this roster, and you know, HooXi doesn't need to do much. He just sets up the stars.
Well, he's the brainpower behind the operation. We'll hear what he has to say ahead of their opening game.
HooXi, heading into the RMRs, how's the team prepare for an event like this?
As prepared as we can be, I think. I think it's always different when you get into the environment of playing official again, and we haven't played too many officials last month's time, I would say. So, yeah, normally we have to get a few rounds like to get back in the groove, but I'm pretty confident that we are fully prepared.
Is it scary seeing some of the other results in the other RMR, or are you feeling okay about it?
No, I'm feeling okay. It's pretty expected that that everything doesn't go as expected when it comes to like favorites, with all the pressure that is on with RMR and Major and the Tier 2 teams. They are playing better and better, and they are hungry for the win. So it's definitely expected that there's some upsets here and there.
I've heard a lot of hype about 9 behind the scenes. Are they a team that you're excited to play against?
Yeah, I think they play well from watching them in ENCE and also just looking at their results. Like especially on some maps, they have crazy statistics. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the game.
All right, finally, are there any sneaky teams you think might overperform expectations in this RMR?
I think 9 will do it after today.
Ooh, okay, thank you, and good luck in the game.
Thank you.
9 will do it after today, and for the Poles, they hope they can do it right about now. Here's the veto. We can take a look at the map. We're going to be taking this one too.
Yeah, I like hearing that, you know, HooXi's definitely respecting his opponent if he thinks they're going to cause some upsets after this game, specifically. And we end up on the Nuke. I like seeing some Nuke, but man, this is a very good map for G2.
We've barely seen Nuke, Lucy.
Yeah, and it feels like G2 have just won the veto, like hands down, right? You get to choose between Anubis and Nuke, and you get to choose Nuke. That's fantastic. They'll be very happy.
Yeah, they will be very happy, and I'm very happy to be getting into this matchup. But before that, we need a short break. When we come back, G2 will start their affair at the RMRs.
And round 5, who do we get now?
Okay, so we got Elise, we're going Elise again.
I'll just try Carrigan, because I think Carrigan is going to give me a lot of hints.
GKS, Justin Savage, Justin Kill Savage.
He's older than 24.
AK-47, more than 5 majors.
And it seems like he is not European.
It could be Nitro, but at the same time, I think he's been... I'm going to try Nitro, actually. That's exactly the same result.
Not so familiar with all the NA players, so it's maybe a bit tougher on me, this one. Okay, let's try Nico. The team is not Liquid, so no one from Liquid could be it. Maybe Rush? We can try for Rush.
Twist, he's Canadian, so not that guy. Neff. But then again, it could be Neff, but at the same time, but maybe Canadian, I'm going to try Neff.
Hooksy. Wait, it's not Europe. Electronic. More than 8 majors, and it's not even close to the Russia or Europe.
Rush is not it, but I have the age range pretty clear now. American teams, it's Liquid. Liquid? Only Liquid.
It's not OC. Stop thinking Liquid. I'm only thinking Liquid. Who else is playing in North America?
And he's played a lot of majors, it seems like, so it seems to be like an obvious name, to be honest.
Stewie 2K. He's from America, he's retired already, and he's younger than 27, imagine. Maybe he's playing Valorant.
Which was the roster that Cloud9 won the Boston major? Was it Stewie, Automatic, Rush, Skadoodle maybe? No, it's because the weapon is AK, so that wouldn't fit. Could it be Tarek? Let's try Tarek.
Let's go.
Why was that one? That one was really hot.
Yes, it's Tarek.
G2 versus 9, we have our map, we have our teams, and now we have our odds from Unicorn. Favoring G2 coming into this one, I don't think many people can go against that, Lucy.
No, I think that's going to be a case with pretty much every matchup G2 will get throughout this entire RMR, but I mean, 9, it's just been unfortunate this is the match they draw straight up, right, because of the seeding, because I feel like they're going to be the most disrupting team here. I mean, if they can do it against G2, though, I mean, that's an insane way to start your RMR campaign.
Yeah, and listen, they go for the nuke. They go for a map that they themselves are strong on. Worst case scenario, it's a good learning lesson. Let's see if G2 can get off to that strong start here in the RMRs, though. Nuke, a good map for them, and they're starting off with a good bit of utility on the T side.
Full set here, but look at this aggression.
Full send from 9.
Yeah, oh, doesn't matter. Hunter was holding. Minio, he's backing off.
Yeah, G2 are ready for that. Ready for the play towards them. And they go again. Monte's just holding, deals with a double ramp push, and immediately G2 up 2 players.
Can't really lose this round now. I'm just going to say right here, right now. There's no way G2 loses this pistol. You've literally just sat in lobby and you've gotten 2 free kills.
Yeah, it's very solid so far from G2, and they're holding because they want a little bit more. Keep coming at them.
What a unique pistol round. Let's just all sit in lobby and just kill everyone. They just come to us.
Run out of time, so that is the one way of losing.
Okay, yeah, the T side does have to blow up the objective.
Yeah, or just kill everyone else. And finally, they decide to go at the 1-minute mark. Flash goes out of the hut. Hooksy will clear it. Here come 9 back in to try and bolster the defense on A. When I say bolster the defense, at least put someone there, because no one there at the moment. And that's the bomb going down for G2. There's a kit available here for Kyler and a smoke, but this has been the most passive pistol I've seen. You know, 2 quick headshots and no real action after that. One-way smoke put out towards Heaven. Goofy trying to make the play through main. No fights are being presented. No opportunities being given over for G2. JKS will strike again, following up for G2. Nearly a flawless round, but they do lose JKS and Hunter. Hades will eventually hit the deck thanks to Nico's Glock, and it's the first round for G2.
Not much to say. When that ramp aggression goes awry, there is not much that 9 can do in that scenario. And this is, you know, obviously a map that's been so good for G2. It is a map that they hadn't lost this year until recently at Pro League, where they were actually dominated by Fnatic 16-4. Up until that point, they had 10 map wins in a row on this one. It is a map 9 have been getting some decent wins on lately, though. A win over Big, a win over Fnatic themselves. So they've lent into their strength on the 9 side, rather than trying to make G2 uncomfortable. I'm not sure if that's the way to go here. I don't mind it from 9. It shows confidence at least, which I'm glad to see.
I've got a philosophical question for you.
Oh, God.
Oh, here we go.
We had the discussion, well, you know, the point there that, you know, you either win the round by killing all the enemies or blowing up the target. So what do you really, what's the team's objective if both of those end up being a win? Do they just want to cause chaos?
Chaos. That is it.
So.
Destruction, basically. I think it is destruction, isn't it? That's kind of the goal.
Nice little yard smoke setup.
I think the fact that it is Nuke, you can look at it from 2 perspectives. You can think, wow, how cool. 9 are so confident in themselves, they're willing to play G2 on this map. And then you can also look at it the other way, like, damn, 9 are playing G2 on this map.
Yeah. It all depends how these first 5 or 6 rounds go. I think that'll determine our inflection on that particular statement.
Ooh, Hunter slips down main and now looking to use all this control towards outside. Hades is watching from CT spawn. Hunter seems to be aware of that, but not going to check it, and Hades immediately assassinates him.
I mean, the MP7 versus the Scout at that range, that's a pretty crazy duel that doesn't even get to take place. So G2, they are being given ground towards ramp at the very least. Hunter was kind of the lurk on that component to strike from behind. So space being taken. Hades out in the yard is removed. JKS catches off Minio as well. So a couple of kills gifted on up here. G2 still have time to move. They've caused all these rotations down to the lower level.
Yeah, I think that's what they were trying here. Put the presence towards B. Allows Nico to activate towards yard. We know how.
Look at this. Push round ramp. Oh, Goofy could have caught them, but JKS ends up watching it and stops the pistol from getting too close to them.
Yeah, I mean, the bomb is coming back to B, but it's fine.
Yeah, Nico was down here looking comfortable in behind them, and that is G2 off to a great start.
Thought he might go for the knife there. He had the option too, but I think G2 probably here at the RMR not taking a single chance. Everything's there. There's no risk being taken here.
Yeah, they still seem to feel confident heading into this one.
I think G2 know better than most because of the last RMR.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't underestimate a single opponent coming into this.
Yeah, we heard Hooksy saying he's done his anti-stratting for 9. Thinks they play pretty solid Counter-Strike. Oh, there won't be much chance for 9 in this round. Always a pleasure to watch Nico on yard. If you are new to the game, Nico is just so good in this position. Oftentimes creates so many entries. And that yard area on Nuke, it really opens up your options. When you get this control, it kind of forces the CTs to react to you. So definitely someone to keep an eye on as this map continues.
They know Hunter's up here. Trying to hunt him. Will the hunter become the hunted? No. Not at all. USP is not good for hunting.
He finds the key to success in this round, and it's all coming down around them. A 3-0 start for G2. Not an issue so far on Nuke. Now we get into the real round.
Yeah, that's the start you expect.
Yeah. No money for 9, no problems for G2. But the problems will begin now. Do have that AWP out for Hades. I think he's probably the man to watch here for 9.
Yeah, it's between him and Key that are kind of the, are the kind of the main components here for 9. One of the strongest riflers within the Tier 2 scene. And Kyler, his left-hand man.
Really quick from G2 on Yard, and, wow, they lose the opening fight. Maybe I hyped up Nico a bit too much.
There's Kate, getting that kill early. They have got Hunter down here, but Minio is counting for this.
Yeah, Minio just going to be holding it down towards the left side of the stairs. This is a tough angle for Hunter. Minio goes back up, gets the information, doesn't want to stick around for the fight. Hades is calling for help. He wants some assistance to deal with his ramp play. His teammates come up to give some rifle support close by, but Minio is now tracking Hunter and just missed the timing on Hunter's head going down below the decon stairs, and now he's come back up. Oh, he's looking at the right place at the right time, and Minio salvages the kill on Hunter. It's now very good for 9. They're up 3 players with under a minute left.
They have to go to A. It's the only option here. Everything else is closed off, and now a smoke in Hooksy's face makes it even more difficult. At least they got a lot of time to work with, but no real space to work.
You just got to hope something crazy happens here for G2.
Yeah, listen, you have money. I think they can consider trying to do damage to the CT economy right now.
Oh, Hooksy taking 97 damage, gets spammed down through the wall. JKS will offer himself up to the same position. This time he'll catch Kylar unready, and the second on Minio. So JKS, 20 seconds left. He could go down the vent if he wanted to at this point. He's trying to bait out those shots and now senses the opportunity to get towards the vent. JKS is struggling to find the entrance. Oh, nearly the kill on the way down. That would have turned it into a 1 versus 1 and a pathway to the B site.
Yeah, and he's actually kind of the guy that's really well known for his vent drops, right? Gets a little lost there, but could be a damage at the end when basically everyone had fallen anyways. It's not the worst case, but yeah, could have hoped for a third there, maybe.
Nice start to the round from 9, even if they lose a couple of players at the end. Looked very convincing. Nico showing a bit of frustration as he got caught on Yard. Those 2 kills forced the reinvestment though, so both teams without too much money in the bank ahead of this one.
Oh, a nice shot from Hades. Monte, known for his speed. But Hades was quicker to the mark that time around.
2 for 0 now. Monte finding, I'm sorry, Hades finding Monte both times. That time's the first time with the AWP though, and it allowed this player to sneak out towards red as well. Yeah, Nico completely caught unawares.
2 biggest players out for G2 right away. Smoke execute coming, but you've already lost 2 members of your attack.
And all the ground, so you can't even like use it as a fake. And look at this position from Minio. This is an easy double kill.
Yeah, Minio's gonna get something from this for sure. Hunter's head back goes around the corner. It is just the 1. Probably would have liked the second or expected it. JKS trading out. Once again, Hooksy and JKS left into the late round. A minute to play with as well. They have got a player down on this B side because Hooksy was throwing the smokes towards outside, so they felt like they had to at least rotate 1 player down here.
I mean, when you've got a 4v2, you may as well put 1 player down there.
And it's Goofy towards the back of the site that has the work to do. 40 seconds. They split from 2 sides of the ramp, hoping they can catch Goofy. In an awkward spot. The first kill is not clean, but it is effective in bringing down Hooksy, and now leaves JKS in the 1 versus 3. We'd have to ace to win this round. Smoke on to the bomb. He'll blow open the decon door. He has a bit of temporary cover right now. But 9 are waiting until every 1 of 3 remaining players are in position to go for this, and JKS headshot out towards decon. He has a chance here under the double doors. He's doing a lot of damage, but the swing was always going to come from Hades. JKS is looking honed in these situations, but just not enough done.
Yeah, it's both those rounds where JKS has been in an unwinnable situation and almost made it look doable thanks to a couple of early picks. But it was so difficult for him to get out of there with that smoke.
Listen, back-to-back rounds where Hades takes down Monte and Kay takes down Nico. If you can keep doing that, you take out some of the biggest pieces of the puzzle on the G2 side. And even though the supportive cast is also very strong for G2, taking their main players out is pretty impressive here from 9, showing us what they can do individually with some of their star players. It is now G2 with an awkward buy and maybe a fast play because of it.
Yeah, JKS is on the Mac 10 and the fast play is certainly coming through. Nico wants to get involved in this game, and so he does. Nico with the first. JKS clears out the back of the site. Goofy does well, and look at Kai. Look where he's got. He's right in behind them.
Yeah, his position is so deadly. He's going to be here so quickly. all the way into the back lines. Monte spots him with the spam through. Monte able to win that one out. Now this is looking a lot better for G2. Still some utility flashing towards the heavens. They knew a player was up there, and the smoke at main means Hades can't find a thing.
So Minio gets behind the main smoke. Wants to wait it out.
I think you got to save this.
Yeah, but they're just hanging around. Maybe a couple of kills can come on the way out the door here. Minio goes into the back, sees one player, does some damage, but yeah, you got to get away here. Fortunately, they will not save that rifle. Hades up. Should be getting away. Nico's running up secret right now. Hades could get caught here, and Nico will bring that AWP away. Important kill to collect.
I feel like we're seeing this a little too often from some of these, less experienced squads heading into this RMR. It's just not really worth sticking around there. I don't see the upside of getting kills in this scenario. I feel like you might be better off just keeping your own guns, trying to do damage in the future instead. Because it's so much more stressful for G2 if that's something they have to consider into the upcoming round.
Yeah, I think if they hadn't lost multiple players in those last 2 rounds, then, there's maybe a bit more incentive to find those exits, because G2 haven't quite built into this yet. You can see there's still a Galil in play, and there was a Mac-10 in the prior round. But in the end, it is going to be 9. That a reset off the back of that. They would have had the buy otherwise.
Yeah, they would have had the AWP out for Hades. They could have absolutely done something with this. G2, it felt like it was a desperation player because they ran out of money, basically. They were on the final line, but with that round working out, speeding it up into the A rush, they've been able to recover that money, get Monte back on the AWP. This round should be even better for establishing some economy.
Kylar does have a Zeus, and he's in the vents. So I'm ready for Hawker to bring out the Zeus noise when that one comes through.
Why am I the designated Zeus noise?
You're just that guy.
Apparently I'm that guy.
Zeusman. Dr. Zeus.
Alex Zeusman, they call me. Well, Nico's getting left here.
Oh, this is what you love about G2. It's like with the wall of smokes, Nico will often just walk right through them in towards Garage, and then he does his best work when he's in this position.
I thought Hades had him dead to rights there.
Nice warm-up round for Nico here, though, right? Bit of aim practice.
Feels like it. And right now, 9 are left with a couple of deeks. Maybe they can put something together. Chance there for Kai, but he's going to drop into the site. Hunter swings, and Kai removed. It's on to Kylar and Minio to see what they can pick up here with just the USP and the P250. It's a 5th round for G2.
Yeah, just leave Nico at yard, let him work. Once he gets a couple of kills, everyone comes back up. And it sounds really easy when you say it like that. Obviously, when 9 are on this buy, it is
pretty easy, right, for Nico, especially. 10-2 now. JKS 10-3. Strong starts for both of them. Eventually, Monte will start to get into this game too, and that's where things get really difficult when you got those 3 players fragging out. That's the problem that 9 have to try and solve.
Yeah, I think it's Hunter that's been the one that's been a little quiet for them lately, right? Which is a little surprising. He's kind of been a very consistent force for the team.
Yeah, I think with JKS finding form, I think there's only so many kills that can go around.
That's true.
That's the crazy thing. Katowice, JKS was on top of the world. Chatted with him at Pro League after, and I asked him, we're expecting that to continue. He goes, well, that was a really good event. That was kind of an outlier. We're expecting that to drop a little bit. And it did.
Yeah, it happens. We have got a timeout for 9. I think this is a good time for it. They had been winning a couple of the opening fights previously, and that was with maybe some switch-ups on occasion. So I wouldn't mind seeing if 9 want to go for something different, a bit of aggression somewhere, perhaps.
Didn't quite work out for them in the pistol, but now there's been a few gun rounds on the board. We'll see what they decide to throw into the mix. Everything back out for the CTs. G2, they're the ones on the roll at the moment.
Yeah, they are, but here's 9 back for the buy. Hades on the AWP again.
Ooh, I think Hades got run boosted into main to get there quickly.
Oh, and it's worked. Monte down again to the hands of Hades, but it's again a quick play from G2 out towards this top side. JKS looking to pull that kill back, and he will do it. Sees the top hut player and calls that over to Hooksy. And G2 have effectively made their way towards the site, but the numbers are even, and Hooksy's damaged up. And Nico, he was in a tough spot with the bomb, but he jumps across the bullets being thrust towards him, and he'll get into the site.
Nico had to find that because you could tell Kay was ready for that fight. He wanted to take down Huxi, and Huxi was pinned on in. I'm actually giving this a little bit of a look in. Kay's gone all the way around.
That nade, that's going to drop right on Huxi. Oh, he didn't throw it. That would have been a confirmed kill. He's going to watch that back in the demo and be sad about it.
If you get that kill, like, that's going to entice you. You know, Kay's gone onto the T roof, which is actually...
Oh my god. He's got the kill on Nico. Now they can strike. Huxi's gonna fall. It's one player left. Hunter dinked up, damage down, and Kai will find him. 10-second defuse to stick, but what a brilliant round from 9 recovering it.
How does Kay even find that? Instead of going through lobby, he goes over T roof. It's such a long rotate. There's no kid in play, and he gets away with the kill.
Oh, that is going to suck for G2 there, and not happy about that.
Basically doing to G2 what G2 normally do to other teams. By winning rounds, they have no right of winning. K sneaks in. This last player gets dinked. It's easy peasy. And Hades knows how much that means to the team. Third round confirmed. Looked so good for G2 up until that point. Saw the Hades position early. He was able to get that pick. These fast A plays have looked good for G2. This time straight down the vents is JKS.
Yeah, get him down there.
This is actually quite important. Look at the position from Hades.
He's low as well. It's being damaged up. Nico with the headshot cracks open the first kill of this round, but Hades gets aggressive towards Red, and that aggression pays off. He's not ready for Hunter, but he's given some warning shots, and Goofy helps him out.
I don't understand why you don't send JKS through here to deal with Hades.
Now he comes. JKS is through. Hades is now eventually caught. A little bit late into the round, but still effective, as we now establish the 3 versus 3.
Yeah, it's a little too eager from G2. Normally they're so composed. In that round, they try and force their fights on yard too
Minio's
much.
going to catch him here. Minio's got a perfect timing, window broken open, no sound needed. And he's right behind JKS, strikes on him and drops back. And as you were pointing out, Hawk, it could get a second here, but Huxi covered him off.
They just seem to have no idea where the opponents are at any time. Goofy, again, Huxi caught unawares. These repositions are catching both teams.
As much as this is a frustrating round for G2, Monte is still alive, and he can clean up messes left behind. He can win this, but it's going to be really difficult considering they've both doubled up on the bomb and the weapon that he has to wield. The AWP, it's great for a lot of things, but walking through smokes and getting 2 quick kills, not exactly the weapon for the job. But if you want a fast AWP, this guy is the fastest you can find. 20 seconds. Molotov goes in. He's standing in the fire. Now confirms his position. He'll throw a zone out, but the time is ticking further and further as Monte's distance from winning this round increases. His own fire spreads, and he can't win the round anymore. Has to win by elimination. He's looking for that kill, and unfortunately for Monte, the players vacated the control room. It is Goofy just hiding away on the rafters, and Monte realizes he needs to get away. Can't die after the time. Wants to keep the AWP, and just about will do it. And he's kept the AWP in his hands.
Holding that angle when he could have stepped away the last second pick. Yeah, that was a bit of a weird round.
It was definitely a weird round.
Yeah, definitely the way to put it. I think G2 got really lost in that round, honestly. Like, Hunter swinging so wide on top of Silo, it's just so risky.
But you had JKS in the vent, right? And you knew where Hades was. I mean, JKS just needed to work around there, and Hunter just doesn't need to fight that. Just keep them interested, but you don't need to be standing out wide in the open.
Oh, wow, where is that? A wallbang from Monte. It's just the aggression into Hut that's been dealt with early. Exactly what G2 would have wanted here, because there were some weaknesses in their buy. Nico caught out by Key again. He's getting the better of that fight here, even though Nico's having a great game.
Sometimes Nico is unplayable towards Yard, but they found him a few times and just canceled him out of a few of these already. They're coming back outside, and Hades, sure, probably isn't going to get too much done here, but it's the information he's going to pick up on this play. Oh, and Hooks actually walks with Nate, so he is going to get something done. 1 kill through, and they're nowhere near each other, so it's untradeable.
No ground outside. Walking with your knife out, you know, these are some small mistakes that we wouldn't expect from G2 here, considering the gravitas of this event.
That was such a ballsy play from Hades, though.
Yeah.
It's so risky. If there's a man on top of Silo, you're immediately getting traded.
He's made a few of those, hasn't he? He's got away with a few.
That's what you need when you're the underdogs, though.
Look at him again. Side of the smoke. Catches JKS. There's still a player at CT Vent, and Monte is going to be completely preoccupied by main. So even if he does kill the main player, that CT Vent player will peek out, and that's exactly what happens. Monte and Hunter collapsed upon, and G2 definitely looked shaky at the start of their major campaign.
Yeah, and you're right. It's just so nice seeing Hades play with just pure confidence. I feel like for the longest time when we've seen him at this level, we haven't got to see the best out of him when he was on ENCE. I don't think he felt fully comfortable on that team. But it's almost a similar story to Acor. When Acor stepped back to Gamer Legion, he's the main man, and suddenly you see the confidence plays come through.
And that's what Hades was saying in the interview with HLTV before this, that he wanted to gain his confidence by going back and doing that finest trial, right? He wanted to rebuild his confidence, and he seems to have found it.
Absolutely. Seeing it on display here, coming out ahead of Monte in all of those opening duels as well. And that's a big name to be beating out every time, considering the words we use to describe Monte, one of the fastest in the game. Hades, another opening kill onto Monte.
Yeah, he's really dominating that fight, isn't he? But the pistols of G2 always strike fear, but being dealt with right now. No issues for the side of 9. They could be heading into the lead. But it is a testament to G2 as well, the fact that it has felt like a really shaky start. It hasn't felt like the best CS, and it's still 5-5 right now. So 9, they're playing some great CS, but it is going to be difficult the whole way through this map. But it's so great to see them playing with this confidence and at this level.
Now you see why Hooksy said he thinks that they will be a team who surprise, even if he's expecting that to be after this specific matchup.
I think in the back of his head, he realizes probably going to be right from the get-go.
I mean, listen, G2, yes, they're doing okay in terms of rounds 1, but it was that 3-0 start for them, remember? They won that pistol easily. They comfortably converted, but the gun rounds have been a bit of a different story here. Hades has got 4 opening kills already. His AWP has been very active. That AWP diff can make a big difference. And no AWP this time for G2, just the AKs in play.
Yeah, they tried a fast round when things were going rough. Let's see if that's a similar call. Hunter towards outside. His task of throwing the utility. There's a quick wall of smokes deployed.
Ooh, that's not part of the wall. That's up on top of main, and that's caused another smoke to come on through. Having to waste a lot of utility here. Oh, okay, Nico's found position, but it doesn't matter. Running on through. Oh my God, what a double kill. Spinning around is K. Hades finds Hooksy. This one's fallen apart.
Yeah, Monte just trying to sprint back into the ramp. And this one just fell flat for G2. Monte really shouldn't be getting too much done here, but he has collected the first headshot of Minio. We'll give him a chance. A minute left to play with here for Monte. He's found the pathway down to B, but so have many of the 9 players. They think that's his only option. Perhaps going back towards Hell, connecting onto Hades, opening up a sight chance in towards A. But he feels better about B right now. So he starts to walk down through the ramp. So many angles he has to be worried about, and those windows aren't broken.
It makes it so much more tricky. A was where the space was. Lobby, he could have made space through that. Now he's making a lot of noise, coming on through, but can't win out over Goofy. It's 9 on fire, 5 in a row.
Yeah, man, they're out here doing what they do best. And honestly, G2 not really doing what they do best right now. I don't think we're seeing the composure we're used to seeing from this squad. We definitely haven't seen any of the big clutch rounds. Key has been so solid with that rifle on yard. Him and Hades are the 2 stars on the team. They're both delivering early in a lot of these rounds. It just feels like so comfortable for 9. When they get off to this good start, it's going well for them. And even here with the pistols, let's see if G2 go for a fast play again.
Yeah, smokes outside yet again. This time it is just Nico. The rest of the attacks coming through ramp. Minio's waiting for it. Here they come. Pistols into the M4. Immediate dink on towards Minio. And he doesn't want to get involved in that, so tosses the nade out. Poor Monte gets caught at the start of the round again, but they're down into B.
Well, the rotations are fast though. K is already here with that AK, and oh, that's a nice shot on the Hooksy. Head spotted. Nico's trying to get this fight outside. He has found one back, but the rest of his team is falling on B. And he goes down to the AWP, so Hunter, the only one remaining, has managed to get around to a good position, but spotted on out by Kyla. Pistols don't really get too much done.
So solid from 9. 2 star players showing up. Supportive cast alongside them.
Yeah, I'm interested as these gun rounds go on, that smoke on top of main. I'm interested to see if that continues because I've seen that a few times in the gun rounds already. I don't know if it's intentional from G2. We haven't been able to see the lineup, or if there's been a molly being thrown up there to disrupt the wall of smokes coming in, if that is a smoke that bounces. But it's been a few times through that.
I think in the previous round there was the molly, but prior I'm not so sure. Because you're right, I've definitely seen that smoke land there previously.
You gotta remember, if the 5 rounds that G2 have got, I mean, the first 3 of those were the pistol and follow-up rounds. These gun rounds have just been all 9. And it doesn't even feel particularly close in most of them.
Wonder if it's time for G2 to go for a yard play again. Taking a little time to leave spawn here on the G2 side. Looks like they are now fine. Yeah, it does feel like when Nico's lurking towards yard, he's doing okay, but it's the early fights that have been going against him. He's up on top of main searching.
Yeah, Nico is one of the CS players that will attempt the most opening fights. Monte has found K. Kylar's down in main right now, but so is Nico. He's up on top, but the rest of the G2 squad, they're making space elsewhere. JKS pressures ramp, the other 3 are down. Secret already. Kylar catches Hooksy unaware.
This is what you expect from G2, but now it gets a little scary. Sitting behind the flames here, a dangerous angle if they were to push further, but they're just going to leave Monte alt up on the angle. Hunter going back on up. They're very spread here.
Yeah, JKS is now holding for some lobby aggression. He expects to come through. Kylar is watching Secret. G2 have just pumped the brakes here. They've got a full minute left, and this is allowing 9 to start to play for info. But this is kind of what G2 want. They want them to push into them, but they've pushed the right side, and that means no one is watching it. JKS was holding for height, but the push came through ramp.
They do exactly what you expect, and you're still caught off by it.
I think that was the best position 9 could have pushed as well, because JKS kills the ramp player, right? So he's never expecting some aggression through there. I thought he might have been covered off, but 3 versus 3 now. 30 seconds left for G2 to get into the round win. And Goofy's still holding ramp. Nico knows that there should be a player around here, but where is he? There's so many good angles he can choose, and he's chosen a perfect one. Nico just gets absolutely destroyed. And now 2 players down on this lowest side of Hunter and Monte. No secret where they are now. 1 player decomposition for 9. That's Kylar waiting for them. He'll swing the door open, deny the bomb plant. Not enough time anymore for Monte to win this one. And he might just go down. He will. Kylar doubles up, and G2 looking flat.
Just fell apart. They got 2 opening picks on opposite sides of the map, just paused and collapsed.
Yeah, they're looking really flat at the start of this game. It's worrying to see. Well, you got to give it to 9, man. You got to really step up and give them the props that they deserve, because they're playing some insane CS right now. Everyone's hitting their shots, really good angles, adjustments in the mid rounds. You can tell they're a solid nuke team.
Yeah, I love that re-aggression on ramp, and even the fact that Goofy's so aware and so focused on the flank was fantastic. I love the angle we took. It's back to fast A.
Yeah, desperate play again for G2. They just want the 6 if they can. Sprinting out towards the top side. Kylar and Goofy stopped them from getting anywhere near the side itself. And finally, at least 1 kill for G2, but right now 9 shutting it down. A 10-5 half, a statement on the opening game of the RMR for these guys. Looking forward to the second half to see if G2 can pull up their socks.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against Navi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Astralis just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day when the French team stopped at some point, and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that, because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Xtaz we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory.
The Polish power of 9 looked to give G2 a loss at the start of their major campaign here in Copenhagen. It's been a rough first half from G2, but a very strong half from 9. But I feel like there is a world in which G2 can get back into this now on the CT side. We know how strong they are when they get on that side. 9 still have a very tough road ahead of them, even though they had a great first half.
Yeah, I mean, G2 showed their strengths early on. They obviously picked up the pistol those first 3 rounds. And when they started to get those gun rounds back, it felt like it was going to be a very competitive half. But then it was all 9 all the way. G2 have to get off to a strong start here on the defense.
Oh, fast play from 9 out through Squeaky.
Oh, quick shot from Nico. Wow. A second as well. Very quick to the head. Goofy luckily silences him before Nico can do anything else. But Hooksy chimes in on the Julies. 9 have not burst through with the same result that they would have hoped for. Goofy at least getting the bomb down. Kyler trying to keep them away from him. But they now know that there's only one player on this lower site. They overwhelm him. And G2 will have that pistol in the second half.
Yeah, just such sick shots from Nico. The second is so quick. And then I like the idea there at the end, Goofy. Once he closed the door on the flash, he tries to swing, thinking maybe it was a team flash, but not on this occasion. And that's really important for G2. They lost 8 in a row at the end of that first half. So having their individuals show up like this, a really promising sign for them. And I think you can see the release after such a bad end to the first half. They realized they needed that.
Yeah, I think if you lose the pistol after coming off an 8 rounds in a row lost streak, you're going to be feeling pretty rough. So big boost to the morale. 9 still going to invest into this one off that bomb plant. Knowing a reset here would be absolutely brutal.
Yeah, the force buy is huge because the difference of that bomb plant makes, right? You can get the rifles out, you can get a few Galils in here. Didn't get the most amount of kills, so we don't see any AKs, but definitely still packs a punch. Minio jumping off of main around blue. Have G2 picked up on that possibility. It doesn't look like they're watching for him to cross on by, so Nico might be sentenced to death, or he'll just go wrap around heaven, and this could be a massive position for Minio. They have no idea. They're not checking it. No one's looking this way, and he can just clear out the side. Hunter's dead. Hunter is immediately dead upon entry.
What a gap to find. Hooksy on the side has so much he has to do, and he's able to find 2, which might just be enough to keep them in this round. Monacy's looking for Minio up above in the heavens. He might just be finding that fight as well. He's tucked into the corner. Monacy's honed in on the angle, spots him out. Look at that position from Monacy. That's a man that's peeked that angle before.
Yeah, he knows so many different angles. This guy is insane at figuring it out, but here they come back. Hades and Goofy trying to hold on to the plants. It's just Goofy from CT Vent, but Monacy makes the difference on the retake. Takes out the most important player, which was Minio up at heaven. He gets the angle, reads the exact spot he would take. Nico, don't leave him hanging there. He's done so much. Yep, there we go.
There we go. Yeah, just waiting. Yeah, listen, that's a huge recovery from G2. And that's the sort of round they win when they are at their best. Because if they lose that, they would have been in a terrible position. But Hooksy overperforms on the site. Not always necessarily a massive fragger, but when he needs to be, he can deliver impact kills. And that peak from Monacy, that clear into heaven. I mean, I think he is honestly the hardest working player in the game right now, Monte. You see it every time he plays. He comes up with something new. And 9 still have enough money for a half buy here, so they're going to try and keep the pressure on.
Yeah, why not? The pressure has been absolutely building here against G2. They're the ones feeling the heat. Even though they have the much better buy here. That's just going to be fast out onto A. The flames come on through. They're trying to overwhelm. Hunter is just fully flying out in the open, still able to recover for a kill. And Monte arrives, drops the bomb.
Yeah, but it's still 3 versus 2. 2 players coming in from heaven here for G2. There's a shot at winning this for 9 again. Damage with a nade. One-way smoke thrown out for Monte to try and move around the heaven position. But the bomb goes down. They've got recovered rifles, and they've got a good post-plant setup. This is really difficult for G2. Got some util left. 2 flashes. JKS has another smoke. He's going to dish that out towards the one-way yet again. Montes is going to drop the flashes into the site, trying to clear out beneath him. And not comfortable angles to try and fight. And JKS just not looking like he can win this one. Montes falls, and so does he. He just drops off the ladder, runs towards spawn. And what a round to find for 9. Just that speed into the top site. Hunter completely blinded, forced out of the angle with a Molotov, and every single player for G2 hit the deck.
I mean, the flash was just so good, right? And Hooksy on the site is having to fumble with the smoke while that molly comes in. He gets caught in a really uncomfortable position. There was a player who tried to push through main to help as well, so they really were desperately trying to hold. that you see that G2 don't really get any good fights there on the site. What a huge round win for 9, as now G2 are back under pressure. And they know how important that round is.
Yeah.
Look at the money for G2. This can get out of hand so quickly.
This can really start to go in 9's favor to an extent where they might just close this map out convincingly at this point. They're playing so well. Hunter hops up on top of the garage, and he might be able to spot Mania, but the timing hasn't worked for him.
It's completely false information as well. It doesn't spot a single player out here. Thinks that they're fake smokes, but there are 2 players down in secret right now.
The best he can call for is maybe they called a timing, so to just try and be aware of it, but can't confirm that there's players down there.
This is such a rough round for G2. I mean, that M4 is the best thing they have. They fully invested into this.
I mean, these nades might start to give it away.
Oh, Hooksy, dangerous game, but peeks out with a shoulder, throws the smoke down towards door upon contact. 1 minute left. They're coming up the vent. Hooksy's about to be put under a lot of pressure. Looked like they were just getting into the vent. No one actually making their way up it. Monte's down here. The door at Decon can swing wide open and reveal his position.
Ooh, they're rotating a couple, actually. Nico and Hunter might join. Oh, no, they're sticking on ramp for now. But I think they might rotate down just in time.
This could be good for G2. If they can get the players into the B site just in time, this is competitive. This could go all wrong for 9. Okay, he's moving forward. Is Nico caught first? Yes, and there was a second player close by, and Hunter peaks at the right time. The timing works perfectly for him. 20 seconds. They're committing down into lower now. Monte's calling that. Calling for those rotations to come back. Don't go anywhere. Come to this B site. Monte drops off, realizing he can take a risk with a P250, but Hades will double up. JKS catches him. Time is ticking. 9 seconds left. Goofy burns away JKS. They have enough time to plant the bomb, and it's just Hooksy with the deagle. It's unlikely he's able to do anything here. 9 should confirm their 12th round.
You might be able to catch the timing on this player in control, though, and that could be a way into it, but the lack of a kit's going to make it so hard! Oh, the Giga Shot strikes, Minio falls, and Hooksy, he can still make this possible! Hooksy gets both! Unbelievable!
Okay, Hooksy. I'll never doubt him again. That is incredible. He's in such a difficult position coming in with a Deke alone. No supporting utility, no supporting cast. All of his teammates are dead. And he flicks the Deagle headshot. He gets back into the site. And they are chuckling about that because Hooksy's pulled off a ridiculous round.
I mean, the first one felt like a jump scare more than anything.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, boom.
Pure reactions.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Gotta laugh that one off because that is ridiculous from Hooksy.
Oh, and these are the rounds G2 win. This is what makes them so hard to play against.
But he's not normally the one that's getting those rounds.
Holy. Even Monte's surprised by that one.
Yeah, Nico had to give him some props, but a timeout, you have to take one after that if you're 9 because you know that fires them up when they win a big clutch like that. Let the adrenaline cool down a little bit, try and stifle that momentum slightly. But that's a tough round lost to stomach 4-9. They got themselves in such a good position. Just couldn't close it out. What a round to win for G2.
I mean, the buy is still fine for 9. It's really good for them. They got the AKs out with the AWP, so I mean, G2 have got to stay focused here. But can 9 mentally recover from a round like that? I feel like it's the underdog teams that struggle most when they lose rounds. They feel like they should have won. Nico is down secret, so he can call that B is not really a concern right now.
Oh, he's got a one-way too, so if they come anywhere near him, he's got a kill. Lovely from Nico. And once you realize that one-way smoke is up, you do not want to peek. You can't go for the trade because you're just so unlikely to win the fight. You just have to wait that smoke out.
Man, yeah, and it wastes so much of the T utility. That's a dink onto Hades.
That's unbelievable.
He makes it look so easy.
You see that smoke there, and you know it's a one-way if Secret smoked, and yet still you lose a player and almost a follow-up. This could be the critical engagement. K and Hooksy out in the open.
Yeah, his position's not great here. Yeah, he's going to get caught because of it. Tried to drop back towards CT Vent, just didn't really have the timing to do it, but there's still 2 players here for G2. Hunter close towards Hot. Oh, what a shot from Kylar. And a second follow-up into the back of the site, but Nico and JKS come crunching in on them, and G2 recover what was looking like a bit of a mess on the A site.
Wow, you rarely see a player fly up the vents and get kills so clean like that. But NiKo knows exactly how to do it. Even with that crazy shot coming in from Kyler, it looked like that could have been the difference maker, but not meant to be. G2 hold on again. They're being pushed here. They're having to win these close clutch rounds we know them for, but they are coming through. And now they finally break the bank of 9.
Yeah, the CT movements were so good in that round. That's what we know G2 well for. This one, it is just going to be these pistols. They've got a bit of utility to take the outside control. Smokes go on down. And actually, getting a little bit of pressure out onto Monte here with the AWP, but he's a man that thrives under pressure. Misses the third shot. HooXi is here with the FAMAS to get 2 more. So Minio, well, he might have gotten down into secret. Can't really do too much here.
A default knife. A default skin enjoyer.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's cool.
That's not really.
What? No, I like it.
We saw someone rocking like the Vice gloves earlier and then a default AWP, and I was thinking that's really wrong priorities.
But you can always see the gloves. You can't always see the AWP.
again. Yeah, that's true. That is true. You can always see the gloves. But HooXi had some crazy impact in this game so far. I mean, he hasn't got the most amount of kills, but just think of the rounds that he's won, right? So he's won the round in the clutch with a deagle, but also when they lost the A site and there was the Minio Heaven wrap, he also gets a double kill with the FAMAS close towards HUD. So although he doesn't get the most amount of kills, the ones he is finding are really, really impactful. And then this round's solid as well.
He's an AWPer as well. What can he do?
Yeah, he did have a lot of great AWP rounds back at Katowice, if you remember.
Yeah, man. On Anubis, he was loving it. Doesn't mind the AWP occasionally. He's got the MP9 in this round, though, as 9 are back on the buy themselves.
No AWP for 9, no AWP for Hades. And he's been so good so far. You would love to get that into his hands as much as you can. But the money isn't there yet. And HooXi, because he has the weaker guns, he can just get aggressive. He can take a few risks. And that feels rough if you're Goofy.
I mean, listen, Goofy chose to stick around in the smoke. He extinguished the molly himself. I like that play from HooXi, getting aggressive with the incendiary.
HooXi with the reads now. It's looking pretty good. The smoke's keeping Hunter's attention, but NiKo has his back. See that there were a couple of players floating around outside. Now they're grouping up in lobby. Minio is looking for anything that's going to be given to him. This kill might come the way of Monte. He's been patient here in HUT, has not budged. Has this entire angle closed off, just knowing that after that kill went down from HooXi that no one could be here. And finally rewarded with the kill on Decay.
Oh, NiKo chimes in second. They have slipped down the vent, but how much can they really do about it? JKS nearly gets a chance to shut them down before they even enter Decon, but JKS gets caught on the double door swing. Kyler has hit some lovely headshots so far in this half. And the bomb goes down, a 2 versus 4 still ahead of them, but a chance given to 9 for this. G2 got 2 players in ramp, and 2 coming through from the door side, so right now, 9 just waiting for that first movement that is coming their way. G2 are running this clock down. They're really limiting the time they have left to make this work. NiKo and Hunter, though, swoop in, get the kills, and getting a player with a kit onto that defuse as G2 retake the lower bomb site.
Yeah, relied there on Kyler behind the silo to at least get one and then stay alive, but the fact that he goes down immediately allows the flank to come through.
Signal for a timeout there, I believe, on the 9 side. There have been a couple of moments in this game that could have swung the game into 9's favor. But G2 have pulled through when they've been in those precarious positions. And that is indeed the 3rd timeout taken by 9. I think this is where it starts to get serious, starts to get scary. You start to realize how difficult it can be to beat G2, even when you're playing well yourself against them. NiKo's quietly put up 22 kills. Monte has now started to show up on this second half, up to 2nd on the board. As you were saying, HooXi's definitely had impact with his frags.
If anything, it's Hunter that's been pretty quiet, but a few important kills there on the retake scenarios. 11-11. 9 don't really have the kind of buy that inspires you with confidence, but maybe with some sheer force and overwhelming outside, they might get some space here against Monte.
Such a powerful outside position that G2 have been able to get. Player on top of Garage, Monte up at red. This is good for many frags. There comes the first. Monte backs on back and it's gonna spam on through. Okay, Fair enough from Hunter. Gets one through the smoke. Nico on top didn't really need to do anything.
It's not that easy for them to respond down to this B site, actually, because they were so focused on Yard. But I think because 9 have slowed down, they will now get back in time.
Yeah, it'll allow G2 that time to readjust. JKS is already down here on this site, so really good position. Monte's rotated into ramp. JKS handles Hades. G2 now 5 in a row. Go on fire. They also take the lead.
Really good recovery here from G2. Can 9 keep it close themselves? This is where it can be hard to recover, where you feel like you've had opportunities snatched away from you. At least you're going to get that gun round together.
Nice, clean, guys.
It is getting clean for G2, honestly. They're not being stressed out as much in these recent rounds, but we do now have that AWP out for Hades.
Yeah, that's true. Let's see if it's a big difference maker. K gets run boosted over the initial utility towards outside. Didn't get over the box, but did get close enough. And JKS caught in an aggressive position by Kylar.
Kylar's been killing it in the recent rounds. His AK looks sharp, and that opens up a massive area of the map to work with.
You see the response trying to come through there for Hunter. He wanted to apply pressure towards ramp, or rather lobby, now that they lost ramp. And Nico drifts too far outside, and Hades had pushed up towards red, so he gets the angle on Nico, and a second kill for 9 to kick this off.
I felt like he had to find something, right? And instead finds an AWP bullet.
Look where the bomb is, though. If Monte keeps moving forward, if Hades picks up this bomb and tries to join his teammates, he will be cut off from the rest of the pack. That will then draw the other players back from ramp to lobby because they have to recover the bomb.
They use util, they do.
Yeah, there it is.
That's all they need. Honestly, looking back, finally, something for G2 in this round. Fast flick, but ramp's still open and no one on G2 ready to respond at this B site immediately. I think Monte gets here a little late.
Swings the decon door open. Util's going to come in and block his vision yet again. He's got to wait it out and wait on his teammates to come down here. And on difficult terms, G2 will attempt the retake. Hades, with that kill, that should be it, really. But we've seen Hooksy pull off a ridiculous round on this lower side already.
Yeah, this is where you save.
You have to at this point. There's no chance getting in when you've just lost too many members. And Monte goes up the vent. Doesn't want to get caught by anybody. And Hooksy will join him from secret. So the streak of 5 rounds in a row now come to an end for G2. And it's 12-12. We're tied up again.
Yeah, it's in the second T round here, 4-9. It's been a bit of a struggle here on the attack, but this one's pretty clean. Keeping 4 players alive as well will feel pretty comfortable.
And I think it's a testament to the importance of getting the AWP out for Hades. You know, immediately when you get it out, Nico's dead at the start of the round. Hades finds an important kill that closes the chances on the retake. It's good to see him back with a big green gun.
Yes, it's Kylo who's been the one really popping off on this T side, though, honestly. Like, the shots he's landing are crazy.
They're really nuts.
Yeah, and the fact that he gets that ramp kill is maybe one of the reasons why Nico feels uncomfortable and feels like he has to move in the first place.
That Kylar K combo is deadly.
Update from the other stream. NIP have just collected their first victory over Eternal Fire, 16-11 on Mirage.
Good win for NIP. Definitely one they needed. Nico again in secret.
Different play this time, though.
Same one way, but different position.
I think you can see 9 a little scared of that.
Yeah, they're going to waste utility trying to force him out. Well, they waste utility forcing him out.
What was the point in that molly? What were they
I think they wanted to go behind the stairs.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the point.
Okay.
That's the point.
Wow.
To set up Kylar to come around the backside onto Nico.
Kylar's killing it on this T side. Keeps on getting into good positions. Keeps on winning fights. And now Hunter, the first responder.
Flash goes forward. Hunter gets caught on the stairway. Goofy runs over and smashes his head open. And now with 50 seconds left, the initial move works out perfectly for 9. They capitalize on the play around the backside of Nico. Hunter falls second, and they now have the B side.
The G2 can't afford to really do anything here unless they find something. But the way that 9 are spread out should be already in a good position that G2 are evacuating immediately. You see they have plenty of money, just courtesy of those rounds before, but now they're getting to tail end, want to keep as much of that as possible. And it's a pretty split vote over on the Blast TV poll. A lot of 9 fans starting to believe.
I think with that kind of round, that's a statement of they can play really complex T rounds.
and find the gaps in G2's defense. That was great from Kylar.
Yeah, they're doing a pretty good job at finding those gaps. But I wonder if G2 can stop that from happening. It does feel like when you get the more standard rounds played out, G2 have been better. And I like that G2 have been very conservative in the way they've saved their guns here. I think they want to keep making sure they always have gun rounds, because they should be confident on this CT side that they will be able to shine through. Definitely getting a little close for comfort now, though.
Kind of surprised I've only seen 2 timeouts from G2, considering how their T-half went. But good to see it coming through now as we get into the later stages of this best of 1. And 9 have just taken the lead off of 2 very clean T rounds in a row.
Is this where G2 step up, though? In the past, in their tournament wins, it seems like whenever the game gets late, they find a way to come through with some crazy plays. Honestly, had a good spawn, decides not to use it. Haven't seen him AWPing yard too often. It's always Nico who's been involved there. That's a nice nade. He's still accelerating.
Nick, he is very quick to getting down towards Secret here. No Nico this time to deal with.
That means JKS will rotate down to B instead. So Monte plugs the gap at ramp. I think Monte might get tested on ramp.
Looks like that is the obvious choice here. Monte set to deliver. First kill is locked in. Monte then drops down into the B site immediately.
He's done his job. Can now just hold this angle, and they do not want to test his AWP again. First time around, he passed with flying colors. Instead, it's going to be K trying to find out JKS here. This is where Monte has ended up too. And they've been forced back, but K is going to move off that position, and it's actually kept 2 CTs down there and invested. Nico, he's the one that now has to deal with these 2 Ts that are coming his way.
He's going to play it from far back here at spawn.
Kind of puts him out of position if they decide not to go this way and then go through a main hit.
We'll see what the call is for 9. Minio has shown a tendency to want to play towards Hell, so maybe this works in favor of Nico.
Oh, crouching under. Do you have time for this? 25 seconds.
Not a lot of time at all to play with in Nico's angle. It's just a perfect off angle. Such a smart position from Nico. Huxi comes forward in the back of the site. Monte with the no-scope up the vent. Minio tries to transfer but cannot do it in time. And Hunter will close around for G2. And that play from Nico is just smart because he knows the common position is up on the forklift, right? As soon as they see that's clear, they're going to assume that it's clear and then cross it a little bit wider. They're not going to be checking for it. And Nico just wrecks him.
And it feels like 9, once this opening went against them, maybe running a little short on ideas.
Monte getting revenge against Hades. But yeah, it's a bit unfortunate there for 9. You can tell the idea, you know, as soon as K goes down, it's immediately, okay, they have to just fall back to the A hit. Maybe if they'd gone for that immediately, it might have worked out a little bit better. Bit of an early fight towards Squeaky. Gonna leave everyone feeling okay. No huge damage done.
Such an important round here as well. 13-13 in the game. Money's pretty decent here, 4-9 in terms of being left over.
Kind of the same for both teams, really.
Yeah, both spots.
G2 are a little bit more healthy up.
He's really wanting this yard fight, or at least spotting towards yard.
All right, JKS on the ramp. Been Monte here a few times. JKS now takes the position with a rifle.
This is the position he's famous for.
Let's see how 9 deal with JKS. He's just drifting between both angles. Not gathering a lot of info from this spot, obviously, so they could slip out on a timing on him. But now he's getting a bit more hungry for that info and gets it. Couple of shots whiz towards him. And the utility's coming in. JKS feels pressure, decides to use utility and drop down into B.
Yeah, Smoke doesn't really achieve anything for him, but at least Hunter's found K. That's a big kill to find. He can come back and help out JKS.
Still have that rotate option through the vents, and now with Nico dropping the bomb, this gets awkward for 9. 28 seconds. They're going to try and go into those 2 players on B.
Yeah, JKS is in a really strong spot and one of the best anchor players in terms of being able to step up from these kind of spots. So It's going to be rough for 9 to get through him, but they do. Headshot lands out to the right side. Window's broken open. Hunter trying to track the sound as they move forward to the site. He's going to use the nade instead to throw that in. Goofy's denied his life, and Nico spams the bullets in. Combo that with a nade thrown from his cousin Hunter, and it's an instant death. Hades has to save the AWP. Not enough time for the bomb plant, and G2 will go up to 14 rounds, 2 away from victory.
And a hard-fought one at that, considering where we were at the half. The CT side has looked very good, save for those 2 rounds that 9 were able to find. This one came down to what you expect on the CT side from G2, just finding these timings. They can find these individual fights. And Nico is just in insane form on this map.
Damn. Yeah, a little too obvious at the end of the round there from 9, unfortunately, as they go down to B. Rotate was always going to be there. And you do just get the feeling, you do just wonder whether 9 had their chances earlier in the half. They weren't able to take them. And now G2 have had the money built up. It's just looked very solid for them. Unless 9 can find an opening move very early in a round, they have not been finding success here. It seems like it's key for them to find an opening, find a way in, or at least find an unexpected position. Let's see if 9 have anything up their sleeve in this one.
Oh, it's quick. Pressure towards top side, but no one making the play just yet. They're letting K make his way through main, and they have caught them completely unaware. Huxi was staring into the void. And Kai will take that kill without issue. Monte, look at this. Look at the risk, and unfortunately for him, does not pay off. And they've opened up the round entirely. Turns out he really is the key to success. Kufi comes through, and that's 9, shutting down G2's defense very quickly indeed. They've tied up the scoreline again.
Yeah, what a round from K. Truly is the key to success here. 3 massive kills. Gonna go down at the end here to JKS. JKS just wants to try and get out of this. They're gonna still have plenty of money for the final rounds, but yeah, a bit of a change in pace and just what pays off for 9.
That feels like it has to be a miscommunication, though. Like, Nico started the round ramp. He wasn't even watching Yard. He was playing down on the lower site. So the fact that Huxi is so clueless to that position must have been some sort of miscommunication or misunderstanding. 9 will take it, though, all day long. Split into the A site. They try something different. They catch G2 off guard. Now we are indeed going the distance.
Yeah, we're into murky waters now. G2, plenty of money left, though. But anyone can come out on top of this game at this point. What a round from K. I think he was loving the fact that G2 hadn't clocked on to his aggressive maneuver towards outside.
Can't believe he finds that 3rd kill. That just feels so unreasonable.
Yeah, definitely. You should expect him. Okay, maybe you get away with 1 or 2 here, but staying alive for that 3rd is nuts. But 14-14, round 29. Goofy blows off the squeaky door, and it's pretty quick for him to take this first fight, but he's smoked off, and that'll slow the play down 4-9.
Yeah, they have players in lobby, so maybe if there was a pick through Squeaky, they would have committed behind it. There does seem to be a smoke that's landed way off the mini-map, but we won't comment on that.
Maybe we get a view of that at some point. But now 9 just kind of forced further and further back at the beginning of the round. No real control established just yet towards outside, but obviously they can go with that late round execute if they decide to want to throw their smokes towards Yard. And that is the call. Here comes the smokes out. Nice. Monte applying some pressure in towards lobby. Kylar, if he peeks, it's going to be a real rough shot for him to have to deal with.
Ooh, Nico up on top of the garage. Wow. So exposed out there. Can't find a single kill. Hades takes off his head.
And you can see the immediate reaction when Nico goes down there. They're trying to push through the door. Monte's trying to make some space, but both players towards outside have gone down now. Luckily, Hunter's rotated towards B. 45 seconds. He has to deliver more than 1 here to make this feel comfortable for G2. It's 1 and nearly a second. Monte down the vent. Movement up the ladder, but Kylar was cutting off that rotation up, and he has smashed his head off his shoulders. And now 9, they know if they can just walk back into that A side. They do not have to commit down to B. JKS is nowhere near the action, and 9 have found map point against G2 in this opening.
What a play from Kylar to get him behind there. Knows that Monte was the player on site looking in that angle. As soon as he drops, he finds that gap to get onto the site, catches him on the rotate back up. It felt like Monte was about to make magic happen there when he gets that first kill. But instead, it's just JKS left to wait. The top down, 15 about to be on the board for 9.
Yeah, and we saw the frustration from Nico on the player cam after the previous round loss, where he wasn't playing Yard, where he was playing down on B, and the site got lost so quickly. So I feel like he really wanted to get involved in this round. He really tried to force those fights on Yard, and he ends up in an incredibly committed position. Even though Monte is able to take some good info, some good map control, he can't get out of his spot. The double entry comes in, and 9 have every opportunity to cause the start of the upsets.
Yeah, it's devastating because you look at the money now for G2 after this round. It's a really risky position for Nico to take towards outside. And usually you'd bank on him at least getting a few from it, but he just gets nothing. And this is now, yeah, you can see the frustration in himself, really.
It's a few rounds that we've seen him actually go up there and not find anything. I mean, that round, it's kind of a risky play, right, to be making such an important round.
Well, here we go. 9 looking for speed. At the start of this round, they've done damage in towards main. Hunter trying to stand tall, but eventually will be overrun. It's a Minio double. And Hunter towards the back of the site has dropped the bomb, and that's a massive kill to collect here. That stifled 9's commitment forward, and now they have to reconsider. JKS is in the vent as well. He could activate here.
Yeah, JKS is about to unravel all of this as he catches the right timing, just sitting on down. They're making a lot of noise above him. And he's just sitting here, waiting for this window, waiting to see if someone just peeks on in. But 9 are waiting for Minio to make the play.
Yeah, they're letting for Minio to come around the backside, and Monte aware of that, but look at the gun he has. It's just a scout in his hands at the moment.
Minio's tagged, though.
Back headshot on Goofy, but Minio gets the trade. That's information on the whereabouts of at least Minio. And they want more info, so Hunter's actually pushed in towards the lobby, right towards Hades, a no-scope for the Polish sniper. And now it is just JKS to try and drag this one to overtime. Just sitting at the bottom of the vent.
They know he's the ramp player. They haven't seen him this entire round.
He's just going to sit there.
He has to wait for the plant.
He does. He has to wait for 9 to make the
risky
play.
To fly up.
And even when he does fly up...
They'll plant for heaven, surely.
Yeah.
This is such a good position for Minio to stand in the final few seconds of this. He watches the vent. JKS spotted. His health dragged down, and so are G2. World #1 upset on their opening game of the RMRs. The Polish team are here to play, and they're bringing Poland back at the RMRs. An opening win, and it is looking good for 9 now. 1-0 as they move forward in the bracket.
9, the dark horse, just zooming ahead, right?
Yeah, listen, they had to fight through adversity here. Throughout that second half, it felt like G2 were taking control. It felt like G2 were coming back into it. But you saw the frustration start to creep in on the side of G2. In those last couple of rounds especially, it felt like Nico was really trying to force it. Went through the main smoke, made the play at Yard that ended up losing that round. Unfortunately for G2, they just end up collapsing in the last couple of rounds.
That first half, it was not good enough, Lucy, really. We're looking at a T side that looked shaky. A start for G2, they looked uncomfortable, and it ends up costing them in that second half as well. But you have to say, 9 played an incredible game of Counter-Strike here. They made so many great moves. Kyler on that second half, you kept pointing them out, Hawker, hitting the most unreasonable shots. They were getting into some crazy positions and finding the gaps in this G2 defense, and that's not easy to do, Lucy.
Yeah, I think you got to mention, the T side from G2 was not great. I mean, 3 of their 5 rounds were just those first 3. They just could not find a single thing. But really, the stars of the show are those on 9. Hades, so much impact on that CT side, and the Kyler K combo was something else.
There was no weak link, really, when it came to 9, right? Meteor sure is the least amount of kills, but the amount of space he was getting, the amount of information he was able to get based on his plays were allowing 9 into these positions where they could get the wrap on them, where they could get in behind them. Really good team play from this Polish side, and I'm really impressed. You know, the question was, will they be able to bring this level to LAN against the best in the world? I think they were saying even in their interviews, we know we're playing against weaker opponents and the results can sometimes be misleading, but they felt confident that they would be able to bring this level of performance to LAN against the best in the world, and they've done exactly that.
Absolutely, great
on one of their best maps too.
Yeah, man. I mean, listen, and that's why I love that 9 went for the nukes. Screw it. Why not test it against the best in the world?
Well, I believe we actually have a winner's interview on the sideline as well with Hades.
I believe in the Hades supremacy, bro. That told me through that. That is a huge upset.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say, to be honest. Like, we expected Nuke to be in the map pool, and I mean, we're fans of G2. Like, we knew what they do, so I think we played really well as well.
For you guys as well, coming into this game, was there a big preparation stage? You know, obviously you know you're coming against G2. Was it counter-stratting because it looked like you had the edge on them kind of for the majority of that game?
I mean, like I said, we watch all of G2 like all the time. Like we take a lot of stuff from them, so we know how they play. And we just added a few of our stuff, and it somehow worked, you know.
And for you as well, how does it feel to be back in kind of elite level Counter-Strike? You had a little bit of a gap, then it started this year, you come back in towards 9, and now the project's doing so well. How does it feel for you personally to be playing at the top again?
It feels good because like got dropped, I had a bit of a rough time towards my end events, so it feels good to be back, and hopefully we can just build on from here all the time.
And lastly, of course, you know, to go 2-0 today, what would that mean to you boys? I mean, you are dark horses and you continue to prove people wrong. How does it feel if you are able to go 2-0?
I mean, 2-0 is nice, but we need 3-0, you know? We just need those 3 wins. Like, it doesn't matter if we go 2-0 if we end up with 2-3, so we just need to keep calm and do our job.
Love to say, man. Well, congratulations.
Thanks, man.
Good to hear from Hades in terms of his ideas around the 2-0, because we've seen FaZe last week. They went 2-0. They got the 2 best of 1s and couldn't quite complete it. It's about getting those 3 wins here on LAN, and that's what 9 are focused in on.
So did Bait, man. A couple of the 2-0 teams
true.
struggling as soon as they didn't make it through. Yeah, it can be tough. So good to see that they're already focused forwards. And also great to hear, listen, they're fans of G2. They come into this tournament and they beat them.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, right? G2, I mean, they are the best team in the world right now, but 9 just made them, well, eat those words, 16-14. We can see all the results from today as they've come through. A few upsets in the mix.
Yeah, the first round definitely had a few upsets, as the RMR always provides. Cloud9 looking like the strongest side, in my opinion, from that result over FORZE. I thought that would have been a far closer game, but they look good. Everyone else is being a little shaky apart from Heroic, so definitely looking good for Cloud9 and Heroic. We'll look at the bracket and see how things shape up based on those results. We've got our 1-0 column. We'll have Aurora versus Heroic, Cloud9 taking on Monte, 9 versus Big, NIP taking on Vitality, and in that 0-1 bracket, it's 500 versus Spirit, ENCE, FORZE, G2 versus iNation. So if you have a regional matchup actually coming in there, Holka.
Yeah, oh man, ENCE FORZE, that is an interesting one for 0-1. 2 teams that probably had a chance to win their opening BO1, weren't able to. I think all in all, we have pretty good matchups there. I mean, 9 versus Big also. 9 have got to be looking at that and saying 2-0 very much on the cards.
Yeah, absolutely, Lucy. But it's been a fantastic first round of games, and I'm looking forward to getting into more of them. But we do have to take a break, an extended one at that. It's going to be about 45 minutes long. We have to give the team some time to prepare for their next opponents. And when we do have that break, we'll come back, we'll get the RMR back underway, and the Counter-Strike will continue.
Our first time Royal Arena, playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick. We have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning, going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I was like, why did I do that? Why did I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on third map. And somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never ever in my life.
The European RMR Group B continues into its second set of matches on day one. We have got ourselves Cloud9 taking on Monte, two winning sides on their debuts here at the RMR. My name is Dinko, joined by Lucy and Hawker to tell this story, and we have ourselves a really exciting matchup, right? We've got Cloud9, who came in looking really strong, and Monte, who came in looking fantastic, beating ENCE.
Yeah, it's a matchup I don't think we were expecting to see here, right, in the 1-0 matchups. I mean, Monte, that was quite the upset over ENCE. Obviously, Cloud9 were definitely the favorites in their matchup, so no surprise to see them here. But two teams that I think are going to be really exciting to see in the server.
What do you made of the action so far with these guys, Hawker? We can take a look at the Group B and see how things have shaped up there.
Yeah, a lot of fun opening matches, I'm going to say. I think we had a couple of one-sided wins at the start, but then we started getting the upsets sprinkled in there towards the end. And I think in the second round, we have generally matchups that should be fairly favored to one of the two teams, but definitely a couple where I could see upsets coming through again. I think 9 v Big could be very close. And I also think ENCE v FORZE could be close, depending on whether FORZE can step up, because they didn't do too well against Cloud9.
Exactly, down in that 0-1 bracket against ENCE. That's a very scary game. You don't want to be going 0-2 on day one of the RMR. Plenty of action to continue. We'll see how all of this shakes out and who heads into those 2-0 columns, 1-1 and 0-2, where you do not want to be. It is a little bit worrying because you do have that last chance qualifier, but you think about who is in that already. You got FaZe down there, so we can take a look at some of the matches that are going to be panning out. And obviously, when we look at Cloud9 Monte, that's the one we're going to be covering here in that 1-0 bracket. There's an alternative stream as well. You can take a look at some other action across the board, but this is Monte. They came in looking really good from online. The question was, would they be able to transition that into LAN?
Yeah, it's a team that's just been on a dominant spree online in terms of lots of those online events. They won ECL most recently against 9 in a pretty dominant fashion. I mean, look at those numbers in that opening game. Boros on an absolute tear, 1.38 out the gate.
Yeah, Boros is just looking incredible at the moment. You know, we look at this guy, and I think the biggest problem for him has been getting a visa to actually come to these events, because back-to-back RMR seems to have had some issues getting to them. We know that's always been a problem for Boros, but I'm so glad he's actually here to be able to show us what he can do.
Yeah, man, great to see him here. Great to see him performing, and I think they will be very happy with that opening win against ENCE, and maybe that will give them a bit of confidence that they can cause yet another upset.
We have got an interview, a chance to listen in to Monte ahead of this one.
Boros, brother, thank you very much for joining me. You started off the day well, you got a win under your belt, and now you're coming against Cloud9. First of all, talk me through your feelings after your win.
We are really happy that we won, and we kind of like expected it. We was confident like going in this game, and we were happy that we won. Like, it was good.
And of course, now you're going against Cloud9. It's a tough opponent, right? We know how good the side can be. What's your kind of thoughts and your preparations coming in towards this game?
We actually didn't prepare so much for this game, but I think we can do it, and we'll try our best to win it. Like.
Fair enough. And, you know, we've seen recently you're a product of UK Counter-Strike. You played at Endpoint for a while. That's where you really made your name, and now you've seen UK Counter-Strike do really well. What does it mean to you to see kind of the UK CS finally starting to play well?
I'm so happy for them that they qualified. They are now legends, like, and it's really nice to see them qualify. And they're like my old teammates, so it feels good. Like.
And what would it mean to you as well to join them in towards the majors, the final CSGO major ever? What would it mean to you personally to be there?
It would mean so much. Like, it's my dream to qualify for a major, and I will do my best for it.
Well, finally, any fighting words over towards Cloud9?
We're gonna destroy them.
Well, they did destroy ENCE earlier on today. A little comeback at the late stages, but that could have been a very convincing scoreline to open up their RMR affair. Still strong, though, from Monte. Great to hear from Boros and his opinion of the matchup. And obviously, they're not going to be able to prepare against Cloud9 because you didn't really know who you were going to face. So not an easy team to go up against with a lack of preparation, Hawker.
Yeah, we see the big three for these guys always delivering. Shiro and Axile almost always up there. Hobbit recently has had a couple of really good tournaments for himself. And then in that opening game, Nafny and Buster also rounding out the squad because the win was just so one-sided.
Yeah, I think those numbers you take with a few grains of salt just because it was so one-sided. But I think an interesting thing to be keeping an eye on with this team is Buster has really started to come into some serious form. I feel like he's stepping up these last few events.
Yeah, there's been standout players across the board for Cloud9 at the start of this tournament, but that is only one map of play. We're expecting the stars of the show to really rise up across the board. We'll see Axel and Shiro rise to the top. And as you said, Hobbit has just been incredible. So let's focus in on Axel, one of the best riflers in the world. Definitely last year was one of the top performing players across every field. He was incredible.
Yeah, someone consider him maybe the best rifler in the world just because of the recent form he's shown. And I mean, starting off hitting the ground running here at the RMRs, the fantastic performance. And yeah, I mean, he has a few games where he goes missing, and I think if he's not hitting those sort of empty games anymore, and he's finding that impact consistently, this team, they're pretty comfy looking for that 3-0.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that his average kills per map is actually lower, even though he had that crazy good rating. That's just because they won so quick. You can even rack up all the kills. Hopefully we get to see a little more play from Cloud9 in this one. Wouldn't mind a closer game to see what level they're playing to, but also, if they just keep on winning just dominantly, who can complain about that?
Yeah, I know. It's kind of crazy how good they have been. Again, that FORZE result was really unexpected. I thought FORZE are going to give them a much tougher battle, which means making predictions is really hard. So we can take a look at those and bring those up and have a look at what we've seen throughout the second half of the day.
Cody.
Yeah, look, I mean,
Cody popped off this morning.
Yeah, because he went out of his way to pick all the like crazy matchups. So you know, it's no wonder he got a few, because it's upset city here. Maybe that's on us for trying to pick favorites this time.
Yeah, Harry not doing so well in the blast picks by Unicorn.
Not many Eternal Fire believers, just me.
Yeah, well, you know, we got burned this morning, Lucy. That's the problem. I think most of us predicted them to win the opening game versus NIP. Astralis started to play Vitality close, so that's what we've got so far. Cody pulling ahead, but we have a chance to pull it back in the second half of day 1 of Group B. Definitely excited to see how this is going to pan out, but what is unanimous is Cloud9 taking the victory.
Yeah, which I think is fair. Listen, they're normally so solid. We kind of said this with Heroic earlier, but I feel like Cloud9 is similar, especially in group stages. These guys seem to always play very well. We saw it back at Pro League. I'm sure we will see it here.
Well, let's take a look at the veto and see where we're going to take this battle. It is still the best of 1 territory, Lucy.
Yeah, I think these two teams have pretty similar matchups. They've both got different permas, but I think that kind of leaves open a lot of maps that they're both going to feel comfortable on. And a best of 1, well, it might just be Ancient again. No, Cloud9's not going to let it go. So Mirage, that feels like a logical place for both these teams.
No Ancient, though. That's good for Cloud9. Avoid the team. The upset teams from that region have just been really good on Ancient. Like, every time there seems to be a team from the Eastern European region, they've been able to pull off the upsets. We've seen it Bit. They got themselves 2-0 based on those Ancients. We've seen this morning Monte themselves picking it up, then Aurora beating Spirit on it. Definitely, Ancient is a scary map to go to. So Mirage, we're evening things out a little bit.
Yeah, normally I might say that Mirage is scary against a team like Monte, but I think it's the right decision here for Cloud9. It's been a really good map for them as of late. They can have some lockdown CT sides on this map. I also think when Buster first joined, he was having some issues as that B anchor, but I think he has improved as time has gone on. And I also do get the feeling, even though Monte won their opening game, Waro 2K wasn't delivering as much. I do feel like some of these players might not be as explosive in the LAN environment, so I don't think it's as scary going onto a map like Mirage as it might be in an online game.
The counterpoint is, I mean, Mirage is a map where an AWPer can have a lot of impact, right? And we're looking at Waro 2K to do that. And I will say, you know, I've had the opportunity to cast these guys a few times in online matches, and honestly, Mirage is one of their strongest maps alongside, say, Anubis, where they're absolutely insane on the T side. Those odds, pretty decent for Monte, actually.
Yeah, the Unicorn odds coming in, favoring Cloud9, but not too far and away for Monte. Definitely giving them a fighting chance on Mirage. And a couple of weeks ago, I did see a ridiculous clip from Waro 2K in a clutch on Mirage on the T side in middle. He was left alone with just the Deagle, just popped off. Waro is definitely capable of taking over the server. It's just a question of whether or not it will be done on LAN. For Cloud9, I think the key players to look out for are obviously Shiro on that AWP on the CT side. Can be really good towards short in terms of taking opening kills there and just really becoming a threat. And I think a lot of people have started to say that Shiro is the best performing player in the world right now.
Yeah, there's a few people in that camp. You can understand why if you really like his play style. I can understand, especially in-game leaders, I'm sure would love to have a guy like Shiro who is really good at just locking down areas of the map and really good in the late rounds.
I think people are analyzing his VODs. A lot of people have said in teams and analysts have said that he is 2 steps ahead, it feels like. He's always got the idea. He's never really in a position where he puts himself at risk. That's why his numbers are so low in terms of deaths, but so high in the kill count. You know, Jim will have a lot of options to save, so he doesn't get involved in a lot of fights, where Shiro will take a lot of fights and still not die. So it's really impressive to see him hitting those numbers, and also steals the pillow from the hotel every time.
Yeah, man. We're getting comfy on the Casadesi. He's getting comfy in his chair. Good to see.
It's important to be in your comfort zone, and you know, maybe at home he's used to having the pillow behind him.
He does lean really forward into the monitor, so having an extra like cushion behind him, he's fine.
But I guess the thing about Cloud9 is, you know, you got a player like Shiro, and you can have similar conversations about Shiro that you can have about a player like Zaiwu, for instance. But I would say the rifles around Shiro are the key difference between him and other AWPers in other teams. Now he's just got such a solid core that support him.
Well, with that, I guess you've got to look at last year, the fact that you have so many players in the top 5, and they did nothing. They won Dallas, and that was it, really. You know, you didn't look at them as competitors for the major titles or teams that were constantly making the finals and pushing the edge like Heroic were. This is a team that underperformed.
Well, they're a team that I think many thought were going to win Rio, right? When we looked at that bracket, the playoff bracket, it felt like they had the clean run to the grand finals, but couldn't make it work.
Yeah, your little scoff makes me think you did that.
Yeah, I might have picked him.
Yeah,
I might
have done that.
It felt like the time. It felt like the time. It was not. Moves have been made now, though.
It's cool to see Buster getting the VP shackles off his ankles, you know. He's still kind of learning how to play this new style for Cloud9 and taking a few more fights. We can take a look at the Team World Rankings graph here for Cloud9.
Yeah.
It's not been where you want to see them.
I mean, I like the fact we're seeing the recent improvement here, though, right? This is just for this year, so kind of when Buster was getting into the lineup. And you can see, initially, there were questions raised, but Buster had been out of the game for a while. I think we will see him slowly improve. And it's about when we get to the major that I'd expect we get to see what we can truly expect from this move.
So if Cloud9 can't qualify, then we'd actually have them as contenders of the whole major going into Paris then.
Yeah, I think they're probably definitely one of the favorites you're looking at here. We saw them get to the grand finals of Pro League, right, with a really good run there, obviously scuppered by FaZe at the very end. But, I mean, FaZe might not even make it through at this point, right? So Cloud9, the path gets a little clearer for them.
What an end to the season it would be, bombing out to IHC at Katowice and then going ahead and winning a major. Now, that would be quite the Cinderella story run.
That'll be quite the turnaround. Yeah, definitely. And I do think it is the question of just, can they perform on stages if they do indeed get to that sort of position, right? It seems like some of the players do take a step back when you get to that position. So still something that Cloud9 would want to look for, but they always seem to be very good in these sorts of stages. We saw it at Pro League. I'm sure we will see it here. We've already started to see it here.
Yeah, we have already started to see it here. Cloud9, not really too many issues when it comes to the group stage environment and the studio environments. Well, let's talk about some of the issues that Monte could cause them, because this is a team that we know have a lot of firepower, that are listening to SDY as the most experienced player on the team. Seems like a good clique of players coming together.
Yeah, I think that's what's exciting about this team. You know, they've always been around in the tier 2 space as this team of frag stars. You know, obviously they have Boris in the mix. You used to have Red Star back in there, Joel, all these players that are really sort of known for their fragging ability, but it kind of felt like there was a lack of stability. SDY coming into this team has really been a massive change for them. It feels like you got this consistent, safe pair of hands, and SDY is finding some pretty good form alongside bringing that level of experience to the squad.
Yeah, I think he's going to take a lot from his time in Na'Vi, right, and bring that over into this Monte side where you've got the likes of Krasnal and Boros alongside the 3 Ukrainian representatives of SDY, Waro 2K, and DemQQ, right? So this is definitely a team that are going to play with representing their country of Ukraine as well as the core. I think for SDY especially, wears his heart in his sleeve in terms of representing his country, and he wants to bring glory to it. So this is his opportunity to do that, and it would mean a lot to go up 2-0, especially taking down a team like Cloud9.
Can you imagine just how that's going to throw everything into the mix if they go 2-0?
Yeah, exactly, because then we have a team like G2 who's 0-1 right now, probably going to go 1-1, so there's going to be a lot of scary teams in that bracket if another few upsets come in here.
Yeah, definitely could be the case. I think for Monte, it's also nice for SDY because this is a team where I would say it is one he can feel really comfortable in. I feel like this is more towards his level. On Na'Vi, there were obviously the issues just with the teammates, but also I do feel like he himself started to lose confidence in his play a bit, maybe started to play a little too passive at times. Whereas on this team, if anything, the teammates are looking to him to sort of be the experienced player for them.
And he confirmed that today in an interview I did with him, because I was intrigued to see if that was the reasoning behind the results being so good. Are they listening to him? Does he feel a lot more comfortable here? There's no secret that Na'Vi's not the easiest team to join, right? There's a different pressure when it comes into playing with one of the best teams in the world, but not only that, but you're playing with the best player to ever touch the game. So there's always sort of a pressure on you to perform, and you're never going to get roles to succeed, really.
Yeah, and he was never officially part of that roster, right? He went through the stand-in period, so there's that additional pressure on your shoulders. So it's always going to be a bit of a struggle there, but I feel like he's finding his footing here and is lifting Monte to a whole new level.
Well, we are ready to get into this matchup. Mirage is the map. The teams are Cloud9 and Monte. World number 32 in Monte and world number 5 in Cloud9. Looking to go 2-0, both of these teams. Only one of them can, though, and it's a T-sided start for Cloud9 coming in as favorites for this game. As you would expect, they're setting up for the A play right away in this pistol.
Yeah, no strangers to it. Straight out the gate, 2 smokes ready, 3 going to be coming out through Palace. Flashbang ready to set them up, and there are 2 players on the site itself, one close by in window that can rotate over. Smokes deployed. Hit being held for a moment, see if there's a response, but as they bloom, that flash will come over, and they'll swing on out. Demka, though, strikes first. Good kill. Boris finds one under as well.
Demka and Boros happily collecting lives of many from the Underwood. Boros peeks out again, and it is completely fizzled out for Cloud9. Not even a whisper of potential to get that bomb down there, Alex.
Yeah, that setup was pretty perfect from Monte to be able to counter that exact play out through Palace. The utility doesn't cut off either of the A players, and so as soon as the CT player lands the first shot, second player comes out straight to his death, and the rest of Cloud9 didn't really commit off the back of it because they were the ones that had lined up the nades initially. So Monte, with some really good shots initially landed, definitely a good sign for them because they're a team who need those individuals to step up in order to come out on top, and they've got off to that good start.
It's worth mentioning also the presence behind the Monte guys. The coach, Lambert, coming in, experience in the tactical department, was part of Hellraisers from 2015. Had a second stint with him in 2019, but probably most famously with the Mao's team as well. So definitely has had his fair share of experience over the years in Counter-Strike Global Offensive as a coach. And so an important head to have behind them. Tech issue, we'll get this one sorted as quickly as possible and get back into the action, but for Cloud9, not the start they were hoping for. The idea there is to try and be quick out towards the site, Lucy.
Yeah,
when you met with the first headshot, that kind of takes away that the power of the quickness.
Yeah, and that flashbang didn't really do too much. The player at CT was just able to just take the fights without issue. Boris had similar success, not really pressured. If you got a player well, if there's a CT playing under dark there, you just need to pressure on, right? You need 2 players to be pushing out, so you can't just take these 1v1s. Doesn't quite work out the way that Cloud9 were hoping for. Bit two-dimensional, unfortunately.
There is a stream running over on the A stream as well. That's Aurora taking on Heroic. So if you are interested in following that action, you can find that over on Blast Premier's channel.
Yeah, I think it's just a spot from Demka. It's just a bit further back, so it's quite hard to actually flash it. You can see the flash kind of lands in a way where the wall, the top of him is kind of blocking the flash. So a nice little position to make sure he doesn't get blinded. And now Cloud9 with very little to work with. I'll try and probably cycle this dig on a couple of players, see if it can do anything.
Ideally, you want Shiro to just pop off and get an ace here. So let's see how this D goes.
Ideally, yeah. Let's do that every round, Shiro.
It's actually a push top mid. I wonder if that could be caught by that. I mean, the Glock's going to get the kill. Oh, no, I ruined that.
Yeah,
okay, it's fine.
Okay.
It's
never
fine.
in doubt. Never in doubt. It does get the kill. That's 402K that falls victim first in this round.
I do like this re-aggression towards top mid, though. That's going to be something that C9 won't be ready for if they do decide to go back there. FORZE actually takes a bit of initiative to find a kill into Buster.
Any silent droppers?
Yeah, that's a cool silent drop you can do. It's very difficult. Boros, just a nice little peek on out. Axel taking out a play, and Boros is under quite a bit of pressure, but is handling it. Oh my God, Boros! That's clean on the flick back. Demka will take the ramp player, but Boros is displaying his aim in the first few rounds here. He's pretty happy about that.
I thought he just got bumped by his teammate and he was just turning around to fall back, but there's actually a T there and he just one-taps him. That's what you want to see if you're a Monte fan. Boros, a 6-0 start to the map. Sorry, 7-0.
Yeah, I feel like often Waro2K is the guy that gets the headlines on this team, but he's not really been showing up. Boros has been brilliant for Monte.
Oh, what? That's just unfair.
It's so unreasonable.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Boros. Exactly.
What?
Holy moly. Red beans and ravioli. Damn, okay. Another tech pause in play here. It's been nice seeing a lot of the Eastern European teams performing well.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably one of the strongest regions ever in Counter-Strike. It's crazy. We're at such a high level where teams you've barely seen all year just come up and they're just insane. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, I was a bit sad when Bait ended up going 2-0 up. It's brought back to the 2-3. They've got a couple of very exciting players there.
It's a classic bait there.
Yeah, the old bait.
2 RMRs in a row.
I rate it out of 8.
Oh, yes. Yes, we do. Yeah. I like, I mean, firstly, they have a guy called Alex on their team. But,
yeah, that's a big
you've
win
got to
for
love
you.
Wrinkle. Owner on the team as well, of course.
Do you have a
That's
personal...
owner, not earner, Pixel. He's not going pro anytime soon.
Oh, that's true. Do you have like a personal like investment in getting someone with your name to get stickers in the games that you can put
Oh, that would be cool. I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is kind of cool. You can like steal other people's achievements. It's kind of sick.
Look at Nafany go.
Yeah, he's
His
fast.
B-site is so weak.
Up towards ladder room, and here's a reply from Monte. They're going down ramp. They're getting a lot of info from this.
Whoa, the bomb is still in spawn. They've got to be a bit careful with that.
4 on A, 2 push the ramp, and yeah, the bomb.
Why would you have the bomb in your hands here?
It's
I
on
hate
Buster.
this. I hate this.
Buster might die here.
Okay,
he's spotted enough, and now he's going to drop back. He doesn't want to get involved in that fight.
But now they might think spawn is clear.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, this is perfect timing for Monte to keep this flank going. Shiro running back, has no idea. Boris assassinates him. Shiro's only seen 1, but there's still 2 players there. And this is good for Monte. So much info picked up.
If Boris faces the mid now, they're not going to be ready for the second player over towards the stairs. Boris is looking for something in here. Not spotting anybody yet. Oh, Buster catches him. That's so important. Nafany can't quite win out that duel, but does a lot of damage. Hobbit, meanwhile, found Warrior through the smoke.
Yeah, these fights are going all over the map right now. Krasnal sitting at short, but the bomb is still just waiting in the exact same position on Buster's back, in limbo, waiting on Cloud9 to make a move, and it's Hobbit that is the playmaker here. Pushes forward, catches Boros, and Axel recovers. Cloud9 stay composed, although it is a weird round, and they lost a lot of control, especially with that flank coming in. They stay composed, and they recover it.
What a weird round. Just really weird how that one plays out. I think Monte just trying to go for, you know, a gimmicky setup early, which I like. Try and throw Cloud9 into an uncomfortable position, but it ends up being almost the other way around, where Cloud9 are able to get into good enough positions elsewhere and just get into favorable fights.
Yeah, there's kind of 2 decisions you can make, right? Once you got that first kill on that long push, you either continue to commit and try and catch them from behind, or you just fall back and play the advantage. And well, they tried to force some fights, didn't quite work out for them. They still have the investment here, but it's a little bit of a shaky one.
I do think Cloud9 are also just very good at just playing default setups, especially on this map. It's probably their biggest strength as a team.
Yeah, and the fact that if Monte are going to be proactive and aggressive in certain areas of the map, you're going to walk right into Cloud9's trap most of the time. I guess the window smoke out for Hobbit.
Nailed it.
Feels like I'm watching a Mahone video.
I know, right? Just don't send me back in time, please.
To the first ever Devil Walk smoke?
Yeah, listen.
He's gone now. He's way home.
Well, mid control finally taken by Cloud9. And Monte are liking some of this aggression, this time in the mid round. Kras now spotted.
No reason not to try and get some of these weaker weaponry up close, like the Desert Eagle.
There's 4 reasons on his gun. Not my best work.
Oh.
35 seconds, and they're outside of the B site. And there's 2 players waiting for them on the Monte defense. Smoke is going to go up towards the market window. Axel at the front of the pack. 25 seconds left. Clears out the truck. And SDY swings right into the fight. Nearly takes 3 with him, but 2 will be enough. 18 seconds to try and delay and dismay Cloud9 from this round. And Axel sees 1. Onto Buster, does 20 damage, but Buster will do a little more than that. Boris wrapping around the site itself, looks to deny the bomb plant, and that's enough. They've won the round now. They cannot pick it up and get it down in time. Boris has just stepped up to a great level there for Monte. 3 rounds on the board now.
Boris is in the building. A massive amount of impact there, just slipping the net, finding that gap to deny the bomb. Knows that if he can just find that timing, he can just win the round off 1 kill.
Push ended up being a little limp from Cloud9, sadly. Didn't have a massive amount of utility remaining. I think they only had a single flash as they went for the actual push itself. And SDY swinging initially and taking 2 was also very important there to get them into the advantageous position in the first place. Kind of helps that rotate arrive for the Monte guys. So that little bit of info that Monte got ended up working out fairly nicely for them there. They were pretty well positioned towards B.
Yes, that kind of setup where the Deagle gets spotted and makes his presence very well known to C9 intentionally to set up that bait swing from SDY, because often that position's mullied out. It's C9, a team that doesn't always like to expend their utility that way.
Well, we do have a game crash that is going to be reset as quickly as possible, so shouldn't be too long before you return to play. If you are just tuning in and wondering how these two teams got to this point in the competition today, both teams won their opening games. For Monte, it was a win over ENCE, 16-11. For Cloud9, they crushed FORZE in their opening game, which many thought was going to be a lot closer, maybe even a FORZE upset to come through, but they destroyed them 16-5 on Inferno. So that's how these two teams have got to this 1-0 point of the RMRs already. And when you get that first win under your belt, it can take a lot of pressure off, because you know you're not going at least into the 0 and 2 column with the 0s and 3 territory. So definitely a great chance here for Monte as they lead versus Cloud9 3-1. They should be extending that scoreline in this round.
Yeah, I don't think Monte are going to let the pressure drop or get to them. They know how important this 2-0 lead can be. They can upset these best of ones. Bit of flash in the mid for SDY to take a pick, but he's not going to spot out anybody at the moment. Cloud9 obviously not really rocking too much in this round, so playing fairly passive. Hobbit's being put forward towards ramp. He's the man with the gun, has to find a way to make it sing. He spots out one player over towards Ticket. Good spam. Doesn't quite do as much damage as he hoped, but that one does.
Don't think Boris is going to be too happy about that musical performance. Hobbit straight away to the headshot.
Yeah, and that's Monte almost getting baited by Hobbit spamming. He kind of baits a peek that was unnecessary against this weakened buy. It's kind of exactly what Cloud9 wanted. They wanted a fight given to them. Boris gives it away. Looks like the CTs should be okay to fight back. SDY now taking initiative. Could be a risk, but could be rewarded. Double kill for him.
Yeah,
that should clean it up.
Yeah, with Warrior on half and Krasnov brought down to 4 HP, he kind of felt like he had to go for some bit of initiative there to put it back into a more favorable position. That's all the armored, well actually, sorry, it's the AK gone, but Hobbit might be able to get this back. He's picked it up. Might pass it on over to his teammate with the armor, or might just go to see if he can find any sort of head that's poking out.
Yeah, Hobbit's also just instant death with his health, unfortunately, so Nafany will keep that. Move forward, swinging! Hobbit's also good enough on the Deeg to create some space, so he goes up towards the window. Nafany will split through connector, and they want to go all the way around the back. Through to B. Kras now low on HP, 4 health, but has a ratty little angle behind the shopping shelves.
That's so ratty.
Yeah,
you
man.
could not see anything.
He's raided all the shelves, and even draws the attention away for his teammate at the end there. So nice work from Monte. I think Cloud9 will be okay with a bit of damage done. They are a team that like that hero AK, if the money makes sense to go for it. But not a bad start here for Monte into this one.
Guess the right time to use your first timeout. Gonna have the guns back out. You're down 1-4 at the moment. This is the chance to get back on the board, get things rolling for this attacking side.
Interested to see if Monte continue to constantly take initiative like they have been doing. I also will say, I feel like Cloud9 oftentimes have a real lockout CT side on Mirage. I've seen them come back from 12-3 deficits and just dominate on their CT half. So I do think that's something that they have to be aware of into this one. And with the typing and the lack of movement, I assume this will be around restart. Boris is having a good time though, jumping around the map.
Yeah, I think he's practicing the jump onto,
Why not?
onto count. You guys able to nail that one every time?
No, not every time.
No, I looked at you and I thought you might be a movement god, Dinko. You got that swagger about you.
Not a lot. I just like to hit some headshots every now and then, but you know.
Really?
100% of the time, 60% of the time, every time, nearly.
The thing is, whenever I play with Harry, I'm just like, I'm not the headshot god in this game. He is, so.
I mean, Harry tried to use the Deeg against me in the 1v1 tournament. You've seen how that went.
Oh, that's true. Shots fired. Well, not by Harry.
Harry is, yeah, well, he did shoot some shots, just didn't land a lot of the time. But he was sick, you know, in the show match, and that's what really matters, you know. No one just plays 1v1 in tournaments. It's about the real game, and he's got me that for sure. Seems like a sound issue for Shiro. which isn't so good. So they're trying to get that microphone sorted in the TeamSpeak.
Did he blow into the mic to test it?
Yeah, I just can imagine his teammates loving that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would kind of do that sound effect for you guys at home, but I'm sure you
Like
can
a
imagine.
sharp exhalation of air into your eardrums.
You know, that's what it's like being on TeamSpeak with some of our friends, Holcomb. In particular, Rush. So shout out Rush Lee.
Is he a big sigher? Or
No, he's just a big breather.
Oh, hate people that breathe.
Yeah, man.
Oh, these breathing guys.
He breathes all the time. It's
You are
really
now
impressive.
manually breathing.
All right, now, obviously Cloud9, not with the quickest start. Monte keeping it competitive, looking very good. Boris in particular, very impressed by him. We can take a look at the other stream out, hopefully. That would be cool if we could check in with those guys. Heroic up 4-1 over Aurora. Now, Aurora started the day with a win over Spirit. Very slow start to the game, but we're able to come back. Maybe this is another story where they're down to Heroic early and able to claw their way back into that game. There we go. That's the A stream, rather. We're here on the B stream, which does stand for best. But Heroic looking very comfortable at the start of the day. They've gone on fire 5 in a row.
What's the A stand for?
Amazing.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Can't lose.
nice.
It's just good streams
Or
everywhere.
awful, you know. But we're here at the RMR.
Depends if we're on it or not.
Yeah, exactly. Everything's amazing.
Everything is awesome.
I was there.
When you're part of a team.
Yeah, okay. I was thinking the exact same. We're all on the same
We did go
page.
see a different animated movie yesterday, guys. Mario was kind of stacked, so I enjoyed that.
A little Mario. I got my Mario socks on today.
Yeah, you can't see those at home, unfortunately.
No, sadly not.
Hawk actually has a rule where he wears exclusively Mario-themed underwear.
I don't know how you know that, but fair play.
Yep, I do.
Fair play. Wow.
4-1, here we go. Monte leading the way, and Cloud9 investing back.
Yeah, but this utility sucks for Cloud9. They got barely anything here, and Waro has made that jump with the AWP. Hasn't been involved so far, but him holding that angle allows Boros to take initiative.
Mid is so free right now. I mean, look at Cloud9. They're going for a Palace pop. It's actually not the worst idea. There's only one defender here because SDY is in connector, and Axel is keeping him occupied at the moment.
Ooh, this could be good. Ooh, not the kill.
No, that's too wide. Pops a flash up into the air from connector. Doesn't see too much. Anthony slipped real close to the ticket box. Too close because Demka's had enough. Right through it. Nafferty's head splintered all over the wall.
That's so sick. That's a CT smoke he put down to make it difficult for them to move in. He thought they might try and take CT. He knew Nafferty was going to try and creep up off the back of it, and now Buster fighting back.
Kind of gifted that one there, isn't he? Smoke goes down now. You've got control. CT is still an issue, but with the space over towards connector, you got Axel in mid. You can do a front sight plant, and you'll feel pretty good.
Ooh, Demka got spammed back. Taste of his own medicine.
Boros can still unravel everything here with this flank, though. It all comes down to the timing. 3 players over towards the ramp, and he's chosen Palace as his destination.
Yeah, CT still have util here. What? Okay.
Hobbit has a lot of lead, and
My
he puts it in
God.
Boris's head and sends him to bed. He runs away, and Cloud9 have a second as they attack the site. Not much Monte can do about that when they have to concede and run away. Cloud9, they show they can do a lot with a little. Like you said, they didn't have a whole lot of util, but the fact that they are able to just pop off like that, that'll be something to worry about.
I think that's why they call that sort of round, right? Like, if you don't have that much util, fake a bit of mid presence. Monte end up trying to take mid themselves, and you go for a faster play where you think there might be a bit of a weakness towards the bomb site. And I should have known as soon as I saw Hobbit in a little hidey hole that he was going to pop off from that position.
Yeah, not quite back end, but able to go on an adventure nonetheless.
It's a pretty decent recovery here, considering they lost that opening kill right. So Nafany just gets spammed on through. Yeah, well.
Hey, love how you can't really be too frustrated.
Yeah,
You just kind of dish that out. You got a little taste of your own medicine.
Karma.
Well, now we get a more standard affair round for Cloud9. Although they are again moving Nafany up into short. They did this previously. They have got the AWP on this B side of the map on the Monte side, though. Double AWP setup, in fact.
It's a bit wild when you got a deagle on another player.
Man, look at Nafany go. And if they do go B, he will try and cut off that rotation. The thing is, this is a really good position to be in, so maybe they don't need to make a move elsewhere. I think at some point you want to make noise elsewhere, though, so that he can activate.
Yeah, you need to give a reason for someone to come and take a peek here and give Nafany that kill he's so desperate for. So painful to get into this amazing position and not be able to utilize it.
Wow, he wants to get back into ladder.
Oh. Well,
I mean,
that sucks.
I don't know what he thought was going to happen there. Like, you're in a tiny little area. It's pretty easy to spam your back.
Well, Anthony's lost his life, and now the bomb starts to shift its way back over towards A. 40 seconds left. 2 players in here right now from Monte. You can get that third player back pretty quickly from window on Boros, but Hobbit has actually slipped out ramp. Waro 2K hasn't seen this. This might be perfect for Hobbit. Now he makes a lot of noise. The default player will hear that now and tracks him with a deagle. Hobbit just gets absolutely destroyed. 20 seconds left. Cloud9 no closer to the site.
Oy.
Oh, they've knitted themselves. It's all going wrong here for Cloud9.
That one's a bust.
Save. Axel might do damage.
Nope.
Nope.
Come on, guys. We're using the caster curse a little bit too leniently here.
I'm not trying to, I promise.
Put away the candles.
Well, Monte will be happy about that. A 5th round, and Cloud9 weren't in that at all, right? It was weird because they got a lot of map control early. Nafny gets up into the ladder room. You think maybe they can activate off that. Maybe they can play around his early positioning, but nothing happens.
Yes, and said it would be painful if he got nothing done there. He gets nothing done there. But, I mean, Hawker's right. Like, why is he going for this weird fight over the top of the smoke with an AK in this one tiny angle where you can't go anywhere?
Yeah, did feel a bit odd. And what is interesting to me is Monte playing so passively around that mid position. It's almost like Nafny's kind of like looking for that early fight when he makes that play, and he's just not getting it, and he's getting into ladder room. And then they've got to figure out what they can do with him. And so far, they haven't really shown the ability to make the most of that. Yeah, you can get the traces, obviously.
That's a real fridge pigeon gif.
Nafny yet to frag. 0 and 7. And normally, his openings can be really important for Cloud9. You know, even if he's not getting kills, you want him to do something, like create chaos or allow trades to happen. That hasn't been the case. Maybe the fast plays are better for Cloud9, though, as they group up towards A early.
Well, they have been pretty effective.
Look at this side commitment from Monte.
Yeah,
this could be sketchy.
Maybe they got a good read on this because they probably feel like Cloud9 are...
The AWP on the site is really scary.
Yeah, the AWP there might get overrun. Waro 2K will reposition surely a little bit further back, maybe towards triple, upon realizing Cloud9 intend to attack this A site right away. And they hold him back with the utility. The molly up towards Palace, the smoke down towards ramp, and Cloud9 have called it off for now. They're going to be delaying this a little further. The smokes have gone out. They're not moving with them, though, and this might play right into the hands of Monte.
You kind of have to commit to it. You've got no control elsewhere. You have no idea what Monte have done, and you know that they do like to occasionally push and prod.
And 2 smokes left. That's all you've got here, so you wouldn't be able to do the full execute again. The best you could do is the smoke, stairs, and jungle, but here they come. They're getting aggressive now, Monte. They want the info. This might play into Hobbit's hands, though.
He's looking for feet. Ooh. There we go. Spots them out. Toes examined. Dead cut. No, spam, jumping. He's just about getting away. But Palace, that's the play.
Now he's slipping out. Boros looks up. Oh, it's a couple of kills here. Boros looked like he's about to get a second, but Buster spams him down through the wood, but Dem gets aggressive. Hops up on top. And now Axel starts to make his way out, but he's been tagged up. And now Shiro has to deliver something. A little bit of magic from the AWP. It's one onto Demke to give that space. There's 17 seconds left. And Shiro begins to commit to the plant on default. Waro is blinded and held back for the time being. Flash goes forward from Shiro as he crosses over towards the ninja boxes. Remember Axel's health. He is so low. He is in an unbelievably difficult position right now, and Shiro has missed the shot. He's going to burn away. And just Axel left at Sandwich. And there's very little chance here for him to do anything. They'll cross on over. SDY knows exactly where he is, and the AWP is the perfect weapon to impale him.
You start to believe in Shiro there, and when he gets that first kill, finds the way onto the side, the bomb goes down. He's flashing on over. It's a power position, but the flames at his back forced him forward, and he gets a little flustered, missing that shot, and then it all falls apart.
Yeah, listen, solid counter utility timing from Monte to just slow down this push tremendously. Definitely helped make Cloud9 feel uncomfortable, made them waste some of their utility. But I was saying earlier, Cloud9, for me, are one of the best teams in the world at playing default setups, at knowing how to play across the map. And it almost feels like they're not having the chance to play that game right now, committing to an early round. And, I mean, we even said Waro should be the key. He's not even got a kill yet.
Well, it looks like a quick B play could come in here for Cloud9. The forces are gathered outside of B. And this looks impending, but you've got Hobbit out towards top mid. The rest outside of the B site.
This is a pretty good setup for Monte. Krasnal's in towards short. He can come support SDY, who has the AWP. Nothing to get him off the angle. Misses the first shot, though. Now Krasnal has to step up. They're going to be running on through. SDY has found one. That M4 from long range can do some work.
Ooh.
Nice adjustment. Nafny wants to swing and trade, but all he catches is a bullet to the face. Shiro now onto the site. And Hobbit coming to join him, but they are penned in. Shiro gets one nice kill, but Boris looking good with that AK. Hobbit 1v4 with a Tech 9. And that's that.
All right, 7-2, looking very good for Monte. I think it's been great to get these player reaction cams because we're getting a little insight into how this team operates. And it seems like it operates like two little mini teams, subdivisions in Monte. You've got the Ukrainian side, who are communicating in their native tongue. And then we move over to the other half, and they're, SDY is then translating and talking to them in English. He goes, Oros, Oros, and then turns around, nice! It's just like on the turn back. So you can see how it's working over there for Monte in terms of comms. Can't be easy.
You'll never beat Bentet, man. I swear he had to translate between 3 languages one time.
Yeah, that was kind of wild. Bentet, poor guy.
Poor guy.
They moved to NA, and then the pandemic happened. So fortunate there for Bentet.
Yeah, well, I think for Cloud9, they do need a bit of a refocus here, a bit of a break in this one. Like, this has not been going according to plan. It really feels like they have quickly almost lost confidence in some of their T-sided rounds. It's honestly how it feels. Even in that round, I don't think we got the full commitment from all the players out onto the site that you would want to see. Let's see what they go back to here when they could really do with a round win.
The beast! He's just unbelievable right now. Headshot after headshot. Finally, Shiro knocks him off his perch.
I mean, just standing up on top like that is so risky. You know you're fully committed. So many players, I feel like, would go 1 for 1 there. But again, Nafany goes down early. Has been struggling in those opening duels. Has been struggling in general. Cloud9 need to find a way back, and Axel can't even feel that comfortable on mid. Even a man up. Monte taking some mid-round info.
All right, that's something. It costs Axel a lot, but it is something. Puts it back in the 3-on-3.
Monte might feel uncomfortable now. They might try and make that mid-round play. Not anymore, though. They've got the man advantage back.
Look at the bomb. Shiro is making a lot of noise with the bomb on his back. One player at short right now. We'll see how that information is passed out and how it affects the setup here for Monte. Could draw those 8 players away, or at least one of them. Buster now extends out Palace. They've got to realize what's up now. On the CT side, they can turn back. Just watch that. Shiro has 35 seconds left on this clock. He's in middle, alone with the AK. Don't worry, he can really go with this one.
I think he knows it.
You can always go for a save.
Get the ult back.
That's James rule number 1. You can always go for a save.
You can do that. That's always an option.
Even at 15 rounds. Sometimes.
Seen that happen before.
Yeah. I think for Cloud9, I mean, you can see him try and pull the rotate away there, but I'm actually impressed with how Monte handled that. They rotate 2 players away. Demka just plays that same position back in CT, jiggle peeking for info. The AWP can come back around because you know he's not going to get cut off by utility. It's actually really well handled by Monte, and sometimes I thought they might get flustered in the late round, but that hasn't been an issue.
Yeah, they don't fall for the trick of Shiro trying to pull the rotation to set up Buster to get a rotator.
16.
Yeah, Boris is on an absolute tear. Was their highest performer in the opener, and, well, you can see why. Sharp as you like it. Beautiful from Boris.
The only player to get any multi-kills for Cloud9 is Hobbit. He's got 3 multi-kills.
That's crazy. When we just spent the entire pre-show, or pre-game rather, talking about how many options they have to go to for that. Ooh. Here goes Axel. He might change that. AWP now in his hands, and nope, just the one for him.
They can take space on A, though. They're out through the A side right now.
And Buster cuts through Boros underneath the wood. Demka, he does well to get one, but he's under a lot of pressure getting spammed from above. Hobbit just sends bullet down through the wood.
He had no idea where that was coming from. It was just so crazy to get Deagle spammed from that position, but now the bomb's down and Krasnal's in a 1-on-3. And not a lot that he can really do with this. I mean, he's going to give it a look in. They got plenty of money. Why not make this more expensive for Cloud9? Gonna peer on over, spots out Shiro on the boxes, but Shiro wins out that favorable duel.
Nafany ends up winning the race to the first kill between him and Waro, because Waro just got snuck up on there, and we have not seen that AWP presence on the server for the CT side, which has been a real shame here. Axel able to sneak up,
I don't know how he got here even, but it's just a little too easy.
Well, we have seen the AWP from the CT side, but not from the AWP, it's SDY.
Yeah, true. I mean, the fact that Cloud9 get away with that is frustrating for Monte. You can see it. The fact that the AWP just goes down so soon, you suddenly have to turn your back. They sneak out onto A. You're not watching A ramp anymore. It just kind of throws everything into disarray unnecessarily.
I spoke to SDY after the game as well earlier today, and there was a comeback coming through from ENCE. Could have been very convincing from them, but ENCE did start to come back. And if it wasn't for some crazy round, maybe they pull the full comeback. And I asked him, you know, what was up with that? And he said, well, we just felt the nerves. We started to let go of the game. Our communication started to break down. The nerves started to get to us. So that's definitely something that can come through for this Monte team if Cloud9 start putting the pressure on, which they will at some point throughout this map. And maybe this is that point.
That could be the turning point, that round there. Again, Waro wants to get involved early with that jump on over. Has the support of 2 riflers down in bottom mid. This is a heavy commitment from Monte to take this control. How far do they want to push this issue? Because Shiro is holding, and they don't spot anything. They're going to fall on back. Boris can get up towards top and can look down towards the underpass. Well, you have the player in short, and Waro holding off this push.
Surely see some utility from Cloud9 to try and deal with this setup. Smoke will go down. Waro able to dodge initially.
This should be a good enough position to get a kill here for Waro. Misses the shot and the flick down. And that's going to be Boris at least picking up the scraps. But if he had picked off one with the AWP, that could have been 2 openers. The 2-for-1 trade would have been far better in this position for Monte. But now they have to just stomach the 1-for-1. And Bus just found some space on A.
Yeah, Axel heard the AWP, and so they knew that setup was in play, or a difficult position. And getting up above this smoke. He's loving playing around this. Look at Axel just walking on through.
It's a really good spot for Axel here. Krasnal reads it, comes back in time and stops Axel before he can do anything with it. And Buster now charging out, realizes space is needed here for Cloud9. And Krasnal is doing so much work. Waro finally gets a kill on the board. And it's just Hobbit left to try and pull it back. Catches Waro's head in the open, fakes the plan, pulls Krasnal in. And Hobbit with a clutch.
Wow, with the dig, he pulls it out, low on ammo on the AK, doesn't even commit to the plant, peaks with pure confidence, and wins Cloud9 a much-needed round.
And you've seen Lambert's head in his hands right there. That's a round they can't afford to drop, but Hobbit makes the difference.
That was their round. They had such a good mid setup to deal with exactly what Cloud9 were looking to do, and they came out of it looking pretty good. The fights on the side were going 1-for-1, but they had the advantage. Hobbit, though, getting up on the elevated angle, finding Waro was key. But pulling out the deagle in that 1v1, just about spotting Krasnal.
You've got to ask, where would Cloud9 be without Hobbit in this first half? He's been their only player showing up, and finally they put their opponents down to a low buy. This is sketchy for Buster. He goes down early.
Yeah, weird to run into the lion stand that early and just give away your life. Here's a second opportunity.
That got very scary for Shiro. Wanted to get that AK out.
Chill, man. I can trust Hobbit though, right? I've cursed him again.
SDY able to take him with a 5-7, and now things are starting to get worried for Cloud9. Monte up 2 players. To lose this kind of round would be a nightmare for Cloud9.
There's only 1 player even with armor in this, and well, it's SDY who's now picked up that AK. He's still sticking on the side at the moment, and if they're going back to B on the Cloud9 side, that is the weaker position and the right read.
It's just a USP player on B. What the hell can Krasnal do here? Cool for the rotate. That's all he can do.
Yeah, well, Nafany has executed him. We'll double his kill count up to 2 now. 30 seconds. Bomb plant starting to come in now for Cloud9. Look at to have recovered this mess. SDY with that AK-47 is coming back into this fight. Nafany nearly lines them both up in that engagement. Has to realize that SDY is just going to come around the backside. Nafany's not watching it. He thought that was the only player there. And somehow, there was a chance there for SDY, but Shiro and Axel able to close it out.
That was good recovery from Cloud9 right there. That got very out of hand there when they lost those 2 opening kills, but taking the time, going back towards B and finding it essentially empty.
Also quite nice to see Nafany actually getting some success out of that short position, because he's been getting there a lot. You'd have thought that would allow this split into the B site. And I think Axel got this final lineup
That's nice. Honestly, Hobbit's the one trying to hype up the team. That's what he's got to do as the veteran of this squad. He's got to make sure he keeps the team in a positive mindset. And now again, Monte looking for this mid control.
Same setup as before, though without the supporting connector.
We've heard multiple times from Groove, actually, that Anafani at Pro League, that Hobbit was the player to keep them mentally in this. Buster, just baits out Boris, baits him deeper into the fight, and Shiro is able to capitalize.
That's why we love CS, man. The movement plays you can make like that. A little jump back to safety. Baits the peek in. You think you're catching a low health player. Instead, you're catching some shots from Shiro. And now they'll move into underpass. Not fully focused on mid control, though. No one coming in from top mid. That makes this dangerous here.
There's a lot of support here, too. 2 players towards stairs and connector can do a lot of work. Nafani's trying to draw their attention. This is a pretty decent setup for Monte to deal with this.
Axel up on the bench. Doesn't spot the player on short, but Demke and Aurora 2K chiming in. 2 for 2, though. Nafani, Axel, and now Shiro come through with kills for Cloud9. And we're back into the action just in time to see Krasnell get domed.
Damn. I mean, that fell apart so quickly. I think the setup could have been okay, but man, the fact that Demkid swings, he's able to get 1, it just turns awkward there. SDY really could have got that kill on the connector player, but just misses that opportunity. Maybe takes a little too long to pull the trigger. And this is a solid recovery now from Cloud9. 4 in a row for them on their T side. They're bouncing back here.
The Alligator now out for SDY. He's got the big automatic shotgun. It's not the prettiest buy towards the end of this half for Monte, but they look to try and lead 9-6 if they can.
You don't want to be SDY if he has to retake A, let me tell you. Triple FAMAS, 4 FAMAS in fact. This is not the best situation for Monte to be in. And Cloud9, they can sense it. Taking so much space here for free.
Creeping up through the connector, there's another window smoke. That'll sever information further. They don't have confirmation. Now they will, that Cloud9 have penetrated the connector. They can split this site from multiple fronts, 1 through Palace, 1 ramp, and the rest of the pack through the connector itself. Krasnell falls victim to Shiro's rifle. Demke is in a really tough spot here, but he reads the right move. Buster comes out of Palace. Oh, Boris finds a gap in the jungle smoke. And somehow Monte are pulling these kills together, and Hobbit once again erupts from Palace, but it's not going to be enough. A strong start from Monte and a 9-6 half. It is looking good for the Ukrainian core and their 2 mixed players. We'll see if they can pull off the win versus Cloud9 in the second half.
Round 2. Let's go for a rifle, I guess.
So we got 1 from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil. So I'm actually gonna say Cold Zero. But is Cold Zero old enough?
I'll go for Shocks. Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, get right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy, maybe. And he's very old. Maybe it's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
Monte continue to impress here in Copenhagen for the RMRs. A strong first half versus Cloud9. They're looking sharp. And they definitely made Cloud9 feel uncomfortable throughout that first half.
Yeah, there's a moment there. Cloud9 started to come back into it with that 4-round streak towards the end. But Monte got back to the usual tricks that final round. That one looked a bit more like what we'd seen in the earlier half. And now they have a pretty decent lead going into the second half of play.
Yeah, listen, 20 kills at the half for Boros. Some of the other players certainly stepping up alongside him. All signs point to success for Monte, but Cloud9 could still change that. They have a kit for their pistol as well as an incendiary. Meanwhile, on the Monte side, P250 in the hands of Waro. Smoke and a flash being deployed into A, and they're going to go for it.
Yeah, charging on out. Hobbit holding. First kill is his. Boros just gets absolutely destroyed. Demko, though, follows up. And that is going to be a couple of important kills for Monte as space is created. Bomb plant will come through, and just down to 3 here for Cloud9. One of them has a kit, though, and that's Nafany.
That's a massive kill. Oh, Shiro onto Krasno. Nafany going to be joined with Buster running on through here, trying to bait out the shots, and it works perfectly. But SDY is finding every crucial frag that he needs. Planted for him at the moment as well. Shiro needs to deal with Palace in the meantime. Morijuke is just dancing with them. SDY jumping around, keeping them entertained, and they can't find a single kill here. Time ticking on down, but SDY falls. And now Morijuke in a very difficult position, can't find a frag. And he goes down. The pistol goes the way of Cloud9.
Great recovery there from Cloud9.
Yeah, man, having the incendiary for the post plant as well that you throw up into Palace, that's the way to do it. If you know you think they're going to be in a strong post plant position, save it for that exact spot. I love the little play from Nafany as well, just jumping with his back turned, head down. Almost impossible to hit that headshot with the pistol against him. Sets up the trade kill effectively. Very important recovery from Cloud9.
Yeah, I thought when SDY found that kill on Axel rotating that they were going to be in a really good position in the post plant just because it was open for him and there was no flank coming through, but all his teammates started to fall.
I want to hear the other Cloud9 players getting hyped alongside Hobbit. He's trying.
Yeah, he's being the emotional leader right now.
Check out this. All rifles on the side of Monte. Classic.
Good old Galil. Always there when you need it the most.
Only 2 smokes, though. That's all they're working with.
And they've used them.
Oof.
Krasnal's not going to enjoy the amount of shrapnel he's just had to take on board.
Ooh.
And Boros, no. Hello, Hobbit. Good night, Hobbit. Boros sends his regards. He'll hop back into the connector smoke, and you want seconds? Well, Nafany's now on the menu. Boros with the second.
You don't need utility when you just said Boros go kill. This guy is not missing a shot. He's going to not quite clear Shiro, but Shiro doesn't want to be cleared. He's got an MP9, and that is not the range for that engagement. This entire play here is, oh, wow. Yay! He has no play. Boros has completely sent him out of the server. And look, he's looking for more. You almost think he's going to hit that one. But Basta has come on through, picks up the AK, in fact. That bomb is right there. It's going to still get a little out of hand. He's looking for this fight, but in the back lines, there is that flank coming on through. Buster coming on back. Waro 2K not ready for him. Buster making this doable.
Buster's looking pretty snappy right now. Let's see if he can get a little bit more done. Boros has put his team almost on the podium. But Buster could pull it all down from beneath them. Axel swings out from jungle. Demka straight away to the headshot. And now they know exactly where Buster is. With the post plants they've got, it should be almost impossible. He's gone to the MP9, so fighting short with this weapon isn't going to be possible at all. And Demko holds the site. It's a good round from Boros in particular, just an absolute animal.
I'm pretty sure he just looked over to his teammates after he got his 3rd kill and was running into CT. He was just looking over and, like, I don't know, just complimenting himself maybe? He deserves it. This is crazy. This shot,
that is outrageous.
I'm so glad that he's actually able to come to the event. I think there was some worries that he might not make it because of the visa situation. I'm so happy that Boros has actually been able to come here because this guy, he's been so good for so long and so many people know it, but we just haven't got to see him in this environment, and now we are.
And we're in that scenario for Cloud9 where you win the pistol, you lose the follow-up on CT side, you go for a force buy, but if you lose this, you are going to fall so far behind. They could do with something special right now, but Boros is the special one on the server at the moment.
He's the specialist. Rising this one open for them.
Jose Borosinho, that's what they call him.
Oh, there you go.
The special one from Jordan. And he's going to be attacking Buster from behind the bench. A lot of damage done on towards Buster.
what's going on in the other stream. I'll tell you that much. You can hear that one. Sorry for the pause, guys at home. Don't know if you heard all that one, but there was a lot of screaming going on.
Yeah, they're going crazy. Well, let's see if Monte can close this one. Ooh, damage done. Boros wants to get out of that. And they might just reroute over to this A side of the map instead.
Hobbit, gets ripped apart by SDY. Nafany and Hobbit no longer in the round. And Monte now pushing forward to 11. Shiro on the retreat. Trying to see if we could see someone cross over the monster position, or rather the murder hole, but no one that. And Aurora is going to flip through. Lovely headshot in towards the market. And just Buster's not long for the world. They're in the apartments. Demq is over that. So 11 rounds. That's pretty impressive. They've kept this up going into the second half. Monte are on track right now to an upset. Another one.
Yeah, I mean, I did say that C9's CT side of Mirage can be very strong, but you're leaving yourself really short on rounds that you have available to you. Nothing safe for C9. This is going to be a comfortable one for Monte.
Yeah, and I will say, you know, the flip side of that is, from what I've seen of Monte before, their T-sides are actually where they do a lot of their best work. We're seeing it from Boros individually, and I also think Warwick UK as an AWPer is often actually a little bit better on the T-side, believe it or not.
I mean, Waru hasn't even been needed. He's on 4 kills. He's just been sitting and watching. Boros has been so involved in opening duels.
Look at that ADR.
Yeah, crazy. And he's got 8 opening kills. 3 opening deaths. So he's just been so forward in almost every round.
Well, let's watch this Boris frag movie in this round.
That's another opening. Add that to your tally, Alex.
Like, I'm almost thinking he could be on for a 40. I'm probably getting way ahead of myself, but like, oh.
Well, you cursed it immediately. Why did you say that?
I've cursed a lot today.
That would have been it. That would have been the round. That
yeah, get the ace and then boom, yeah. Oh, well.
Oh, Dink immediately onto Waro 2K. Cloud9 have 2 kills, but the B site is empty. Axel's the closest player. He's towards Market. He actually might be able to slip out here. They think it's completely empty. Oh my goodness, Axel nearly denies the bomb plant. He does for a short while. He only delays it, rather. And SDY is very lucky to be alive here. But Buster's coming around the backside, and the damage dub. Goods of SDY nearly gets taken out by Buster. Shiro has an AK now, so does Hobbit.
Yeah, they got to find the shots though, and Monte just don't need to give it to them. SDY gets one for free on that angle. And now these 2 rifles, partly in your mind, you just want to hold on to them, and I don't think you face this. Gets a little scary there. You really got to clear the site when you're in a 3-on-4 against USPs. You never know where they're going to hide themselves and jump on out, and they almost get the jump scare of their lives there, but do recover. And these AKs will be saved over for Cloud9.
Yeah, look, that's still a big benefit to Cloud9.
It is, yeah.
Their buy was already going to be a little awkward. They might have been missing some nades. Now that's not the case. They can drop those AKs over, and just having those CT AKs can be huge to get the ball rolling.
I mean, we need to talk about Axel and how little he's doing right now. He's got 8 kills, 15 deaths. He is not having a good time. And we talked about him possibly be one of the top 2 riflers in the world, right? I think that is without question. Nico is the #1 rifler in the world at the moment, but you got Axel in the conversation right now doing nothing. So we got to see him on the CT side step up.
This is the concern with this team sometimes. Sometimes Axel does disappear, and you need him. That's the point of this team. You've got so many elements that need to be firing.
Waro got the chance there on mid, up on the boost, but not able to capitalize on this occasion. Boros will move into mid. Nafany making noise. Boros will be communicating this to his teammates. Oh, he's tempted here.
So many opportunities you can just taste, but can't quite find them. So much noise, so many cues. He swings on now. What a shot into Shiro. Didn't know what hit him. Quarter of a second to respond to that.
He shoots the jump up too, so no one knows he's in the window, but he's not looking the right way, and that will cost him his life.
Yeah, maybe a little too eager there. 4v2 going through the murder hole. Always a dangerous game to play.
When he's having a game like this, you know, it is easy to overstep the mark and not have that discipline.
Oh boy.
I know, gambling over towards B.
Into B.
That's where Monte are going. Buster, he could unravel everything here. Finds the kill on the SDY. Warwick UK coming around the corner. Does trade out in the spotted Hobbit. The remaining player immediately, that bomb gets picked up and it's out of here.
No, Hobbit is chasing them, trying to get there in time, realizes he has a chance. Actually, Waro2k has to be careful. His teammate's coming from short side. The bomb is being planted all the way around the other side of triple, so he's actually going all the way through spawn here, Krasnell, which gives Hobbit a window of opportunity to win this 1v1, but Waro2k holds the angle and hits the important shot.
Finally, a bit of impact from Waro2k. Hasn't been too involved, but he really needed to hold on for his team in that round. Lands a couple of all-important shots. And Hobbit, who was the emotional leader for the team, looking a little down right now because they are down. 13-7 behind. All the pressure on this gun round for Cloud9. If they lose this, the win on this map feels so, so difficult, almost impossible. And their buy isn't even that good.
This is terrifying for Cloud9. Monte just need to stick the landing after this fantastic T side.
Yeah, did let the nerves get the better of them versus ENCE, who started a comeback into the game, but right now it doesn't look like they're allowing that opportunity to Cloud9 to get involved in this. Axel still on 8 kills. Well, he's close this time to top middle. Perhaps he can get this kill on SDY.
That's such a tough angle to clear if you're SDY. There's no way you're ready for someone there, but if Axel oversteps the mark, SDY might be able to adjust here. Oh, he's got the read on it. Looks like he's going to peek on in, spots him out. What a shot from SDY, and he's ready for Nafany as well. Meanwhile, the rest of the team hitting onto the A side. Hobbit ducked on in. He's able to get one for free. And Krasnell finds Nafany.
Yeah, it's important to take that kill on Hobbit, from Hobbit rather onto Boris as well, right? Because Boris has just been unbelievably good at getting the multi-kills. You make him go down without a fight. 4 versus 3 here, and Shiro just phasing the smoke. It's about the patience and the position he finds himself in, because now he's scoping. He's giving away his spot. He needs to drop back to the cover of jungle. He realizes that, but Krasnell is so close. Shiro seems to be aware of this, but he misses the shot. Krasnell just swings wide. Shiro doesn't adjust accurately enough, and now Monte's still up a player in the final 30 seconds. Hobbit still at CT, swings and fights. Krasnell goes down, and Hobbit is snapping them up. SDY has to win the 1v2, and with 20 seconds left, both of the Cloud9 players at CT. SDY isn't ready for Buster, who is so patient, lets him go to the plant, and confirms the round for Cloud9.
I mean, it's all Hobbit, though. It's all Hobbit again. Has to get a quad kill on the round. That swing from CT for the double was ridiculous. So well played by Hobbit in this one. He's keeping his team in it right now.
Yeah, so much pressure on Hobbit right now, just being the only one that's really stepping up and delivering. Difficult round. That one felt like it was Monte's all over after those initial engagements coming through. Mid is completely lost, but yeah, Boris going down. That was the key point, as you mentioned. He's been such a dangerous force. The fact that Hobbit finds him initially and then is able to reposition in such a way to catch both those remaining players, very well handled.
Yeah, what a performance from your A anchor. Nice. A lot of people say that this is one of the hard spots to play.
It's not enough, though. It really isn't enough right now for Cloud9. They're not going to win this game if it's just Hobbit. Look at the money.
Yeah, they're hanging on.
Barely.
Hanging by a thread. At the same time, if you win this, you finally cause some issues for Monte's economy. But, I mean, this buy is
unlikely they win this.
Awkward.
I mean, Hobbit isn't going to be able to get a 4K every round, right? So this has to be better from Cloud9, and they just don't have the weapons for the job here. This definitely good enough to get the round win, but it's more likely Monte go to 14.
I'm giving that AK to Hobbit, not Axel, but maybe he can get something done with it. Coming in towards Catwalk, gets a bit of damage onto Waro. No kill found, his presence known. Additional good damage there with the HE.
I like the idea of giving Axel the AK, even though he's not doing much with it. You got to give faith to the star rifler that you still believe in him. You want him to get going eventually. We know what Axel can do once he starts to get going, but the cogs haven't started to turn yet.
CT utility has run dry quickly. That AK now given over to Buster because he has full health. Even the boost up, a little awkward, but it won't cost them. No one nearby to punish. And now Boros in connector, putting himself in the most important positions on the map to try to activate. Chiro's sitting in that smoke. He got spotted, but he won't get the fight. And instead they recede back towards B.
So 4 players to Monte outside of this site. Boris eventually joins them. 5-player attack in towards the B-bomb site. Setup is Axel, who's low with an MP9, and Buster out towards short.
Yeah, they're the 2 players that have to come good here. The single Molotov could just end things for Axar, but it's not going to go to his position. He's still tucked on through, and he's not quite able to find the kill. Buster fell in short as well, and that's the round. They have to save these weapons. They need them.
I don't know how Buster dies on short there. I'm pretty sure that player was just jumping out the window. You've got to be able to get that kill when you get the AK in that scenario.
Maybe they did an Axel to them, jumped out the window.
Maybe.
Flying AK headshot. Yeah, it's another one of those rounds where Monte make a great call. It's just a hit in towards this B side. They play it slow at the start of the round. Boris get some info. They eventually all group up outside of B. Cloud9 have no resistance. Axel's low health. He just gets absolutely destroyed. He has the MP9 close quarters, and you're right, Buster shouldn't really be going down without a kill there, but he does. Monte forced him into the save call. One of them's dipped off the server here. That's a bit unfortunate. That's one of the safe weapons gone for Cloud9.
I think it was just the pistol, so it's not a big deal. I think it was just a Desert Eagle. They only had the 2 M4s, which they've got hold of both.
Yeah,
so.
there's still the Kevlar and everything else in the mix. It's not nice to lose that. Well, tech issue absolutely to get that player back in the server. And right now, Monte in full control of this game. I really don't see a world in which Cloud9 pull this back now. Monte, for me, have confirmed themselves a win here.
That was such a clean round as well, right? They didn't lose a single player there, just hit onto the site. No issues at all. As you mentioned, Buster needed to come up good there.
Yeah, maybe slightly awkward for the CTs because Buster will normally be the anchor. Axar will normally play on short. You have to change your position slightly, but it's still just a scenario where if your mechanics are on, you should be able to chew them up in that choke point. And this, I mean, it kind of sucks for Cloud9, I feel like, because you've got to sit here and your buy is not going to be good in the next round. You're 14-8 down.
Yeah, also if you're Monte, you kind of just want to get this one over and done with. You don't want to take any extra time here. You want to just come in and be able to come out swinging and close this game.
Yeah, I think if you come into the second matchup against Cloud9, who I think many are looking to as, particularly after that first round, the favorite here in the RMR generally to go Legends, you come in and you're sitting 14-8. If you keep this nice and clean, 16-8, I mean, suddenly you feel like you're on top of the world.
So we have an upset potential here, but over on that other stream, we actually have Aurora leading 13-11 over Heroic on Mirage. This is about to be a wild RMR. We knew this group was going to be stacked. We knew this game, these games were going to be completely rife with upsets. And this is what's happening. FaZe Clan are in the last chance qualifier. I think a big name's going to join them. From just looking at how this tournament's going so far, FaZe are going to be in a real tough spot. They're just hoping every favorite wins today. And right now, it's not going that way.
Do you want to verse Monte or Aurora in that last chance qualifier?
You don't,
I don't think I would.
You don't want to lose out on these big names either, right? So you have G2 already lost. Heroic about to drop a map unless they turn this around. But this quick A play, we'll have to see if it comes through. And nope, Lackey's just shutting them down. So look, it's 14 rounds for Aurora. That's an investment decision here from Heroic. They'll still have enough to buy in the next on most players. But yeah, it's gonna be a tough finish there for Heroic. They're on their last legs on that map. Ooh.
Yeah, don't pick Mirage in a best of one against like teams that just farm Mirage constantly, you know?
Oh, it's hard to, it's hard, because then where do you go, Ancient? And then you end up there, so you're gonna have to play one of them. Oh, it's a real tough position to be in for these sides who should be cutting through and getting through these RMRs pretty easily, but these hungry upset teams are always there at the RMR stages. It's when you get into the best of threes you sometimes see them drop off, but they do their damage. That's the problem, right? Once you win a couple of those BO1s, you put some of the favorite sides into really precarious positions.
It makes them more exciting, right? These RMRs are full of so many storylines, so much drama and upsets. It's got to get you excited as a fan.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's just the most raw Counter-Strike. The RMRs, you don't have any partner teams, you don't have these teams that confirm spots, that can turn up and half-ass it. You get to these RMRs and you have these passion projects, these teams that are coming in, have just been grinding all year, getting nothing but tier 2 CS.
Some dance young.
Yeah, and they're able to come in and just give us this raw CS, and we're getting these upsets and seeing who are the best performing teams in the regions.
I like the SDY bracelet as well.
Yeah, he's out here.
It's got some style.
Absolutely.
I think SDY's story is actually incredible. The fact that he was returning back to his home city of Kiev and coming back to events, that's insane to me. The fact that his story has been so difficult to get to this point, to continue to play with Na'Vi, and now he's found another project in the form of Monte coming out to events. He's not had the easiest time over the last few months, or year now.
Yeah, Definitely feels nice for him, I'm sure, to be on this Monte team now, where he can feel confident in his play and, you know, at least have this to look forward to. And I'm sure he is just breathing it all in right now and loving every second of it.
Well, Heroic have got back on the board with that one. 12-14, still behind against Aurora. I don't know. I don't want to know what the 1-1 matchups are going to look like.
Yeah, they're going to look scary, aren't they? It's going to be really scary.
G2 will be in there as well. Maybe not. They could be 0-2. Who knows?
Yeah, they could be.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
G02 definitely could happen. Ooh. But doubtful against the iNation side. We'll have to see, though. Yeah. Nothing is locked in at the RMRs.
Yeah, I'm glad to see Aurora playing so well. I mean, again, it's just another one of these teams that come in and have this incredible performance. I feel like Aurora were one of the squads that maybe haven't been able to play at many of the big LANs at all. So seeing them come in and just deliver instantly, very, very cool.
Yeah, I think the performance of a lot of the tier 2 teams kind of indicates just how tough it is for those teams to break through, because look at the teams that you have to compete against constantly.
Just to qualify,
just
and you usually get like 1 or 2 spots, right? Yeah, it's really, really tough. That's why the world ranking matters so much to them as well. I mean, I was talking to the B&E guys in a lot of the interviews, and they were saying, you know, yeah, I mean, qualifying for the major, getting these tier 2 events under our belt, it's all about just trying to keep your HLTV ranking high enough so that organizations are interested in you, and you get some invites to events, or you get some opportunities. So definitely important for these guys, but we do have some great news. We have a timeout for Monte, but everybody's back in the server and the game will go live. They just want to have a second. Obviously, they can't chat during the technical timeouts, so they just want to make sure everybody's on the same page. We can't throw away this opportunity.
Yeah, STY putting his thoughts to the paper as well there, getting a little vocal. So definitely a team effort here, that experience on display. He's been in positions like this before, wants to make sure they have that composure to close it out cleanly.
Now we'll see what they go for in this one. They should be against a weakened buy, and in fact it is that force that Cloud9 have gone for, but limitations. They've had economic issues throughout this half. And this is a round where you do have to ask, do Monte want to let Boros off the leash again? Oh, a bit of team damage out of spawn.
Why not?
Yeah.
Why would you cage like a wild animal is just shredding through everybody for you? But I guess that's why. He has been damaged up. He's down to 17 right away.
Well, that's going to slow down Boris's impact into this round. It's going to have to be on the others to step up here. Nafny getting a little curious towards top mid. How's Axel helping in from Cat? And once again, Monte, after success in B last time, they're going back there, and this setup from Cloud9 isn't really putting a lot of numbers here.
Yeah, you can't even call it a setup on B. It's a buster on B by himself right now.
With an MP9, no utility.
Oh, they're not even making noise as they creep up towards this site. So it's not the early warning to allow the rotate back from Axile. Now he might start to move in to help.
Will this defense hold water? Buster, he's trying to hold with just an MP9, and the dam is broken open, and here comes the flood. Monte running in. Too many players to handle, and Cloud9 are down to 3. And this 3 versus 4, they're about to concede map point up against Monte, and right through the smoke, Waro 2K connects. Napany has no chance in dealing with that. And now Shiro and Hobbit. A 2v4 left, and you have to save because there's no opportunity to get back in here. It is a bitter pill to swallow.
I don't know if Shiro gets out of here.
He's pinned in. He's absolutely pinned in at this point.
And if he goes down, I mean, this M4, he's down. He's dead.
Spotted.
He is so gone. Yep, Waro 2K ensures it.
Well, that is Monte now up to 15 rounds and should be the map, honestly. We're looking at Cloud9 with barely any cash going into this next round. They've not shown us that they are able to hold this B bomb site. If they just decide to hit B with everyone, I think the game's done. That's how simple it looks right now.
I mean, at least in this round, it was stacked towards mid from Cloud9, Buster with an MP9. But I mean, he's probably going to have similar in this next one.
Yeah, that's the problem,
At some point, you need the information, though. You can't just hold this triple mid setup and not get any contact and just think that they're going to walk into you eventually, right? Like, nothing happens, and suddenly the B side's gone.
Did see Monte doing the same on their CT side. They didn't mind the triple mid setup. And it is a bit risky there from Monte, you know, going into that B site, you feel like maybe that's where the close quarters weapons could do work, but it ends up being a good read on the situation, especially after Boros spotted some presence towards mid early. And it was just how explosive the push was. No time to respond. And honestly, not much time left for Cloud9 in this map unless they can start to deliver now. Couple of rifles in the mix. Axel, again, not really getting activated. They're still giving him that M4. It's never too late to start showing up, but it's got to be now for Cloud9.
It's not pretty, is it? He's ahead for Nafany. Shiro, normally your playmaker is sitting on the box in B site with an MP9. This conditioning from Monte has Cloud9 just so afraid of B. That's made A so much weaker.
Might be the right read, though. Stacking that B-bomb site. Ooh.
Bomb is here.
It looks like they just want to split this B side again, right? The bomb over this SDY coming up through short. Cloud9 probably got their great read, realizing the B is a weakness right now, so we'll have 3 players towards this side of the map, hoping that this can be enough to hold it and not go down to Monte in the best of 1. And Axel, they think they've cleared him out, but he's found a safe bit of ground, and he'll peek just for 1.
I don't know if he needed to peek there. Could have tucked in, but he wanted the info. Buster fighting back.
Oh, much better from Cloud9 on this site now. Buster on the double. They've stifled the attack. That's the bomb stuck up in the apartments, and no one's close enough to get it back. So Cloud9 with 9 rounds.
I mean, Boris wanted to lurk, but he just hasn't been able to activate at the right time here.
You still send him in here. Damage is the name of the game, even if the round is lost. You find another 2 kills here. It's so impactful, but you don't want to give over that AWP. That is key.
Good adjustment from Cloud9, and Buster is the player that steps up here. As you're pointing out, Hawk, a couple of the rounds where he's either been caught with a terrible gun or he's had to switch positions because Axel has taken short, or rather his anchor position. So good to see Buster in more of a comfortable spot.
Yeah, definitely good to see him on that B site delivering. I was saying earlier, I think that's somewhere he has improved since he joined the team. When he first joined, he looked really rough on that B site of Mirage, looked like a real weakness. I did think Axel there maybe overplayed his hand when he peaked, but doesn't matter in the long run. As Buster goes ahead and locks it down. Can Cloud9 keep it up? They've got a good buy now.
This looks a lot better for them. Warwick with the early peak off the boost, but not going to spot anything just yet. Shiro, no chance really for him to get an AWP on this CT side, which has been a massive advantage for Monte here. But if they can get this round, might be a world where he can get his hands on that sniper.
Yeah, I think if I'm Monte, I might start going back towards mid now. You know, Nafany plays in and around connector, such a key position on the CT side, and he's been struggling so far. Maybe that is a position you can try and make the most of. Cheeky block from Nafany. And Monte might not expect that angle. They might not look at it because they'll think it's smoked. Oh, great timing from Shiro.
Well, Krasno gets the information that's not smoked off, and he actually wants to check it out a little bit. Walking on up. Nafany, he's been spotted. That kill should be his. Yeah, it is given over. So it's back into the 4-on-4, and Shiro was brought down low before, trying to use this smoke to his advantage. Doesn't spot out Warren, but Warren doesn't see him either. But SDY was there for the trade.
SDY has come through now, 4 versus 3 in the final 40 seconds, and possibly the final 40 seconds of this map. As World 2K turns back to short, Axel swing met with death, and Hobbit, he's been so good on this map so far for Cloud9, the real only shining light. With a combo of the damage span through the box and the nade that comes through, Hobbit has got at least 1, but there's a lot more needed. The Palace player so difficult to deal with, and so is Waro 2K inside of the connector. Just Buster left, smoke in his hand, but no kid on his back. And 3 players to collect. It's just a triangle of death right now for Buster. Difficult to even get 1 out of this. They know exactly where he is, and Monte completely upset. 16-9 over Cloud9. The best of 1s are finding some victims, and Monte are taking them out. Massive performance coming in from this Ukrainian core side, and, well, the standing star, Boros.
Another team that's come in and is taking names. What an absolute upset. Cloud9, one of the favorites to come through and sweep in Legends. Now we're in the 1-1 bracket while Monte sit 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0 for Monte. I mean, that opening win against ENCE may be a bit more understandable. You'd still have ENCE as slight favorites, but Monte come through. I was just so impressed by the individual ability on these guys. And yeah, you could argue Cloud9 themselves underperformed with some of their individuals, but at the same time, the fact that Boros plays so well, I mean, that is a really exciting side.
That's the thing, when you're playing these best of ones, one standout performance like Boros delivered today can be enough to win you a map and take over the server. And he had a supporting cast with him. Demka and SDY doing a lot of work. Aurora had a slow start, but definitely started to finish strong towards the end of it. For Cloud9, you're right. You can't deny that Axel, 10 kills, 5 for Nafany, Shiro on 13, they weren't there. And that's, you need Shiro and Axel to show up with Hobbit. Hobbit cannot be the only shiny light of this team, otherwise Cloud9 will lose maps to the likes of Monte.
Yeah, and it's rare to see Shiro kind of go missing, right? Normally it's not 2 of their shining stars that sort of go absent. Buster, the second highest rated player there, is a little bit of a concern, but you know, it is just the one map, it is just the best of ones, plenty of time for Cloud9 to recover.
Definitely plenty of time, but it's not going to be easy the further you fall in this bracket. Heroic have just secured themselves the 2-0, which means Aurora are into the 1-1 bracket as well. And we have got ourselves Monte as well in the 2-0, so we could be seeing a Heroic matchup there with definitely potential for that kind of effect.
Yeah, definitely a potential there, and I think Heroic, you know, delivering as we would expect. I said earlier, I feel like they're the safest team here, and I mean, it was still very close, but getting the wins is all that matters for them.
Yeah, definitely getting the wins is what matters for Heroic, and I think, you know, a lot of teams will say that as well. We're seeing these RMRs, they don't really spare anyone. You know, you could beat G2, the #1 team in the world. You can go down 0-1 immediately, lose your opening game. You can be FaZe Clan, winners of the Intel Grand Slam, come to this event, and immediately go 2-0 up and still not make it in the first week of play. So definitely a lot of rough showings, but here is the RMR Europe Day 1 of Group B. We have got ourselves plenty of results to take a look at. This is the second set of matches, 16-14 win for Heroic and a 16-9 for Monte. On the A stream, they've got 9 versus Big. Here we've got Nip versus Vitality coming up. Nip started strong, got themselves a W. Vitality looked really convincing and nearly dropped the ball to Astralis.
Yeah, and I believe we actually have the winner's interview with Boris on the sidelines that we can jump to.
Boris, I spoke to you just before the game, and you told me in your words, we're going to bleep destroy them, and you've absolutely done it. I mean, what a game. Talk me through your feelings.
Bro, I'm so happy, and we are getting closer to our dreams, and I hope we're going to make it tomorrow. We're going to win like 2-0 and 3-0, and we're going to make it to Legend stage. I don't have words. I'm really excited to go to this major. I want.
And talk me through the Cloud9 game. It looked like from start to finish, you guys were in control. You were always just that step ahead of Cloud9. How were you able just to be, you know, in control of the game from the start to the finish?
I think everyone in the team is so calm, and we're playing like good CS, and we're just playing. And our style is like destroying them, so we win.
And what does it mean to you boys to be going 2-0 on the first day? That is absolutely huge. A lot of people overlooked Monte and maybe like underappreciate how good you guys actually are. And you've gone 2-0 on the first day. I mean, what does it feel to you guys?
Well, it's crazy to think, but we were confident that we're gonna make it before the tournament, and we did it. I'm so happy for it. Like, yeah, we still have one game, but yeah, we did 2-0. It's good.
We love to hear, man. Well, congratulations again. I'm looking forward to seeing you in the best of threes.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
The most important note there is they still have one more game. We've seen too many teams go 2-0 in the best of ones and fail to qualify. I think they just need to have a conversation with Bait and they will realize that. So good to see Boris at least acknowledging the fact there is more to be done, but 2-0 is certainly going to make things easier.
I mean, I just love how happy you could tell Boris was. Like, throughout that whole interview, there's that
swaying, he's just full of energy.
Yeah, man, exactly. Full of energy, full of positivity. You could see the smile on his face throughout. You see what it means to him to get to play an RMR and to show just how good he is.
Absolutely. Boris is an absolute beast. I'm looking forward to seeing more from Boris. We've got ourselves another matchup coming up, though, here at the Blast RMR. The road is definitely taking some victims already. We'll find out if there's more after the break.
So I just immediately like...
We saw some recruit.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And
Oh, no way. Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the Gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place.
It went really badly.
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
It's now time for Dupree to show us how much grit he's got. Will he bring vitality to this challenge? Will his movement be good enough? Or will the new map take the spring right out of his step? It's time to start the gauntlet.
Ooh, interesting. All right, let's get this show on the road. Ah! So this is another long jump thing. Oh, I jumped too. No, that's very nice. Oh, surf. Oi, no. Oh, yeah, I made it. Oh. Easy Katka. Hello, it's bugged. Hello. I swear, you need to take at least 3 seconds off the time on that one. Ah! Ah! Oh my God, what did I just do? I'm literally too slow. Oh, that was close. No! Ah! Ah! I made it, don't worry about it. Oh! Oh! No! Yes! Woo! Can we call S-Attack and get him in here, please? Movement King, A-Core, maybe Alexi B, something like that. I'm pretty old, so movement is not my key thing, but I excelled in the shooting part, so I think that's fine. I think that was okay.
Dupree, everyone. Well done. I was watching from the sidelines. Let me shake your hand again. First one, the bravest to set a time on the Gauntlet Challenge. How did you feel about your try?
Started out decent, turned into horrendous, ended up fairly fair.
Like any good career, right?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much, yes.
All right, let's make it official. Let's pull in the leaderboard. Assistant? Beautiful. Let's go ahead and reveal your time as the first official contestant of the Gauntlet. That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
Welcome back to the EU RMR Group B, and what a game we have for you. It's going to be Vitality taking on NIP. I'm Stinko, joined by Lucy and Halker for this one. And Alex, we've seen NIP today. I think pretty much every one of us was predicting Eternal Fire to go ahead and get that upset. We haven't been convinced by NIP's performances over the last few months, but they got a win today.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting talking to Alexi ahead of that one. He seemed almost a little stressed, and you can understand why. Very important tournament for these guys. But I saw Config walking by. He seemed like he was having a lovely time, and, well, Config had an incredible showing for himself. We know what he's capable of. If he can bring this sort of form consistently, that gives this NIP lineup just so much firepower.
That's the key word, though, consistently, and that's not something Config has been able to bring to this roster or to generally any. It's always been these up and down performances. Starting strong, though, and that's very good signs.
Yeah, well, he's here in Copenhagen, so hopefully tapping into the life force that is Denmark, and maybe this is where every Dane pops off, apparently. Here we go, but great to see Config playing well, but one player I'm intrigued to see stand up is Headtrick. Now, came into this team as the Alper. He's coming from the Academy League with Nalve Jr. I don't know if I was ready enough for him to be here. You know, I don't think I was expecting Nip to pick him up, but we'll have to see how he's going to perform. We do have an interview with Rez ready for NIP. Excited to see how that one's going to pan out, because Rez has been the shining light. He's been the veteran for this NIP team for a long time.
Good start to the day for you boys, and of course, now coming in towards your next game, got Vitality coming on. Give me your thoughts coming in towards this game.
Definitely going to be one of our tougher matches here in the RMR for sure. So, but I think it's a very important one as well, because I think the BO1 is like in our favor against them. So yeah, I think we just got to bring an A game here and hopefully pull out a win.
And of course, you know, there's been a couple of question marks about NIP. You guys haven't been performing too well, but today, I mean, Alexi, Config, 28 kills apiece. I mean, talk me through that Mirage game. You guys are on fire.
Yeah, I mean, like I've said this before, like we can perform, we can play really good Counter-Strike, like if we all do well and do our job correctly, and there's no like question marks, like we're doing the job and all that kind of stuff. If we do that, we can play insanely good Counter-Strike. If we do that against Vitality as well, I think we can win for sure.
And of course, you know, there's been a bit of time now since the end of Pro League for you guys and up into the RMR. You had a good amount of time to kind of boot camp, prepare, and all the rest. What's your preparation been like coming towards this game? Is it being, you know, really working on yourselves, also a little bit of kind of counter-strateging the opponents?
It's been a lot of, like, I think, finding our NIP identity. That's been what we're doing. Like we play a lot of practice, like a lot of talking. Yeah, so like, a lot of just talking. I think a lot of theory, like trying to figure out how we want to play the game and like defaults and stuff like that. So, like it's still a process. We're still working on it. So, yeah, I guess RMR is gonna like show what we're kind of where we're at basically. So, yeah.
And final question as well, you know, we've started to see now Hedrick really hitting his shots, really starting to find his form. How well has he been kind of gelling with the rest of the team?
Yeah, it's definitely like improving every day. That's what I feel. Like he's still he's learning. He's still in a learning phase, so he needs the experience. He needs to play on stages, like play lands and stuff like that. So when he gets more into it, I think it's going to be much more easier for him.
Well, Hedrick definitely a play that we have to keep an eye on, because coming in from the Na'Vi junior team, I mean, he wasn't really even an ALPer before, right? And he's had to kind of come into a tier 1 team and just adjust immediately. It doesn't really work like that.
Yeah, it's quite an adjustment. And we talk about getting experience on the stage on LAN. I mean, this is about as high tier experience as you'll find. So the question is, you know, will he step up or crack under the pressure?
Yeah, going up against Vitality, heard Rez saying he was confident if NIP can all come together, which we don't see too often. But for Vitality, they're not a team without their problems. This is a team that have one of the best players in the world in the form of ZywOo. They've got Spinks, a lot of firepower there, and Magisk was playing really well today, a 1.42 rating coming in, but they're a team that struggled quite a bit.
I mean, if you talk about pressure at the RMRs, which has been a constant theme, is there any team with more pressure than Vitality?
No,
ZywOo, contender for best player in the world, has to be at the Paris Major. Apex, obviously a very tenured name himself, and then you'll also have some very experienced players who have done so much in this game. You would have to see a team like Vitality with these names be at the Major.
Yeah, ZywOo absolutely has to be in Paris. We have an interview with Dupree, perhaps even talking about some of that pressure coming into this matchup.
A close game to kickstart things. Talk me through kind of, you got a bit of time to have a breather. Talk me through the game.
I think we played really well in the beginning. I think we had a chance of closing out the game pretty fast, but didn't really manage to do so. It's been a little bit of an issue for the team that closing our games maybe sometimes a little bit too fast. It's not really working out for us. And then they started playing really well, and they started making the comeback, and we started getting a little bit like, oh, guys, not again, and a little bit of jitters coming into the game. But then we had some really good calls in the end, and that kind of made the team believe again. So I'm just happy that we won. I mean, it was a game that got way too close in my opinion, but yeah, it's just about getting the wins here, so I'm happy.
And of course, next game coming against NIP. Pretty good game, a familiar opponent as well. Give me your thoughts coming towards this one.
I think we've got one of the tougher matchups coming into the next round. I think our first opponent in Astralis was also a tough matchup compared to the other teams in the group. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting. I'm not sure what map we're going to play yet, but obviously it's going to be interesting because I think they came off a pretty confident win in the beginning. So we also have to make sure that we're on point and that we're ready to play. But I'm excited for it. And I think NIP is obviously it's a team that can play really well, but they've also had some issues. So I think it's a team that you can obviously not underestimate, but you also need to be prepared for the worst thing.
And of course, another thing, you know, of course, if you beat NIP, you go 2-0. But a lot of people kind of talk about the curse of the 2-0. We saw it happen to FaZe, we saw it happen to Bait in Group A. Do you guys ever get worried about anything like that?
I mean, I think we had a brief talk at home at the hotel, and I said that if we could win the 2 best of 1, so we only have best of 3s, and if we cannot win 1 best of 3 and we have 3 chances, then we don't deserve to go. Then we will get knocked into the last chance squad. I think it's fair. So I think, I mean, every team wants to go to the best of 3s because that's where you feel that's where you feel a little bit more of safety. Maybe that's also why people start playing a little bit worse. But I mean, I think we thrive in best of 3s. That's what we play the most of. So I think that's what we're aiming for.
Good to hear that from Dupree. Obviously, getting into the 2-0 bracket sets you up for the perfect opportunity to go to the major. Here's your unicorn odds favoring Vitality coming into this matchup. I think that's fair, Alex.
I think so too. Yeah, listen, NIP, I like that we heard from Rez that they really worked on trying to find their identity as a team because it feels like they've lost that recently, but it's only one BO1. We can't necessarily know that NIP have got that identity on board, whereas at least with Vitality, I think you can understand the roster. You understand what each player is trying to do when you watch them play.
And we've seen Vertigo come through as the map selected here, Lucy.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty good map for both teams, so it makes no surprise to see it as the map that comes through in this best of 1. But I think Vitality again feeling a little bit happier about it, right? They just came in off the win over Astralis on the same map, so a bit of inertia with them. And for NIP, I mean, a win over Eternal Fire is good, but is it the same as a win over Astralis, right? I feel like the confidence is with Vitality here.
I mean, the other thing that's interesting is they played each other at Katowice, these two teams, and NIP actually first banned Vertigo in that one. I think they've gone through a lot of changes, though, and I think Vertigo has come much more into NIP's map pool, so that's a clear sign of change from them. And for Vitality, yeah, I can definitely understand why they would want to lean into this map again on their side of things. So excited to see how this one plays out. I think really I would love to see Vitality closing out a little cleaner than they did against Astralis, because that got so scary.
Yeah, it's that T side that's going to be a big issue, and if NIP are able to punish that with that CT side, and this could get a little out of hand for Vitality, because I was not convinced, and that's been a big conversation point around Vitality after EPL, right, when they had Jack standing in, and how actually good their T sides looked for that, but not so great here to start things off, but potentially a chance to change that here against NIP.
I was interested in talking to Vitality today because I got a chance to talk to Magisk, and I was asking, basically, are you at a boot camp or are you guys just playing from home? And he said, yeah, we did a lot of practice, a lot of long days from home. And that to me is just like, you're coming into one of the most important qualifiers and you're all playing at home. I'm not super behind that.
He really tried to sell you on it. He was like, yeah, we've worked really, really hard. Yeah, really hard from home. Like, he slipped that in there a little under the radar. But
long days from home.
Yeah, I agree. I would like the team to be in person ahead of an event like this. You know, it's worked out okay for them, at least in their opening game. But you've always got to be careful. You don't have long to warm up in these events, right? It's only a couple of days and boom, you're already into sort of decider games. So I do hope that Vitality can show us good form. Hopefully the online practice still pays off.
Yeah, hopefully. And we know that sometimes the intensity of practice isn't always there when you're at home. And Dupree obviously has a new child he's welcomed to the world. So that's obviously something he's going to be having to focus on, as well as the mounting pressure of qualifying for the Paris Major for an organization like Vitality and having a teammate sit beside you, Zaiwu, the best French player in the game, right? So this is definitely really important for Vitality to get through this, and to go 2-0 would take quite a bit of the pressure off. But we'll have to see how that is going to pan out in this game, because NIP, they're a team that have a pretty high ceiling, but I don't think ever really get near it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that's weird with NIP is I do feel like the roles are just a little strange on this team. I mean, firstly, I don't even know if I believe Headtrick is an AWPer yet.
Okay, you don't believe it?
I see him pull through with a rifle a lot. His rifling's really good, and his AWPing to me is still a bit mediocre, but I'm sure he can grow in that aspect. The other thing I find is that you look at the riflers, you've got Config, you've got Brawlan, you've got Rez, all riflers that are pretty happy to play pretty damn aggressive. And weirdly, that almost feels to me like maybe Alexi B actually does need to be a bit of a fragging IGL on this team, because he doesn't mind putting himself in those spots sometimes.
Yeah, he's definitely had a history of having some really good performances as a fragging IGL. I think, you know, the conversation used to be him alongside like Nexa, for instance, as being two players in that role. But yeah, it's a really interesting dynamic with the chain ups. Obviously, they've gone through quite a few different iterations to try and find the perfect setup. I mean, at least Vertigo, a map that maybe not so important for the AWPs. I mean, we don't even often see Zaiwu getting the AWP on this map to begin with, right? So, you know, when you got Headtrick going up against Zaiwu here, it's actually going to be a battle of the riflers anyway.
Very true.
Although Zaiwu did make the CT AWPing towards short just super famous, right? That spot with a gap on the tarpaulin, right? You can look down the bottom of the ramp, the amount of impact they can grab from that. And Vertigo, for me, on the CT side especially, it could become just a Zaiwu stomping ground. It feels like he is very capable of just taking over the entire map on Vertigo consistently. So that is something you got to look out for and plan for. And the AWPing battle head-to-head is not even a comparison between Headtrick and Zaiwu.
No, absolutely. That's going to be something you've got to try and overcome. Zaiwu, always so scary to go up against. And we are ready to get underway into Vertigo here in this one. It is going to be Vitality starting on the CT side. 2 sets of dualies, and NIP moving up towards A early.
Apex getting a lot of information there, hearing a lot of footsteps, but that's not going to deter Zaiwu with the dual Berettas in towards short. Flashbang over the top, allows the peek on through, and it is perfect. Zaiwu strikes first, and he is not gonna be falling yet, looking for more action. Zaiwu with the dual Berettas taking everybody down.
Yeah, 3 kills straight away towards short, and you want a bit more. But you don't really want to offer yourself up to Zaiwu. You want to stay around the corner and hope that he doesn't come for you. Magisk able to collect res. There's even a flank coming down the bottom of the ramp too. Zaiwu gets himself the 4K, secures it with the dual Berettas. Impressive pistol from Zaiwu.
And I think there has been conversations about Apex as an in-game leader. Some people like him, some people don't. I think one thing you have to give him credit for is when he sets up these flash plays for ZywOo. Because we know ZywOo doesn't always like to take initiative by himself, but I'm seeing more and more often Apex flash ZywOo in, try and get ZywOo involved early. I think that's a good thing to do because it's not natural for ZywOo to make those plays all the time, but you want to get your best player involved in plays like that.
Full Glock, so nice 2-0 start here for Vitality.
Should be. There's no reason why it wouldn't.
I've been cursing all day, so I'm not going to say anything.
Yeah, well, there's no cursing to be had here. It is just not possible for anything else to happen.
Oh my God, you're really trying it. She's really trying it, guys.
The history of the game, there has never been around.
I did like your ZywOo, what you going to do when he comes for you? Yeah. I think that could be a song. We could make that happen. Yeah. Imagine he walks out in Paris, assuming they make it.
That would be kind of cool.
I'd like that.
Sunglasses on.
Dupree holds the top of the stairs. Magus gets the player to collect the kill on Config. And the head trick just burning in the fire. You realistically love to just send these MP9s in, get that money on the SMGs. And Dupree would love some extra kills too to pad the stats early on. Was the lowest rated player in their opening game, but maybe here he can grab a few extra kills. Spinks towards the back of the site.
What an annoying fight this is.
Yeah, it's pretty irritating, I'm sure.
I'm getting tilted just watching it.
But eventually, Dupree will connect that kill and the follow-up. So a 2-0 start for Vitality. No issues there.
I feel like Spinks has been a big conversation piece about this team as well, in terms of when he came in, there was kind of a lot of expectations on his shoulders, right, based on his outstanding performance on ENCE in the early part of last year, but kind of feels like he's getting back into it now. I think his run at EPL was really impressive.
I think the narrative, or what we were told basically by Vitality and Apex, was that Spinks came into the team, and there's a different pressure when you're playing with a star player like ZywOo than when you're the star of a team like ENCE, right? So you didn't see Spinks asking to be set up a lot. So change that up a bit, and Brolin, he's gone aggressive and gets himself a double through the smoke. That's great work. That's the kind of opening you would love to see from Brolin. Get that rifle going for NIP early, and they've cut open this A site.
Yeah, man, this is the tantalizing prospect for NIP as a team. It's quite likely whoever has the best spawn for an aggressive play is going to be someone who wants to make an aggressive play. You know, one of Brolan, Config, Rez, I think any of them can do it on occasion. And it's Brolan this time who gets up into that position early. And you said ZywOo normally so good in that sort of construction area. Well, this time, he's not able to get the kill onto Brolan.
Kind of relied on his teammate really getting something done, but when he goes down immediately, there's not too much that he can do that. Apex falls, and ZywOo's kind of out on an island. It's one that sinks into the seas. Config's going hunting as well. You find another gun here, and you're very, very happy. Well, the Dupree's just got the MP9, so if you find Spinks, that's a huge win, but it's a very difficult spot to clear. Config's definitely got the read on it. And okay, almost given the opportunity. Spinks is the one that comes out ahead, though.
Should be fine to save at this point. I also think you get to see what I was talking about with Alexi B and how I want him to be a fragging IGL on this team, because Brolan makes the opening play, and then Alexi's kind of there to just be the sort of follow-up man in the mid or late round. So if you're in those sorts of spots on the T side, for example, it's really important that you do put up decent numbers. And this was a great shot from Alexi. Boom, peek in from Magus, trying to save the round. A little disappointing for Vitality, but that was a bit of a bonus round. Now they get the full rifles out. No ult for ZywOo, though.
Yeah, it's something I don't know if we'll even see. Take some fights with the M4, and again, it's a bit of a brawl over towards top ramp, but somehow Vitality aren't sticking around. Control is conceded early, and that gives NIP a lot to work with here.
Oh, he's getting peppered here. Brolin. It's not as much damage as it seemed to be. But still uncomfortable. And that smoke has actually scared them off. They don't want to go through that. They're going to have to respect it, and that's going to buy some time here for Vitality. NIP in the meantime, clear out the sandbags. They've got top ramp control.
Ooh, calling for the flash again is Apex. Sorry, the re-smoke.
Yep.
Just keep ZywOo can go aggressive.
Yeah, Zywo's in a really good spot, but Brolin doesn't care. He just goes right through. Flashbang assists the kill this time of Brolin on Zywo.
They've mollied sandbags like 3 times this round.
No one is there.
Yeah, like, I think you've cleared that already, guys.
It's extra clear now.
So clear.
That killed 99.9% of all players that play sandbags. But right now, 35 seconds. Vitality down to 3 players. They're not really in a position to fight for this right now either. Spinks will play on headshot. He really has to deliver a quick kill, and he will do exactly that. Alexi gets caught towards the top of the ramp. 20 seconds now as NIP leap towards the site, finally locking in that bomb plant. And Apex is hoping he can catch a player's backpack or someone extending into the open, and he eventually will do that. A 3 versus 3 now. 2 of the players in Vitality have been damaged up, and Dupree's already towards B.
Wow.
So they're calling it off, but they did have themselves a bit of a chance there to get back into it.
I think the damage on Brolin's unconfirmed, right? That was spammed through the smoke, so they don't know that he's low. And I think with 2 players with such a little health, there's just no incentive to go for it, unfortunately, even though you could definitely see them winning that retake.
I'm just a little surprised almost that Dupree wasn't even trying to get into position, like flank down the bottom of ramp, be there at least somewhat close in case a kill came in. It looks like they'd already made up their minds. Roland just about survives. And I do like the patience there from NIP. I think normally grouping up on a map like that and just being so patient would be a downside. But here on Vertigo, you can do it because it's really hard for the CTs to get aggressive and actually get in behind you in a good way. And you can always just patiently take this site. And that was Brolan popping through, getting Zywu out of there. And yeah, NIP happy to take a lot of time on their approach to A, but it worked out. They slowly go for the bomb plant. And Vitality take an early timeout.
Yeah, very early to call this timeout. Again, there is the unique pressure that Vitality feel in this competition. Realizing that a 2-0 could help ease that burden for the rest of the RMR. Not a team you really want to be going up against at this point, though, NIP. Team that you know can raise to the level of these Tier 1 players. And give you a real tough time. Scoreline evened out, 2-2. There was a 3-man save for Vitality in the previous round. Rifles out on every player, lack utility on a few, but the AWP is in the hands of Zywu.
All right, let's see what he can do with it. Looks for the aggressive peek, comes on through, and that is quick from Zywu. Gets the op in his hands and immediately makes his mark known.
Yeah, you can feel that. Zywo's got the AWP in play, and now Apex getting aggressive down ramp, trying to seize some of that space that he believes Zywo has opened up. Smoke goes in. Alexi B has to be aware with how that smoke was thrown, that possibly there could be a player close inside of the smoke, and he has got himself a bit of a lineup. Look at Rez making plays on B, though. He's gone through on his own, nearly doubles up on the matches, and he does! From the grave, Rez will burn him away, the tick damage, and that's opened up B. Alexi B can hang around while the rest of his teammates relocate back to this B site.
I don't think NIP can believe their luck. That is crazy. And now you just sell that as a fake to B.
Zywu can still get into a good position here. They haven't made their way forward.
The util's decent, but no smokes for NIP. So it could make it a little awkward still.
When does config activate? Apex makes the sound cue, falls on back. Config doesn't budge quite yet. Patient at the moment, waiting for his teammates to take the contact on site.
Here's that information that Vitality so desperately need. NIP present on the A site. Oh, head trick. How has he got away with that? The molly doesn't spread to him, and he's able to just plant and leave without taking a single tick of damage. Config's on the backside, on the flank. Apex turns to see it. He's picked up a flash. He's coming back in, and he's going to set that flash up. Zywu's going to smoke out short.
Ooh, okay.
And now they cancel it. They're not going for it again. They want to save this one. They want the open Zywu's hands for the next round.
Yeah, no kit either, so you can't really go for it. You need a second smoke at the very least to get onto that bomb, but no chance here.
Frustrating rounds from Vitality early. It's not looking too clean. NIP, they've got to thank Rez for just pressuring in towards B, winning that fight against Spinks.
And those 2 kills on B was big. And this is the NIP that we know are potential to be coming through, right? With so many space creators on the squad, you can do this. You can pressure across the map. You can find those good fights. And having players solo pressure like that and makes such a big difference. Makes cooling so much easier. Makes it impossible for the CTs to adjust. Still a solid buy for Vitality. They keep on saving. They scrape together these buys. They could really do with a round win now.
ZywOo again, fairly forward here, over towards the sandbags.
4-man A stack from Vitality.
A lot of aggression here, considering it was B that got prized open previously.
Well, with the amount of times that NIP molly sandbags, I don't think ZywOo is going to be able to stand here for long.
They're actually going to go back to B, and Vitality have to get this information soon. You can see they're going for the play. Roland caught out in the open, spammed on through, but they have to get that rotate moving. NIP should be hitting B immediately off this contact, but they're not quite moving yet. And that's going to allow Vitality to rotate.
Yeah, NIP had to go there. You've got to realize the CTs are going to get the info and start to rotate back. Oh, ZywOo's just left alone holding A, scoped in on the angle, and that means this B site looks impenetrable right now.
The defenders are quite passive. I will say no one's actually on the site, no one's at quad, no one's at white box, so they will have to fight fairly forward here. And in fact, with the lack of any sort of contact, they go back to the AWP of ZywOo, scoped on in. He's ready for them.
There's that little gap.
And that's his confidence spot. This is the spot that he has almost molded single-handedly. And they are about to pressure him. ZywOo doesn't miss the first. Second, though, will not have enough time to connect. Rez, really important trade to come in there. Stop ZywOo from finding that level of impact that we know he can. And they're continuing to push forward in the final few seconds of this round. 20 to go. And Magic's good headshot, spots out the bomb carrier, but does not connect. Spinks will get a kill, though. And then it's Apex. It's all about Apex's short. He has to take one down, and the bomb will fall. Config spotted moving through the smoke. There's not enough time to get back to the bomb. Apex has won the round here for Vitality.
NIP did nothing then to cause any utility, and actually Config even just goes down before the clock ticks over. But Vitality still had 2 smokes left then when they'd already won the round and their time had already gone out. Apex was able to drop that one short, and he can just sit there. He's completely safe in gap and can just end the round by himself.
Yeah, they still had good utility on the Vitality side because they take that initiative drive towards ramp and they stack back towards B. They have so many nades left and they can just get back into position in time. I think Config did die after time, actually. But it doesn't matter too much. Money's still decent for NIP. And another timeout taken by Vitality. Yeah, I love that Apex gets back into that position just in time there. Really, really valuable. He knows that playing at mid, he can rotate around instead of ZywOo being in position. And there we go, the mood and the Vitality camp picking up now. I think that was a nice round to throw in something different. You just dry peek ramp with 4 players. It really is something that's hard for the opponents to deal with.
Yeah, and I think it's also impressive they win the round like that as well, with ZywOo only getting 1 from a position he's so used to getting multi-kills from. So it's not just ZywOo, it's everyone from Vitality has their moment. That quick from NIP to establish some ramp control, but Apex runs on down, and Brolin's head rolls down the ramp to the bottom. A good start to the round here for Vitality off the back, and ZywOo might get another.
He's looking for this, isn't he? You can see him peering on through, trying to get a little gap there that he can find this player. Lexi going to be spotted any second. There's the gun barrel, and there's the kill for ZywOo. And trick. Oh my God, ZywOo!
Nice flick on to head trick. Now Config looking to try and open up this B site, but Dupree will not fall. It's still around, but perfect flash from Mages. That's going to be easy for Dupree.
I'm surprised ZywOo even saw him.
What did he see?
I don't know.
I don't know what he saw at all.
Is that just pure instinct or what?
Let's have a look on the replay. Apex kicks it off. Beautiful start to the round. There, this kill, sure.
That makes sense.
This shot.
What?
Yeah, I thought so.
BS.
Yeah, can we get an enhance on that?
Pull it up.
I love that Apex is the one that goes crazy, and ZywOo, like, even when he does a crazy shot, he's like, yeah,
What do you mean, Apex? This normal shot, yes.
Yeah. And it's the Glocks again for NIP.
Practicing the run boost. It felt like they were going to set that up, but it didn't actually take place. Apex, okay.
Oh.
Little dink at range, 1 HP, but ZywOo gets to continue practicing his flicks.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Obviously, against this round, it's expected to just dominate them, but
I would be surprised if he just keeps doing this against gun rounds. I've just seen it so many times where ZywOo is just able to take over ramp.
It's the same spot, he just loves it.
So it's impossible to get him out of it, really. It's just ridiculous.
Team kill.
Oh no, config.
It's all good, it's fine. It happens.
I think that puts him under 0 kills now with that team kill.
Well, he did. We talked about inconsistency, didn't we? There we go. NIP have a difficult task now. ZywOo is online. So how do we deal with that?
Maybe you go B.
Yeah, maybe that's the answer. I mean, honestly, they were finding, like, Spinks found that kill into Dupree, right? And it was actually fairly easy for them to find space there. They've not really put any pressure there. Look at Avex, he is so jolly. He's loving it. Fired up, for good reason. The woo is here.
Seeing Apex just makes me happy.
Yeah.
Seeing Apex happy makes me happy.
What about him sad?
I do it for Danny.
You know, he's not sad right now. We don't talk about that.
Well, maybe we won't have to see that with how Vitality are starting to shape up this first half. Although NIP, they are getting the T-sided start. Maybe when they shift over to the second half, it'll be a different story. Still lots to play here in the first half. No opening kill towards ramp though. And Brolin, sound cue on the smoke. Ooh. Apex just runs right into him. Luckily, Magic's able to trade.
Oh, that's a ballsy peek from Apex. Don't even think there was a flash for it, but he is traded.
I mean, they're finding these fights over towards ramp and winning them out with these ballsy picks, so why not?
ZywOo has got to his favored position. So that means the B site might be slightly more reinforced.
Smoke in your face that you're trying to peek on over. Not ideal. Again, B is actually very lightly defended. I mean, look at where Dupree is holding. He's over in towards the window in mid. They've got this boost up as well on Spinks, who's got a very powerful position, but it does mean that, well, I say A is lightly defended, but it is ZywOo.
Oh, we've seen this before.
We have.
Oh, he tucks back this time, though.
Like
Maybe just wants to get away.
Flash is good. ZywOo's shot rings out. They know they've got to face it, but they've dealt with it for the time being. They still got to make some moves. The fire is going to keep them at bay for now. 30 seconds left. ZywOo is still towards short. Mages from the site. Molly's going to push ZywOo back into the site itself, so he'll just retreat. Send the rifles forward instead. Oh, getting involved. As Mages running forward, cuts the head off Alexi B. Headtrick tries to respond. 15 seconds left here for NIP. They have to leap towards the plant. Config intelligently dodges the plant spot that is common, so the AWP can't spam through. And NIP do get the bomb down. So a 3 versus 3 retake scenario for Vitality.
Couple of kits in play, but it's going to be an absolute brawl. No utility on either side of the server, so they just have to fight their way into this. And Config, he's a man that likes to take a fight. Goes down after one. ZywOo with that trade swaps to the M4. He's going to tap onto that bomb, draw them out. Headtrick's so low as well. It's going to be the one taking the first contact. Spinks is
they're calling the bluff right now. This plant's so wide. It's so wide, so they can just hide around the corner. And Spinks should just hold it. They can't do anything about it. They don't know he's on the defuse. They don't round the corner. They don't try to fight him. And Config putting the bomb too wide on the plant ends up costing them. And lovely shots on the way out the door, but the round is stolen away.
I mean, it's fine to plant there. He's just got to call it. He's just got to say it's further on the side. NIP had no idea, and even in this scenario, right, after you've planted the bomb and you're just in a position where you're watching your teammate, surely you've got to say, hey, the bomb's actually a bit wider, boys. But no, didn't call it, it seems, at any point. Even after he goes down, even after he sees the 2v2, that's a real shame for NIP.
It's rare you see no utility, no smoke to cover, and you still get the defuse off just by sticking it.
Yeah, just by its positioning alone. Well, Vitality will be happily collecting that one. Let's take a look at the money when we get back in here of NIP, see how it's shaping up with that bomb plant coming through at least, and Rez keeping an AK. Not awful. Got rifles in every player, but Khalil's will be present here. Good amount of utility, though.
Wonder when we see the actual B site play, the full execute, or more of a commitment into B instead of just early pressure. I just feel like that could be a solution for them here because Vitality showing strength on A right now. Oh, hello, there's a push down. Ramp, I think Apex got behind Brolan. Oh, no, he's back. He's back. He's chilling. Thought he committed.
Well, Rez and LXB have done a pretty good job at betting some of the utility out of these B players at the beginning of the round. Should make it a little easier with that nade stack coming in too. Dupree barely standing, but will stand at 5 HP. And ZywOo caught by Brolin. Head trick removes Apex, and the A site is wide open for business.
This is the best round for NIP so far. 2 kills go their way. Dupree gets absolutely shell-shocked. So it's on to these remaining players to find something. Not hearing anything at the moment, but NIP have a lot of time to work with. And a straight hit onto A will work well. Rez holding this lurk.
He just drops back towards elevator. Rez is still applying pressure rather towards B. He's pretty close towards Spinks' spot. And Rez will go around to his death. So now there's actually 30 seconds left. Major's still over on this A side of the map, and the rotation can start to come through. Love a kill through the smoke here. That would make things a little more doable, and he's so close onto Config, but not enough damage connected to confirm that kill.
They've got 2 smokes there. Dupree's got a lot to work with. This Molotov is perfect. There's 2 players there. They're flushed out immediately from that position.
This is good. This is really well worked from Vitality to get into the site here. They're going for it. And May just gets onto the site, sticking it again inside of the smoke. This time, Config gets him off the defuse, but Spinks doubles up, and he's still got Dupree with him. Spinks is killing everyone, and Config wrapping around the side. The lineup, it saves NIP.
Damn, they couldn't get on the bomb at the end there. It seems like they couldn't find it. It evolves into chaos on that bomb site. The fact that Vitality bring that close is already impressive. It looked like they were locked out, but the utility makes it doable. Not quite enough, though.
What a 4K from Spinks, though. That is unreasonable. Config, this reposition is fantastic, right? You've just killed 2 players that were pushed up close there. There's no way you're expecting a 3rd player to have gotten all the way around to that angle. So very well played. Calm under the pressure. Collects 2. Keeps NIP with a convincing T-side.
Look at this.
Aggression, ZywOo punished.
Oh, it feels a little rough to sacrifice ZywOo like that, but off he goes. Down the ramp, and immediately caught by Brolin, who has got him back-to-back rounds now.
This mid-lurk hasn't been too effective for Config so far, but in this round, a clean 5v4 might make it easier to work with. Incendiary allows the CTs to sneak up close and go for that potential peek. Brolan was good in this fight last time, but this time, Vegas bests him.
Oh, but the replies there from Headtrick, and Apex runs out of ammo. Spinks is here too, and every fight taken for Vitality is traded out or just beaten, and that is solid for NIP.
Great stuff from Rez getting those 2. He's looking very sharp in this map. That's exactly what you want if you're an NIP fan. These riflers doing work. We've seen a couple of clutch rounds from Config. Rez and Brolin both doing a lot of work here.
I don't know if the peak timings were quite right here. You see the players up top, just a little slower. Makes it easy for Rez to adjust. Doesn't have to worry about the short side. Apex definitely trying to keep the mood in the camp high, though. Even if they are on a low buy in this one.
Yeah, Vitality take a few risks in that round, it doesn't pay off. And sometimes that's how it is. You gotta face the consequences, which is this buy in the previous, or rather lack of buy in the next. And you're looking at just a deke here for Apex is the only thing worth talking about. Perhaps the P250 for ZywOo. We've seen some ridiculous clips from that in the past.
It's true, normally against pistols though.
Yeah.
But, it's kind of like the downfall of going for something risky when your money is on such a precipice, right? This is the outcome of that. This boost might net something. He just was up here on a very common angles issue, and oh man, Dupree is in for a really bad time. They're just coming for him. He doesn't see a single thing.
I feel bad for Dupree, man. Like, they haven't come B the whole game, and then the time they finally come, he's sitting there with the USP, like, cool.
Also, the other time he just got double naded as well. Like, he was having a bad time.
Brutal. Apex trying to do a hooksy there with the flick up on the deke. Not quite.
Room for one sheriff in this town.
No dice.
6-6, I mean, that's pretty good place for NIP to be. We saw how iffy the T side looked from Vitality earlier, right? So I feel like they really wanted to get off to a good start here, and things evening out at this point with a bit of the momentum with NIP is a scary sign for them.
That feels a little too back and forth right now for Vitality. I think NIP will be pretty happy with how this is going for them. Definitely a scenario where you see them just grind out these T rounds. I think that the patience NIP have shown at times has been really solid. There's that fine line between being patient and in control and then too hesitant. And I think in general, they've strayed just on the right side of that line. No AWP this time for ZywOo. So maybe can't play his favorite position. Again, we see Brolan trying to work around this smoke. Don't think ZywOo will go through this time though. But again, it is that 4A stack initially from Vitality. Now they're adjusting and with good reason. dupree's alone.
Under so much pressure too. Forced on off. Look how close Rez has managed to get. That smoke drop sport and that actually gives Config space to work with. He's gone all the way up to White Box and has the support of his team. That bomb is actually in this direction, so they are interested in this site. The Molotov comes on over. Already, just Config being here is such a pain. They don't need to commit.
Brolan's also pressuring up through A right now. At short, he will go. And Config is just left as the solo B player, and he might be able to catch dupreeh, who's not ready for him, but is able to react in time. Config does not seize his opportunity, and now dupreeh will see that no one else is in B. No one else is pressuring this side of the map right now, and this A hold can just stay.
Spinks is still there, though, so it's only 3 players on the side itself. But one of them is ZywOo. He's looking like he wants to get involved. Feels like the fight has to be taken towards him. A flash over the top. ZywOo gets one. Apex does fall.
Ooh, moving into the site. That single smoke that NIP have has to go in deep. It can't be the standard smoke exec, but it is nothing for Magisk. ZywOo and dupreeh both emerge, and it's all good for Vitality in the long run.
And in the end, they're able to pick it up. Definitely could have cut a little scary there towards the end, but Config on that B side probably needs to get at least one there. Just a little unfortunate from him in that spot. As the dupreeh flick out. First bullet isn't accurate enough. And then Spinks on the flank confirms the kill. And it's a hat trick. So good work for Vitality, a celebration of that round. 7-6, they once again claim the lead, but it's not going to be easy to hold on to because NIP are back with a bye.
Spinks is getting aggressive, pushed all the way down. dupreeh drop that HE. Now with the smoke here, Rez hasn't got here quick enough to know that the cross is there, so it should still be a suspicion in NIP's mind that there could be someone close here. You see Rez is definitely interested in the prospect. Spinks is slipping on through, repositioning. Oh, that's not the best timing on that. And now this setup becomes quite powerful with 1 high, 1 low. It's Spinks sending 2 down to the ground.
Oh, that is nasty from Spinks.
Yeah. Can't believe he stole the first kill. I thought it was dupreeh's for sure.
dupreeh hasn't allowed a lot of kills.
Yeah, apparently not. Listen, he'll take round wins, I think. And Spinks should be set to deliver another one for his team here. He's up to 14 kills, just behind ZywOo. NIP need a way back in here, so Headtrick will search for that pick. Haven't seen that T-side AWP too much so far.
Yeah, maybe it's time for that AWP. Let's do a little bit of work. And oh, the spam on ZywOo as well has just created a huge opening on this A site. Suddenly the numbers are even again as we hit the 45-second mark of this round. Magisk on the rotation back, catches Brolan. The nade line up towards the site. He'll send it on out. It'll do some damage on the retreating player, but won't stop the ball from going down. But Alexibi will be slowed on the cross back to safety, and therefore easy target for Spinks. It's just Headtrick in this 1v3. You said you haven't seen the T-side AWP. Well, hopefully it can show us a bit of something. And it's the answer, no, because Spinks immediately collapses on it.
Because Spinks, indeed, that was that round for Vitality. It's hard to believe Headtrick could have done something there when he repositions. There's no smoke in short. The AWP can do a lot of work there. And that was with ZywOo getting spammed out early, right? He pops that HE to the face and then I'll spam through. But really, it's the fact that Spinks gets this massive double to open things up that really sets them up for success.
I do wonder if we saw some more miscommunication there from NIP. They had 2 smokes as they were approaching that A site. I was assuming we'd see the standard smoke execute onto A, but instead it was 2 smokes both delivered to the same spot deep. That's normally the smoke you probably run when you only have the 1 smoke available to you because it leaves those other angles so open. And you see, that's why Alexibi can't get off the site in the first place. And maybe that's why NIP decide to take another timeout here. 3 of them used for NIP in this first half.
It's good to see Spinks and ZywOo leading the way for Vitality. The two players you would expect, but a feature that they had earlier against Astralis that they don't right now is Mages popping off. Maybe that was more of a vengeance lineup matchup for him coming up against Astralis. Perhaps he's used up his juice for today, but I'd like to see someone else come to form for Vitality. But for NIP, got to try and squeeze this last round of the half.
Yeah, not the best buy, but Broan's Galil has just got an opener. Good flashes. Now this round becomes much more exciting for NIP.
Yeah, it does with that advantage. Now, how do they play with it? No one towards B, no one towards mid. It's the full commitment up A.
Couple of Tech-9s here. Can even pick up that rifle. It's dropped down too. ZywOo's still here, and it's Spinks with the AWP. That's exactly what you expect when you see a team with ZywOo on it. Spinks hooding the AWP, but he's going to swap it over.
Short-lived.
He had the spawn for mid, so why not take it? So now it's Danger Man with the AWP. Mages out long, gets one and a second as well. Deadly from him. Spinks falls on back. Still have to get through him. He's actually a little bit out in the open here, taking a fight with Rez, and Spinks drops another.
Yeah, Spinks is having a great time here. They just did so much. That first kill, I don't even think he meant to get that. I think he was shooting someone jumping up with the sandbags and went through the tarp.
And NIP have struggled with this short position all game long. ZywOo's here.
Yeah, ZywOo has got the AWP at the ready. Spinks again just tapping away, and ZywOo will close. 9-6 half for Vitality. Looking strong with ZywOo and Spinks leading the way.
Welcome back to Vitality versus Ninjas in Pyjamas. Both teams with a 1-0 record. Vitality lead by 3 rounds going into the second half. This is where it all started to go wrong, though. The T side can definitely pose a few problems on Vertigo for Vitality. We'll see if that is weak enough for NIP to claw their way back in.
Yeah, I feel like eyes have got to be on Apex here, right? See how his calling can be on this T side. There are a couple of shaky moments for them in their opening matchup. A couple of rounds where the time ran too low or even ran out for them when they had an advantageous position. So hoping to see that calling come through for Vitality. And for NIP, they've played themselves right into this game. It was a pretty back and forth first half.
Yeah, at least those last 3 rounds of Vitality give them a bit of confidence. And I think also, like, Spinks is in fantastic form in this map. And I think on the T side, if that translates over, he's going to be very dominant.
Pistol at the ready. Vitality with some utility and a full ramp presence early in the round. Meanwhile, NIP pushing through mid, so Brolan has to be careful.
Definitely has to be exactly that.
Are they ready for the flank?
Drop back.
It's so fast.
Whoa. It is so fast around the backside here.
Oh, God. That's not a flash.
Well, the longer they take to do this, the quicker Alexi is going to reveal himself. It is just one, but surely they don't expect Config. They haven't seen him, and he's the second player around the backside, but there might not be anybody for him to kill because everybody from NIP is doing their job effectively. Brolin takes Spinks and Zywoo, the 2 top performers, off of the server with the USP.
That's just a great pistol from NIP. The push is perfect. Only 1 player gets revealed. The second can then get a kill, so you get 1 apiece. And Brolin on the side falls back off the initial contact, waits for that flank to come on through, starts taking the contact in the chaos. That smoke also had a massive gap in it that was able to be exploited by Headtrick, which is obviously a little bit of a fumble there. Or maybe it was potentially blocked by Brolin.
I'm not
Didn't
sure.
quite see it because it is very much off the mark. And Apex looked like he threw that properly.
I think Zywoo certainly thought it was blocked because it looked like he was knifing in the smoke even, like maybe expecting someone to be there. Not entirely sure. But I think the flank timing is huge there. Just causes all the
Apex
chaos.
just having a drink of water while everyone's
Read newspaper.
all right, let's have a look here. What is
What we got out of
round 17 on the game plan here?
This is so casual.
Lovely bit of water. It's great water, that. Yeah.
Hydrated, back in the server.
Let's go.
All right, let's go. Hydro homies. Always got to keep on it. Had a couple of full Glock rounds so far on this map. Haven't really seen much fun from them.
Yeah, I don't think you really want to waste too many rounds when you can get on the guns as quick as possible at this point. Both the teams respect each other. Headtrick, well, he loves money, so he's going to go and get some.
Yeah, these guys don't want to give him the money. They want to scramble out of that. Don't want to feed that Headtrick MP9 and eventual AWP that will be the child of it. Config, the Pyjamas gets 2. And Lexi B was behind him, so easy to get the 3rd as well. So that one pretty easy for NIP, but we saw Apex, he has a plan for this next round.
He does indeed. Even had to hydrate himself. Power up for it. Let's see what Apex and Vitality cook up. Well, that game looked like it was about to go to overtime against Astralis earlier today. Glaive nearly pulls off that clutch in the final round of regulation. I'm sure that will possibly be in the back ahead of Vitality here, knowing that they have let it slip today already.
There's the AWP for Headtrick as well. Helped find those MP9 kills. Has so much util behind it. That is a hefty HE. So much damage done.
Poor Apex.
Yeah, trying to leave from the front can be tricky sometimes. He's tucked a bit further back now in case there are any more nades. See if Vitality are expecting that CT AWP. You do see Headtrick getting those kills, but it's not always that common for the upgrade to come in straight away. For now, still spread. Got Magisk lurking over towards B. Vitality leaving their options open here. They haven't fully taken ramp control, but Zywoo's hanging around, using some utility, and they will come back to this B site.
It's only res there at the moment because of the setup in mid, and Zywoo and Dupree with stereo frags. B is opened on up. Dupree's looking to continue to accelerate. Config gets deleted.
Wow.
And that's B open. That's the bomb planted.
That's a ferocious round, isn't it? Look how quick they just speed up and just blister through the defense. There's absolutely nothing they could have done about that. 10 rounds for Vitality.
Yeah, just some really great shots there. Headtrick, I thought was going to be the difference maker with the AWP, but
ZywOo bests him. Getting kills on both sides of the map really helps. And it's just how quick those kills come, right? There's no delay. There's no ability for the CTs to slow you down.
I like that there's a simple sticker in the scope of Hedrick's AWP. He'll be hoping that after this RMR that maybe he'll be able to put his own name on that
that'd
scope.
Be pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'm sure every Ukrainian sniper looks up to Simple. Wonderful one of them.
Wow, this just comes down to some great shots. See if NIP can put up a better fight in future rounds.
They're pretty happy about that one.
Yeah.
Mood in the camp looks quite positive for Vitality.
Yeah, you can definitely see the intensity they've had throughout here. Apex constantly trying to hype the team up. For NIP, 10-8 down. Could really do with this round win here, as their money has been spent on this one. What a shot from Hedrick, quick on the trigger. ZywOo's out of the round early.
Massive kill to be finding immediately, and Brolin wants to find some more. Runs on through, Ruse Dupree. Apex taking control and towards short. Feels like he has to do something in response, and almost given the opportunity. Players dancing around, but he can't connect the shots. Has to fall on back. So he's taken some ground, but hasn't gained any kills in his favor.
Yeah, you could see it was the right idea, but not able to convert the kill. Had to do something to try and pull back this 3v5. Thought he had the advantage. Now he goes in.
Oh, Apex, they're feeding him nearly a second kill. If he does get to that, it's a different round. But as it stands, it's still really difficult to see Vitality get into this one. Maybe they can wall bind through the wall.
Yeah.
That's probably the most likely way of getting a kill here.
He's standing in a bit of a middle ground there where he won't get banged. And now they have this double setup in short, and one can take contact. He won't be ready for the follow-up.
Major swings. Good catch on Electropy. That was a low HP player down. And Hedrick right through the smoke. Track the tracers. Oh, that should have been a kill for Config. He's offered one up to Spinks. Flank coming through the ramp from Rez now. But it is the 1 versus 2. Spinks gets caught. Hedrick runs over the top. Confident enough to close it out with a pistol. And the damage that was communicated on over. So NIP, that's a really good start to the round. And a strong finish from Hedrick.
The early kills making the difference right now. Hedrick just gets this angle a little sooner than they were maybe expecting.
Very similar kill to one that ZywOo picked up in that first half. Just when you get that spawn, you can get out there quickly as the AWPer.
Well, it's a pretty convincing round from Hedrick. See if we can see a few more of those.
Well, it's 10-9 now. Money would disappear for both teams after losing this. This round will determine, most likely, the next follow-up. We'll see a few rounds go the way of the victor of this, most likely. As Brolin receives the first bit of damage of the round from ZywOo.
Haven't seen much action on this B site. Wouldn't mind a round that ended towards B.
Well, they're definitely making some intentions known over here. Apex has gotten up close. I'm not sure if Rez spotted that, and he's now walking in very close. Config fully blinded, spotting out the Apex, making noise. Doesn't matter. Dupree found the other as well, and Apex is on a tear, dragging his team into this round with 2 huge kills. Spinks in the mid as well, looking for Hedrick, but is going to go down. Apex has to be careful. He doesn't get caught out as well, but Hedrick's just skulking away, wants to survive.
Every now and then you do see an Apex round like that, where you sort of roll back the years to the points where it used to be that hard entry player, really snappy aim. Good to see Apex still has it every now and then.
I thought you were about to say, I remember an Apex round.
I do.
Which apparently you do. Yeah, he's looking sharp in the recent rounds. Looks like he's really feeling himself here on this T side. And he even wants to hunt. Oh, Hedrick. I mean, this is an unexpected save spot.
Oh,
it's cleared.
He misses the shot as well.
He had the chance.
Did the AWP go off the edge? I feel like he was looking for it for a second, but I think it went flying.
I mean, they don't want to play with the AWP.
Yeah, don't think they want it on T side anyway. They're chilling. They don't care about that. But yeah, for Vitality, I mean, it's just these clean entry kills. It really feels like the early frags in the round are so decisive.
Yeah,
it's true.
Importance of this round as well, right? How it's just going to swing back. And the fact that AWP doesn't get saved over just makes that even more painful. Oh, yep. I know, just land on the body. Looks like it was going to get flying, but does not. They just don't want it.
Stress on the faces of the NIP players because this is their final timeout taken.
And they know what that round loss is going to do to them. Money will be bad. Pressure will be on in the future. Ooh, hang on. They're forcing.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, well this is actually a really good opportunity for Vitality. If Vitality pick this up, if they don't lose to the Force buy, which is unlikely.
They had no loss bonus.
The money was bad, yeah, it was terrible.
No loss bonus, and they had the M4 still.
Yeah, so this is the decision they've gone with. But like I said, this is a moment for Vitality to extend this lead. If they can stop this Force buy, they'll have a couple of buffer rounds coming up in the next few. Really extend this lead. And Zyru once again dishes that same level of damage out to Brolin.
Yeah, the Rifles have to do the work here. Brolin might even consider giving that over to a player with a bit more health, or might just hold on to it. And it's a 4-player stack over on the A side here. This boost up from Headtrick is quite potent. And you got Brolin in short as well, so it's a good setup, but only if they walk into it. And Vitality have been finding success over towards B.
Oof, that is heavy.
I mean, do you even keep the M4 in the hands of Brolin anymore?
Yeah, that's a rough one for Brolin. He hasn't really been able to even get involved here, but you're right. It should be that M4 going over to someone else. Vitality look to try and pressure this B site.
Try to put that smoke down to feign out that someone is playing close. I don't think that's going to stop Vitality from moving into B. It's only Alexi here.
They got the information though, and NIP are going to be swarming. They have to go fast here. Dupree takes down Alexi B, and now they can start to make their way through. Yes. And immediately it's the call-off.
Yeah, no one's here right now. You know, if you go in here, the most likely outcome is you lose the round very quickly, and you lose everything that you had. So if at least if you're saving this, you have a fighting chance in the next. But Vitality's most likely result is moving towards 13 rounds now. Or could even offer up a player here to hunt. You know, try and get some of these weapons out of the hands of NIP.
Good news is for NIP, they can do the same setup next round because it wasn't really spotted at all. They had that double, well, that boost over towards Crane in play, and then they had the player in short. It was actually a pretty potent setup that didn't get to be sprung, so maybe they'll get an opportunity again.
Can have a few tricks up your sleeve on this A site especially. A couple of cheeky boosts that you could use to get these rifles into play. But this is starting to get out of hand here, and it's a bit of a shame for NIP that it kind of feels like they're going down without a fight right now. Feels like they're going down with a whimper, just not really winning any of these early duels. Now their money is bad, they go for the Force, they get beaten back. Maybe they can be competitive in this next round, but this has quickly turned into a scenario where we've gone from a close game to one where Vitality feel like firm favorites.
And it's interesting because it's really felt like Apex and Dupree have been the ones that are doing a bit of the work lately, not the Zywu Sphinx show that we had on the CT side.
Yeah, man. The thing is, you don't get to pad the stats because you don't get all the kills. It's like 2 entries, 3 entries, and then boom, round's done.
NIP went with some B information. Nice and early, sent 3 players towards the stairway. And clear it out right away. Vitality, much more of a focus on A this time.
All right, this boost is a little bit more common. And not spotting anything, actually disassembles it immediately.
Yeah, Vitality waiting for an information play from NIP to walk into their crosshairs here.
Okay, I like this a bit more anyway, the Deagle on the boost, so if you do get cleared, it's not the biggest loss, and the M4 can still get involved.
Maybe this boost will be effective. Zywu hasn't spotted the head of anybody up on top of one. Config, it's gonna have to wait a while before his opportunity comes in, and there's the chance, but Zywu is the player he's fighting, and he's so close to taking him down with a wall bang. Although, the NIP player staying up in this position, you know, I thought they were about to take more casualties in a row. They still should go down without much of a fight here, as Vitality move towards default, getting that bomb down and keeping 4 players up against the 3 of NIP.
Yeah, the utility is just simply overwhelming here. Dupree's actually taking the aggressive fight and actually gives up his life there, but Zywu, well, he's not taking any chances. Takes 2 lives of his own. That one goes, as you'd expect, Vitality up onto 13.
Good awareness throughout the round from Zywu. Spotted out the boost initially and cleans up at the end. So NIP have put themselves in this position where pressure is on them in this next gun round. Oh man, it really just tickles him. But it is going to be the buy now, and NIP no AWP for them. Rifles aplenty. do Vitality go for any sort of pace change here? A lot of players towards ramp early.
Yeah, this is speed. Speed behind this. ZywOo's up towards short with his teammate in behind him, Brolin. Sending a few shots to the smoke, does a lot of damage, but eventually will be cleared out by dupreeh. Now they should check the sandbags. They know there's a player there. They seem to be aware of it anyway, but dupreeh is not going to commit to it. Instead, focuses on the ramp fight, and Hedrick just swings out.
Oh,
look at the gap. Look at the gap that Apex has found. ZywOo's watching it. Config. Now they have to be aware, but they've lost control of the site, and they're being fought from so many different angles. There is nothing NIP can do about this. It just feels so uncomfortable.
Nothing about that felt good at any point. Brolin's initial peek was their best opportunity, and then he kind of gets a bit stuck there. It looks like he's holding for a flash to come on through, but the peek comes from dupreeh before that, and they just crumble. It just looked very uncomfortable for them on the defense.
It's so interesting watching how much success Vitality are getting out of that sort of scaffold and short area. On CT side, they were controlling it a lot, and it was always the thorn in NIP's backside as they approached the A site. And now on this second half, you see them just come up through short, NIP with no presence there, and Vitality able to wrap around it.
Yeah, the issue there is you've got Hedrick stuck at sandbag, so the other player feels like he has to stay towards Crane and support because Hedrick's like isolated there. He can't do anything. That just leaves that massive opening in towards short that Apex is just able to walk on through.
NIP's time in this game might be short if they keep playing like this. 14-9. Money, awkward. Yeah, Brolan just very committed. Unfortunately, can't get the assistance he required. Nothing that Hedrick can do. He's left in too hard of a position. And the body language tells you all you need to know. Even if you're not a CS player, I think you can feel what NIP are feeling based off that.
I mean, look what they're working with. It's a half investment here. It might not last too long. With the scout peering on over, but Apex is already up and in his grill. Brolin brought down to half from that spam earlier, and we get to see this boost again. It's usually good for one, at the very least, so we'll see if Rez can make that so.
Yeah, I think NIP will take one at this point of the round. I'll take anything.
Yeah, pretty easy to drop back from that boost as well, if you do just want to play for the single frag. They have decided to adjust their setup, though. Alexi wants the info. They're not actually peeking ramp right now.
Smart from Vitality.
Info. Oh, yeah, this is great timing.
Yeah, it's perfect from Vitality, really. And now they'll just walk up. NIP start to lean towards B, thinking they have no ramp controls. A couple of sound cues being made right now for dupreeh, but it's too late. There's just one player here, and Alexi B's not going to be able to get anything done here. dupreeh easily takes him out. Perfect round from Vitality just to dodge all the information gathering from NIP. And then Apex, the Predator, let off the leash.
Spinks as well, easy to collect.
He's overtaken ZywOo.
Yeah, well, ZywOo's just not needed to do anything, which I think that's kind of what you want to be saying if you're a Vitality fan, right? If ZywOo's not needed, this team is terrifying.
Yeah, man, it's like you got the fancy chocolates out back that you don't even need to bring them out. Everyone's happy with the Mars bars.
Sick. That's a great analogy. I would definitely go with that one.
Everyone can relate to that.
So what is ZywOo then? Like a Lindor ball?
Oh, yeah, come on.
Nice.
It's gold-plated chocolate.
Ferrero Rocher, maybe.
Ooh, fancy.
Wow. NIP with it all on the line in this game right now. This has been such a disappointing second half. It felt so good for them in the first half. It felt really competitive. In this second half, they've barely found any success in recent times. It's so quickly slipped away from them. Can that change here? They've got the goodbye. They've got the AWP. No more excuses for NIP.
Let's do or die for them. Talent fires. Vitality will go up 2-0 to kick off the RMR run. We discussed the unique pressure that Vitality have coming into this competition, right? They are the team that housed the best French player, one of the best players in the world, an organization that based themselves out of the Stade de France. You got to be at the Paris Major. And this will take them one step closer, not the nade that Apex was hoping for there at all. But, you know, no one's seen it, Apex. No one's watching. You're all good. No one's seen that, I'm sure.
Yeah, show me the lineup for that one, Apex. It's on Nard out here. Head trick. He has an opportunity to keep NIP in this. Has a good angle with the AWP, but he's flashed on off. They're going to come up close by him. Oh, he is doomed. That flashbang is beautiful. Majix walks right on through, and he's looking for more, but he's blinded by the CTs. Brolin gets one back. The real hit's actually coming over towards B.
Or is it?
Or is it? Yeah, they've slipped away. 35 seconds.
This is a bit obvious now, though.
Apex is calling for them to come back to A. They have to trust it. Rez is on the flank now, though. And this could go the other way. Brolin's here to try and stop it. Apex's call might come back to bite them. 24 seconds, and the rotation is back for NIP. This is giving them a shot to stay in this one, but Spinks right through the smoke. ZywOo gets onto the site and puts the bomb down. But remember, Rez was always on the flank. He sensed that B presence leaving, and he immediately started to move behind them. So maybe he can get something done from the ramp flank. It's one already for Rez. Peek out from Dupree is immediate, but it's a 2 versus 2, and the Vitality players are half HP. Then Brolin comes over the top of the site, leaving it all on ZywOo, and the defuse is being stuck around the corner. ZywOo hits the first, but can't get around the corner in time. NIP will defuse the bomb and stay alive for at least another round.
So much going on there, but the main thing is Vitality going for these late round plays on Vertigo. You can't do that on this map. You give away all the sound cues. The CTs are always going to beat you to the bomb site, and you see that here. Even though they're able to bring it somewhat close, it's not enough in this round.
It's actually really impressive. They get the bomb down and put themselves into that 3-on-3, right? Considering the circumstances, considering how obvious it was that was the play.
And I'm also a little surprised Dupree peeked so early onto the site. Didn't wait for the fake tap on the bomb. Maybe ended up being costly. Back to ramp for Vitality.
It's not the best buy for NIP despite winning the round. Only one player survived. No AWP retained either. Brolin was such a destroyer last round. Has to do it again. And he's taken names. 2 fall. A 2 fall back the other way. The bomb, though, is top ramp. And there's a flank coming from Config.
Yeah, and behind them, quick drop down the ladder. Magisk is currently holding for it and now looks away just at the right time for Config to slip in behind. He's got his teammate Rez coming down here too. Brolin is just chipping away at Vitality players like it's nothing. And he does spot out one Config. So unlucky not to have brought Spinks down with that, but that's the alarms now sounded for Magisk to watch that flank. He needs to be careful, there are 2 there. If they knew there was only a single player on this side, I'm sure they would have been moving faster. But Config is getting closer and closer with every second that ticks on, and Spinks gets caught. Magisk no longer watching that flank. And with 45 seconds, oh, he's not going to expect a second player of Rez. And that's another round for NIP. And Vitality need to be careful because they nearly let this comeback happen versus Astralis earlier.
I like that because when you have a flank coming through and it's like 3 players left on the CT side, you're not expecting 2 players there. You're expecting it's just the solo flank player. So normally in that situation, that CT would just wait for the contact on site. So they're not expecting Config to push up. Config always had the guarantee of Rez coming through after him.
Yeah, even if Config went down, it actually would have been a scenario where they probably just stopped looking at the flank. And he sets up his teammate. And now it is a scenario where NIP finally have a bit of a better buy. It's almost perfect.
Yeah, but Vitality have so much money left over. It's crazy. They can keep buying for a while here.
Ooh.
Oh, misses it? Where'd that go?
I think he flicked last second.
Yeah.
Just weird, because you're holding for like the tiny gap.
Ball is disappearing into the nether there. Sucked into the void.
But they're going back mid here for Vitality, and look who's waiting for them. The double setup. Molly's going to go away and deconstruct that boost, but Config decides he wants to stay here. It's a tricksy play.
Oh, Spinks got naded so low. I don't think he wants to peek. And the peek goes to him, and he still hits it.
Oh, Spinks, that is ridiculous. Config walks right into the crosshair. Now they might just set Spinks up for a boost if they want. Head trick's coming back. Magisk is not going to be boosting Spinks. I'm going to leave him to fall back.
Spinks making me nervous on that jump with 10 HP. But ZywOo...
Look at this. Look at this from Brolin.
Brolin is sitting in the edge, but ZywOo doesn't want to stick around when the smoke fades.
Is time a factor again here for Vitality? 35 seconds. This time they won't play between the bomb sites. But they've got to make sure they've got a solid site take here.
Straight up hit, Spinks leading the charge with low HP, and why not? Trade is there, but there's no one immediate. Dupree eventually comes on through, but everybody falls. Alexi B with a massive double, and ZywOo in a 1v3 that doesn't even get off the ground.
It's weird because I feel like Vitality were finding so much success earlier with early round plays. So many rounds where they're just getting instant entries, and suddenly, I mean, NIP are definitely putting up a bit more resistance with their early utility,
Yeah, he flicked off, right? Yeah.
Oh, no, you were right on it, Zywoo.
Well, that could be the difference.
Yeah. I wonder if we do see Vitality go back to slightly faster rounds at any point here. These slow rounds don't seem to be effective. Maybe this is the quick play into mid. Spinks beats the molly.
Yeah, he beats Util, and it's the AWP around the corner. He's chasing after it, and Headtrick cannot get away.
I like this. Turtle up. Oh, and a shot lands. Brolan down low.
HE somehow doesn't actually do that much to Zywoo. It looked like it was perfectly on the mark, but man's got plot armor here at the Paris RMR. Now they're all going to group up. Spinks in mid, going to be that distraction, the late flank. Got a utility he can throw on through, and Brolan with low HP is walking out. Wants to be the hero for NIP, but is a hero that has to watch from the sidelines. There's now a 3-on-5. Config is here. Has Alexi B by his side, and it has to be a darn solid defense.
Config plays that headshot. Alexi B senses his opportunity to slip through the smoke and try and get into a better position to defend from. He realizes if he just sits behind the smoke screens, it's unlikely they're able to do much, but he's forced to do exactly that. He can stand and fight. Nate goes through onto Dupree. Does a lot of damage, but no denial of the plant. Vitality fall back into the 5 versus 3 post-plant position. Zywoo has the AWP at the sandbags. It's so tough to see a world in which NIP pull this one back.
Yeah, even with the couple of smokes, it's just so tricky. You don't have the molly for sandbags. You've got so much to do.
And Zywoo stays in the exact same position. No issues for Vitality until this point. Alexi B starts to move into the fight. Config quick on the headshot. They're sticking the defuse. They're holding the defuse. NIP, they stay up again. Oh my God, it keeps happening.
The smokes actually create enough chaos, and when the bomb's planted on the side like that, it is a little more difficult to spam towards it. They can't find the angle. And for Vitality, it looked like it was all over. It looked like they had it in the bag. What does that do to you mentally?
Hey, they call them the ninjas for a reason, right? What an absolute defuse there. A 3-on-5. And Vitality can't hold the post-plant. Alexi B, another mammoth round from him.
I mean, there's no excuse for not winning that round. You have to win that if you're Vitality. I think they did everything right. They upped the pace. They got the advantage. They went back to something more simple, more quick towards the A-bomb site with the standard smoke execute. And the thing that sucks most is they will know they should have won that round every time. And now the stress is really on.
They're doing it again. They did this versus Astralis earlier today.
But they did win that one.
They did, barely. But they did win that one, Hockey. All right.
And they've had all the money here as well, right? They haven't had any low buys.
Did Dupree survive at the end of that last round as well? It just wasn't involved.
Rez down the bottom of the B stairs. Look at the damage done to Dupree already, but he is still there for the first fight. Rez and...
Surely.
Oh, Config goes down. Surely that is it now, right?
It has to be. If they go back to A, look at this aggressive control. Brolan is already pushing on down.
Vitality have never lost rather, a 5 versus 3.
Oh, well, okay, especially to Alexi B, right?
Yeah, it hasn't happened. Except for the last round.
You might be about to have a very angry Vitality group of fans coming your way, Dinko.
Well, he did it last round, so, you know.
Oh, Headtrick moving alone into mid, though. Surely he gets traded. He gets the shot off. Can he get back? Oh, misses the second.
Oh. Yeah, that's tough for Headtrick. That'll be a tough one to swallow, but it's still recoverable here. Alexi B makes no secret about his location. Utility keeps coming in. Double flashes. Connect onto Alexi B's vision.
He doesn't mind being loud here. He doesn't mind being known because the unknown factor is Brolan on this flank. Coming on through. Yeah, but look at the bomb. They have to go back to B. And look where Brolan's going to be. He can unravel everything here. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's Apex that's the unraveler because it's all now on to Alexi B.
Yeah, what a shot from Apex. Alexi B now left alone. And although NIP have pulled off some ridiculous rounds, this one seems a little bit too far gone. He will catch Spinks on the edge of the gap, but Apex's position in tandem with Dupree should be enough to confirm this. And the molly not good enough to be used in the right position. Alexi B goes into the fight, and Apex comes out on top. Vitality go 2-0 on their way home to Paris. One more best of 3, and they lock themselves a spot at the Paris Major.
Yeah, fair play to Apex in that final round. He stepped up for his team when they needed him. That shot onto the flanking player, fantastic. He ends with a 3K.
It hasn't been comfortable wins for Vitality, but it is wins, and that's all that matters at this stage.
Yeah, with the matchups they've had, I mean, it's been a pretty tough battle for them. Astralis, again on Vertigo, came so close. This T-side continues to be a bit of a plague for them, but they were able to recover, compose themselves, deny the comeback, and cinch it at the end. The French stars shining as well, with ZywOo and Apex both having great games.
Yeah, listen, and there was a period on that T side where they were in full control. They went on that 5-round streak. Careful, ZywOo. We don't want to get you injured. He's all good.
Stands tall, as he always does. No doubt in my mind he was going to be all right there. But Vitality do take the 16-13 win over NIP. That one is going to hurt for the Swedes, I'm sure. Brolin, good performance on the T side. Definitely enjoyed a lot of his aggressive plays up ramp. And Hetrick definitely had a few moments, but unfortunately it didn't all come together for the side of NIP.
Yeah, I felt like it was moments of brilliance from different individuals. Alexa B as well had a few really clutch rounds, but it just wasn't enough for NIP as a whole.
Yeah, we're going to look at ZywOo and sort of have a little look as to how he was able to get those 23 kills. But for me, Spinks was super impressive throughout this one as well. I think the fact that if you get Spinks consistent with ZywOo, this Vitality team does become very scary.
That's what we're waiting for sure. And it seems like it's slowly happening. And, you know, even Apex, the kills he was getting were pretty impactful in that second half. So definitely nice signs, definitely more of a balanced overall fragging count.
When you take a look at ZywOo and how he kicked this game off, Lucy.
Yeah, he started with a bang, didn't he? That massive triple with the dual Berettas to get things started, and he didn't really slow down. Once that AWP was in his hands, he made it well known, and he was a dominant force over here on A-Ramp.
There's a couple rounds for Vitality actually lost ZywOo.
Let's watch the shot again. That's insane.
Yeah, that's the ridiculous shot, right? There was a few rounds on the CT side where ZywOo went aggressive on ramp, died straight away, and you just had to play a couple of Vitality rounds without him. And that isn't easy, but that's when you look to someone else like Spinks, and it's definitely incredible to watch those guys on the server together, but it's also incredible to hear from ZywOo after a victory like that.
ZywOo, brother, thank you very much for joining me. You boys were made to work for that one, but talk me through your feelings.
For the moment, good and bad feeling, because of course we want to make it easier, but it's a major, of course. It's you have a lot of tension, of pressure, of everything, so it's kind of hard. And right now, after the first day, it's a good feeling. After all, we finished in 2-0, so yeah, it's a good feeling. Yeah, and now we can take some rest, and yeah, it's good.
And of course for you boys, there's been a couple of questions about, you know, coming together and really working. We know ability-wise, you're very good. It's just kind of finding your gel. And you seem to be looking really solid now, especially off the back of Pro League as well. Talk me through your work coming in towards, you know, just generally the RMR.
You talk about my work? Yeah. I mean, about me, actually I did nothing else. I just focused more on what I need to do for the team and what I can support them and what can I do more. And that's the only thing. I didn't practice or didn't deathmatch more or face it more. Like nothing else. I just focus more on my team and what can I help them to succeed. And yeah, that's why I'm now. Yeah.
And finally, what would it mean to you to make it in a major in Paris, in your home country? What would that mean to you?
I don't think I have a word for that, because I think maybe it's gonna be the first and the last one. I mean, in Paris, so I want to play there. I mean, I have no word for that. I just want to be there to play in front of the crowd, and that's it. I mean, I don't have a big word for that. I just want to be there already.
All right, man, well, congratulations once again. See you in the best of threes.
Thank you.
Gotta love ZywOo. He's the only player you would ever accept saying that he didn't practice more, but he's just incredible. Just a phenom of the game and learning how to help his teammates a little bit more, because he's doing enough.
I really liked when he started like almost hyping himself up a bit, and then he was like, oh no, I can't say nice things about myself. He got a bit embarrassed. It's so fun to have a player like ZywOo, because you listening to him talk, he sounds like a support player. Oh, I'm just doing it for the team. I just want to help my teammates. Man, you're like one of the best players in the world, and that's your mentality. It's crazy.
Yeah, but he has done a fantastic job, and I think a big part of the development of Vitality this year has actually been Spinks getting solid and integrated into the team. I think they give an interview where they were saying that ZywOo actually set Spinks up a little bit more with some flashes as well, so it's cool to see. Here's the results, here's the schedule, Lucy.
Yeah, look at another fresh one just coming through. It was 9 beating Big. I think we were all pretty confident here that would go that way, but it looked like a very close affair going to OT where 9 were able to close that one out. But I mean, there's been a few pretty close ones here. Aurora also very close, so I wouldn't, when I'm looking at these games ahead, I'm not really giving anyone the favorite here.
No, it's definitely tough to call. A few more upsets, I think, will be coming our way, but 500 versus Spirit on the A stream. ENCE versus FORZE will be coming up here, though, so if you're interested in following the action, you can absolutely do that by just sticking around. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, ENCE versus FORZE will be getting underway.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in the Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against Navi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Astralis just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day. When the French team stopped at some point and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Extase we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. It has been a manic day one here at the EU RMR here at Blast. We've already seen upsets galore, tier 2 teams showing that they are here to compete. 9 have just picked up another win as well. Those guys have gone 2-0 today. You love to see it. But now, of course, here on the B stream, we're about to get underway with an 0-1 game. And there's 2 teams that I don't think many people would have predicted to even see down here in the 0-1 stage. It's ENCE taking on FORZE. It's 2 heavy hitters, 2 Pro League teams who played against each other in Pro League, now being in the 0-1 stage.
There were some spicy games in Pro League as well now. I mean, the fact that we're seeing this once again and it's a 0-1 game is like, hello. And this is the storyline that I suppose we've been kind of spindling over on the A stream mainly, is tier 2 teams are here to play. These are not people that you can just say, oh, they can do it online, they can't do it on LAN, because they've shown up to LAN and they've gone, oh God, they can do it on LAN. Yeah, it's great to see that we've got such a healthy tier 2 space. And now they're coming to the tier 1 circuit and being like, bring it on, boys. We're going to have to do it as well. But we've got 2 teams who are kind of already inside of that tier 1, tier 1.5 space, and teams like FORZE, who realistically, coming into last Pro League, people didn't expect too much of. And then they were able to do a couple of upsets here and there, which was great.
Yeah, I mean, this FORZE side is a team who a lot of people are now starting to respect. And I think individually, we have to look towards Jerry. I mean, he has been with this roster, I think if I'm right, saying 5 years now, right? And he's been rebuilding his team time and time time again. He's someone who has become synonymous with FORZE as a roster. And, you know, you love to see him. And Jerry is such an individual that you can't not love. He's such a brilliant guy. But the team that he started to build around, unbelievable. Zorta as an AWPer, fantastic. Shalfie as well as a rifler, absolutely ridiculous. Crowder, one of the best members over towards Entropic. And Risalt was a name that a lot of people didn't know. And at one point, FORZE were even trialing Forrester, who of course plays for OneWin now, and then for Risalt instead. But Jerry, he believed in him, and of course it worked. We do have an interview with Jerry, so let's go and check out on his thoughts.
Jerry, thank you for joining us. Of course, not the way you would have liked to start the RMR. What were the vibes like in the camp after that first loss?
I think after the first loss we realized that it was really early game. We didn't play that early games much. I mean, in this roster, I think we never did that actually. And Cloud9, they were just 2 steps ahead. Too many flash kills, too many bad nades from us, and I think that's it.
So, of course, you're now going in facing up against ENCE, a team that you guys beat at Pro League, as a matter of fact. That's got to fill you with a little bit of confidence coming into this one, right?
Not actually, because we just know that we can beat everyone, but it all depends on how we will approach the game. In this particular case against ENCE, we know that those guys are not playing like Cloud9. They are a little bit off of that. They are just... Snappy likes to rush. I saw a lot of his interviews. I was like investigating how his in-game leader works inside ENCE, and this is the kind of guy who likes to rush, and if his rush doesn't work, he rush more. That's actually his quote directly. So I think it's really good matchup for us.
So now, with that in mind, it's a good matchup. You're looking forward to moving on to that kind of 2-1, the 1-1 point tomorrow. Are there any teams, if you win this, that you don't want to face up against, or are you confident you can take anyone who comes at you?
When we were riding here at this hangar when we were playing, we were looking at the game ENCE Heroic against Aurora, and Aurora, they were taking lead for 14-10 and they lost 16-14, and in case Aurora did win, we would have faced our Heroic in a 99% scenario. It was the scenario we didn't want to. So thanks to Heroic and Zhush particularly to winning the 16-14 at best of 1, and after that we are confident to face every team, but as you can make a conclusion from my words before, it wasn't Heroic, we don't want to face them.
Fair enough, but you're feeling good coming into this one. You're confident you're going to be able to best ENCE once again?
Yeah, I think we will. This time is going to be a really good matchup. Okay, that's it.
A really good matchup is what we're expecting, Nao. And I mean, he seemed pretty happy. He seemed pretty confident in himself. But yeah, you were saying he's a bit of a joker coming into it. And no, he just seemed like a really chill guy to just hang out with instead of being in on the server. But would be nice to jump into an MM with him as well.
I think as well, also to mention that he's also a really nice guy, but he's unbelievably smart.
Oh, he's
when
nuts.
you start
He's
to
so
really
crazy.
pick his brains, he is a seriously smart individual. But ENCE have a few of those themselves. Snappy, of course, someone that we're looking towards. The IGL over towards that roster. The new boy on the block for them as well. Nertz, an ex-Endpoint boy that we, of course, have seen his growth and how he's really kind of came in towards this team. So far, we are yet to really see the ENCE we know and love. Earlier today, it was just not the performance we would have hoped. Against Monte, they got overwhelmed. They were down 12-3 at the halfway mark on Ancient, which is just not what you'd ever expect coming out of this roster. So I think there's a lot of question marks that we have over towards ENCE. I'm looking towards the side to try and bounce back. I think for Mathan, of course, he's got his lucky charm, that of the little monkey on top of his monitor. However, it didn't bring them any luck in their opening game, so hopefully today it can in their second game. If they go 0-2 here, that would be a massive upset.
No, it would be absolutely huge. And kind of touching on that Monte game, I mean, Monte are no slouches, right? They're now 2-0, so hopefully they've been able to reset the mental. And we do now have an interview with ENCE to be able to show you right now.
Nerds, brother, thank you very much for joining me. Of course, not the dream start for you boys today. Just talk me through the feelings and the thoughts in the camp right now.
It was a bit. I think like it was a bit unlucky the start. We let them take like advantage on us. They had so many rounds. It start like 9-3, 9-2, something like that. It was too late to come back from the game.
And talk me through your thoughts coming in towards the next game as well. Of course, coming against FORZE, they're a pretty decent team, and of course a team that you'll know pretty well as well. What's your kind of thoughts and preparations coming in towards this game?
I mean, we already know kind of what the map's gonna be, and we respect a lot of FORZE. We want to revenge them because we want them. They want us in the ESL Pro League last time, so we're gonna make a revenge right now.
And talking about yourself, right? You've been now with the squad for just, you know, a month, a few weeks and whatnot. And how has it been kind of gelling with the rest of the team and kind of getting used to Snappy's calls and the plans and the strategies?
Yeah, actually, I'm trying to understand the whole system. It was kind of a bit tough for me to understand it, but after like 1 month, I actually understand everything. Everything is fine.
Nerds are back in the roster and now starting to feel pretty damn comfortable. Look at those unicorn odds as well. They're favorable over towards ENCE. However, the map we are heading towards statistically isn't. Anubis is going to be our battlefield. And it's a map in which, at the moment, in the last 3 months, ENCE have a 17% win rate. That is not that good.
No, it's pretty dire if we're completely honest. I mean, we're losing to pretty decent teams here, teams like Spirit, Cloud9. Oh, and also there's a name that was that FORZE they lost to in Pro League. Yeah. So this is a rematch of that one there, just about a month ago coming up to it. So you would have thought that ENCE now coming into this after losing that one, surely they've done some more prep. Surely they're ready for what Anubis can throw at them.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see. Ladies and gents, we're about to get underway in towards our best of one in the 0-1 stage. It's ENCE taking on FORZE. We're here on Anubis. And ENCE will start on the T side, but Shelfie will start off pretty damn strong. Some Pius gets deleted.
Yeah, good night. Out of the server. The sun has set. He gets taken down. This aggression inside of mid, though. Chalfleet still going to be looking for, oh, another frag as he pops and finds Nertz. An easy tag for him. See what else he can get as he falls back onto the A-bomb site. But it's now a bit of a collapse here from the rest of the teams.
Oh, Result, Julie's going to find him a kill, but a Snappy all alone. I don't know about you, Cody. Not looking too damn good here.
No, not at all. Snappy's dead. Goodbye. Crad picks up that kill. It's pretty easy, pretty clean. Just another day at the office, it would seem, for the FORZE boys. They're going to lead into this one, and they're looking to build up some momentum. We've seen plenty of games today where that simply hasn't been the case. We've been seeing the pistol rounds being won. God, yeah, these shots are so clean. Right, look at that one as well. I mean, he simply does not miss. But yeah, we're seeing plenty of games today where the opponent's just able to clap back in this force buy round. It's going to be a little bit harder considering they didn't get the bomb plant, so they might not do it. But no, we are going to be seeing the scouts surrounded by deagles and 2 techs to back it up also.
Jerry, auto shotgun for him, but then for A1S of Crad. That'll find the first kill. Jerry and an auto shotgun. I'm interested to see how this one pans out.
Ooh, sharking up.
He's pushing up as well. He could walk in towards the scout. It could be a little bit dicey. Would I love to see it? Either way, right now the buy for ENCE is so minimal. So finding anything here is going to be difficult.
There's
auto
no way.
shotgun at range. It's basically a sniper anyway. Jerry will find that killing towards some Python. Already the numbers starting to dwindle over towards the T side.
It's the pure panic when you're getting spammed down by an auto shotgun from that range. It's like, okay, my movement is really, really slow. I'm dead, is what it turns into. But now Jerry's in an amazing position here because he's up close with an XM10, a gun which can just one-tap you if you peek it wrong. With the util coming out, Nertz might be swinging here. Jerry's actually looking to take advantage of it, and he does peek the wrong way, and Nertz ensures that the XM10 is dropped. Let's see what the T's can make of it. Snappy taken out before he can even get it off his back.
Gotta say, a little bit overzealous there from Jerry to push forward because it doesn't allow ENCE a bit of space to work with. And Nertz has picked up the auto shotgun. Crowd will fall, bomb will be planted. The Eagle just whizzing past the head there. The auto shot, he finds yet another in the hands of Nertz. Oh my God, they make that poppy sing. However, it's not enough. The bomb will be defused. And thankfully, they're aren't going the way of FORZE, but my God, they were made to work for it.
Nertz got himself a 3K off the back of that one. Found himself the first kill with the deagle and was like, yeah, sure, I'll use XM10 for everything it's worth. So much damage being done there, but yeah, commiserations. Not able to close out the round. Pretty damn close, though. Look at this one from Nertz. Jerry just wasn't expecting the sideline at all, and then one headshot for you, and then the next swing does the exact same thing. Double-edged sword buying that gun, because if your opponents can pick it up and then do that to you, you're in a pretty tough spot. But it is still going to be in play. Actually, it might even be a new one being brought up. The XM10 continues to live another round.
Well, for now, This is a massive early doors swing round. Both sides, their economies in the long term, pretty what? Rough, you know? Pretty weak it. Finding this round could be everything. Matter to find the first, Zorta quick in for the tray. So, a numbers raw level. And ENCE trying to get space over towards this B side, but denied on their first attempt. But the Rapper's coming through, and Jerry's stuck between a rock and a hard place. He has to isolate fights here.
NERTZ is looking to do the exact same thing, but from a T-side perspective, waiting for someone to swing into him, and Jerry might fall fatal to it. He swings through. I don't think NERTZ spots him. Spots a second in the form of Zorta, though. Doesn't know that Jerry's up close. No, he doesn't, so he has to retrain the aim, and he's quite surprised that there wasn't an additional swing there. Was good for it if they did decide to, but not the case, and now they lead with a man advantage, and with Xiaofi down onto 21 HP, it's not looking too great for the CT side here. This first fall by round from ENCE doing some damage.
And what you'd sort of usually call a bonus round isn't the case over towards FORZE just because of how expensive that previous round was made. Some Pyjamas will see off Result, and in doing so, Zorta and Xiaofi left all alone, and Xiaofi's only got 21 points of HP. They might even start getting towards a point where if that bomb goes down, they might save, but Dia round the corner could make this even more expensive. Xiaofi back turned. He's lucky. That's very, very lucky, in fact, that Dia doesn't push forward. Bomb will go down, and I think the second it's planted, Zorta, Xiaofi, they might try and save, but Anubis as a map is so difficult to save on.
Especially when you're low HP. Random nade round the corner will absolutely ruin you, but they are going to try and post up inside of T-spawn. If they can do so, they're going to be able to take through to M4s. I mean, there is a truck. Can they jump on and get out of there? I don't think the keys are left in the engine, unfortunately, so they are stuck here waiting for the aggression. But we're in this position where ENCE actually don't have enough money to realistically push this. Like, they're just going to be pretty happy taking these 4 rifles through to the next round. They can move into round number 3 with that and then bring it to a 2-1 scoreline. Gives them a pretty decent opportunity to be able to round us out into a 2-2. Yeah. Xiaofi, nice little off angle being held there to be able to take down Snappy. And that's already hurt that T side.
That's it. Well, at the very least, I'll have some rifle to work with. And that's the positive as well. I think for FORZE, in those sort of rounds where things have gone south pretty damn quickly, just having something to work with really does help out. But, you know, it pretty immediately started poorly over towards that FORZE side, where you can see ENCE being able to essentially isolate fights so comfortably. A lot of map control going their way, and of course, because of it, left them with easy 50-50s where the individuals really stepped up. Great round for ENCE to find. As he's mentioned, it was a pretty big swing round. You look at the buy over towards FORZE and it's so minimal. Double MP9 to support those rifles is not exactly a dream, but more importantly, the lack of util is going to make this CT side so difficult.
Yeah, they've got a smoke and a flash, and that's basically all to write home about. Madden, a lot of mid-control gained already. Jihad semi-expecting this, but taken down from range from the M4 of Xiaofi. Swing here from Resort, looks for 1, looks for 2, and you know what? Never mind, doesn't matter. When your MP9s aren't even getting into fights, it doesn't matter if they've only going to be supporting the M4s. If the M4s can do the damage, then sure, why not?
I doubted it. I gotta say,
hey, don't worry about it.
Not bad. Now, of course, take a little bit of a breather. I think once again, we're going to look over towards ENCE, and there will have some money to work with. It's not exactly going to be a dream, though. Those rifles really stepping up. We've already highlighted Xiaofi. As an individual, he can make a difference. But Resort, I think, is a name that a lot of people won't know all too much about, but he is a serious talent. I had a chance to speak to Jerry just after ESL Season 43 of Challenger League, when he was just picked up at the end, and he was saying, you know, not many people are going to know what this kid is, but I promise you, he will be something special. When he gets to LAN, he's going to prove what he's all about. We saw it at Pro League, and now, of course, slowly, we're starting to see it here at the RMR.
It is dangerous, though, right? I mean, just putting someone like that, who is relatively unknown, into a high-pressure environment, I mean, it's... Sometimes the pressure cooker doesn't work. Sometimes the meal blows up in your face, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case here for Resort. He's, yeah, pretty well under pressure, I'd say, and he's doing well here.
Right now, friends, man disadvantage. Snappy falling, he'll have to lead from the grave. And ends with a big full bite, but it's not exactly the most conclusive one. Double Galil to support the AWP and the AK. And once again, we'll always like to speak about limited utility, and you can sort of see it here. 2 smokes to work with, 1 flash to somehow pull off an execute is going to be really difficult. They're going to have to rely on individual brilliance here.
On the flip side, while the CT don't have bundles of util, that single nade, that single molly that Xiaofi has here, I mean, it could mean all the difference. And there you go. Molotov goes down, just about to delay the timing. And they can't push through it right now, especially with flashes and nades coming in as well. It just forces them back. And with time of the essence, with only 25 seconds remaining on the clock, we need to see an execute. Madden has been able to get through mid scot-free. Xiaofi somehow expecting this, but gets caught on the wayside by Ika. And oh, good night you as well. Riesel out of the round. The A bomb site completely lost, and they have no clue what's going on here. They're being absolutely picked to pieces. Crad and Jerry, the last two guys remaining here for FORZE, I don't think they're going to be able to do anything here. It's going to be exits, right?
No, I think they're exits. I just don't think they can get back in towards the site. How has that fallen south? They had the molly dropped in towards the A main push. They dropped the nade on top of it as well. And even still, it all comes down to Dia with a beautiful double, a sumptuous double from Dia. And they're doing so. ENCE are going to be up to their second round and slowly but surely started to chip away at this deficit. FORZE, they've thrown away what looked like a free round for them. And I think they'll be kicking themselves.
Yeah, ENCE are going to be ecstatic about this one. It's going to start building up that economy as well. The AWPs remain. And it was glass cannon as well. Didn't even notice that. They committed heavily into it for some Pius.
It's really risky, I gotta say. The buy that they brought in, but it worked wonders. And that's one of those things.
That's the thing. If it
when
works,
it works, it looks really good. When it doesn't, you look like a bit of an idiot. But in this case, for ENCE, credit to them. Oh, it's actually lucky from Dia. I wondered how he opened things up with that first kill. Just a lineup. It's a little bit of RNG, but it really does help.
He was I think the lineup's actually for someone on the other side of the middle pillar for the headshot angle, and he was just spamming at his feet, like because it just stepped out. That's so unfortunate. But hey, I mean, if it works, can't really complain about it. We've seen this 2 rounds in a row now. This time as a Molotov instead of the nade. Oh, Jerry, excuse me, sir. What do you think you're doing? You can get a couple of dinks, but you need to be careful not to lose your life. And surprise, some Pius didn't just swing on that after information was given, but he might have been caught by the flash himself as well. Only a single round advantage right now for FORZE. Not doubt they're really in this round. I mean, they've got that full buy, but ENCE, they were looking good in that previous. Let's see if they're going to be able to find the opening here. Crad, he's just jiggling to bait out an AWP shot, which simply is not going to happen as of yet. Everyone quite slow in what they're approaching here, both sides. CTs don't want to get too aggro, with the exception of what we saw from Jerry. And the Ts, they're undecided.
Oh, Molly coming through into hieroglyphs. Just to try and keep them at bay. I mean, I don't know what the plan right now is for ENCE. They've got very good map control in towards mid, but the grouping seems to be over towards B. They already did a dink on towards J. That's some kind of confirmed information. And now what the question, Rito on the first. D at the 4, but Nurse quick on the trade. At the very least, keeping the numbers level. If Rito finds a kill and falls away, the whole round starts to fall into jeopardy. With 35 seconds on the clock, ENCE, it's all down to here and now. And Crowd waiting for his moment, spotting out the AWP will drop him. He overextends, he gets caught off guard. Zorto close to personal, the molly taking him. In the flames, in the fire, he will fall. And now the site starts to be cracked wide open.
Xiaofi looking about to pick up some of the pieces here. Jerry going to be dropping down, and some Pius hurt every single bit of this. He's trying to bait out the shot, and no, well, simply, you can't. This guy's too damn good to be missing those ones. Xiaofi breaks his ankle slightly as he jumps out from CT spawn, but just going to be saving this M4 because draw your eyes to the green information at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Where is it? It's nothing. There's no money there. They need a loan. They need a big loan from someone to come in, and the loss bonus isn't going to be enough of it.
Yeah, having that M4 in play is really going to, at the very least, alleviate some of this pressure, but it's going to be a rough buy for FORZE. Coming in towards this next.
Do you think they even force buy off of this one? No. Do you think they just go for a save and have a hero M4?
It depends. I mean, with loss bonus, they're going to be chilling above that 2K mark, which means it's normally the default, right? Stick above 2K and you're kind of feeling all right. And of course, with loss bonus adding up, they'll have 3.4K to work with. So I think all things considered, an upgraded pistol would be the normal buy. However, FORZE and Jerry adore a force buy. They absolutely love them. I think force buying here is super risky. I don't think it's worth it at all. However, Jerry doesn't think the way that normal people think, and it's for the better. I mean, he's an unbelievably smart dude, and he always will have some sort of idea. If they forced, I wouldn't be too surprised, but just sticking above 2K really is the kind of the normal to go to. And thankfully, this time, this is actually going to be the case. Just a P250 invested for Jerry. And they're going to rely on Xiaofi, who's sitting in front of that smoke, to try and find some kills and maybe pick up and scoop up some rifles.
Yeah, they're backing this up with Zorti inside of mid as well, just to be able to recover that M4 if it gets dropped. But that's not going to be the case. The AWP is down. Some Pius not going to be expecting this mid-swing. The Molotov comes in as well in Hyro, and is looking to be able to gain that site control for B. They are indeed stacked up. The smokes go down. Here comes your swing. Madden, soon to be the first person out onto the site. So many angles to clear. Needs to be cautious. Checks the left, doesn't check the right. Thinks it's clear. It is indeed. Shalfie boosted up now. Oh, I don't think he's going to be able to spot Madden out. Does spot Nerds from range. I think he has an inkling there's somebody close. Madden from the back line. He's going to be able to take down Jerry. Waiting for this additional rotate to come on through as well as the smoke begins to fade. He's doing all the work right now. Found himself 3 kills. Looking for a couple more here as well. Find himself a 4th. Is he really going to ace this round? On the sidelines is Madden, looking to be able to close it out and ensure he does not ace this one off the back of a Hero M4. The Hero M4 doing so much right now. Crad and Resort, they just need to play human flashbangs. Let him get that 5th kill. It's well deserved at this point, but from the high ground, Resort picks it up, close out the round. Who needs a force buy, Nao, when you got your pistols and you got your Hero M4?
It's ridiculous from Shalfie as well. I mean, he's walking away off the back of that. Just the 9 kills under his tally. I mean, this is really solid from him, but how have ENCE allowed this to happen? These are the sort of rounds that you've got to come in, maybe take a couple of casualties, but for better or for worse, walk away with a great round in your favor. And one individual has made a huge difference there. Shalfie, what a performance. Off the back of his own, ENCE going to call a timeout. They know that they have just thrown away a free round for them. And it never should happen. Well played by the likes of FORZE, but you got to say individually, Shalfie, ridiculous. 4 kills to his name, and then they just play the numbers game over towards the site to see off the 5th.
It was quite interesting because Dihar swung that long angle with a molly in hand. Like, so the comms just weren't there. By the way, guys, this isn't smoked because the smoke was fading and, well, it had been down for ages. So just that individual comm, if that smoke was still down, I don't think Dihar dies. The fact that no one said anything about it is like, guys, I've just been caught with my trousers down here because you haven't commed. Like, I'm coming to help you, but I can't if you don't tell me what you need. Nade once again coming on in. It's a flat 50 damage onto Dihar. And this is a very bold buy, should I say? I mean, they've been able to commit fully onto 3 and then Snappy on the Mac 10 and Dihar on the Tech 9. It seems like they just kind of hobbled this together as best as they can.
It's a forced investment. It's just a case of, can they make it work? Some bias. I was looking like he was going to try and help him out, but he doubles away at the worst time, so Snappy falls, and Sunpius isn't there to trade. I was hoping with Snappy being dropped, Sunpius can swing off the back of it, catch the Aurora off guard on the reload. No, Zorta gets away for freebie and falls away. So, there's the opening kill. Got information of one in towards mid. It's a case in point of can Shalfie do anything with it. Currently, Shalfie coming in towards this round on something like 126 ADR, an insane performance from him so far. And of course, that quad kill in towards the previous round, number 7, really did help. Dihar going to reclaim a bit of the space. There's a Mac 10 on the ground somewhere too for him to try and scoop up. Result's going to be tested.
Yeah, he doesn't really want to poke and prod too much over towards this A-bomb site, not until the rest of the squad's here. And now the flashes come in, mid-control is indeed going to be lost. Resort on the site, takes out wonderful Madden. Now on the rack of the rotate, hello Nert, picking up 2. Resort's got so much to do here, but jumping over the top of the site is Dihar with that recovered Mac 10. Does not care about the inaccuracy of the weapon when he's just running, jumping, spamming. Just get bullets down range. Now in this 3 versus 2, Sunpius, they're trying to bait out the shot, but he hits the flick on the rotating Crad. And now it's just Zorti. Guys, save this AWP, please. There's no need to commit into this 1v3.
It's a hard map to save on, though, and they might even go hunting. I know their economy is not that great long-term, but they just know it's an AWP.
Yeah, now you revealed it. It's like, oh, god damn, like, why?
This is the big thing. I think, honestly, I wouldn't even mind the call to hunt. Maybe just sending one person over, like a Nerds.
Like yeah, Nerds is already on it, it looks like.
He does love going for a search. The question is, can he find it? Like we said, this map is very difficult to save on just because it's super wide, but it's not very long. So there's not too many copies to really tuck yourself into. Thankfully, he's so far away that he should be okay. Nerds is on the corner, but he won't pair his head in time. So in doing so, score 4-all. That was a round once again that we look the other way and say the FORZE, they should be taking that every day of the week, but they answer back off the back of attack pause, off the back of a throwing away what was a freebie of a round, and claw it back in their favor. D had really good work coming through from him. And Snappy trying to rally the troops. For Jerry, it's a tilted to lose one of those. Hence what we are going to see a timeout called by FORZE. It's a really rough round to lose, and Jerry now has to try and claw something out of nothing.
Yeah, now coming into the ninth round in, first time up from FORZE. I think this is absolutely fine. I don't think they're really going to be too upset by this one. We've seen a couple of teams take this 2 timeouts by this point, purely because their mental's completely shocked. But what we're seeing here is 2 teams that are actually going quite back and forth. And I think just one more round here from FORZE, that should kind of cement themselves. They're going to be pretty damn happy on the CT side, considering how stereotypically T-sided this map can be, right? I think if we apply what we apply to Nuke to this sort of map, now the CTs are probably going to be looking for at least 6 rounds, and if they could get those, then yeah, sure, that's fine. Your T-side's going to be great.
Some Pyjamas gets very close to that shot. Peeks in. Won't find anything. Flash will come through. Will in fact catch Zorta. And Riso gets swung on by Dia. A lovely opening kill. And look at the space he's starting to create now over towards the A site. Nobody's there to deny him all of his presence. And individually, he's making a huge difference. Utah will come through, and now they can get a free plant. They've just got to beckon over the numbers. Smoke on the molly. Space being created, and some Pyjamas will get that bomb going down. Under pressure, flips on towards another FORZE with the push of the smoke. D here, yet another MP9 as well gets dropped by some Pyjamas, and the Orb Assaulter can't quite convert because some Pyjamas. The Spaniard is on fire. In a matter of a moment, it's cried on a 1 versus 3 to deny ENCE taking a lead. Some Pyjamas will fall. The numbers brought down to a 1 versus 2. He knows where 1 is. That in towards lobby, but he doesn't realize he's being flanked on. And as time starts to tick, not only does the pressure start to build over, starts to boil over, but little does he know, the flank's coming through. Swing on the site, and Nerds will find the final kill. ENCE up to a lead, up to a 5-4.
Yeah, that was great presence of mind from Nerds, and I don't know how long ago that rotate started, but it seemed like he was like, cool, you guys fight this. I'm going elsewhere, and just wraps all the way back around mid, shift walking the entire way to ensure that he doesn't get caught off guard at all. And is able to win the round off the back of it. Really nice round there, really nice from some Pyjamas in those kind of 1v1 situations with the AWP as well. So, I mean, we know he's good with this. There's no real question about it. What we are now going to be seeing is FORZE, 5 USPSs, and they are all kind of stacked up towards this B bomb site. Let's see. Are they going to be able to bait this push in? It looks like they are. Here it comes from ENCE. Trying to gain some ground here over on B, but it is just that stack. Maybe they see absolutely nobody and get worried. Instead, they're going to nade the corner. Oh, it doesn't deal that much damage, actually. Bounces the other way that I thought it would. Let's see what the pistols can do. So they're about to start approaching, but it's D-Hard picking up a couple. The MAC-10's doing some more work here as well. And yeah, I mean, the round's over and done with, right? What did you expect?
Very easily overwhelmed. I think that's a bit of a throwaway. A lot of teams trying to kind of use those rounds as attack balls about calling attack balls, essentially. But a really, really nice kind of round coming through. Just making sure it's inexpensive completely, which is the big thing. And the full reset coming in towards the next. Right now, FORZE 2 rounds behind. And Jerry going to invest back in towards Aurora shotgun. I don't mind this on this map because he's playing a lot of those close contact positions in towards connector, going over towards mid as well behind the doors. I don't mind Jerry picking up in towards the auto shotty.
No, I like it. I think it's just quite funny that we had a conversation on stream at the end of the RMRA. It was like, oh, by the way, I think we've only seen 1 shotgun buy, and now today I've seen like 4 already. Krad's going to be good for that opening kill, but Nerds is quick there on the trade to be able to help out and avenge his teammate. Does take quite a lot of damage for it, though, down to 31. That puts that XM10 at an even more lethal position. But they're still not 100% sold on the idea of a B push. They want to try and find some information inside of mid. And Jerry is just looking to see if he can chip away at some of the cobblestone on the wall. Swing from Sharply. Nice little opening kill there. Flash goes out. Anyone else that he can find? Doesn't look like it right now. Just going to fall back and allow them to approach him.
Yeah, time's starting to really get to a point now for ENCE where it's worrying because, yes, minute left on the clock, but they've not really got any idea about what the setup is for FORZE. Looking over towards that A site, and right now this could get really dicey. 2 players heading towards back site, and Riso's going to be the really tough one to push off the angle.
Good nade. Hits one back site. Oh, back pillar, should I say. Drops him down. Almost sub 50. Might just ping another one in, see if they can take him down, but none to be found. Molly goes in to be able to clear out Heaven. Resource not yet swung on the angle. They're not going to be expecting this yet. Oh, the flash was perfect. About to catch him off guard. The site absolutely destroyed, ruined, wrecked. Any other words you can think of which would describe getting absolutely ruined in this round. Jerry. Now on the swing, spots out the barrel, takes down one. There's no way he's going to be able to win this one. It's, oh my God, Jerry. Hello. Comes out on top, spots out some Pyjamas with the AWP, and is then just be able to piece together the final 2 kills. Great from him to be able to recover the round, which realistically was over and done with by that point.
It looked lost, and Jerry's starting to get smiley as well. When Jerry gets happy and starts to get loud, this game starts to get exciting. Really good work coming through from the leader and quite literally leading from the front. That looked like a lost round. Everything was panning out so positively over towards our end, and Jerry's clawed it back in his favor. Monstrous. But some Pyjamas and Dia, they cannot be losing those sort of rounds. You look towards them, and they're the ones where it's the second you take contact, the swings off the back of it, you cannot fall flat there. Well, that is the case. Of course, timeout called off the back of it. You can sort of understand for ENCE why. Those are the rounds that you've got to be locking out. We saw this a lot in towards their previous game versus Monte. 12-3, they started off the first half, which was dire. 12-3 down, that is. And then since then, you know, they made a fairly decent comeback, but it was all here, there, and everywhere. Nothing consistent or consecutive where you really ever felt confident about this ENCE side. They never really had that sort of fight about them, and it still seems like they're lacking just that killer instinct so far in the RMR.
Yeah, that we've kind of known to come and love from them, right? And it's just not present. Like, we kind of alluded to the fact that, okay, did they not got on the bus this morning? Like, what's happened? Like, the first few rounds, they were just nowhere to be seen on that first map. Now they're, well, they're in the lead right now, so they're still in a decent spot. But when Jerry's doing stuff like that, like, there's just no retaliation. Some Pyjamas has to completely slow down the play that they had already called to be able to retaliate in that way. Nice little shot there from Zorti, but being able to trade that back is some Pyjamas. Shoutfleet up close here on the corner, picks up one in the form of Nerds, looks for the second, but was already dropped low enough. And the trades go left, right, and center, and now we're down to a 1 versus 1. Plenty of time on the clock. Hello. Oh, that's an uncharacteristic miss from some Pyjamas, and it opens up an opportunity now for Crad.
You got to see us go there, I got to say. He had the right lineup. The crosshair was on him. I don't think he was really moving all too much. Not exactly sure how the one didn't convert. Either way, bomb goes down, post one set up, and he's going to go for a somewhat deep main play coming through. Crad went for that rotate up in towards heaven. He's now cleared the angles. He now knows that some Pyjamas is parked up over towards main. He's planted for it too. Smoke on the bomb and a tap around the corner as well. This could make things really dicey. Tap onto it. This Orb's going to struggle, but he's holding, and he might swing in towards it. Don't swing out the smoke. He does, and a shot from some Pyjamas. It cost him his life, but he'll find Crad through the smoke. In a 1 versus 1, the Spaniard steps up, and he clutches it for ENCE when it matters most. ENCE stay kicking, and they stay in control.
Wasn't even a spam, it was the first bullet that connected. The lineup was absolutely perfect. Can't really ask much more in those situations, can you? You find most of the kills and it's like, oh, yep, cool. Oh, man, that was CSGO'd. That skimmed over his shoulder blade or something. He's got a flesh wound from that. But, yeah, some Pyjamas finding that final frag was a bit crazy, and that's going to be upsetting if you're FORZE. We're moving into now round number 13, and it's, well, a sight that we're all too used to seeing now, Neo. It's pistols across the board for this CT side. They've really struggled to chain together economic rounds.
And while we've kind of got this pistol bit of a thrower, we can talk about the last time these two sides played. FORZE ended up winning 16-13, so, you know, a pretty good win for them. That was, of course, back in Pro League not too long ago. But Sun Pyjamas dropped a 1.9 rating, and he went 34-14. I mean, he had a ridiculous game, 98 ADR, and somehow they still lost.
Yeah, that's rough.
So,
that's really rough.
That's one of those games where, you know, you finish it, you look towards your teammates, and you think, boys, what happened? I did my job. Thankfully, everybody seems to be doing their job over towards ENCE now. Great work coming through. Some good Counter-Strike starting to be played from them. And unlike what we saw against Monte, this is an ENCE who are controlling this game. FORZE are not really having as much freedom as they usually used to. And at the moment, starting to struggle just a little bit. But looking across the scoreboard as well, and we were singing the praises of some Pyjamas, but it's actually Nerds who is leading the charge in terms of the fragging department. 14 kills, 7 deaths, 93 ADR. As ENCE have guaranteed themselves a lead at the half and still technically on the possibility of having double-digit scoreline at the halfway point, which on T side, very good.
No, that's absolutely amazing. It's quite interesting because it feels like we're already in the second half of this game, and we're not. Like, we've seen so many rounds already that have just panned out, that have been kind of the entire round, like going down to the last few moments. It's like, okay, we've been in this game for ages. No, round number 14, guys. Still plenty more to play. We're seeing the XM10 picked up once again by Jerry. I just want to see him get like a 4K or something with it, but instead it's going to be the frags inside of mid. The AWP gets one, the M4 gets one. Well, there goes your AWP. It's on the ground now. Someone go recover that as quick as you can.
use your long arms to be able to pick it up. But Nertz is looking to try and gain that mid control to ensure that isn't the case. Do see the util now being committed by the T side to be able to execute once again on this A bomb site. They found a gap in the defense for FORZE, and they're looking to utilize it at every step of the way. Do have a man disadvantage right now, though. Now, you still confident in ENCE for this round?
I mean, so far, this was going to be really difficult to get onto. You look towards the CT side, though, and the one thing that makes it a little bit more possible for ENCE is the lack of util over towards FORZE. It might cost them. Reso smoked out, which makes things awkward. Tap on towards some bias too. A leg maybe spotted. Damage dealt by D here. Smoke over towards connector as well to deny that rotation coming through. Some bias holding the AWP, won't be the fight. Anything but D here doubles down. That's huge from him. The shotgun comes through and gets deleted by some bias this round in a matter of mere moments. Has fallen by the wayside. His crowd all alone, and he cannot convert. Sun Pius yet again, another monstrous round coming through from him as ENCE are starting slowly but surely to build up such a repertoire on their T side.
Yeah, these impact frags from Sun Pius are absolutely crazy. Like we mentioned, he's not top fragging on the side right now. He's joint second with himself and Diha. I mean, Madden and Snappy don't have above 5 kills. Madden's on 5, Snappy's on 4. So these three guys at the top, Nertz, Sun Pius, Diha, doing a lot of the fragging right now. We saw Jerry go for a long-range XM10. It felt very puggy. I'm going to be real with you. I appreciate the angles he's trying to hold, but there were a couple of drop rifles. There was potentially a moment there where he could have picked one of those up and actually been in the round. I don't think he dealt any damage with it. I think we should bench the XM10 for the time being, lads. Let's change the strategy, and that's what we're going to be seeing. As said, a more conventional close-range angle weapon in the form of the MP9 from him. It is just a force, though, from FORZE. They're trying to just stay competitive in the final round of the half. When they're going up against rifles across the board, though, it's going to be very, very difficult. The utility is next to zero.
Yeah, to buy with essentially what else, whatever they can really invest in towards this game. ENCE looking over towards this B side, and they might actually just get it. No one really showing fate early doors. Sitting the smoke, swing on the angle as well, nursing a lot of damage. Madden will fall, in fact, through the smoke, and some players will find a kill of his own through the smoke. Diha and Nertz combining for one apiece. And ENCE, numbers in their favor now confirmed and locked in as well. And it's Shalfie in a 1 versus 3 to deny. ENCE getting double digits at the turn of the half. 9-5, about to be 10, as Shalfie's only got 54 points of HP. And while the utility is limited over towards ENCE, it's better than FORZE, as Shalfie's got nothing. He has to take fights here. He has to isolate them. And let's be honest, it's somewhat impossible. They know he's coming from this position too. It's the only place he logistically can be coming from.
There's no kit either. I mean, the round is over and done with, right? It's double digits now for ENCE as they move into the second half. It was great momentum from them. Let's see if it can continue into the next pistol round. We'll be back after this short break.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Safe to say, not bad from ENCE. We really didn't see them show up in that opening game of the day against Monte, but they're now starting to find some real form on Anubis, which is always good to see. 10-5 at the half from them, and it makes you feel if they find a pistol round to kickstart the second half, it might be all she wrote.
See, we said that in the last one as well, and then the other side, but ENCE in that instance, came back quite a bit, even after losing that pistol round. We're in kind of a weird dynamic right now where the pistol round was usually like one of the most important rounds, but it now seems to be that second or third, which kind of dictates the pace. Explicitly that second round. We're seeing some players not being able to open up the round with any frags as of yet, just tapping away, but hitting the stonework. Gonna have to hire someone to clean that up. Either way, D-Hart gonna be able to show him how it's done. Taps on down one, Resort's there for the trade though, Crad on the swing. Oh my god, Jerry as well. Everyone's finding a frag when required, just Zorti to find with players left alive. Shalfley not gonna be getting one from the grave. He might just go for the swing hit. High rate of fire up close and personal. It's going to work out pretty well. Nertz picks up the trade for one. Madden looking for three. Needs to try and find every single angle known to man, but he's about to get pincered from 3 different locations. And it's going to be the Julies that do indeed win it out.
It's been a quiet day. A very quiet day for Madden and Snappy. Both of them so far, 4 and 5 kills respectively. He's not exactly where you'd want to see them. Of course, Snappy, I guess, he gets kind of a little bit of pressure taken off his shoulders being the IGL. And even Madden, you know, support player, but we need to see him start to find some fragging ability. They can't kind of, you know, just rely on D here and Nertz and even some Pyjamas at times to really step up because things could get a little bit concerning. FORZE up to 6. Great work from them. Full buy coming out for Ento. As much as they can bring to the table, it's going to be an MP9 for Nertz. And a few pistols and reports. It's going to be a very difficult round to make work, but it's a big lean over towards that B side, and the mid player not too far off either. They're just going to leave one isolated over towards the A side just to try and make things a little bit easier for them. But D had a lot of pressure on his shoulders.
Doesn't look like they're going to be executing over here, so it kind of works out in his favor, but they are still rotating players back round. I mean, this buy is, it's hobbled together. CT75, Mag 10, not Mag 10. The CT version of the Mag 10, the MP9. They need to try and find something here, but the T just aren't approaching. They're just kind of waiting it out, seeing if they can get the CTs to expend any of their utility, and it has worked out for them. Now there's only a flash and a smoke to play with on Snappy and Madden, respectively. Here comes the commitment, at least in the form of a smoke, towards this B bomb site. Now that plumes, one less sight line to deal with. Flash goes in as well. Snappy looks away, looking for the 1D, but the second and tertiary flashes come on in, and that is where the issues begin to form. Madden's only going to be good for a single kill here. Dihar now on the rotate. He's got a 5-7. You know how much I love this gun, Neo, but I don't think it's happening.
It's overpowered, but I think that was asking maybe just a little bit too much. And this game's starting to get pretty damn close indeed, and it's a very close game over on the A stream as well. Right now, 500, just one round ahead of Spirit, 9-8. Wow. Pretty damn spicy over there. 10-7. This game could be going right up in the air. As a map as well, Anubis, I'm a big fan of it. I think it's really good to see community maps coming in towards the pool. I think it really opens up CS2 in a completely new light where we could really see a big push for community competitive 5v5 maps being part of the pool, which would be awesome. Good friend of mine quoting. Big shout out to him, shout out to community mappers as well. We love to see maps like Anubis coming into the pool. Tuscan as well, another one.
Yeah.
Another rights. We all kind of saw the leaks on Twitter. That got bored as well. So I think CS2, we might see a bit of Tuscan, but having a conversation with my good friend quoting, and he was talking about how it's exciting to be a mapper at the moment. So
a lot going on.
We see more. Yeah, of course, quoting. For those who don't know, he made Boyard, the wingman map.
Oh.
I'm a big fan of Boyard. I gotta say, Whiteout, the danger zone map. We've played that on the snubby,
Very nice.
the skiing one. Big fan of that one too. Either way, back to the game. Of course, it kind of feels like a bit of a throwaway round, just the intense that you know, for ENCE, they don't really have a big investment coming through. They scooped up a Khalil, but all things considered, this round was never really gonna be competitive. If Nertz can get a couple of kills on the way out, that'd be lovely. They are hunting him as well. And they'll find one, but it will only be one. So a couple of casualties, all things considered, not all too bad. But now here's where things get exciting, because a full buy is about to come off ENCE. If they can convert this, they're right back in control.
Talking about community maps, one of my favourite ones. You played Mirage?
Mirage.
Is it Mirage? It's Mirage, but with nuke textures.
Oh.
So it looks like kind of industrial nuclear power plant site, but everything is Mirage. However, the color changes and everything makes it look like a completely separate map. It'd be quite interesting to see them like do like a random event, like one operation where it's like they just completely change what maps look like and keeping them the same, just like texture-wise.
Yep.
Let's see how this round pans out, though. It's going to be Nerds, fun, that opening kill, a couple of trays, round back again, and it's now a one-man deficit for FORZE. Oh, Crad. A lot of ground being gained here as he tries to begin pushing up towards Connector. Snappy on the corner. Is he expecting this? I think Crad, yeah. Oh, he does clear the corner. There we go. Okay. There was a world in which he didn't. And they've actually been able to bring this straight back underneath their own control. ENCE really didn't have too much of a say in it. They found those 2 opening kills from Nerds and Snappy, but they were reactionary. And then from there, Crad and Zorti have just said, yeah, guys, this round's done. This is going to be another one going towards our tally. We're up to 9. We've been spitting distance of you now.
Yeah, T-side this map, Anubis. I think for me, that's really the only kind of, I guess, thing that needs to be fixed. I think Anubis as a map is really good. It's really interesting as well. It's completely different to what we've normally seen. It's just, it needs a couple of tweaks. I think when maps are inherently T-sided, it can make things a little bit weird. And we kind of see it here. Right now, this map being for the most part T-sided still feels odd, and we're seeing it live in the flesh.
Let me pick your brains on that. From your understanding, from your experience, is this the only map that's been heavily T-sided?
Yeah, from what I can think of, I know there's been maps which have been weird and wacky, which are like have had their moments, but they've always had their tweaks and changes, which have kind of brought things back level. Ancient's a lot more puggy now, which I quite like, but that map was so CT-sided before.
Yeah, that was a bit crazy, right?
So that was actually a little bit too CT-sided. I think it should kind of be locked in that Nuke remains the more CT-sided map in the pool. I think Ancient was a little bit too much over there. Like 11 4s were turned around so many times now. But yeah, I think from off the top of my head, especially in the last kind of 3-4 years.
Kind of in this, right?
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, speaking about interesting, an interesting buy here for ENCE. Some Pious on the AWP, everyone else on lackluster weaponry. Oh, it's actually the MP9 finding 2 kills there. Snappy, Nerds as well. Dear Lord, lads. Have you been able to turn this round around? Before it even starts, they pick up kills. Now just staring at the bomb is Snappy. Always looking to be able to recover one of the guns, but instead just chuggles over his own MP9 instead. Zorti and Shafley, they're just having to fall back here. They're being wrapped as well, so they need to be cautious here inside of their own spawn. Wow, actually Zorti expecting that? Are you kidding? Doesn't make any sense. Why is he clearing the T-spawn? DL must have made a step or something that we just weren't privy to. A minute on the clock, 4 bodies to find. Is there a world now?
No, that's seriously quick though, I've got to say, in terms of that flick. The only thing is, right now, it just gives ENCE time to set themselves up, and some Pious is exactly that, train of the angle. Shellfield fall, and Zorta all alone. Missed shot with the AWP, but he finds one with the Deagle. That's not bad at all. But even still, staying alive is going to be all the more difficult. And he's still a lot of time that he has to burn with 15 points of HP. He's going to double back in over looking for seconds too. Staying alive with this AWP is going to be seriously difficult. But I guess if you stay close to where you look like you're running away from, it's kind of like a double bluff. And right now, it could work for him.
He's in a pretty decent spot if he saves here as well, because he's got a lot of money in the bank. And yes, while it will fragment the economy a little bit, everyone else will be bolstered up. Jerry will still be sub 5K. I mean, everyone's just going to be able to buy here. And yeah, while ENCE are going to be able to gain themselves an 11th round, FORZE can just retaliate in kind and say, well, we've saved an AWP. And not only that, we've got a shed ton of cash to be able to throw into this next round also. And yeah, they don't look too dissatisfied with what happened there. Like, it is what it is. We kind of just got anti-eco'd pretty damn hard, considering we're on rifles. That's not the situation we want to be in. Look at this from Snappy. I mean, they just rush on through and he just picks up 2 of them. They should be trading that, especially with there being a gap in the smoke. He spots the leg on this turn. That isn't what I noticed from Zorti. So good reaction from him. Just being able to see that and goes, oh crap, I need to swing back round and save that one. Org pick up here from Snappy. Unconventional. Makes me think that he has an M4A1 and wanted to have just a few more bullets in the mag.
It's a good gun though. I think it is pretty damn viable. Unlike the Kree, the AUG is still pretty competitive for ENCE. You look over towards them in terms of this buy, and it's a very important round, just because once again they can just start to build on this gap that they're starting to kind of lose control of. FORZE are only 2 rounds behind. That's where things get worrying. On the CT side, though, this is where they can make a difference. Umpires in the AWP trained on the angle, waiting for a peek, and he might just get it as well. Flash will come through. We'll be caught by it and forced off the angle. A flash onto back, and I gotta say, Zorta gets very fortunate. Doesn't catch his teammate crossing. Jerry has space to work with, and actually, ENCE have left for the most part. The B side pretty vulnerable.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised with that molly coming in that hasn't forced kind of a rotate. We do see the fire nade coming in from the CT side just to be able to halt some of that aggression, but Chalfie's still just pushing into mid to be able to gain some ground here. We do have this rotate coming back on through from A, but Madden, we can smell him on the other side of that smoke. Might be able to find it as it begins to fade, but looks like he has fallen back. And this has been an incredibly easy take of this site. It looks like ENCE kind of baited them in to say, hey, we're going to play you on retakes here. Let's bait you into this full set of security in which that you think you're ready for it, but we've been prepping for this one. But as the molly goes down, actually, ENCE just go, nah, you know what, guys? That wasn't in the script. They weren't supposed to throw a molly there. Let's fall back. That was really weird of a round because FORZE barely probed anything. They all just fell off of the B bomb site. And then ENCE, they were like, cool. Bye, guys. Like, we're not going to take this anymore. Like, you can have that bomb site. We don't care about archaeological ruins or hieroglyphs or anything. You take a bomb to it. That's fine. All 5 going to be surviving for FORZE, and that just builds up the economy even more. I mean, huh?
It's a good round. It's a good round for coming through from FORZE. I think now we can start to build on that. The T side looking in control. This is what we need to start seeing a little bit more from this FORZE side. Controlling a site early doors and just forcing ENCE into these early saves. I mean, the only kill coming through is enough, right? I think Madden continues to have a pretty rough and slow performance, and that is really going to start to build on his mental. Right now, in the realms of 6 kills, 17 deaths for Madden. It's not been a good game. And it's going to start to get really problematic. Individuals being slow to ENCE and FORZE starting slowly to catch up. And no one having an extraordinarily slow game. Jerry, lowest on the score, but at least he's on double digits. That's at the very least something to work with. FORZE on the T side, so far in control. The economy's looking a lot better in the long term. And that's where things are going to look good for them. But I think the call for ENCE, the save call, is the right one. They had, what, 25 seconds left on the retake. The molly goes down as well, so they would have had probably just over 10 seconds by the time it was starting to fall away. There was no way they were going to get back in.
It just seemed like the timing was completely off for that entire round for ENCE. Like, they lost that first kill, and it's like, cool, round's done, guys, never mind. Although they posted themselves up that they were going to go for a retake, like ping some util in, and then it just got kind of reacted to straight away. We are now going to be seeing this T side set up for what feels like one of their first A executes here from FORZE. Some Pius on the angle, not able to pull the trigger. Forgets where Mouse 1 is and isn't going to be able to do much there at all. Dihard still on the site, looking to be able to retaliate here. A lot of low HP players in Chalfie and Result might be able to level the playing field just a little bit. Runs dry of ammo, and now just Snappy in a 1 versus 3. Nade, oh, is there one? No, there's not. Fire has to go in to be able to clear out some angles. Pot flash out as well, but it's not going to connect. Everyone's hidden away, and dear Lord Zorti going to be able to take down one more. I think someone burned to the fire at the end of that one as well.
Yeah, Chalfie. Yeah, but either way, I think everything is looking pretty damn good. You know, Sheffield only had 1 point of HP, so any sort of damage coming in this way was always going to be somewhat problematic. But FORZE right back in control. ENCE going to call for a timeout. You can fully understand why they are struggling now. And there is a real world in which we see ENCE go 0-2 on day 1 of the RMR. We look over towards the ENCE side now. We're looking at Saw the coach, Snappy the IGL to try and rally the troops. But right now, something isn't quite clicking. And the individuals are stepping up. Nerd's got 20 kills. He's got the most in the server right now, 90 ADR. Dia, 19 kills, or even more, 103 ADR. So it's not exactly like the fragging is the problem, just the game plan. And then maybe that's where you do have to look towards the likes of Snappy, or kind of fundamentally where things are going south in terms of the setup I saw.
This is going to be a message to all teams who are looking for players. Just look at endpoint rosters, basically, is what I'm hearing. Boros is putting up numbers now that he's over on Monte. You've got Nertz putting up numbers now he's on ENCE. Both coming from that squad. I mean, seems like they're good at hunting down talent, so if nothing else, keep your eyes on them for that reason.
A team to a Legends stage as well, so another ex-endpoint boy. Either way, back in the game, rule tight square as well. Miss Smoke coming through, and Crag going to try and use that to his advantage. Actually gives him a bit of a one-way too. This is really good for him to work with. Looking over towards backside, and you can just see the AUG of Snappy doubling back left and right. He's trying not to bait out Nerds, but he knows he has to kind of focus over towards mid too. That smoke can be pushed. At the moment, actually a really strong position for FORZE to be in. On this T side, they've got a lot of information to work with.
Once again, another slow round here from the T's. Now looking to open up is Madden. Very aggro swing off the back of that smoke. Large gap to the right-hand side that he's just basically abused. Swings on in. Ooh, he does spot him, doesn't he? Yeah, he does, but it's going to be Nertz who finds that kill onto Resort instead of the mid-connector player. Some Pyjamas spots the jump on Crad. Now just Zorti in a 1 versus 5. I mean, he's going to be looking for at least 1 kill. He's got plenty of money to be able to rebuy this if needed, but ideally he doesn't want to. He brings it now down to a 1 versus 3. The low HP Nertz as well, still in the server. Oh, Nertz should be able to find him. Oh,
wait. Nertz didn't hear him.
Did neither of them hear each other?
No. Zorta's heard him. You can see he reacts to the footsteps of Nertz, but Nertz didn't hear him. So now Zorta...
He's got time.
He's going to get... He might actually get the bomb down. He has to go around right now. Oh, he's got it. He's got it. He's actually got it. Bomb's going to go down. That's huge. Zorta's... now set himself up in a 1 versus 3, but it's 19 points of HP.
No, this is winnable though.
And he has to isolate these fights. It's going to be so difficult. The first challenge is going to be Nerds. Swinging in towards main. This is going to be a tough fight. He's looking for it. He comes away, and the timing gets the better of him. Nerds gets bailed out there by a very, very lucky turn coming through, because Zorta has a bit of magic about him. But it's not going to be here. ENCE will claw back a lead, but it wasn't comfortable.
No, not at all. It felt like they were like, oh yeah, well, he's just going to be saving, right? And that's why Nertz hunted down inside a T spawn. But he wasn't. He had the bomb on his back, and within milliseconds, he was able to get that planted. I mean, being able to find... God, what a flick from some Pyjamas, man. I mean, I say that like I'm surprised, but it's some...
Jerry, get a little bit emotive. We love to see it.
I mean, he's not had the best game, right? He's only dropped 11 kills so far. I mean, he's not the worst on the server, let's put it that way. But we are pretty close to closing out this game now with ENCE only a 1-round lead. It's still kind of splitting hairs between the two. But we need to see a few rounds chained together here from FORZE, because it's all well and good having 9K on most of your players, but if you aren't able to use it to be able to convert it into rounds, what's the bloody point of being in the server?
Yeah, exactly that. I think this is going to be a very interesting conversation over towards that of FORZE. I mean, right now, they're still not... I don't think everything's going bad over towards them. I mean, ENCE have only picked up 2 rounds this entire half, so I don't think there's really anything to be too worried about. But it's just the fact that because ENCE have put up a pretty good first half, it just gives them at least some breathing room to work with. For the most part, this is still a very, very good half from FORZE, and it continues. Result the new boy. All kickstart things. Some Pyjamas had no idea what hit him. He's looking for more as well. Result can't be stopped. Dia will drop, and in doing so, he's got space to work with, and he's going to try and expose the smoke. Madden will sneak past. Result sitting the smoke too. Jerry just in behind as well. Starting to get a little bit dicey because ENCE down to 3.
Snappy. Ooh, don't know how he missed that one. Zorta going to be able to capitalize though. Jerry with the 1-tap. This round is done and dusted. Kind of all came off the back of those 2 opening frags, and Result was almost good for the 3rd there as well. Madden swings on the exact same angle. Dear Lord. That round just fell away from ENCE. I mean, they went for the initial peaks. They lost 2 players. They tried to recover some stuff inside the mid, and that didn't happen either. FORZE now once again in a level playing field, and with a lot of money to work with as well, only losing 1 player in Result. They're going to be happy. Another timeout's going to be called. We can only assume from ENCE here. You cannot split these 2 teams at all as of yet, and it's, yeah, interesting to say, because you've got 2 players right now on ENCE who just aren't performing to the expectation that we would kind of set for them, what they kind of set for themselves. You've got Madden and Snappy both on 8 kills each, and we're 24 rounds deep now. I mean, this isn't standard. This game on paper should not be this close with that happening.
No, it really isn't looking all too good, but I think, you know, fundamentally, when we look towards FORZE, the entry kills is what has been the biggest hitter for them. We keep seeing certain individuals really making a difference. Xiaofi, in terms of the entry numbers, really, really solid from him. 5 opening duels to the count of 2 going his way. But FORZE, like we said, look at the round history has been for them on T side, for the most part, pretty damn comfortable. Only 2 rounds for ENCE so far this second half. The CT side has been nothing short of lackluster. And time is starting to dwindle on where they're going to find their form, or where and when. If maybe, too. Because right now, things are not looking good for them. Monte coming through towards mid. Before, they can slow things down just a little bit, but Nerds will take a lot of damage on the way out.
That's not good. Not good at all, especially in this situation where he's got a FAMAS. It's going to take those extra couple of bullets to be able to convert into any real kills. Util is now going to be committed over towards this A-bomb site. Flashes as well. D-Hole once again hiding behind the pillar. He gets to reveal himself. They think they know he's there, and they do. Resort going to be able to find those 2 kills. Man and D-Hole taken down. And now with the bomb being planted, this is the momentum that FORZE need. Yeah, just waiting out that molly. Plant it in a more advantageous position for yourself. ENCE aren't doing anything here. They're saving that.
Yeah, it's the good call. You look towards the long-term economy over towards ENCE. There's just no point giving this a go. They're locked out by Util. They're locked out by firepower. The numbers don't favor them either. There's just no point giving this a go. Play for the saves. The only thing is, FORZE have got plenty of cash left in arrears. They may as well go hunting, and that's the call they're making. Jerry's made a dream call here, and this could be problematic. FORZE are not only going to find 13 rounds, but any more kills they get here, they can lock themselves into 14 before a response comes through. Nerds are the right ideas, though. Okay. We'll find Crud with the MP9 at range, despite the low HP. Still going to have a little bit of fight about him.
Did they even hit Nerds?
No, they hit Nerds earlier on through the smoke, so that was it. Either way, FORZE up to their 13th. And they're getting closer and closer to the finish line. ENCE still, of what we've seen so far, in somewhat close to 10 rounds played, have only found 2 of them. It's just simply not good enough from ENCE on the CT side.
And yes, we have said this map is T-sided, but teams win CT rounds all the time, right? I mean, it's not like it's unheard of to happen. So we do need to be seeing some adjustments here from ENCE, and we are simply just seeing another force buy around those 3 weapons from the previous round. Resort, hello, jumping into the enemy territory. It doesn't work out for him and Jerry. They do find Snappy, but it's traded straight back, and now they've got a man disadvantage. Zorti lucky to still be alive in that situation as well. Madden, Crad inside of mid. Yep, does indeed find him. Just comes out on top against the MP9.
It's much better from ENCE. You know, right now, ENCE be falling into the pitfall so far. Zorta that shot. D-Hero up close and personal. Zorta going to struggle with the pistol. And the FAMAS will make it sing. Shalfie, you know, 1 versus 2, but a lot of damage dealt to both Nerds and D-Hero makes this very doable. But he himself has taken a significant chunk of damage himself. Down to 55. So it's all about, can he isolate these fights?
It looks like he can. I mean, look at the positions on the map right now. They have an inkling that he's going to be behind them, but they're not going to be holding for those angles. They're semi-expecting him to try and push the bomb. If he can find Nerds off the back of the one-tap here. Oh, he's playing Trigger. Playing Trigger Discipline. It almost blew up in his face. Nerds began turning as Shelby just looked away, but he's going to be good for it for the time being. Nate goes in. D-Hard does fall back. 30 seconds on the clock. Needs to cover that bomb, and D-Hard's sole job now, especially with that smoke going down, is to ensure it does not get recovered. Let's see. Fake flash goes in, no shots found. Molly comes out, and Shalfie's going to push on through on this one. Makes him drop down. 15 seconds remaining. He needs to push down onto that B bomb site, or just go over towards A. Instead, he's pushing towards B. This is the opposite place that you want to be, my friend. 7 seconds remaining. Goes to tap it. D-Hard's there. Goodbye. A 13th round now for ENCE.
He gets outplayed. That's really well done from D here as well. I mean, having a corker of a game. Up to 22 kills now, but it's a monstrous clutch coming through from him, and he just completely outplays Shalfie. He uses kind of the youngster against him. And it's really well played. D here, double with a FAMAS, and that 3rd on the clutch. And the 1 versus 1, that's huge. Really, really big round picked up. They needed a magician. They needed someone to step up, especially late game where they have been struggling with form. That is another big, big round coming through from D here, who is still up towards the top, over towards ENCE. He himself, 22 kills. Nerds, 25. And even still, this game tied 13 apiece. When you look at the scoreboard as well, it doesn't really feel like an even game. You got Nerds at 25, D at 22, Sunpai's 18. And you're thinking, surely this team aren't tying, especially considering the highest kills over towards FORZE, just a mere 21. But it's a more team-wide performance over towards FORZE, and that's how they time this game up. Off the back of the pause, we'll see what the idea is, what the plan is by that of Jerry, as the buy a little bit middling over towards end, just considering that they've got an MP9 to work with. But Madden going to prioritize utility.
Needs to make sure it sticks. In an ideal world, it might be worth just pinging it down onto the site before you even go for a swing, just to ensure that it's going to be recoverable by somebody. Instead, does begin committing it inside of mid. Molly goes down as well, just as smoke remaining. So they all now got to fall back onto the bomb sites. Stack on up. Love this crossfire being held by Snappy and Nerds. I mean, no real presence onto the actual site itself. It's all locked down into connector. And they're just trying to delay this push from FORZE as much as possible. Molly's being popped, smoke's being popped, everything you need. It's about to go their way as Jerry looks to get aggro. Resort there for the backup. Shalfie to back them up. I mean, it's a 3-man stack into connector, and Snappy's only good for the first with Nerds. Oh, actually, he's finding both of them. Resort going to be able to take down the closest player. Shalfie now trades it straight back. Now at a 3 versus 3.
That's heads up, counter-strike from Nerds, though. He knows he has to go and find the third player there. If he's left alone, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. And unfortunately, he will fall. Zorta, train on the angle, that shot D here picked off. That's a great shot by the young Orpa. We know how talented Zorta can be. Jerry has been singing his praises for a long time, and Crad will find more. Brilliant, all down to Madden in a 1 versus 3 as FORZE about to claw the lead back in their favor. And they'll do exactly that, 14-13. That is monstrous coming through from them. And they're getting closer and closer to the finish line and potentially causing what some would deem an upset. But those who know, know. And speaking of upsets, over on the A stream, 500 have just beaten Team Spirit. And now Team Spirit are 0-2 on day 1.
That's not great, is it? That's really not what they would have wanted, and they do look a little bit dejected as well, coming off the back of it. This buy for ENCE, I was going to mention it, pretty dire. They've had to just force into this round. They had around about 3.5k each, which just isn't enough on a CT side. You need at least 4 to be able to remain competitive, and that's if you've got those M4A1Ss equipped instead. I mean, you were still going to see a couple of high rate of fire weapons in the form of those MP9s, so if crossfires are held together, or if they just want to post one up on each bomb site, which is what we're going to be seeing now. Dihar over on A, with Snappy inside of Con, over towards B, and then a big commitment inside of mid from CT Forces. Shalfie now going for the swing, and it's actually going to be the pocket AK, the baby brother of the big weapon, finding that opening kill with Jerry now on the swing, and sometimes picking up another one. It's the CZs finding all of the damage right now, and now they're looking to regain this A site control as Resort looks to try and pick up at least 1 kill here. Util now going to be committed to smoke off Con. Got nothing else to work with, just needs to go for the swing, base it off pure aim, and with Zorti whipping that shot and the Deagle as well, ENCE secure themselves a 14th round. And it's these scrappy buys that ENCE seem to be so good at converting, and that's a big issue for FORZE.
Yeah, that's not a round 1 by the likes of ENCE. It's a round thrown away by FORZE. You can see the way in which they approached that was so poor. Allowing the pistols at close range to isolate fights, it never should happen. The lack of trades there was really poor. And again, it shows the inexperience at times of this young FORZE side. In terms of mechanical prowess, unbelievable team. We know how brilliant they can be, but they can't be losing those sort of buys, those sort of rounds. They're coming against kind of, $500 pistols and they're falling flat. That should never happen. So the 4th and final timeout called by FORZE. Once again, we look towards Jerry and, of course, rather the coach, Fierce, to try and alleviate some of the pressure. I think pressure is definitely the key word, though, because OT looks like it's sort of looming. 14-14. It's looking right now. Not a good place to be. At the very least, the T-side have some money to work with, but it's not going to be all the greatest. And you can see that in terms of the buy. Jerry into the Mac 10, Crad, just a Galil. But at the very least, they've got Util to work with.
OT's looking almost guaranteed here, right, considering how close these guys have been. ENCE need to find another round, though, because it's not been a strong, consistent amount in this half. And with Zorti opening it up onto Dihar, FORZE are looking to ensure that they are the leaders moving into the potential overtime. But the buy is dire off the back of this for ENCE. They have the full buy now, but if they lose this one, the loss bonus isn't going to help them out too much. Nerds is going to be able to drop a couple of weapons over. It's going to have to be the Force moving into round number 30. But We've still got another minute and 10 before we need to worry about that. Still a man down at this current moment in time. We do see this setup. Zorte barely moved in the round after finding that kill. Moves straight back to spawn. Pijamas just holding that smoke, waiting for someone to swing on through. And Snappy is posted up inside of mid.
Pijamas, anything. He just legs Zorta, in fact, down to 17. So already, maybe might make this one a little bit easier coming through. Let's see. Oh no, maybe it wasn't somebody. Maybe it was a big nade coming through.
I think it might have been a big nade.
Down to 17 in a matter of mere seconds. Bubble go down. The site's completely free.
They're not even. Is this going to be another situation where they don't even go for this? Like, they post themselves up, getting ready for it, and yeah, look, they're already rotating back towards the B bomb site. Are they not going for this?
It's the right call. It's absolutely the right call. Look at the economy. They cannot afford to let this round go. If they fall flat, it's guaranteed 16-14. They have to slave here. Right now, the only one who's got money over towards ENCE is that Nerd, and he alone definitely has to stay alive because he'll be required to drop one. I think, friends, as risky as it is, it's the right call because they cannot try and retake a man disadvantage site when they've got no money. They have to do it.
I agree. Yeah, looking at it from that perspective, you're completely right. They need to full save on this as much as possible. I suppose the biggest issue for me is that this is another second round in the game where we've seen, okay, cool, we've lost one player, and now we're just going to be saving. Like, it's not... It's not even like it's Zorte. Oh, sorry, it's not even like it's Nertz who's dropped 28 kills. Like, yes, Dihar's an influential player, but also going that aggressive early on when you know that these guys are good at hitting their shots. It just seemed like the call was off, if I'm completely honest. So yeah. I don't agree that ENCE should have even tried what they tried, just play a little more defensively. But now, this round is for all the marbles. This is for the game. Let's see if FORZE can close it out. That nade dealing so much damage onto Zorte, but with the big green in his hands, it doesn't matter how low he is, as long as he can still fire at least one shot, he's still going to be a threat in this round.
The important thing is Resol's got a very advanced position. This is huge. He individually can just park up here. He doesn't need to do anything too overzealous. Wait, hold, and see if someone swings him. And you can just sort of see him jiggling on the angle, waiting to see whether anybody's going to test him. The only thing is he needs to be careful. The AWP is trained on that position. Right now, things are looking okay. But this is going to be a big fighting towards mid.
Crad, finds the opener onto Madden. It's exactly what they need to have to win this game. D-Hut, angle being held inside of the corner. God, best playing Dust too with this double doors. Crad got so many angles to be able to clear. Doesn't fully clear the angle, and D-Har is going to be able to punish him for it. Resort now, pushing on through next to Pillar, looking for the shot onto some Pijamas. Doesn't deep on the head, spans through the smoke, doesn't find anything, and as a matter of fact, gets killed. Jerry now picking up one more over towards this B bomb site. They've relocated, and now the retake needs to come on through. D-Har on 19 HP, Snappy on 100, and AK and an M4 on a single flash. Both kits available, but they need to pick up so much slack here.
This is so difficult. How are they going to make this work? We're looking to try and make some magic happen, but it's all down to Snappy. He's had a slow game, to say the least. And right now, something magical needs to happen. It's a 1 versus 3, and the leader needs to lead from the front. Everyone's to drag this one to OT. Our ENCE are going to go 0-2 on day 1 of the EU RMR Group B. FORZE survive a scare as they win 16-14. And they go 1-1, going in towards day 2. Their dreams stay alive of, well, actually making a legend spot, technically speaking. But for ENCE, they're going to be fighting for survival now.
Yeah, that's rough. I mean, going into this one, we know that, of course, this matchup's happened before, and FORZE did indeed do a lot of damage to ENCE. But ENCE are also coming into this 9th in the world. And that did not look like a 9th in the world performance. That did not look like a 30th in the world performance. These 2 games from them, I don't know what they need to do, but they need to go home this evening, they need to chill out, and they need to work out a game plan, because this does not look like the ENCE that we expect to see at an RMR. Look at their faces. They are not happy with the performance even, Neo. At all.
Yeah, I think as well, it's one of those things, it's not firepower. You know, usually the instant kind of change is looking in towards these games and saying, you know, people aren't hitting their shots or whatnot. But you've got Nerds with 28 kills with 84 ADR, Deher 23 kills and 98 ADR, and Senpai is not that far behind on 20 kills. It's not exactly like they've got this thing of, you know, no one really showing up. They've got the individuals, they've got the big hitters. It's just not making a difference, and it seems like fundamentally they did not understand FORZE. And I got to come back to one thing as well. The pick of Anubis itself was such a gamble coming through from ENCE. They've only won it 1 out of the last 17 times, or 7 times, I say, they've played it. Now they've won it 1 out of 8. It's really not good statistics. And the only team that they've actually beat on this map is ATK. And, you know, I love my NACS at times, but let's be honest, that's not a big win at all. Aside from that, against competent teams at a tier 1 level, they're not being able to compete. And FORZE are showing exactly where fundamentally that map is a big problem over towards ENCE. There's a lot to be done, but a lot of individuals over towards FORZE that really stepped up when they mattered most. I think Zorta the Orpa was unbelievable. Rizzo the new boy, 24 kills for him. I think he had an absolute corker of a performance. There was a lot of questions when Jerry picked him up, but he sang his praises, and now we can see why. He is competing against tier 1 teams and making them look silly.
No, he is, absolutely. We do now have a winning interval with Reese. Oh, not yet. No, we're going to be joining him in a few moments' time.
Okay.
I think we're going to get to talk to Resort, though, and considering the game that he had, I mean, yeah, he's going to be pretty happy, I'm sure. FORZE are going to be ecstatic with this win. Of course, they've done it once before.
Yeah.
But now they're 1-1. They're in a much better position than their opponents. It does sound like now we have the interview ready for Resort. Let's chuck it over to that and see how he's feeling.
Result, congratulations, you managed to beat ENCE. Was that a tougher game than you were expecting? More difficult game?
I think this game will be easier, but on this tournament, it's tough for us, yeah. It was a tough game, but we exactly won.
You ended up playing on Anubis, the new map. Were you surprised? ENCE don't normally have a very good win rate on that. Were you expecting to play the map?
We didn't expect we will be play that map, you know, because of we thought that we will play Ancient or Overpass, I don't know, because of their mistake, but Anubis really unexpected from them.
Cool. The team is now 1-1, I believe, looking good in the group so far. Do you prefer to play these best-of-1 upset games, or are you looking forward to playing the best-of-3 format a little bit later on?
I don't really know what is better for us, but free rating in BO3, you know, like Shalfei said in this game, if we lost, we can beat team 500, you know this team, Bulgarian, and farm rating, you know. It's at secret information.
I won't tell anybody. Is there a team that you're looking forward to playing right now that's left that you guys really want to play that you think you can definitely beat?
Can you repeat?
Is there a team that you guys think you can really beat right now that you have a good read on?
In the practice room, we talk about which team we can beat. We said that we can beat every team. I don't know. No. How we play, how we talk, I don't know. Really, every team we can beat.
Any team.
Always good to hear from Risal as well. Of course, the new boy, it's good to get him in kind of the media as well and really kind of highlight him as a personality and as well, of course, a star in the server. But I think one person he mentioned, which is definitely someone we have to always keep an eye on when we look towards the team, Zorta, the Orpa, he's just so talented. Shalfie as well, while he may not have run away in terms of the fragging department, the more important thing of Shalfie, his opening kill stats are unbelievable. In terms of opening duels, he was really making a difference and alleviating a lot of this pressure over towards that FORZE side, where at times things were looking a little bit shaky. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have got our final matchups over on the A stream. They've got G2 taking on iNation, with of course G2 being upset by 9 earlier today, but 9 continue to upset. They are 2-0 currently. I just took down big earlier today. Of course, for believers like myself, it's a walk in the park, an expected result to see 9 2-0. And of course, here on the B stream, myself and Anders will be bringing you Astralis taking on Eternal Fire. That one going to be a corker.
Right-hand side buff right now, Monte, Vitality, FORZE all won their games on the B stream. Are Eternal Fire going to be able to continue the trend? As now correctly said, it's going to be him and Anders joining you for that final game. We're going to chuck it to a short break, and when we are back, it's going to be those two teams battling it off for a final best of one of the day. Don't go anywhere.
And round 5, who do we get now?
Okay, so we got Elise, we're going Elise again.
I'll just try Carrigan, because I think Carrigan is gonna give me a lot of hints.
GKS, Justin Savage, Justin Kill Savage.
He's older than 24.
AK-47, more than 5 majors.
And it seems like he is not European.
It could be Nitro, but at the same time, I think he's been... I'm gonna try Nitro, actually. That's exactly the same result.
Not so familiar with all the NA players, so it's maybe a bit tougher on me, this one. Okay, let's try Nico. The team is not Liquid, so no one from Liquid could be it. Maybe Rush? We can try for Rush.
Twist, he's Canadian, so not that guy. Naf. But then again, it could be Naf, but at the same time, but maybe Canadian, I'm gonna try Naf.
Hooksy. Wait, it's not Europe. Electronic. More than 8 majors, and it's not even close to the Russia or Europe.
Rush is not it, but I have the age range pretty clear now. American teams, it's Liquid. Liquid? Only Liquid.
It's not OC. Stop thinking Liquid. I'm only thinking Liquid. Who else is playing in North America?
And he's played a lot of majors, it seems like, so it seems to be like an obvious name, to be honest.
Stewie 2K. He's from America, he's retired already, and he's younger than 27, imagine. Maybe he's playing Valorant.
Which was the roster that Cloud9 won the Boston major? Was it Stewie, Automatic, Rush, Skadoodle maybe? No, it's because the weapon is AK, so that wouldn't fit. Could it be Tarek? Let's try Tarek.
Let's go!
Why was that one? That one was really hard.
Yes, it's Tarek.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the final best of one of the day. It's Eternal Fire taking on Astralis. And this one, safe to say, is going to be all the more spicy. It's an 0-1 game, so one of these two teams is going to be starting off the day 0-2, which in itself is crazy to think about.
It definitely is. I think maybe even more so probably for Astralis. I think for Eternal Fire, maybe more people would have predicted that. But I think for Astralis, they really don't want to go into day 2 thinking about that 0-2 position. It's so uncomfortable. Yeah. Nobody likes it.
No, not at all. Of course, now we've swapped out Cody for Anders. Anders, good to see you. Who was your prediction coming in towards this game?
It is Astralis, but just like with all of the other best of ones, I just feel incredibly uncomfortable about everything here. I really don't know. I feel like they should be playing pretty well. I've got to be honest, the trio for me of BlameF, Device, and Buzz just looks pretty good. I'm pretty excited for that part of it. A little bit of a question for me still about Sip and Glaive, but I'm happy to be proven wrong. But Astralis should have the depth of experience in the roster to make this work. Yeah, exactly that as well. And Zip had a pretty good game earlier today as well. Despite the loss coming through, he really actually did step up. So it's good to see that he can still have those performances. I think there was definitely question marks about maybe whether he was done, right? Maybe whether we really didn't have the Zip as of old. But thankfully, we are starting to see those sort of performances from him. And if he can keep up with the big hitters like the Blames and the Device, Astralis become an even scarier team. Yeah, they most definitely do. And that's something to look forward to. I mean, if they can incorporate the rest of them back into the team, we know obviously historically they've had the performances, but yeah, you want to see it here again for sure. Yeah, exactly that. And of course, BlameF is going to be one of the big ones we're looking towards. And we also do have an interview as well, which we'll be checking in with him as well, which will be awesome to see.
Thanks for joining us, Blimef, for this interview ahead of your game. Coming up against Eternal Fire, what are your main thoughts on this side? They have a lot of firepower, but maybe lack the tactical depth. Have you guys seen that in your reviews?
I'm not sure I agree with that assessment. I think they're trying to play very tactically, but maybe they don't have like that many star players. I definitely think they're trying to play very cohesive and as a team. So, yeah, but I think they're a great team. I think they're like one of the maybe like tier 2 teams, something that you have to look out for because they can upset tier 1 teams for sure.
Yeah, a lot of firepower in that squad for sure. Earlier today, you had a slow start for versus Vitality, but you guys started to pull it back. Looked like you were actually going to be able to pull it all the way to overtime. In your opinion, why did the game start so slow for you guys?
I think our T side was rough, and we started on T side, and yeah, I think we only got like 2 weapon rounds. So like other than the pistol, we only got like 2 rounds other than that. So I think we just had a very poor T side, and then lost the pistol round on CT, I think, or something like that. Had a weak start, and then when we started gathering rounds on CT side, that we started winning. So yeah, I think it was just the T side that was pretty bad, honestly.
When you guys were preparing for this event, did you guys have a boot camp, or what did that preparation look like?
We had a couple of days boot camp right before the tournament, but other than that, we played from home. So yeah, we just had a practice as much as possible and try to work on our map pool and work on the maps that we are the weakest at.
All right. Kind of good to see that there's some respect for the tier 2 teams. I mean, you'd also have to be almost delusional to not have that opinion at this point in time of the RMR. But Blimef definitely aware that Eternal Fire can be a dangerous team.
I mean, I think teams are now starting to learn the hard way that you actually have to respect these tier 2 teams. If you want to even class them as a tier 2 team, FORZE have just proven what they can do. Yep. 9 have already done it as well. Monte now 2-0. I mean, we're seeing these monstrous performances come through by the teams that were, I think the best way to put it is overlooked. I think people came in too overconfident against this sort of caliber of team and really underestimate the firepower. And especially in best of ones where at times they can be a little bit coin flippy, they've come back to bite them.
Yeah, they really have. It's been impressive. And Eternal Fire, we'll see if they can add another upset to the end of the day. That's obviously what they're looking to do here. The lineup, where probably Santaris, early in the day, maybe not the biggest fragger, but coming into the tournament, certainly the one you have to look for. You've got to assume here. Yeah, they do have some experience as well. Obviously, Major, who's been around for a very, very long time. So, yeah, wouldn't underestimate this team at all.
Yeah, exactly that. And of course, we got a chance to speak to xCloud as well prior to this game. So go and check it out.
xCloud, your opening game didn't go your way. NIP took you out in that best of 1. What's the feeling in the team after that match?
Actually, we didn't adapt very fast at the first game, and map wasn't the best option for us. So honestly, I was prefer Vertigo instead of Mirage. But we are feeling a little bit comfortable at second game against Astralis right now because we have no more chance to lose. So we'll see.
And talking about your preparation for the RMR, obviously you've played a lot of online events in preparation. Is there anything else special you've been doing?
Actually, we had a boot camp in our gaming house in Istanbul, but we had very limited time because Major has a baby boy right now, so he had to stay with his family for a while. We did one and a half week boot camp at our gaming house, but it's not enough for sure. So we are trying our best. We are working 10 hours in a day, and let's see what happens now.
With all that grinding, you've now got Astralis up next. You mentioned maybe feeling a little bit more confident. Run me through your thoughts on this matchup.
It's going to be a rough match for sure because they have device right now. They have a better lineup. They have more chemistry than before. So it's going to be a tough match, but we will do our best to ignore their best players. So let's see what happens.
Confidence but modesty coming through there from xCloud. But we do have the veto to talk about, Anders. I think this is a very prevalent point. Before we get into that, the Unicorns very favourable over towards Astralis, 1.4 compared to 2.7. And I think there's definitely kind of merit behind the somewhat favouritism over towards Astralis. They're looking pretty solid. The individuals can really make a difference. And I think one thing to mention is a few individuals over towards Eternal Fire really didn't show up earlier. I think, you know, for me, the likes of Calix and Major were really slow at times, and Immor as well, a pretty poor performance where they didn't really have the impact they were hoping for. But let's talk about the veto, Vertigo.
Yeah, it's a best of one, and that's actually what kind of makes those odds seem a little bit questionable to me. I would say if there's a best of 3, I'd be like, yeah, well, you know, that maybe makes a little bit more sense. But it's kind of tough, you know. Vertigo, both teams are going to be pretty good on this, pretty much evenly matched if you look at the win percentage at the moment. So they should all be feeling very comfortable, and you don't have to screw up a lot in a best of 1 to have the whole map just come crashing down for you. So hopefully Astralis won't be experiencing that, but you never know. The Eternal Fire, they seemed pretty confident. I hope they are. We're getting ready to it here. It's going to be Astralis starting on the CT side with Eternal Fire on the T side.
Yeah, really interesting as well. This is a map which both of these two teams absolutely love. They've both got a 56% win rate, with both playing 9 times in the last 3 months. Let's see who is going to break the deadlock. The fight elevated, looking above. And he might just get away with it. No, Calix, other ideas. We'll find the opening kill. And Xfile will get a bomb plant.
Blame if he wanted to shoot for the smoke, but he also wants to control this long position. And he doesn't get any kills for it. This is very, very awkward right now. There is no kit in play. It's going to be down to the mechanics alone, and Blamer for 2 big shots as he takes down Santaris and Major both. But there's a 10-second defuse right now. I don't know how they're going to be able to get this one through. They are getting the kills. That's really important for Astralis, but they're running out of time every second. Calton Calix, he comes out one last headshot to take down Glaive, and Eternal Fire will pick up the pistol.
God damn, that's not bad from Calix at all, especially considering he was one of those with a little bit of a quieter performance earlier today. And now stepping up when it matters most in that clutch situation. Over towards Samite, it's so easy to be overwhelmed as well, but they just line up for him, and it makes things all the more better. And he was running out of ammo as well. That might have actually been his last bullet in the clock, which is in itself absolutely insane. And look at the celebrations. Look what it means to Eternal Fire. They find the round, and on top of that too, they get a bomb blast. And Monte is flourishing over towards that T side. Eternal Fire looking good, but Astralis, unfortunately, just a low buy for them.
Yeah, not really going to be too impressive here. They bought the single deagle. I don't really blame them. Always good to have, you know, a chance at a shock if anyone shows up. But it looks like Eternal Fire already picking the right bomb site. They're going to be headed toward the B site, and Astralis are all stacked up on the A ramp. I wonder what it was that gave Device away. I wonder if he showed on the radar when they started running underneath him. It didn't really look like anyone was really checking it that hard. Either way, it's a bit of a shame. It's a nice little trap. It's a cool idea to set that kind of thing up, especially in a pistol round. This you must respect for Eternal Fire. They are making sure that if the stack was at B, they will use all of the nades. Sure, it's a lot of money thrown into an empty bomb site, but it is much better than losing to 5.7s and deagles that are hiding behind all those boxes. So pretty good stuff. I appreciate this. Making sure there's a respect for their opponent as well, saying we know what we're up against here.
And as well, when you consider the standard meta, right, at the moment, it's always force buying in towards those second rounds. So I think for Eternal Fire, it's better safe than sorry, right? And I like that kind of mindset. That's how you need to be playing against a team like Astralis. You cannot give them leeway. You can't give them kind of room to work with, or things will get a little bit dicey. Xfile are going to see off Buzz. Actually, they are kind of being kind of kept close on their exits. A lot of damage being dealt to the Mac 10 of Major. Could find a bit of money, or in fact, will find a bullet from Zip. Eternal Fire 2-0 start, and not all that expensive, all things considered. So that's what matters most. Now, though, a full buy going to come out for Astralis, and this is where we need to see a really strong response.
Yeah, I think that's a very acceptable round from Eternal Fire. I don't think they're going to be too worried about losing one player in that one. But Astralis will have to come up with some interesting stuff here on the CT side. Obviously not going to be the most impressive buy here because can't really afford the AWP, which obviously is something you really want on Device later on. But Glaive is listening down the elevator shaft to see if he can get a sense of how many people are actually running that way.
Now, while we've got kind of a little bit of a dead air, I want to ask you a question. I've had a couple of conversations with a few pro players and, of course, a few pro AWPers, and a lot of them don't like AWPing on Vertigo. They say it's a very difficult map to really find form on. You know, even over towards ramp, all of the angles that you usually post up in are kind of pre-aimed, essentially. What are your kind of thoughts coming towards that? I mean, a lot of AWPers really don't like them.
Yeah, I think it's tricky, and it's easy to get grenaded out as well. I don't disagree. I mean, I think it's going to be really tough in general. Ooh, a little bit of a trade back and forth. Buzz, actually, the one to pick up the double. He's got the right idea. Oh, Santaris, he burned alive to his own Molotov. It spread to the other side. I don't even know how. That's a tragic turn of events. 1G's in the chat, though, and it is going to be a 2 versus 3 now. Bomb is going to be picked up, but it's under a minute on the clock here.
Well, let's see how this one pans out, because Xfile low on HP. Calix trying to find that opening kill over towards the site just to give them some space to work with, but little do they know, Blame F on the flank. He's got their number. He might actually overextend. He might over-rotate, or he might call this perfectly. They're walking in towards the trap. Blame F posted, and surely they're going to fall flash. Surely they don't check him. He was spotted by X-Files somehow, and he'll fall. Back to a 2 versus 2, and they've got 25 seconds to run over to a Baron A bomb site.
That's crazy. That should not be happening, although there might still be a very sad ending to this round because Device does have a Molotov, and they don't have that much time left, so he's going to put it down. It'll block absolutely everything. Yeah, the huge issue right there. And they had already put up the smoke, anticipating a bomb plant right away, but they've just been slowed down so much. One little glitch here, and they're going to end up going down. Calyx gets dropped, they'll get the bomb plant, but Device is right on top. And again, thanks to the Molotov slowing them down, there is no other player really that Eternal Fire could have made there. So probably should, I agree, Blame F should win that fight. I don't know how they managed to check it, but they did. But after the fact, it's a really good round for Astralis.
Yeah, nice couple of kills coming through as well for Device. His first few on the board as well. So if he starts to hit those shots, you start to get a little bit nervous. It all kind of fell apart here. I think the hold by Buzz is really good, but Santara's unfortunately kind of costing himself and maybe his team the round a little bit. But with him falling, then the brakes are pumped on Execute. And Eternal Fire, unfortunately, down to what is a little bit of a weird bite. So the Mactin coming off a major, they are prioritizing utility, which I like that call to come through, but Torres doesn't have a lot. Same towards X-File, who's just on a Galil himself. This is going to be a tough round to try and convert, where they're disadvantaged, not only in terms of util, but firepower too.
Could be interesting to hear Glaive be the one to shout out like that. I mean, it's one of the most impressive rounds that they've won, but I guess kind of an attempt to get everyone hyped up a little bit, which is probably something that Astralis, to be honest, have been lacking. Just that kind of a, you know, crazy shouting and the energy on the team. Probably really nice to get that up and running if you can. Major goes down in attempted aggression early on. Santaris will get one in return on Device, who's trying to sneak on in. Surely if Glaze sticks around, he can see the feet there. He's so close to spotting it out. But they lose Blamer for the meanwhile, and it's a 4 versus 3 somehow favoring Eternal Fire.
Yeah, this is rough. This is not looking good. But I like this call from Glaive. He's going to try and once again bring things back in their favor, but he's going to start to show his presence. Tapping away Emor with the AK just does a little bit more damage. He's left up 8 points of HP. And now they double the numbers over towards Astralis. The 2 versus 4. Make that a 2 versus 3. Nice shots from Zip, who continues his good form from earlier.
Buzz and Sip left. But the timing is really awkward. And actually Astralis, they're sticking around at the A-bomb site. They're not buying that they're going to be walking back. They're going to go check. This could be a huge play coming out. Sip, he's got the right read. He's going to go find Emor. And now at least they'll know. The bomb is not with them here, and they can guess that it's going to be a rotation to the other side. In the middle, and a Molotov to slow them down. I think maybe Sip could have found an angle, but either way, Astralis have back into a 2-on-2, and they know what's coming next.
How do they set up the post bomb? This is the big thing. You're looking towards Eternal Fire. No utility to work with, apart from that one nade, which will come through over towards construction and will be avoided pretty much for the most part entirely. Only 3 damage towards Zip, 9 towards Buzz. And now it's all about the Angels. They're setting themselves up, and Buzz is going to lead the charge, looking to try and make the difference. But the Calyx fight is going to be the first one and the important one as Calyx converts. Buzz to fall, it's all down to Zip. And it needs to roll back the years here, a legend of the game, but needs a legendary 1 versus 2 to keep them alive, but it's not to be. Eternal Fire will find a 3rd.
It's very, very tough. I kind of almost question, because at one point you realize in that retake, they don't have any defuse kit. And they had a smoke, but you can't really put up a smoke and defuse for 10 seconds against 2 players like that. I don't know. I guess it's probably a hard round to say we're going to save in a 2-on-2, but it's not far off of being a call that you might have wanted to make. Either way, it didn't really work out for Astralis, and they are back to pistols, having lost all of the rifles in the previous one there, so that's a little bit of a shame.
Yeah, it's rough, right? I mean, I guess the call to not overbuy into this round, it makes sense. Major's holding. If anyone starts to kind of push their way downstairs, they could be caught. Right now, nothing really showing. It's going to be a bloodbath there over towards stairs, though.
Oh, wait, Sip. Did he fall off? Surely the whole point of that is to wait until somebody peeks. Either way, they lose a couple of players. Device practically dead already. And I think similarly as the last time, they're going to use the utility to their advantage and make sure that there is no safety on this bomb site.
Util rains down. Device and BlameF going to try and make a difference. BlameF will get himself one. It's a consolation. Device is avoiding the flames. Actually, might be overlooked a little bit. We'll look at something. Major can react in time, and it will be Eternal Fire building up a 3-round buffer as the scoreboard goes 4-1. Once again, though, that was just an eco. Now we see the fullback come back out for Astralis. But actually, we're going to see a timeout before that even happens. A time for a conversation. You're seeing some of the experienced heads, Blame, having a couple of conversations here about what they're going to do coming towards the next game or next round. But yeah, I think right now we're not seeing them take control in the way we would hope.
No, not at the moment, but you know, on the flip side, it's pretty cool for Eternal Fire. They've recovered from that earlier loss. They seem to be well focused at the moment. We did hear in the interview they said they weren't expecting to play that map in their first series. A little bit caught off guard, weren't really prepped for it, and maybe that's what made them look not quite as exciting as maybe we were hoping for.
Yeah.
This one, we know they're going to be well prepped for, so they're certainly playing like it at the moment, 4-1 in their favor. It's on Astralis to figure out how to change this up a little bit. And again, no AWP. They couldn't afford it, but also, like you said, it's also can be a difficult weapon to wield. I have no doubt the Device eventually will want to try and pick it up. But you are going to be up against a lot of smokes and a lot of easy flashes to put you out of your position. I mean, even without the AWP, you see the amount of smokes. Only with the M4s, you can obviously shoot through in a different way. So.
And even still, right, this is a map in which Astralis played early today against Vitality, so they should be pretty warmed up for it.
Oh, I love this push into the middle for Eternal Fire. Still don't feel like mid is quite utilized enough. That's a lot of damage. And Glaive, yeah, if he'd stuck around, he would have been blown up by that one. So, got to be real careful here. And they don't even have to push it. Yeah, they could do what they're doing right now. Just put some pressure on. Make sure they have to worry about it. They have to worry about whether or not someone snuck into some weird corner. Until they go and check, they don't know if there's a player there on the T side. That's all the way deep.
Right now, you look over towards ramp and Eternal Fire. They've been enjoying these sort of dry peaks coming through. Emo going to go for a pot flash, though. That'll give them a nice peak to work with. No one showing face. Astralis, this is very passive Counter-Strike. On the CT side, they're not taking much map control really at all.
No, they don't feel comfortable with it at the moment. Calyx, he was getting pushed by 2 people, and he managed to take them both down. From Buzz, it's actually not a bad idea to try and get some map information. It just gets them both killed, unfortunately. Oh, it's a very awkward. I think there's an accidental jump coming in from Emo. He's not going to be happy about it. But they had Major there as well. He's going to get the bomb planted. It's now another 2-on-3. And honestly, Device and Blame, if they're just so far away, it's not even worth it.
We love a scroll wheel jump by accident, right? It always seems to crop up here, there, and everywhere. Device Blame, they'll play exits. It's the right call, to be perfectly honest. And buying in towards the next round is going to be really rough. They might be able to force. I just don't think it's really in kind of Astralis' DNA to be going for really weird and risky forces. They might actually just play off the back of kind of having 2-3k left in the bank. They have 3.4k in terms of loss bonus. So potentially they could force something. Maybe a couple of M4s dropped over and work together with FAMAS and MP9 to make something work. But either way you put it, the buy is still going to be uncomfortable if they do opt for it. They might just go for a half buy.
We obviously don't know how that fight was set up against Calyx, but the theory behind the fight makes a lot of sense. And not a lot of time left in the round. And because they didn't have any information in the middle of Astralis, and not really on the A ramp either, they don't just want to stay in the dark. And if they can find an empty position outside of the B bomb site, they're feeling so confident. They can probably rotate one of those people back to middle or A, and they can have a very, very good defender on that side. So from sort of a theoretic point of view, it makes sense. They just lost both the fights to Calyx, which is super shocking and kind of sick on Calyx's part. That's really impressive.
Device up close and personal. I like this. It's aggressive, but like ships in the night, they've just gone past each other. He has no idea. You're going to double back in time. And Emo caught on the back, but Device spam through the smoke. Zantares quick on the trade, and normally trades benefit the T side. Back to a 4 versus 4.
Especially when that's one of the few rifles that they had. So now it's kind of lost down there. I think Glaive could maybe go and pick something up, but they know it as well. And they are just holding guard over the rifle. There's also an AK obviously up there now. And they're trying to make sure that nobody can pick it up. So that's a smart play, I think, for Eternal Fire. Why would you let them get anything back?
Blame sitting close. He's in the open, though. It's a bit of a one-and-done angle. Could be caught. Head spotted, but Major will delete his. Bullet to the cranium. With an eagle up on high. Will find Calyx. Glaive. Great work from him, but needs more. And behind the smoke, he's blocked out.
They were a little bit risky. Didn't want to go for the reload. Just picks up another AK to continue the fight. Or an M4, as the case may be, going to be taking down Glaive all on Buzz with the Deagle in a 1 versus 3, and they're going to smoke and Molotov and do whatever they can to get rid of him. A little bit of damage there. Nice headshot from Buzz. I think he's still been playing really well on this lineup. I really don't blame Buzz for some of the underperformances we've seen out of Astralis. Mechanically looks to be there. Gonna try and see if he can do a little bit more. But again, the way that Eternal Fire are playing it, making it almost impossible for Buzz to do anything. A 10-second defuse inside of the smoke when they're both watching. It's not going to happen, and Major will find him at the end. What a round for Major. Opening everything up with the kill on BlameF.
Yeah, just to continue to touch on that, I think Buzz as an individual really is super talented. I think for those of us who kind of follow it and a really keen eye on the tier 2 scene, when he was in Masonic, I mean, he was essentially, I don't want to say the only shining light, but he was definitely the brightest light over towards the Masonic team. He's a really solid player, and I think I know it sounds bad, but he's kind of too good for them, you know what I mean? I think in the same way Nerds was too good for Endpoint, right? He deserves that shot at tier 1. And Buzz is proven that he can hang with the big boys. Obviously, the big thing for him was learning the system. Can he get on the, Glaive system as a caller? Now he's starting to find some form. Device will fall. X-Files spamming the smoke. Drops an important kill, and Zip will fall too. Great openers from Eternal Fire.
Oh, and there's going to be another one here. Emo just cleanly catching that AWP. Not going to let him get back around the corner. Nearly the double. But it won't matter. They have all the space in the world and all the time as well. Glaive putting on a little bit of pressure, and it's starting to drop very low. He's going to go and pick up the AWP. And honestly, I mean, unless Buzz can find a really quick double kill, there's not much to fight for here, and they might almost be thinking about saving. This is an insane start for Eternal Fire. It's about to be 7-1. There's nobody on this B-bomb site.
Yeah, and without like grouping up as well, this is just definitely a safe call. They know they've rotated off the A site. The big priority is just keeping that AWP in play, but you got to feel for Device in a way. He invests in towards the AWP. He goes to this big sort of Hail Mary, the big green coming out, and gets nothing with it. Spam for his smoke. I mean, what can you do? Glaive, he's going to go over in the direction. I don't like that. Over towards Con. I mean, one of the most native positions on this map as well. Yep. He was very lucky that no one drops one over. Fortunately for him, Eternal Fire didn't have one in the back pocket on the util belt. So a safe call comes through, and it will lock in Eternal Fire 7-1. We expected this game to be competitive, but not to be dominant.
Or if it was going to be dominant in the other direction, presumably, it was what more people were probably expecting. But what a pleasant surprise. This has been kind of I think this has been the reward for people following the RMR closely, is that you just get to enjoy so many of these teams that we don't normally get to see, and it's just it's a lot of fun. I'm really having a good time with it. Over in the stream, it does seem like G2 are having a massive lead right now over iNation. Again, probably what most people expect, but you never know. G2 did lose their game earlier in the day.
Yeah, I've been hearing a couple of screams here and there. It seems like iNation have had a few moments where they've pulled off some nuts rounds, but all things considered, G2, I'd be very surprised if they did absolutely walk over in that game. There was a massive upset earlier against that 9 roster, and let's be honest, I mean, I think now you saw in Blast Spring Showdown, I mean, how good that 9 team actually can be.
Yes.
I think we can even start to incorporate that. They were always kind of seen as the best team in Tier 2, especially this year, 2023.
That's what it felt like, yeah.
But now I think we can start to even give them their credit and start talking about them being kind of Tier 1.5, the same way we give the credit over towards the likes of a team like FORZE.
Yeah, we need some sort of new ranking system to talk about Tier 1 and 2. Tier 2 does feel like a stupid label to be using when we're witnessing this stuff. I don't know what it's going to be, but we'll figure something out.
Yeah, I throw out a Tier 1.5, but even that feels
more accurate at least, you know.
Yeah, because where's the line? Where's Tier 1? Where's Tier 2? It feels like there should be some sort of hard line, but you can't really say top 30 because that doesn't always work either. Because teams are creeping inside of the top 30 that are maybe not, at that level. I don't know.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, some of the teams that are outside of the top 30 are playing like they're in the top 15. It's kind of crazy.
ITB came in at rank 60 and they got legend spot, so
yeah, there we go. It's really hard to judge right now. We're in a strange and crazy place, but I find it to be actually quite enjoyable.
Same.
So I won't complain too much. Yeah, it's just fun. Buzz trying to play that angle. Ooh. The grenade in hand. They're right on the other side. They actually were peeking with grenades too. It's a 4-man nade. That's kind of rare. Oh, and they just explode him. That's unfair. A third one to make absolutely sure that he's dead. And then grenades just raining down. They set fire to the whole bomb site. They know what they're doing, but that's a crazy boost. And a good flick on top. Device is going to get that first kill.
But now they should know, or maybe they don't. Santaris goes down and Sit trying for the prolonged spray. He's only going to get the one, though, but it is a 2-on-3, and this one should be favoring Astralis.
The util usage from Eternal Fire to get out onto the site, it's monstrous, but they've fallen flat when it comes towards the Angels. Device has got away with so much, and he invested so little into it. Posted up. This retake's got a lot of legs behind it. Emo, 1 point of HP, a strong gust of wind that he's going to be blown out of this round. This could be rough, unless he gets bailed out by X-Found. He's all alone in a 1 versus 3. Has to pull off something magical, and Device has other ideas. A monstrous round from him. And what a performance.
Yeah, that boost up to look over the smoke, it made all the difference in the world. And they definitely, if they've seen it before, I'm sure they have, but nobody registered it quick enough to be able to shout it out. I mean, that's obviously the communication on that side probably was lacking a little bit. Worked out really well. This is a horrible way to go for Buzz, especially because he kind of knew and he got a good grenade, but everything else behind this is really, really good for Device. And they needed it very badly. They finally pick up another round and are a little bit on their way. 2-7, though.
I think how this has started as well, we're looking at Astralis and just saying, you know, if you can limit Eternal Fire, you know, deny them getting to double digits before the turn of the half, I think that actually would be a positive. If they can get themselves up to like 6 rounds, that'd be really good. Just judging on how poorly things started. But even still, Eternal Fire are playing some pretty decent heads-up Counter-Strike. And with how expensive they're making some of these rounds, Astralis don't always have the most kind of, I guess, strong economy. Blame F, nice start. Emo back turning from the flash, will be caught nonetheless, and Blame F finds the first kill.
Yeah, he was turning from the flash over by the sandbag, so he was not even, I think he was expecting for anyone to be there. Buzz, even though he got grenaded last time, he's going to stick around. So far, only shooting the cones, but they're realizing there's a boost going on. Everyone is pre-aiming that, and I think smart play for Eternal Fire to give that up. Once they know, it's kind of easy for them to throw a lot of grenades and just pre-fire it, and you don't really want to be experiencing that. They are out here, and to be honest, their execution onto the B bomb side have been pretty impressive, so I don't really blame them for trying to put some pressure on, but they might start to feel like they have also been here for a long time, and there's always a risk that there's a rotation happening on the CT side, so they're going to cool it off and at least, you know, take a little bit of pressure off the B bomb side for a while. They might come back, but they're hanging around down below right at the moment.
I like the call, right? They're kind of just having a little probe elsewhere, just see if they can gather any information. And the other thing, bail out utility from the CT side. It means that on retakes, things become very difficult if there is a retake needed. Either way, back over towards mid. X-Cloud leading the charge with the bomb in hand, which has been spotted as well. Glaive relaying all this information, but Device and the AWP dropped. And Glaive under pressure as well as he will fall to the hands of X-Cloud. Buzz for one, but only. This is starting to drop. It starts to fall flat. But maybe time might be their best friend, and it will. Too far gone, and surely they can't plot now.
No, I don't think so. Santaris going to be a couple of seconds late then. I think Astralis win this round because they were not expecting for there to be 2 people mid and 2 people at the B bomb side. Yeah. It's the kind. It's some defensive math that normally doesn't really happen on this map too much. So when they get the first 3 kills, which I think we're kind of, I mean, one thing is Device. He's scoped up in a weird way going in. Glaive should definitely be able to do more in this position. He's just backing up. But when they get the 3rd kill right here on Buzz, they're thinking that's it. There can't really be a 4th player on the bomb side, but there was.
Timing works against Eternal Fire. It's a strategy used quite a lot by kind of teams from that CIS region. Leave things very late, go for that late round execute, and kind of just bank on the fact that if you get a couple of kills, you're more or less guaranteed the site, but you're spot on. They're not expecting one more posted up. And the fact that the rotation was so close as well, that they were always going to be able to play numbers. There was low HP on towards one of the Eternal Fire players. That made things really dicey. And they'll be forced, of course, in towards a timeout. Good opportunity for them to have a conversation over there. Emo and Major both had their stints of IGLing over towards his team in the times where they've made kind of, I think it was something like 15 roster changes in 2.5 months. It was
insane.
An insane period for Eternal Fire where there was a lot of question marks. I'm glad they sorted those issues out. And of course, all playing some good Counter-Strike here. They're 1 round away from guaranteeing a lead at the turn of the half. Emo, oh my God, he's lucky to stay alive. Gets spammed down to 13 as he's setting up a Molotov.
Yeah, pretty well-placed Molotov, though. If you're standing all the way at the back pillar there, you're probably still going to get burned out. So, good Molotov. Unfortunate that he had to almost die for it. Grenade that lands on top, but Emo is not to be found. What they oh, they're not going to push in front of it. All right. Some more spam is coming out, but this time, control towards the A ramp for Eternal Fire. They've given up on the B side just for a minute. Although there is a massive presence here. They've given up on B completely. What is this rotation from Astralis? They're basically in mid and A entirely, which is such a crazy... It looks like an over-rotation, but they might still end up being right.
How is it going to work out? Clay going to try and take an early fight, and he will. X-Cloud on 4, Calix, who's somewhat low on HP, himself taking somewhat of a duel. But Major will make it work. It starts to look messy from Astralis as they're peeking in one by one, but their answer back.
Because there's so many people here, no one's expecting it. This almost looks like, again, kind of how Heroic would play some of their CT sides.
Yeah.
You group up in a bomb side and you actually push aggressively on the CT side. Haven't really seen them do it much on Vertigo, but still super interesting. Device is going to win the fight against Santeris. I have to assume Eternal Fire are quite confused about why they are just getting attacked this hard on the A ramp when they're supposed to be on the attacking side. 2 versus 2 now, and we're down to 19 seconds. And again, everyone from Astralis, the 2 that are left at least, are here. Smoke goes up, and a little bit of a flash to set it up. They're very low on health on the other side. And Zip, yeah, it's a good idea. 1 bullet connecting here, and it's a 1 versus 2.
Spam it. He'll find it. Major falls to the hands of Zip. Just so smart, he knows all too well. A lot of damage dealt and replicated back over towards Zip, but still in a 1 versus 3 for Emo. It's so difficult, and they can hit the bomb. The Molotov doesn't spread far enough. Zip will be forced off it, and Emo, he's given himself a chance. Buzz, the youngster, will be tested in the 1 versus 1, and he's just sticking it. This is so ballsy for Buzz, and he'll make it work as well. What a round from him. Nerves of steel, and he'll make it work.
I have to assume Emo's going to be real upset at that one, but yeah, just not even faking it, just going straight for it. It almost looks a little bit silly because you're like, there's no smoke here. There's nothing that's really working for him. But somehow, Astralis, they make the round work. Now it is a super expensive round for them. Something that they're going to be really, yeah, still in a lot of danger behind.
Yeah.
That economy could collapse almost any minute.
I gotta say, individually, Calix, really good game from him. 13 and 70 currently stands.
Yes.
103 ADR, and Major's actually not too far behind, 93 ADR. So both of those guys stepping up. Major had a really solid performance earlier today. So good to see him finding form. I'm pretty sure X-Cloud was spotted there.
He was, but there's an MP9 up close. They don't have the money for it here, so it's kind of sick. The run boost right into death. Oh, the MP9 is so good at this range. Instant burst down to those 2 players. And that's enough. You don't need anything else. Well done on Buzz.
Oh, look at the space here. Device, this is so smart. I love this. He knows that they spotted a lot of bodies over towards the stairs position. So at the very most, there's 1 person lurking, and he'll just park up. It's such great counter-strike from him. But Major will find Zip. Now there's space starting to open up over towards the B site.
And that's the kind of deaths you don't normally see. Oh, they're going to go and check X-Cloud. He did more than check. He went back to destroy Device. He did that so casually. There's no, like, jiggle peek in the corner or anything. He just stepped out and said, even though you've made absolutely no sound or anything, I'm going to play like I know exactly where you are. And for the rest of Astralis, this was a 4 versus 3 for a brief moment, a 5 versus 3, but let's say 4 versus 3.
Yeah.
And since then, they've done nothing.
It kind of looked like a bit of an unlosable round. They had all the information, they had all the control, and they'd done significant damage to the 3 remaining players alive. It looked like, okay, this is fine. All it requires technically is 3 bullets to the head, and all 3 are falling.
Yeah, they had such a deep flank going down with Device there. Glaive out in the open. It's a good beginning to it. They need this round retake, just even for the mental aspect of it. And Glaive is going to get a couple of bullets off on Emo. Now it's just a Major here. But as you said, he's been having a very, very good game. If he can find the flank that's coming in on Blamef, maybe there is a possibility. Now, Blame is very hard to play against at the end of these rounds. He's so tricky. He's so good at the timings, and he's going to get that one for free on Major, who's trying to relocate behind the smoke. So Astralis actually recovering the 2 versus 3, which I guess is pretty good, you know, given the situation.
I gotta say, the smoke there from Glaive is genius as well, right? Because it just means that for Major, he has no information to work with. And it's this very standard post plan that he set himself up into, over towards Ram, just locking himself out and hoping there's taps on the bomb. We already saw it happen just a few rounds ago, but that smoke just completely denies all the information that Major was hoping to play off. X-Cloud, that kill was absolutely monstrous on towards Device. However, it didn't really have the added effect that they were hoping for of them seeing off the round. Astralis, we mentioned, and we said it earlier, we'd like to decide find minimum 6 at the turn of the half just to make sure that the turn of fire don't run away with this game. And actually, they could do one better.
They can still do it. Money on all sides, just looking very weird. Which also, I think it must be frustrating for Astralis having won a couple of rounds here, but you never get to build any money really behind it. So the struggle just continues. Buzz is going to go down this time. There is a pretty quick rotation. Oh, but Santaris, he's lightning fast around the corner. Third headshot to take down Glaive. And that will just completely dismantle the B defense. There is nothing left. Major on the other side is going to be catching Device and Eternal Fire. They're going to be at 8 rounds.
When in doubt, send Zentaris out, and he will bring you success. What a round from him. 3 kills, lightning fast headshots. And this is why this guy has always been regarded as one of the most proficient riflers we have had in the scene, no matter what team he plays in. He's just a menace. So well played. Blame F.
Okay.
Nicely trained there. He knows all too well about those angles. That's one you can take in towards your MM games. Little gap there in the yellow tar pool. Will not make a difference. X-Rod will see him off. Eternal Fire guarantee themselves a lead at the turn of the half, which is very good to see. However, we still need more. Astralis, like you mentioned, though, they'll be kicking themselves. They have 4 consecutive rounds in a row, and even still, losing just 1 there, they've lost 1 out of 5, and their economy's shattered. They'll be so annoyed with that.
The tracking on that second kill is really disturbing. I don't even know how that works. I don't even think I would just probably say, I'm just not getting that kill. We're just going to forget about it and, you know, we'll take the duel when he comes back out again. It's absolutely sick. Through the smoke, Blame F, whatever he wanted to do, it's been denied. And the same will be true for Glaive. Oh my god. 3 kills through the smoke. I don't know if they really saw anything. Maybe they heard somebody drop at one point, but either way, Astralis are getting knocked out in this round. This is absolutely crazy. 14th round, I don't see a way back into this. Very likely this could be a 10-5 half for Eternal Fire.
Yeah. And of course, over in the other stream, that game was done in a matter of moments. I think it was 16-3.
Yeah, they were speedrunning on Ancient.
Oh, you really do hate to see that. I mean, of course, for iNation, that is a bit of a mismatch. Yeah, 16-3 overall. I mean, what can you do if you're iNation, really? When you have individuals stepping up, I think, and Monesti 24 kills at the end, right? I mean, they absolutely flew away with that one. And Eternal Fire, they're kind of in the same here.
I don't really know too much about the new lineup for iNation, so I'm not going to say too much about it, but obviously a little bit historical for me, at least, with it being Yanko's old team.
Yes.
Obviously, at some points with Nico playing there as well, he's not playing on G2. And Emmy and Kingor and some other people that I probably am forgetting. Sorry about that, guys. But yeah, always have some respect for iNation just for sticking around for as long as they have, in a sense. But this new lineup, I mean, what a task to be against G2. That's pretty rough. Nobody survives on the Astralis side, and this is just, it's getting worse and worse. There was a moment there where it looked like they were going to come back into it, but Eternal Fire, they're keeping the heat on.
Yeah. Just a touch on iNation. I got the chance to cast them a couple of weeks ago in a Blast Premier qualifier. Actually, it was the qualifier for Blast Spring, which in the end Cloud9 made it through, but they're in the same group. They played against Eternal Fire and B&E, and they put up good performances. They took B&E to overtime, which that in itself is very respectable. Eternal Fire ended up losing something like 16-10, which again, not bad at all for a side like Eternal Fire, who I think a lot of us call them now the kind of the gatekeepers of Tier 2. They won a couple of those CCTs. They've been in and around kind of the best of what we see in quote-unquote Tier 2. So, pretty respectable. But yeah, obviously, you know, a complete mismatch there. And it kind of feels the same here. Final round of the half. The buy for Astralis, unfortunately, pretty minimal. And a Molotov as well could make things more uncomfortable.
They're back with the grenades, just punishing this B bomb site, setting it all ablaze. All blowing parts of it up, as you could see. The boost, not really doing too much. They're not worried about making noise out here. I don't think they care about any of it. They could probably guess that the Astralis economy is going to be pretty miserable, so they're just going for it. Glaive, sneaky position here, and that's an easy shot. All right, something to begin with. Buzz with the headshot to follow it up. And looking for another one right there. He does see someone in the corner and would love to take that fight. So this gets interesting all of a sudden.
Xantaur's taking a lot of damage. He's down to 26 points of HP. This round's starting to look spicy. Those 5 steps of deagles up close and personal can be a problem. Buzz, another cracker of a shot. And now things are starting to fall by the wayside. How are Eternal Fire losing this round?
And they really should not be. Emor and Calyx charged with trying to bring it back. And a preemptive rotation from Astralis. They were expecting that there was going to be some sort of push to the A side, so they were actually running back there. Now they're coming back to where the real action is going to be. Last Molotov been put up now from the T side. And Calyx trying to sneak his way in, but they're just everywhere. The crossfire, way too much to handle. And Emor, there's not much that he could do at the end of this one. 1 versus 4, Glaive will take him down. 9-6 at the end of the half in favor of Eternal Fire. Still a great result. We'll be back after a break.
So I just immediately like...
We saw some raccoons.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place. It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
As Cadian prepares to take on his toughest challenge yet, let it be known it'll take more than a hero to beat this one. We know he can lead his team to victory, but can he go at it alone? It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
It's time. It's time. Let's beat Dupree's ass, yeah? Okay, so what does the Launder show have for me here? Rings off, you know. Step 1. Let's go. Okay, let's go. This is the one, guys. Off to a good start. We go for the quick entry. No look. What? Buck. Everybody saw that. No. It's the f***ing goal! Okay, I think there might be some system to this is where the boxes will hit or what. I'm not sure. Oh, no. No. I failed the bunny hop so bad. We need just a little bit of luck here. Little bit of luck. Let's go. Quick. No! That's it. We're done. Dupree, he doesn't know what to do about this time. It's too strong. Yeah, I'm number 1 now.
All right, guys, let's give it up for Cadian. Come on in, Cadian. Well done. Take a bow.
Calm down. It was good, but calm down.
I'm going to ask for your signature in a second.
Yeah.
You were really burning calories on this map.
To be completely honest, I was just chilling. I knew that Dupree don't stand a chance.
Dupree don't stand a chance. You heard it here already. Well, why don't we make it official? Let's see if he lived out his dream of beating Dupree. To find out, we'll have the assistant, roll out the leaderboard assistant. Come on, let's keep it moving. Don't go out all night. Don't be alarmed by how long it takes me to write this number down. Just be happy it happened. The submission here from Cadian to the Gauntlet Challenge to see if he could beat Dupree. Did he do it, folks? That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
The fire rises. As we get back into the second half, we have got Eternal Fire versus Astralis. And right now, the Turkish team is off to a fantastic start. They've got 9 rounds in the first half, and they pretty much did dominate Astralis. I think Astralis, honestly, I'm a little bit surprised they even got up to 6 rounds. They didn't look very good at the moment. They did have some huge economic issues that were kind of plaguing them. Could be part of the explanation. Maybe it would have been different if they could have built more of an economy, but they're going to have to try and do that in the second half, which is coming up right now. They're on the T side and Eternal Fire on the CT side.
Yeah, a couple of individuals really stepping up over towards Eternal Fire too. Major 17 kills, Calyx 14. Not too bad. The only player over 10 kills over towards Astralis is Glaive. Now that's pretty damning. The IGL is the only person above 10 kills, which is really not what you want to see after 15 rounds played.
No, it isn't. But Device is looking for revenge. He's going to get at least the first kill, taking down Major. Quite a big player to be taken out at the moment. He's been playing very well on the first half. And Emor is here with the dualies. Santaris covering his back, but only for a second. Emor, he's got more bullets left to throw out there. Doesn't have to reload quite yet. It's another one as he makes it a triple and leaves Glaive to try and see if he could save the day. This pistol round is pretty important for Astralis. It'd be really nice if Glaive could somehow clutch this one, but he's just going to get shut down, walking right into the USP of Calyx.
I don't know about you, mate, but my Julies don't do that. I still haven't figured out the way in which they make them work and sing so well at that, especially when they're spamming them. But I have to say, Emo as well. There's never been question marks about Emo because he's had his rough performances and he's had his moments where things have been going pretty south for him. Not being all too prevalent with the AWP, but the fact that he's now starting to have impact now, really good to see. And then getting loud too, that's what you want to see. Major really getting vocal. It's awesome to see.
I love it.
10 of fire, up to double digits. They start off the half really well. Astralis, no bomb plant, barely any kills. Economy, of course, going to be pretty poor. Now they've lost both pistols. And of course, will they lose both force buys? You'd probably expect so.
Yeah, at the very least, it's going to be, I mean, for this one, yes, most certainly. Get 1 deagle. The flashbang is good. You throw that in the window behind basically where Calyx is playing. But the follow-up is not bad. Mostly SMGs that have gone down. I think all the kills, more or less, on that CT side were from the SMGs, so making up for a couple of the casualties. I don't know, actually, from a Astralis point of view, getting 2 kills is probably pretty good. I don't know what else you could have expected in that scenario, so fair play.
You've got what? All Glocks and 1 flash. They walk away with a couple of kills, not bad. In those sort of rounds, the absolute best you can walk away with, kind of in expectation, is a couple of kills in the bomb plant. Just try and hope that some site is slightly undermanned, but there's MP9s at close range. There's just no way that things are going to go badly for them. So now a 4-buy coming out for Astralis. This is where the true test comes through, and it's quite an important swing round. You look over towards 10 of fire, where yeah, a couple of players do have kind of a decent economy built up out of Emo and X-Flower, but if this round falls flat, Major and Cali is going to struggle to buy in towards the next, and there's a world in which Astralis can start chaining some rounds together on the T side, the same way a 10 of fire did once.
That has to be the plan. That has to be how this is going to work out in their minds. 11-6, aggressive push. Seems maybe a little bit forced, but at the same time, you want to try and be, quick and maybe a little bit forward with those MP9s. You don't want to be fighting at too much of a range. Calyx on a mission. This seems like he's going to die with no chance to reply. Yeah, the gun barrel is showing. Oh my god, what? I don't understand. He's so disadvantaged doing that. He kind of awkwardly jumped off the ladder after having already shown his gun barrel. That's kind of unforgivable. Device should definitely have that kill. And now Calyx is back for even more, man. He's like, I basically won the lottery on that one. Maybe I just give it another crack,
Device has watched him go all the way down the ladder by his gun barrel and somehow not find that kill. And blame him for finding his. The numbers go back if ever I saw. Oh, no. Calyx, no. That's the bomb. He doesn't realize there's a second one coming around the corner. I don't think he's heard him, but time's ticking.
Yeah, they can't walk it any longer. Sip, he's gonna run for it. He knows kind of someone's down. He still isn't dead. Calyx, he's immortal in this one. He's got the triple, and with 10 seconds left, I don't think they can make it to the bomb site. I don't think this can be done. It takes longer than that to run. Oh no. Oh, Calyx, he's just wandering around on his own by relentlessly being aggressive and somehow dodging all of the bullets.
Oh, it's brilliant. That is so well played from Calyx. 19 kills to his name, but they are some of the most important ones. It's the first full buy for Astralis in what is technically we regard as a bonus over towards 10 of 5. I mean, look at that kill again. How has Calyx got away with the first one over towards the Vice? That's a tilt. He's a better man than me. That'll be a couple of slams on the desk if that was myself. So I don't know how he's so level-headed. That's a really
I'm tilted just watching him. I'm not even... I'm not part of the Astralis organization or playing in the game, but I just feel like that's got to be really frustrating to experience.
You can see why they've called a timeout too. They just need a conversation. They need to have kind of a little bit of a breather. That's one of those rounds that losing that can really throw the entire game in jeopardy, just because you're then going to start, I guess, trying to force the agenda here, right? You're going to try and force their play style, and a lot of teams can fall into those pitfalls where this game will run away with them before they even know about it. So good thing from them, call a pause, have a conversation, bring in the likes of Glaives just to kind of try and formulate some plan of how they're going to turn it on its head. Look at the buy, though, for Astralis. Yes, they got the double AK save, but then around it, it's so minimal. Glaives fully invested in towards a Tech 9, same except for Zip as well. With Util, they're going to full send it.
There might be a shot here. They definitely know that someone's back here. They have a little bit to try and maybe root out Centaurus, but it's also tricky for Blame to stick around and to wait for that utility to be wheeled in. Probably not what he wants to do. So instead, going to walk it away. Classic boost on the other side here for Astralis, something that Eternal Fire themselves try to do many times. They get smoked off, so then they decide, let's do a boost instead on top of the smoke, which is also a viable option. But it looks like Eternal Fire are well aware that could happen.
I like this. I do. Alex, pretty level-headed from him as well, not to overextend. I think they've got a pretty good idea. It seems to be that there's a lean coming through. It's the only place that's open, the only place they've got no information on. Khaled Shadow spotted, and he gets deleted by Buzz.
That's the kind of opening they need a lot more of. Device trying to push on forward, but the bomb is going to be very, very quickly planted. Still, I think a Molotov and an HG left on Glaive, that could be a really fun set of utility to try and maybe slow them down. He's going to throw it right into it. Did that just get extinguished? No, okay, it landed up in the middle. That's fine. 4-on-4 still, and the pressure is on for Eternal Fire. If they want to do this retake and potentially risk the rifles, they better have some early kills in the retake right now.
Skinner off, swinging in, time's on to tick. They've got to get on it now. They've got kits to work with, but time is of the essence. They've really got to send someone on the bomb. I don't have the one-man play map to deny. Have they done it? I don't think they've done enough. They've got just enough time to defuse. And Eternal Fire survive another scare, another second, and it may have gone the other way, but it's too little, too late. Eternal Fire 13-6, and as this game is starting to get out of hand.
Some of the positions here for Astralis, if they were being played by the kind of focused players that we see on 9, or I would even say now Aurora or Monte or anything like that, like there's a kind of focus there, they at least get a couple of kills just holding the angle, because the Eternal Fire are really just kind of running into some of those fights, and it's not like they're even being straight headshot. It takes a minute for the spray down to really happen, so I don't know. I'm expecting a little bit more, and I feel like I'm not getting it. Device does go down in this one. Emo going to be able to pick him up just as he was swapping out between the rifle and the grenade. And it's a 4-on-5 to start this one with. You're absolutely right. This is definitely getting out of control.
And you can really see it. It's a complete battle of the mindsets here as well, where for Astralis, it's very kind of calm, composed, strategic Counter-Strike. But Eternal Fire, they know that they can just beat Astralis by overwhelming them, catching them off guard, being aggressive. And I like this. It's quite fundamental Counter-Strike in a way. It's stuff that you would see in very pug-heavy games, but it's working wonders for Eternal Fire. And this is a conversation we were having in towards Group A, where the kind of the connotation about being a puggy team is kind of seen in a negative way, like a quite derogatory way, but it's not. Especially for Eternal Fire, they make it work wonderfully.
Yeah, and I mean, a little bit of a chance maybe. Buzz is going to get one there, realizing there's a second player. On the other hand, what is the point of playing posh Counter-Strike if you don't get the kills?
Exactly.
I mean, like, doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? So I feel like it's just an awkward position for Astralis to be in. They're not the only team that I would put on this list where there's just something missing. There's a kind of sharpness in some of these micro moments that isn't quite playing out in their favor. This is going to be another very hard round to get onto a bomb site, but, you know, again, a cracking shot here against the AWP player could make a difference. Santaris, bit of an off angle. Glaive goes down to the meanwhile, and Emo, he's just hitting every shot. Wall banged through, though. 8 seconds. He's going to fake it. That's such a risk. Now he's dead. That fake, you have to get the kill. Otherwise, there's no shot at it. It doesn't even matter if he wins that fight, Buzz, because he's going to run out of time. So, yeah, I don't know. Not necessarily Buzz's fault, though. It's kind of a hard position to be in. Major is still running wild with it. He's having himself a game.
Absolutely farming right now. I think he's just shy of 100 ADR. 102.3 ADR. He's having a really good game. No! But yeah, you're looking towards Eternal Fire, and even that round for Buzzwell, you really got to feel for him, because he's actually kind of played that right. He gets unfortunate on the timing of the swing. But Eternal Fire also played it really well. It's a 2 versus 1, and usually you like to say play for the trades, you know, group up in a way. But the fact that time is of the essence, they know that by leaving one alive, if he does go for a tap, if he does go for a fake, it's going to work in their favor. 14-6. And this is now starting to look so damning over towards Astralis. They are about to get absolutely battered out of this game and go 0-2 on day 1 of the RMR. I don't think many people would have expected that at all.
They played 16-14 earlier against Vitality on this very map, so this is a little bit outrageous, I'm not going to lie. 5-3 in this one, and the Danes are down to 2 Tech-9s and a Mac-10, but they are going for the bomb plant. I don't think Eternal Fire should care that much, because they've already shown that they're pretty good at doing the retakes. They're going to wait it out. Device actually wins that fight, but X-Cloud is going to be ready for Glaive. Oh, he makes the jump around. It's so bold. It doesn't get the kill, but I love it anyway, just for the theatrics. Blameff and Device are left, and they're both almost dead already. It's going to be easy for Santaris to pick it up. And another round goes the way of the Turkish team.
It's a lovely game coming through from Eternal Fire. I mean, they're just making so few mistakes right now. I mean, we look at the run of form from them, and they are right now 6 rounds in a row. Quite literally, Eternal Fire are on fire. They're going to have the little emoji on next to their name, as you would expect. It's been great work, though. I think, you know, that's one of those rounds for Astralis. They've actually done all that we can really ask of them. They've got a low buy. They've got a bomb plant out of it. That's the most we can ask. We can not expect them to take those sort of rounds. But now to claw this back into favor, 9 consecutive rounds they've got to find, and that's just to take us to overtime. It just seems like such a stretch. For Astralis to make this work would be kind of somewhat unheard of.
15-6. A lot of positions in this map so far in this match where I feel like it comes down to Astralis holding some angles and Eternal Fire swinging into them and just winning them in spite of the fact that they probably shouldn't. There's something happening there. I mean, the Calyx round is obviously one of the more egregious examples of that, where they're actually holding the ladder. But even in the after-plant positions or at the B-bomb site, Astralis, they're there. They have the bomb planted. They know that someone's going to be swinging a corner. And some of the players on the Eternal Fire side, they are allowed to just kind of go in there, get a kill, keep on going. There's just not enough stopping power in the lineup right now. And I don't know how that's even possible. That seems like a bit of a mystery to me, but it is what it is right now. Blameff is going to be going down. Emo swiftly traded by Glaive, as you pointed out earlier. He's been having a decent game right now as one of the few players on this team, so they need more of that. Calyx back here, very aggressively walking. I don't think that's necessary. And Buzz didn't think so either. Just get rid of him. Throw him over the side of the building.
Oh, Glaive will fall as well. I think this round actually looked a lot more locked in. And actually, sometimes, like, yeah, they're going to go for a save call. I don't mind this call, but they could have given it a go. But this is when you look towards Calyx. He's only got $50 left in the pocket. He is going to need a drop in towards the next round. Emor and Mage are going to have no problems buying in towards the next, so that's going to be fine. But yeah, actually kind of the right call, I guess, considering Calyx has no money to work with. They're going to require a drop. It's probably going to come from Santaris, who isn't really looking towards. When we look kind of Yuto, he's fine to kind of just rely on the mechanical prowess.
I mean, if you think about it, if you just take a step back, after this round, Astralis need to win another 8 rounds in a row to get it into overtime. Exactly. So all you're thinking of your Eternal Fire is, let's make sure as many of those rounds as possible are going to be well-equipped. Exactly. You just don't want to be saving too many times. So it makes sense what they're doing here. But the Danes have picked up 1 more, at the very least.
They're still alive. They're still kicking. There's still a little bit of fight about them. My God, if they were able to pull off this comeback, it would be something absolutely monstrous, monumental, so to say.
I'm very pessimistic at that possibility at the moment, I've got to say.
I'm with you, brother. I'm with you all day. I mean, Astralis, we actually really haven't seen, not even the Astralis that we know and love, but even the same Astralis that we saw early today. Against Vitality, they were competitive. There was even a world at one point where it actually looked like Astralis were going to claw back the comeback and win it. Oh, play. Great start, though.
That's sick. I almost feel like this is what they